Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. Beautiful day here in H-Town. And we are with you till 10 a.m. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. The sun's not shining yet. The sun is shining. The birds are singing. Not quite yet, today's a good day. It's a good day.
We've got, let's see, is it the 9th today?
Today is the 9th.
I was talking to Brandy about this last night. Usually, in recent years, the winter solstice has kind of crept up on me and passed without even really thinking about it. There's something about yesterday when I looked outside and it was dark out at some ungodly early hour that I was like, oh, wow, and it keeps getting worse for over a month.
That was me yesterday, too. I was sitting there at like 3:30 in the afternoon, just listening to stuff on my AirPods, had stuff going on TV, had the computer out, and I'm like, boy, for 3:15, it is awfully dusky outside right now.
Dusky. You know what? Maybe it's also, something's happened to me, too, where all of a sudden I'm like late in life, relatively. If it were like 1927, this would be late in life. I'm terrified of the dark. I mean, if I'm out in the woods, if I'm out in the country, and I step outside, to take a whiz outside or something at night, I am petrified on a dark night. If there's not a moon out or anything, terrified. You know what kind of creatures lurk out there?
Yeah.
They're just going to come in to pounce on me, zombies and whatnot.
You know who I blame for that, Seth? What we blame everything for? The internet. We're just way too aware of bad things happening now because of the videos that pop up on our Twitter feeds.
Whoa, man, 100%. I've kind of taken it as a point of pride in my life that I've never felt like I've always thought kind of like an action hero of an 80s TV series, right, that I don't need a gun because I can talk my way out of anything, or by projecting confidence, I don't need a gun. But now I've seen enough. And stuff comes on my social media feed all the time that I'm kind of like, well, yeah, there's no accounting for crazy.
Right.
And I woke up at 2 a.m. this morning, and I think it was a recurring dream. Brandy, if you're listening, catch me up on this. I had a recurring dream that there's some woman that's stalking me. I don't think this is a reality, but then I thought about that, what would I do? So at 2 a.m. this morning, I was thinking, what would I really do if some crazy person was stalking me and they showed up in my house with a weapon or something. So, I'll probably be strapping by tomorrow morning. Anybody want to sell me something on Craigslist or something? Just let me know. Okay. I don't want to wait for the security check.
Yeah, exactly.
I've got a couple rifles, but I need to work quick.
Yeah.
I've got my dad's old 12 gauge that I. From an old deer slayer that might have to become the people slayer.
Dust it off.
For defensive purposes.
Right. Break glass in case of emergency with the old 12 gauge.
Ithaca gun deer slayer.
Mm-hmm. Boy, the Rockets last night. That was fun. This is nice, having fun basketball back in our lives. I'll tell you what, 128-94 over the Lakers. And LeBron was out there last night running around. This is a very hollow version of the Lakers, but they destroyed them from jump. They got on the Lakers early in this game, and the Lakers were, from my watching, once the Rockets got up by 12 points, it was never within anything closer than 12 to 15 points.
Yeah, it's amazing what happens when you go from a bottom three defense to since the second game, if you throw out the first game results, which is kind of bogus because it's early in the season, but just bear with me. It matches the eyeball test. They've been a top 5 defense from game 2 on. So over the past 6 games, they've been a top 5 defense, which is pretty damn good. And I also I find myself unashamed that I'm excited about a 4-3 basketball team and a 4-4 football team.
I don't either, man. It sucked the last few years.
I would say both those teams right now, on early results, obviously earlier for the Rockets than the Texans, are ahead of schedule even from a lot of optimistic people. I was pretty optimistic about the Texans. I've been relatively optimistic about the young core of the Rockets. I didn't know how long it would take for Udoka's changes to really kick in. But as long as they play defense with, first of all, passion and want to, and second of all, with some semblance of technical skill, which they've been doing, then yeah, they can hang with a lot of basketball teams. And they'll have to make adjustments through obviously the course of the season. They're switching a whole bunch now, and we know that teams have answers to that, so they'll figure that part of it out. But it's just so much, like, and honestly, Sean, tell me if you felt this way over the past couple games. Mm-hmm. Man, did they dodge a bullet by deciding to not pursue or accept James Harden's desire to come back.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
You know, I mean, it just – think about defensively alone. Like honestly, what is there any part of you that thinks that they would look defensively right now where they are if James Harden had come back in and was working his way into shape right now?
No, of course not. Of course not. Defensively for sure. And I would say, too, Seth, offensively – you know, just look at the last couple of games. 2 nights ago, it's Şengün with 12 assists. Last night, it's Fred VanVleet with 10 assists. VanVleet is ostensibly the point guard of this basketball team, but they run the offense through Şengün at times. They run it through Jalen Green at times. They're sharing the basketball. Jalen Green scores 23 points the other night against Sacramento. He's their leading scorer. He shot the ball 9 times in the game. Like, he got 23 points on 9 field goal attempts. So I would say your point on defense is spot on. And I think offensively, what they're creating here, too, this is an unselfish unit that has some very, very talented young pieces on it.
You know, the thing, too, is, and that's where I think sometimes veteran leadership it's given so much lip service that I think it's lost a lot of its meaning. So every coach talks about it, and every time you sign a free agent, you talk about that. And I think people start to discount how much it can really do. But in creating a culture, and same thing, people talk about culture so much that you kind of just it starts to become white noise. I think you're really seeing with Udoka, especially in basketball because it's such a small group, and bringing in VanVleet instead of James Harden, that you're going to get the best version of these young guys. And like so much of it is like those guys are such clay right now. They are moldable clay. And what their NBA experience will be, a lot of it, kind of like childhood, a lot of it is set in your first few years. And I think these guys are getting a much better version of what their expectations should be, what their roles can be. And like more than anything, it looks like they've got pride in their team. You know, I'm not talking about like, yeah, they're proud to be Rockets for life or anything, but just pride in what they're working on and what they're trying to put out on the court. I don't think there was any possibility of them feeling that in these last couple of years. And this is just like a 180-degree shift into the way those guys look about like how they go about their business, what they feel about their teammates, like all of that. It's really nice to see. It's nice to see like just old school. Because Udoka's an old school guy in a lot of ways. It's just like it's nice to see an old school methodology, like getting back to basics work.
This is what's so amazing about what you just said is that a lot of what you just said, you could have said the same thing about the Texans, the exact same thing. Like the parallels between these two teams, and not just the trajectory of the two teams, but how we've arrived here. Is incredible from the two stars of each of those teams requesting a trade in the same week back in January of 2021 through the just the parallel bottoming out of both franchises, the ridicule with which they were both looked at for a long, long time, the assembly of a young core almost in tandem. You know, they've assembled all these pieces simultaneously almost. And then I think the most important thing, and maybe the strongest parallel of all, just the constitution of these two guys that they hired to coach these teams, Ime Udoka and D'Amico Ryans. I think a lot of the things you just said about Ime Udoka and what he's brought to the Rockets, you can say the exact same thing about the Texans. Our guy, Coach Middlescreen, on Twitter, tweeted this to me last night in a reply to a tweet that I had about the Texans. He said, guys like Nico Collins and Jonathan Grenard, who've been here through all of it, like all of it, must feel like they got traded to a different team. They got to feel like they got traded to a different team right now, you know?
Yeah. That's you're exactly right. And you know, so much of that comes down to, like, as you just said, the consistency of the coach, because lots of coaches can come in and be a breath of fresh air. And I think sometimes that Udoka and D'Amico are wired a little bit differently personality-wise, you know? I think Udoka is way old school, where D'Amico in some ways is kind of like a happy, joy, positivity type of guy. You know, like in a way, if it didn't work out, you'd be like, this guy, like they were saying with the Jets, he's not ripping these guys enough. Why isn't he more of a jerk? Yep. But I do think that like they know who they are, and they've got their core principles, and they stick to that. I think with the Rockets might be showing more of those core principles more immediately, like especially with the shift defensively like that. And we talked about this, Sean, before Udoka came in. Like in the NBA, everybody knows. Like the very first step, the very first hurdle is want to.
Yes.
Like just getting guys to run back. All of those things. It's so simple, and yet it's hard to do in the NBA for various reasons. Like Udoka's got that. With Nico, I feel like the run defense has improved immensely, immediately. They were one of the worst run defenses in the history of football. They've shifted to where they're actually, in some respects, a top run defense. I know it doesn't always look like it because of the fourth quarter, but like that has shifted. But I think in some respects, it's gonna be a slower turnaround culturally because they can't run the ball. Like I refuse to believe that D'Amico wants to have a team long term that can't run the ball at all. It's just such a it feels so set up for not being good in the playoffs that whether you're old school, new age, whatever. At the very least, when you're passing the ball really well, no matter who you are, no matter how pass happy you want to be, you got to be able to capitalize on the easy running opportunities, and they're not doing that right now.
Not at all. All right, we're off and running.
I'll give one more thing. I'll give credit to the Rockets for the hiring of Udoka. I think that they honestly, one of the best things that they did was they didn't worry too much about PR when it came to hiring Udoka, in that like Udoka's situation that he had with the Celtics was kind of like it wasn't like a Me Too type of situation, yet it was being treated like that because there was just there was a cloak of mysteriousness around it. And the Rockets said, like, look, we feel good about it. We're just going to skewer right in on there and grab this guy while we've got the opportunity, where I think a lot of other teams, much in the same way that the Cowboys grabbed Tyron Smith. When Tyron Smith, like teams didn't want to touch Tyron Smith, the Cowboys left tackle, when, wasn't it Tyron Smith?
You're talking about La'el Collins.
That's right. Damn it. Apologies to Tyron Smith.
I was like, damn, what did Tyron do?
Thank God for your confused look. La'el Collins, because he was a person of interest in this police investigation, and this was right after Ray Rice, and nobody wanted to touch him. The Cowboys, to their credit, were like, well, what's Ray Rice got to do with this? We're going to evaluate these situations separately.
Yeah.
And they snagged them for nothing.
Do the research. Absolutely. All right, we're off and running on a what's today? Thursday. Today's Thursday.
It's Thursday, bro.
Thank you.
It's Bengals week.
Dude.
It's Rockets have a winning record for the first time in 2 years week.
In over 1,000 days, I was told. Over 1,000 days since the Rockets have had a winning record. So we got that.
Has it?
Yes.
I thought it was 2021 that they. Okay.
Yeah, well, then that could be 1,000 days at this point because it's early in 2001. You know, that's. I'll look it up. How's that? We've got a long injury report to get to. We're going to need a nice long segment to go through this for the Texans. And we had a mystery solved yesterday by C.J. Stroud. We've got that for you next. But first, West Point Lincoln. No mystery there. Number one Lincoln dealership in Houston.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the crack research staff of Payne and Pendergast, which is me with a browser open, 1,006 days, according to my calculations, Seth. 1,006 days since the last time the Rockets walked onto an NBA floor with an above 500 record. It was
I got confused because I remember the last time they had a winning record, it was like 9-8 or 11-10, and so I assumed that it was in like December. But then I forgot about that whole. Do you remember that COVID thing?
Yeah, I was
remember
say,
when?
Dude, we can blame this on COVID.
Remember that? So the 2021 season, the 2020-21 season was actually the 2000. It started like almost immediately after the 2019-2020 season.
Yeah, it started in like late December. So, anyways, February. We say all that to say February 6th, 2021. That's the last time the Rockets walked onto an NBA floor above 500. If someone had told a Rocket fan back in 2021 in February that you will not be above 500 again until right before Thanksgiving, they would have said, well, that's not too bad. I mean, it's a rebuilding year and we'll be above. No, Thanksgiving of 2023, not Thanksgiving of 2021.
Yeah, it's still not that far. It's not that. I honestly, Ross Tucker kind of took us to task yesterday when we were talking about how miserable it's around here. And he said, all right, let's talk about some of these other teams, like the Chicago Bears or what have you, that have had decades upon decades of insignificance. Like like the Bills went, 20 years without making the playoffs.
Sure.
So, yeah, but it's different. It's been more dramatic than others. We had an exodus here in Houston of various great players, drama, like literally unseen before in the case of Deshaun Watson. And with James Harden, not unseen before, but a new brand of drama that most teams haven't seen, which is like, oh, hey, by the way, your superstar franchise athlete has decided he just doesn't want to be here anymore, and we're going to let him do it. See ya.
We had a quarterback who got sued by 30 women and a pastor making trades, okay? Like that's
we had a youth pastor negotiating multi-million-dollar contracts. And,
yes.
Big
contracts. Yeah. Come on, Ross, cut us some slack, bro. Thought we were friends. All right. The Rockets, the Texans injury list is so noteworthy that it has made headlines on CBSSports.com. Headline on CBSSports.com. Texans list 23 of 53 players on their injury report with Week 10 game looming versus Bengals. Now, to be fair, 5 of them are listed because they were full participants. Yet, they're listed there because they were or are banged up in some way.
Well, no, and especially because, like, Charlie Heck is coming off of IR and Derek Stingley is coming back from IR, too. Like, those are guys that, all right, they're not technically injured right now because they've been absent for weeks upon weeks.
Yep. So there's 23 guys on here. Okay, let's go through these. This was a harrowing injury report to look at as far as the guys that did not practice yesterday.
Yeah. What do you want to do? You want to do this rapid fire and I either scream or say whether I'm alarmed by it?
Yeah. You give me your just gut reaction to these via onomatopoeia, okay? Will Anderson Jr.
What's this now? Wait, no. Because, hey, pressures do matter. Sacks are better, but pressures matter a lot. And he's very, very good against the run. So, yes, that's a concern.
It's a big one. Andrew Beck.
Thank God.
Thank God. Yes.
It's on, like, they've been leaning on him too much. I like Andrew Beck, and I hope that, he's fine. And I hope that he keeps working on developing into being a good fullback. But he's a real liability now. Like a lot of between Titus Howard at left guard and Andrew Beck at fullback, those are the most notable guys that on any given play look like they don't know where they're supposed to go or what they look like they're 19 years old and trying to figure out which major to take.
Yeah.
Because oh my gosh, there's so many choices.
See, now some of these popped up and I'm like, all right, I wasn't expecting to see this name. Blake Cashman, knee.
Yeah, that's concerning.
Yeah. Kaimi Fairbairn, quad.
Knew about it.
Yeah, we've had a chance to process. Jake Hansen.
I mean, still, and again, there's a little bit of thank God there. I mean, you could argue about whether, whether, when they went for that touchdown on fourth down instead of kicking a field goal in the first half, if maybe ultimately that was the difference in that game. Allows it to, it's a nice little experiment in being more aggressive. And maybe the Texans this week will still be, with Amendola, who's not a great kicker, as the backup, they might still be similarly more aggressive. So nice experiment.
Yeah, I think you and I are less concerned about the Fairbairn thing than the average Texan fan, but it is what it is. Jake Hansen, hamstring in hand.
Didn't realize he was back. Okay.
Yeah. Brevin Jordan, foot. He's been on there a while.
He's still around too, huh? Okay.
Yeah. Here's another one. Steven Nelson, back and neck.
One.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah.
The Texans secondary has been held together with, at least at the cornerback position. It's been a whole lot of bubble gum and baling wire and Steven Nelson. Like Steven Nelson being dependable and kind of locking down his side of the field. And I actually, I hesitated to use the term lockdown, except that it is because, there are just so many other easy options that people are. So it's not quite like Darrelle Revis, where people aren't going to throw to him just because Darrelle Revis was so good. But if there are just easy options elsewhere. So we're like, well, I'm not going to mess with this. Is a whole kid. This is kids. This is what I've been telling you about not getting bullied. You don't have to be the toughest guy in the room. You have to just look tougher than the weakest guy in the room.
Yep.
And they'll go mess with that weak guy. And then, later on you can worry about, take some martial arts and be a hero and protect the weak kid.
Sure.
But if you don't want to be the weak kid, just be more intimidating or more formidable and confident than the weakest kid.
His Twitter handle is Nelson Island. I'm just going to point that out, okay?
Yeah.
Dameon Pierce, ankle, obviously, week 2. This is 2 weeks now for him, so we'll see what happens there. Laramie Tunsil, knee. This is just normal
That's every
rest.
single week on a Wednesday.
Yeah. My guess is he's limited today and he practices. Jimmy Ward we knew about, but I hate to see it on here. Hamstring.
Yeah, exactly. The safety position since Jalen Petrie has come back has at least been something you can lean on and depend on, and that'll take a hit, obviously.
Robert Woods. Yep, Robert Woods' foot. This will be week 3 without Robert Woods, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. Yeah, week 3 without Woods.
Those are all the guys that did not practice.
Yeah.
So some of them just because they're old, some of them because they're definitely not going to be out there. But the limited guys, I guess, are the ones that are the guys that practiced but were limited. I don't worry too much about. There's the guys that you just read. That's half the list. So the rest of the guys, like Nico Collins, Jonathan Grenard, Henry Toa, George Fant, Titus Howard, they all practiced. So I assume they'll be good to go.
Yeah, I hope so. Seeing Nico's name on there with a calf is a little jarring to me.
It's a little jarring, except he practiced.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
They wouldn't have him out there if they were overly worried about it. Derek Stingley practicing but being limited, coming off of his hamstring injury. I would be very surprised if we see him this week.
I would too.
Because it goes with hamstrings. You want to feel like you're 100% for at least a week before you actually go out and play.
Well, and we should point out, and I know I think you've thought all along that Jamar Chase is going to play. He didn't practice yesterday with the back injury. The smoke out of Cincinnati seems a little more concerned than
they're more alarmed than and it's not that I just don't trust Schefter. I get annoyed. I guess I gotta.
That's fair.
So if the people in Cincinnati are nervous about it, then that makes more sense. Whenever Schefter gives these "this might happen" or "this could happen," I get angry about just how grow a pair, man.
Yeah.
Grow a pair and report something, or just shut the hell up.
Well, T. Higgins did tweak a hamstring at practice yesterday. So there's that. I mean, there's an outside chance here we could be looking at the Bengals without their top 2 wide receivers. That would really help, considering the Texans might be without their top 2 cornerbacks right now.
And I'm not concerned at all. I saw a couple people, and I tweeted out this injury report yesterday. A couple people responded saying, I hope the Bengals realize this after the Texans beat them, and they're complaining about how they didn't have Jamar Chase. Don't worry about that. You can't go through life that way. The lowest common denominator on the other side is always going to try to discount or make excuses for their team. Where in any given week in the NFL, lots of people have lots of injuries. So I'm not going to worry about that. I do think I was thinking more about whether or not the Bengals might look at this. This might be a trap game for the Bengals since they're looking at the Ravens on the other side of this game.
Coming off of the Bills too.
From between the Bills and the Texans aren't a joke anymore, but there's a chance that it could be a little bit of a trap game. The one thing that I wonder though is that Joe Burrow, who personally knows C.J. Stroud, Former Ohio State quarterback. So this will be a matchup of two guys who could never possibly be good NFL quarterbacks because they were Ohio State quarterbacks.
They wore Ohio State uniforms, yes.
Because apparently that's like somehow, like if Peyton Manning had gone to Ohio State, he would have been a horrible NFL quarterback.
Yep.
So I don't think it'll sneak up on Joe Burrow, and by extension, it doesn't sneak up on the Bengals. Like it'll be treated with the requisite amount of focus because CJ's getting a whole lot of attention.
He is. It's hard to avoid him these days, and it's a great thing. Hey, speaking of which, big mystery coming out of Sunday's game: the Singletary pitch to CJ Stroud play looked like an option play. Looked like it would have been one of the strangest play designs of all time. Everybody that's huge runs to the right, and then we send our two skill guys to the left, one of which is your most important guy who's going to end up with the ball in his hands.
It would have been a brilliant piece of misdirection, is all I'm saying. Like, it would have been really, it would have been very, very good misdirection.
Yeah, here's what it sounded like on the broadcast.
Handoff Singletary, hops to his left after starting right. The ball goes to CJ, left side 40, and runs out of bounds at the 35-yard line for a first down.
What? Sick good. A reverse option.
Slowick, you genius, you. Okay, so the big question was that play a designed play? Here was C.J. Stroud on the Singletary Stroud option play.
It was a pin-pull play, and he made a cut, and I just kind of open and was telling him, I didn't tell him to I was like telling him, come on. Either like pitch it to me or I'm going to block for you. And the corner was either going to take me or him. So he took him and he just threw it. So it was just a football play. That's me and football players, so it was a cool play.
Bob, did you say anything about it?
He just said be careful. Make sure you take care of the ball. If I didn't catch it, then there'd probably be a problem. But I catch the ball probably every other play. So trying to do my best just to get my hands on it and get as many yards as I can and get out of bounds. So he wasn't upset or anything, but just told us to be careful.
Okay, so there you go. And Devin Singletary flat out told Brandon Scott it was total improv.
Pin and pull play, so basically they would have been going to the right. The Texans have had success running this play. And this is actually Titus Howard is, as a pulling guard, Titus Howard has had some really good reps on the pin and pull play. But it's supposed to go to the right. And it just ended up, it was, I don't think under other circumstances we would have wondered whether it was designed or not. It's just that it looked so smooth. Yeah. This right here might be one of the best examples of how CJ is a much better athlete and what more capable of creating on the run than what people wondered about.
Agreed.
I'm not crushing scouts or anything. I think people just wondered whether it was just a fluke in that Georgia game or whether he could consistently do it. Like, this was the extreme example because it wasn't just him scrambling with the football in his hands. It was him kind of just casually this is what's interesting, Sean. Pop Warner kids could watch this. Like, he kept the right relationship. That's why I thought it might be a planned play of some kind. He kept, like, the exact right as you're running down the field, you're supposed to stay, ahead of and behind just enough that it's still a pitch and that the person who's pitching knows where to go with the ball. And they did it so well that that's where it looked like it could have been choreographed.
Totally. It was the spacing was perfect. It was absolutely perfect.
Spacing, that's the word.
Spacing, yeah. AFC Offensive Player of the Week, biggest lock ever, C.J. Stroud. It got announced yesterday. Here was D'Amico Ryans on his rookie quarterback winning Offensive Player of the Week for the AFC.
Huge honor for CJ getting the Offensive Player of the Week, well-deserved. And when you throw for that many yards, break records, it's well-deserved, and it's a credit to him and the work that he's put in, also a credit just to our entire offense. Right? He doesn't get that done without the other men around him. So just happy for CJ and all the accolades that he's receiving. And he has a lot more to come, right? If he continues to do what he's been doing, you expect those accolades to continue.
The magic number is 7. That's the most Player of the Week awards in franchise history. That would be J.J. Watt.
7?
7. J.J. Watt was Defensive Player of the Week 7 times. Deshaun Watson, Offensive Player of the Week 5 times.
Okay.
Matt Schaub 4 times is third on the list. Then Arian Foster 3. Jacoby Jones 3 Special Teams Player of the Week awards. Andre Johnson 2 Offensive Player of the Week. Boy, you'd get somebody with that one. True or false? Jacoby Jones has more Player of the Week awards than Andre Johnson.
Oh, wow, that is interesting.
Yeah, 3-2.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You know what the problem is? That's where, because that's interesting. Yeah. All right, though that's a rabbit hole I'll go down later. I would encourage everybody, just for your own personal benefit, just to kind of to replace maybe a negative opinion you have with a positive opinion. Go back and just watch some Matt Schaub highlights on YouTube. Just do it for yourself. Like, and it'll jog your memory and remind you of some things. Like, it's just too easy to remember Matt Schaub in his last season here, and you forget everything that happened in 2011, pre-injury and everything. It was some good stuff.
Absolutely.
Not to mention the year before that last year, there was even, like, he set records for total yardage in 2 weeks in the Thanksgiving game and the Jacksonville game.
Yep.
Like, it was, he had some, it's just for your own self, just so you can I can replace a little bit of negativity with positivity.
Absolutely. No, Schaub was, overall, he was a really solid quarterback for this team.
Do you know what award, like physical award, they get for Player of the Week?
I do not.
I guess it's a plaque of some sort.
I'm not sure. I'm interested. I'd be disappointed if it were just a plaque. It feels like something you get for being like salesperson of the month or something.
I don't know. Well, it depends if it's a plaque, like a stupid plaque, or like you get for salesperson of the month, or something with a picture. Like a picture from that game is always really cool.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I've got they used to give us if you were a captain for the week, which I never liked that Capers did weekly captains like that. It felt kind of devalued the position, but you'd get a super cool picture of you and the other captains at the coin toss.
Oh, that's fun.
So that was cool.
Yeah.
But that Ed Block Courage Award that I got is by far the best trophy I've ever gotten for anything. And that's the only thing, I've never cared about trophies before. Like, my wife has to keep me from throwing them away. That one, it's a work of art. It's an actual helmet, coated in pewter, and it's amazing. I love it.
It's badass looking.
Yeah, that's the one that keeps if I'm ever in charge of giving trophies for a Little League team or something, I'm going to blow the budget on
Pewter.
that. Yeah.
Pewter is where it's at.
Pewter, there you go.
Pewter is where it's at. All right. Hey,
it might be lead for all I know. It would explain a lot.
Join the drive, right?
It's gone on in my life since I got that award.
It's a whole other thing. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley and our friends at Bud Light this afternoon at Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy, 19910 Park Road Drive. Just put in Buffalo Wild Wings and look up the one on Park Road Drive. Thirsty Thursday, grab some wings, a cold Bud Light. Enter to win some awesome prizes on site. Stick around after the show to watch the game. It's a Thirsty Thursday with the drive. And our friends at Bud Light this afternoon at Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy. Headlines are next. Rockets win. Texans are banged up. Manningcast numbers go in the wrong direction. We've got that for you in headlines next.
More at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, headlines. Rockets leading off. I like this new world we're in where we got fun football and fun basketball. And last night was great from beginning to end. Honestly, the only blight on last night was that C.J. Stroud missed his first shot for charity before the game. In and out. Back rim, front rim, and rimmed out. But that's okay. We'll still let him be our quarterback here in town. How much is CJ going to hear it from his teammates today at practice that he missed that free throw? Especially when you consider that his head coach, D'Amico Ryans, made his first shot.
He drained it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't imagine too much, right? Like, you're only going to hear it if you airball.
Yeah.
Like I don't know.
Okay.
I remember
once
when Jamie Sharper, back in the first year of the franchise, when the emotions were all high and everybody was like super excited about the Texans. Jamie Sharper was at a Rockets game sitting courtside, and a ball, like during play, this wasn't an honorary pregame thing or anything. The ball rolled out of bounds right to Jamie, and Jamie stood up and took a three, a long three. And
literally shot it after the whistle?
Yeah, yes.
How did it go?
I don't think he made it. He just decided to take a three.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's when you're like, yeah, man, we're with this.
Like
hey, man, I'm with this new football team. I got immunity over anything. And then he drove 130 miles an hour back to his house. That's what he did. Jamie Sharper, scofflaw.
Sean's joking about that, everybody.
Yeah. No, he didn't do that. It was
just be Sharper.
No. Different Sharper. I would hope that at least they put like a pile of bricks in his locker or something like that. Just something subtle to.
That'd be good. Yeah, something subtle like that.
Yeah.
That'd be like encase all of his stuff in a big brick.
Right. The Rockets win. That's the big thing here. 128-94. Damn
it! Now you got me thinking about this free throw like way more than I ever would. Yeah, I kind of like my quarterback to be able to go in and cold-blooded drain a free throw.
I was a little disappointed.
I'm guessing he was like 90% in high school, right?
He was a really good shooter.
That's when you're tired and running up and down the court. Yeah. But when you do this honorary one, it's not like you get to take a bunch of practice free throws or anything.
Yeah,
you do the whole shoot around with the guys or anything.
Here's how I look at it. It was a decent shot. Like it was unlucky. It like rimmed in and out. I look at that as a drop. The rim dropped the free throw is how I looked at it. That would have been a drop in the NFL. 128-94, the final score last night. The Rockets win. Fun game, never close. LeBron James on the other side. It's very strange. Seeing LeBron James on the other side of 34-point victories by the Rockets. That is a bad team that LeBron has around him right now. I think the tell, we know this here in Houston, Seth, the tell, if you're a bad NBA team, the tell is Christian Wood is in your starting lineup. That's the tell. You're a bad basketball team if Christian Wood is in your starting lineup, which he was last night for the Lakers.
So, but I feel like you're trying to diminish what the Rockets.
No. But I'm just telling you what I was feeling during the game. I'm like, God, I can't believe this is the team that LeBron is surrounded by at this stage of his career. It's crazy.
4 games, a 4-game win streak where the Rockets have looked like a much, much, much different team than last year. I don't even want to call them a different version of last year's team because obviously Van Vliet has made a difference, but like the commitment to defense, you would have expected that to improve with Udoka, but since the second game, they've been a top 5 defense in the NBA. So it's gone very, very well. Offenses will start to try to, adjust to the fact that the Rockets are switching so much, and then Udoka will make changes and everything. But just the absolute effort, first and foremost, is the most important thing in NBA defense, and they've done very well with that. I got angry at a ESPN headline this morning because it said this: LeBron James praises Dylan Brooks as worthy of rocket steal. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, that seems, because those two had their drama last year. At least Brooks had created some drama last year in the playoffs. This was the praise from LeBron James to Dylan Brooks, Sean. Tell me if this is praise. I think every player that is awarded with a contract is awarded for a reason, and they're worthy of the contract they get. So I think in this case, he was worthy of the contract he got.
Okay.
That's like him describing his philosophy about contracts.
Yeah.
Not praise for Dylan.
No, it's like describing supply and demand. It feels like the first sentence of an economics book is what it feels like.
It sounds like some passive-aggressive BS is what it sounds like. Yeah. But ESPN can't stop carrying LeBron's water hard and so far. They're like, hey, wow, look at how magnanimous he is. He praised Dylan Brooks. What a gentleman.
I'm glad you brought that up. I had heard that. I didn't read the article. I'd heard the headline yesterday. I'm like, wow, that's very nice of LeBron. I feel differently
Last
now.
point, multiple people pointing out that CJ got practice shots. Stop.
No.
Stop tearing down my excuses. Okay?
No. The rim dropped the foul shot, okay?
Yeah. And the Rockets' evil organization didn't give him any practice shots.
That's right.
That's the narrative in my head.
Mm-hmm. Okay? We just went through the Texans' injuries in the previous segment. We won't go through them all because it's only a 4-hour show. It is a long injury list that the Rockets have. I would say of the guys, Seth, that didn't practice yesterday, that intrigued me most if they get upgraded from DNP to limited today, would be of the 11 or 12 guys that didn't practice yesterday. Will Anderson, knee. Blake Cashman, knee. Steven Nelson, back and neck. Those are my 3 that I am. If you allow me to pick 3 that I'm hoping get bumped to limited today, those would be the 3.
And then the other big part of the injury report that was nice to see was that Derek Stingley is on the injury report as limited, but practicing.
Yes.
So we're skeptical that he'll play this week, given how long and severe his hamstring injury was. But hopefully that means good things. Maybe he'll be there next week. But if they don't have Steven Nelson, that gets me a little bit nervous versus Burrow. And frankly, honestly, one of our listeners pointed out during the break, hey. Why are you nervous about the Bengals? We own the Bengals. The Texans, as a franchise, do have a nice record versus the Bengals in the playoffs, especially. And yet, I'm not gonna go there. That's a franchise versus franchise doesn't work in the NFL.
No,
it's people versus people and coach versus coach.
This ain't those Bengals. This is a different Bengals. Yeah.
But I do like. What I don't fear is if it has to become an offensive shootout.
Yeah.
That's this is where it's different than, all right, if it were Joe Burrow and we absolutely needed an awesome performance out of the defense, I'd be really, really nervous about it. What I'm hopeful for is that, I hope the defense actually shuts Joe Burrow down. But if he doesn't, I hope it becomes one of these shootouts that afterwards people are opining, well, this is a different version of football in the NFL these days.
Manningcast numbers on Monday Night Football. Last headline here. Down. Fairly significantly in terms of the total percentage of the audience compared to their inaugural season a couple years ago. A couple years ago, the Manningcast on ESPN2, the simulcast done by Peyton and Eli Manning, for those who haven't seen it, accounted for about 13% of the total audience. That's a pretty sizable number. It's dipped as low this season as below 6%. This past week, it was just above 7%. As far as the number of viewers goes, it's hovering kind of right around 1 million. It was significantly above 1 million when it first started. And I don't know if this is cause for alarm. I don't know. Nobody knows what ESPN is paying the Manning's production company for the Manningcast.
Yeah.
But the thing that's undeniable, according to these numbers, is that the popularity of it is diminishing somewhat here with the Manning.
I think I never know what to think about it because it's such an unorthodox production that I don't think there's any way you can say like, well, they should be doing this or they should be doing that. I know a lot of people didn't like all the interviews, or at least the Mannings themselves felt like they were doing too many interviews, so they backed the interviews off. I wonder though too, like, okay, over the course of a 3 or 4 hour broadcast, those specific interviews probably were bringing in big chunks of people for whether, and a lot of them maybe not necessarily huge NFL fans, or they might have stayed up a little bit later because they found out Kevin Hart was going to be on or something.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's part of it.
Maybe.
I also wonder though too, like, I don't ever get the impression that Eli is like super prepared for these. I don't watch a bunch of it, but and, like, I think that's kind of part of the shtick. But like, I don't know if they have the personality to pull that off if they don't also have guests. You know, the guests help a lot if you're not otherwise like a really super engaging and entertaining duo.
Yep. All right, let's shift gears here as we head into the 7 o'clock hour. J.J. Watt, he's super engaging. We like him as a broadcaster. He was on Pat McAfee yesterday. Wait till you hear what he had to say about the state of the Texans right now. You're going to like this. We'll have it for you next.
The Accolade.
610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
J.J. Watt had his weekly appearance on Pat McAfee. This is a nice little confluence of circumstance here that the Texans are improving at the same time J.J. Watt is on a national platform every week.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah,
it was.
And you know what, though? But he has credibility in that he did voice he did voice a lot of support for the Texans, especially D'Amico Ryans, before anybody thought they were going to. But he thought that people were sleeping on the Texans back in August.
Yeah.
I saw a clip this morning where he was saying that.
Yep.
So it doesn't look like he's just hopping on when it's convenient.
No, I agree with that. He was on with Pat McAfee yesterday. He had some great things to say about the Texans. Let's replay the game-winning touchdown just to reset the energy of that play here, because JJ had an observation about that I had actually tweeted earlier this week after watching that highlight for the 800th time. Here was the game-winning touchdown to Tank Dell.
10 seconds to go. CJ gets the snap. CJ looking, throwing to the end zone. Touchdown!
Yes!
Takes the lead.
Yes!
Dell with the reception. Rock and roll. My goodness. There are flags on the field. Could be on the defense. What a comeback.
Go Cougs!
Let's go. Here's the call from Land Clark. Bring us some good news.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, defense number 54. A 15-yard penalty will be enforced on the kickoff.
So that was the...
Yes!
One thing real quick about that was that, yeah, as Sean pointed out, those three flags were all on separate areas of the field, so it was kind of nerve-wracking. But as a couple listeners pointed out, those officials all day long, who I thought kind of sucked on both sides of the ball, they sounded, the head official there, he sounded like disgusted in the players when he would read off the penalty. Like he'd be like, illegal contact. So I don't know, I kind of enjoyed that part of it.
They took a long time to hash things out too, that officiating crew during the game. Like there were several times, they were huddled for a while on a bunch of things.
And they were, you know who I blame? I blame whoever was in the booth.
Yeah.
Because like that Denzel Perryman one, I think that came from the booth down.
Yeah, it seemed like
the official threw the flag super late on it.
So that was the game-winning touchdown. Here was J.J. Watt's observation about the Texans' demeanor after that touchdown.
He throws this game-winning touchdown with no time left, like drove the team down the field. And then immediately after he throws that touchdown, you know, some teams are going to go down, dogpile their guy, get so excited. He's cool. He's calm. He's collected. He's like, yeah, this is what we do. This is what we do. And then you look at D'Amico on the sideline, and D'Amico's like, yeah, this is what we do. Like, it's not crazy. It's not going nuts. It's like, yeah, we expect to win these games.
Yeah, I thought the exact same thing. I'm like, that's a quarterback who probably stepped into the huddle and said, let's go. We're going to go get 6 points. You know, we're going to go get points here.
I think it was, I don't want to make too much of that just because there have been moments where they've been super celebratory after big moments or after big plays. I think it was that there was still the issue of all right, we don't have a kicker exactly. How are we going to handle this? And B, there are 3 flags on the field. So, like, we got to – and I think the biggest thing, even with or without the flags, was, all right, what do we do now with this kicker situation? Mm-hmm. It did make me wonder if the Texans did a lot of stuff maybe differently because they couldn't trust their emergency kicker in that moment. In the final, when they kneeled down on it in the final moments there, it made a lot of sense for a lot of reasons because the game was won unless, like the one thing that could have hurt them really because of the time in the situation was if their block extra point run back for 2 points. So like shouldn't the standard, it almost feels like the potential for a kick being blocked and run back for 2 points, that seems like a higher probability than kicking off to them, squib kicking it, and then a team running a play for a touchdown.
Yes.
There wasn't enough time to do a.
Yes, it was the right decision.
Feels like that. Yeah, no, but they never would have done it if they had their kicker. Like it feels like it's the right decision, even if you had a kicker.
Maybe so. Yeah, possibly. All right, let's keep it with JJ. JJ Watt on Pat McAfee talking about C.J. Stroud.
Oh, man, it is so much fun to watch. And the most exciting thing for me is to watch how he's got this city rallying again, how he's got this fan base excited and invigorated, because it is a great fan base. And I love to see that they have something to cheer for and something to be excited about. And like I've said every time I come on here, not only is it the way he's playing, not only is it the way he's spreading the ball around, I mean, putting up unbelievable stats, doing it all as a rookie, but he's also leading the right way. He's saying the right things. He's doing the right things. He FaceTimed me from the Children's Hospital last week because there was a kid there that was a fan and wanted to say hi. Like,
That's
the guy is doing it the right way. Yeah, he is doing it the right way, and it's really cool to see. And it's a guy you can be proud of. It's a guy you want to root for. So we're very excited to have him, and we're very lucky to have him.
One of the little McAfee minions there is actually pretty good. At one point, because I watched the whole interview, he basically tried to get JJ saying, like, man, I bet you wish your career had coincided with this guy, CJ Stroud. JJ didn't come close to taking he came so far from taking the bait, it wasn't worth pulling the audio. You know, like there's no reaction to it.
Yeah, like there's no, will they ever get JJ to say anything about Deshaun Watson and any of that drama?
Yeah. Doubtful.
JJ got some criticism for being a bad, terrible towel twirler when he was at his brother's game last weekend. Okay. Yeah, and because JJ defended himself on social media. He said, "Look, I was, for one, I was eating all day long, and two, and you can see this. The problem was that he's so tall and his arms are so long that the towel kept hitting the ceiling of the suite they were in.
Oh, really?
Which I was like, yeah, way to skimp on construction costs there, Steelers.
Man. What is it, like
and whatever the hell your
stadium
is named now? Yeah,
hell?
Gosh."
This was the most exciting thing JJ said in his hit with Pat McAfee yesterday, talking about the Texans and this period that we are entering here in the near future.
I think between those two guys and the rest of the roster they're building in the next, 2 or 3 years, if they do these off seasons right, a lot of free agents are going to want to come to Houston because of what they're building. They truly are about to open up a Super Bowl window here, and it's an exciting time.
I didn't even think about Houston being a destination.
Yeah.
Texas,
sure.
and also Houston, land of Vegas.
Yeah. Sweet.
You know what I mean? People do enjoy old H-Town.
Yep, they do. I thought this... Give me a second.
So gushing. He's like Laramie Tunsil calling everybody a dog.
Yeah. Everybody loves Toledo. T-Town.
Oh, my
People
God.
do enjoy old H-Town.
Listen, I don't talk a lot of basketball, but we got to talk about Portland.
Yeah.
My God, have you been to Portland?
Yeah. People love T-Town. Yeah. All right. But the point JJ was making there, I would take it a step further. That yes, I do think they've got a lot of money to spend, the Texans do. I do think that this has become a much more attractive place to come play, given the success of the team and DeMeco Ryans being here and CJ Stroud. I think the big thing that CJ Stroud will, and DeMeco, but CJ especially, because it's the rookie contract we're talking about here that allows you to really spend in these next few years, ton of cap space, cheap rookie quarterback, is that they're not going to have to do the same thing Jacksonville did to start building up around Trevor Lawrence after his rookie year. Trevor Lawrence did not have a good rookie year. They were still picking first in the draft even after Trevor Lawrence had been there for a full season. They took Trayvon Walker. Yeah. If you recall, in that period of free agency, they signed a bunch of guys, and it's worked out. They've been good signings, but they were expensive signings. They had to overpay to get Christian Kirk. They had to overpay to get Evan Ingram. They had to overpay to get Zay Jones. They had to pay that tax that I think a lot of Texan fans thought, looking ahead to the upcoming free agency, you can look ahead a couple years and see when the cap space is really going to hit. Like, okay, well, it's a good thing we got all that cap space because we're going to have to pay that Texans tax of getting people here. I think C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans eliminate that. Like, I think there's if they keep. I'm not saying they need to win 12 games and go to the AFC Championship game. I'm saying if they are a competitive team, and especially if they make the playoffs, this might be somewhere guys go, especially if the taxes here that they alluded to there, no state income tax. This could be somewhere guys go, and they're actually willing to take a little bit less to come to Houston Texans.
I think I don't know. The state income tax never seems to make as big a difference. It does to some players, but it seems like it's not as big of an effect as people would think. I think part of that is that agents, the people advising them, they pay. Yeah,
they don't get paid on that.
They say this. They pay the same state income tax on wherever they live. So the guys advising, it doesn't matter as much. they're not quite fiduciaries. They're working on commissions.
But the other part's valid, right? Like the other part,
Yeah.
like this being a destination place, if you got the quarterback and the coach that people want to play with and for. Right?
Oh, yeah, 100%. And I think also the bigger part of that, too, is that this, much more so than anything it ever looked like with Deshaun Watson, looks like more of an orchestrated offense, a designed offense. It doesn't look like just trying to throw different stuff up against the wall every week, in the passing game at least. The run game is very much a work in progress, but I think, anybody watching this team and the way they operate right now would say, oh, okay, there's a structure here. Like, there's some potential. Right now, and in terms of just actual offense, because remember, Bill O'Brien never had a top 10 scoring offense the entire time he was here in Houston. They never had a legitimately above average offense. They're in top 50%. Right now the Texans are I believe the 11th scoring offense.
Wow.
11th. So
and that's with some clunkers too.
That's right. I mean, that's all part of it.
Yeah.
Fewer clunkers is a better offense. So if they can improve on the first half of the season, then there's a very good chance they end up as a top 5 or better, or top 10 or better scoring offense with a rookie quarterback, which is enticing to people.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, if you had asked me where I thought they rank in offense, 11 feels high to me, just because their good games have been really good, but their bad games have been real struggles.
I mean, they've had so many more games over 30 points than they typically ever had before,
That's true.
The good play, it's not like they've had to have a 55-point game or anything to bolster that. It's just they've consistently had some pretty damn good offensive performances.
Yeah, scoring's down in general too in the league this year. Like the unders are hitting like 65% of the time this year in the NFL. So
remember, they scored 37 points against the Jaguars, 30 points against the Steelers, and so only 3. I was wrong. Only 3 30-point performances versus the Bucs, obviously.
Which is probably more than they've had in the previous 2 years combined, and I'm not even joking. Like that's like 3 and 8 games for this team compared to what the last 2 seasons have been. That's an outburst offensively compared to 2021 and 2022. Text message, Sean. Did you hear your voice on the new Texans YouTube video about making epic movie shorts? Your request for a video on the Bucs game was granted. I did hear that. We have that audio. This was the first 10 seconds. If you haven't seen it yet, well, I'll lay this out in a second. The Texans, they have a series called Cinematic that they've done on their wins this year, the home wins this year, that's really, really good. They did one for the Steelers game. They did one for the Saints game. So during post-game for the Bucs, the win over the Bucs, I requested they do one for the Bucs game too. The Texans, their content team this year has been doing a series, and they do a cut-up of it that involves like everything surrounding the game. Guys arriving at the stadium and guys warming up, almost like a movie of the game. Almost, and this will be one I can't wait to watch. I hope they're doing one. If you're listening, content team, do one, please. And then
there's Clint Stoerner on there too.
He made it for a yeah. He made it for a yeah. Yeah, this my big takeaway on that was, 1, thank you for putting me on there. That felt really cool. 2, if I'm ever struck down in a lightsaber fight with a Jedi, that is what my voice will sound like when I come down in ghost form to give advice to my sons, like Obi-Wan Kenobi would do in those Star Wars.
They had that little bit of echo to it.
Yeah. That's what. So for those of you who are waiting for me to die and wonder what my Force ghost is going to sound like, Ben, hit it one more time. This is when I come down to give advice to any of you in my Jedi cloak with a grainy, sort of grainy aura around me. This is what I'll sound like. Texans, their content team this year has been doing a series, and they do a cut-up of it that involves like everything surrounding the game. The guys arriving at the stadium and guys warming up, almost like a movie of the game. Almost, and this will be one I can't wait to watch. I hope they're doing one. If you're listening, content team, do one, please.
This one, this one was more action heavy than like a lot of the extraneous stuff. I think just because there were so many touchdowns scored.
Exactly.
And it is, but it's nice when you get that ground level footage, you really get a better appreciation for just how accurate some of those throws were. It's and I think the biggest thing you get an appreciation for is how it hit Tank Dell and Stride. Especially on both Tank Dell, the one on the sideline on that 2-minute drive, the one on the sideline. And then his first touchdown obviously was beautiful hitting him in stride. But then the second touchdown that he had in the end zone at the end of the game, he leapt for it, but in stride too. It was just all of it was just so well coordinated and timed out.
I'm just telling you, Seth, as a regular person, a non-former football player like yourself, when I'm at ground level for anything, football-wise, I'm talking like training camp and practice, I don't know how you guys do it. And I'm not just talking about C.J. Stroud. I'm talking about every position on the field. Like, it's just chaos down there. It's crazy to me.
It's so violent.
Yeah.
It's not for me. It's not for me. When I watch the line hit each other every single time, I'm like, oh, screw this. This is stupid. This is dumb.
Do you look – seriously, I'm asking you, do you look at it sometimes and go, I can't believe I did that for 10 years?
Yes. Yeah, it's dumb. And honestly, I look at the size of guys, too. Like, I look at the guys who are the exact same size I used to be, and I'm kind of, like, shocked that it doesn't – it's not a smart thing to do.
No.
Kids, go to college and actually attend your classes.
Yeah.
Don't just get whatever degree they give you because you're a scholarship athlete, and get a non-football job.
Yeah.
It's just other than maybe kicker or punter.
Right.
Yeah, sure, the money's great. Don't get me wrong. But there's more things to life than money.
Yep.
Which is classically something people say when they've got a bit of money.
Yeah, when they have money.
Yeah. But other than that, like there are more things to life. Go make your money. Go make your fortune doing something else. Running into other large people really, really fast is incredibly stupid.
Okay. We're going to talk about it though for the next 2.5 hours of the show.
It's dumb. No. Yeah, we accept that it's stupid.
Yeah.
We're not like these basketball podcast bros who
I hate them.
Or like half of sports media in general these days.
Hate them so much.
The problem with football is they don't talk about the uninteresting stuff enough.
Yeah.
We need more analytics because that's what people should care about. I got a bunch of nerds out here basically arguing that math teachers should be regarded as sexier than they are. Like, well, someday people will love talking about all the advanced math that should be going into the game.
63% of you wanted this guy as your head coach a couple years ago. We're going to play some audio.
Me?
You should be, not you.
I thought you were pointing at me. Okay.
Yeah. No, you should be embarrassed that you wanted this guy as your head coach. We'll have audio for you next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. You should not be embarrassed when you go to the
day.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. All right, so as you guys know, when we've gone through the numerous head coaching searches the Texans have had the last few years, 3 of them, I think we're a long, long way away from the next one. Thank God. D'Amico Ryan's for president. But back in 2020, following the 2021 season, after David Culley was fired, one of the hot names was Matt Eberflus, the then defensive coordinator of the Indianapolis Colts. And so, Seth, if you remember, when the Texans would be going through these head coaching searches, I would put up an approval rating poll. You know, if the Texans hired so-and-so, would you approve? Yes or no? Really simple. And I actually kept the links to all those. I've got them tucked way, way down on our rundown in case we ever need to repurpose them for some reason. Today is one of those reasons. 63% of you back in the day, back on January 21st, 2021 at 1:13 p.m. when I posted this, 24 hours later, 63% of you who voted in this poll said, yes, I would love to have Matt Eberflus as our Texans head coach, or at least you would approve of the hire of Matt Eberflus.
What percent?
63.2%.
Okay.
All right. Said they would approve of a Matt Eberflus hire back then. Well, of course, it's been a disaster in Chicago. It's not all Eberflus's fault. He's got a GM who thinks he's Bill Polian. He's got a quarterback who can't stay healthy, might not be able to throw. So it's not all Eberflus's fault. However, the one thing Eberflus can control is rambling and answering questions at a press conference like a competent head coach. So tonight, the Bears play the Panthers in Thursday Night Football. You can hear that game right here on Sports Radio 610. Justin Fields, when the injury report came out earlier this week, was listed as doubtful. So Matt Eberflus was in about a 90-second exchange with the media yesterday where Fields goes from doubtful to not playing to 51% to... Okay, so this is what... The one thing the guy can control is press conferences. Here was the question to Matt Eberflus, and we'll pause at various times here just to assess Matt Eberflus trying to handle this very difficult topic of the health of his quarterback.
Like I said, he's not medically cleared to go right now, and he's getting better though. I mean, he's accuracy's improving. He's throwing it better, and he's starting to do more and more and more. So we'll see where it goes. And right now we're listing him as doubtful, and we'll see where it goes from there.
If he's not medically cleared, well, how come doubtful versus out?
Yeah, just to see. We got to give him one more day. But he's working hard, and it's getting better every day. So we'll see where it goes.
He's not playing tomorrow.
Yeah, he's not playing.
He's doubtful. He's getting back. He's throwing. He's doing some things. He's not medically cleared, but so he's listed as doubtful. He's not playing. Oh God, no.
What the hell was that?
Yes, it was awesome.
What just happened?
63% of you would have approved of him as the head coach.
Yeah. I give that 63% a pass. You never know, man. It's all
not
a
me.
crapshoot until you get to that.
You want to hear more? Because you can imagine in Chicago, an actual difficult media market, like
difficult for coach. I mean, they jump on everything.
Yeah,
it's a cynical, angry as Chicagoans can get.
Yeah,
they're frustrated. They're frustrated.
Right. So as you can imagine, this set off all sorts of further questions to Matt Eberflus.
He's not playing. What hasn't the medical staff seen? Give him the clearance yet? What is it? What are they telling you?
What's that?
What is the medical staff telling you in terms of why they haven't given him the clearance?
Yeah, it's really just the clearance is obviously he's got to be cleared to play within the medical staff, and so it's really about him feeling good about it and the medical staff saying that he can go in there and function, and he's just not there at this time.
Is it an issue of grip strength or?
It's everything. It's all improving. The grip strength, the accuracy, the ability to function as a quarterback. It's all right there. It's getting close.
Okay.
It's the what's that is the best. Which he probably genuinely didn't hear the question, but it never sounds good when you're already kind of treading water and
I need 5 seconds to breathe.
Did you eat the muffin in the fridge? What's that? Where? Which muffin? Oh, in the fridge. The fridge. Oh, Gosh, it's a great question. First asking them to restate the question and then complimenting the question.
Yeah.
It's a sure dead giveaway.
You ready for the big finale here?
Oh, he's still going?
There's a big finale coming up here. Yeah. Here we go.
I'll be honest with you real quick. I think a lot of coaches, I think D'Amico's one of them. A lot of coaches learn how to answer the question once and then say, listen, sorry. D'Amico does it with a smile, but hey, sorry, not answering any more questions about that. We're just going to go forward. I don't understand how Eberflus hasn't learned this lesson yet.
I don't
it's
either.
Been a few years now.
I don't either. Yeah, exactly.
Unless listen to this through this next clip. Is there a potential that it's not his decision at all and he's frustrated with it?
It's getting close.
I'm having trouble understanding. He's not playing, but he's doubtful. Is he out or doubtful?
Now he's listed as doubtful.
But you're saying that he's out. He's not going to play.
We'll see where it goes. The chances are doubtful, 51% that he's in or out, and it's going to be. We'll see where it is. We got a little time left, but again, we'll declare him out when he's out. Right now, we're still listing him as doubtful.
How did 50? Will he go through any sort of pregame work tomorrow?
He may. Yeah.
Okay.
He already said he's out.
He's out. No. Somehow it went from out to 51% for no reason. He drops 51% in there.
What the hell happened there?
Yeah.
I'm confused too. Oh man, I wonder if he either messed up and divulged more than he wanted to divulge, or maybe he thought in his mind he was answering a question about that day's practice, he wasn't going to practice that day. What the hell?
It was a big day yesterday for really strange, rambling head coach comments.
Yeah.
I know you heard about this one, Seth. This Arthur Smith got asked about why he's not using Bijan Robinson in the red zone. Hell, the game I went to, an Atlanta-Tampa Bay game during the bye week, he didn't use Bijan practically at all in that game.
Yeah, and he's had some weird answers for why he hasn't. He'll kind of start speaking in generalities.
Yeah. So he gets asked about why aren't you using Bijan in the red zone. Arthur Smith literally went for 5 minutes about this yesterday. We're not going to play all 5 minutes. Seth, let's play this and see how long you and I can last here, okay? Listening to Arthur Smith ramble about red zone strategy for the Atlanta Falcons, right?
What does it mean that he does or doesn't bring in the red zone that's kind of led to him not getting a lot of the work?
Well, I think a lot of it, again, the results are what they are. And Mike said this is kind of I'll give some context to it. Because, again, a smart friend of mine, too, we were talking about nuance and context, and sometimes, two things could be true at once. One, when you haven't gotten the results you want, you should be criticized and be objective. And I talked about being objective. So what does that mean? So you got to go look at things that didn't work.
Okay, we're getting close
why you did something, what your intent is. Okay, well, why is the result? So you got to look at your mistakes and your failures and say, all right, this is what our intent, what you're thinking about. All right, how do I objectively fix that? And that's what you got to be really
I'll
honest.
hit the buzzer when you want to, Seth.
So whether you're coaching or you're a player or you're in any other industry, that's real, and that's what we strive to do every week. Obviously, we've never thought of perfect, so you look at the red zone. We've got 28 trips. We've scored touchdowns on 14 of them, so that's half, 50%. Not where you want to be. You obviously want to score every time, but historically, if you're in the mid to high 60s, you're usually up there.
Answer that question.
No.
We're really good in Tennessee. We were down there at 75%.
I'm hitting the buzzer.
All right,
I'm hitting the buzzer. Ben, turn it down.
This is classic. This is a problem. It's an epidemic in today's society. It's people that have watched too many TED Talks or other motivational videos or read too many self-help books, or specifically business self-help books, where they you get in this endless loop of talking about the process and various things instead of just hey, we gotta go make some widgets. On a business side of things, we'd be listen, go make the widgets and then sell the damn widgets, okay? Make the widgets, sell the widgets. There you go. Are you motivated? If you don't do it, I'm going to fire you. How's that work for you? Have we redefined the paradigm enough for you? Okay? You got these Jack Easterbys coming, whispering in people's ears about all this nonsense, and where they start talking about you can evaluate results or process, but then you have to also look at it. I think he used the word modicum in there. Oh, a modicum of context and what have you. It's just trying to use as many words to describe sucking as possible. Okay, no, we gotta play better. Yeah, I gotta use. You know what, Bobby Slowick, super analytical dude in a lot of ways, but also son of a football coach. He got up and he said, you know what, we got too complicated after that first game. We had to scale things back a little bit. That's on me. So So some of those things that you guys think I should have done differently, you're correct. I should have done it differently. It doesn't have to be more complicated than that. My God.
Hey, Ben, is he still talking?
All of them count because of penalties or some
Still
of them
going.
It's been pretty
we didn't stop that?
No,
Oh my God.
Ben's been playing it the whole time. We didn't pause it. Ben just
the
kept
same
playing.
answer?
Yeah, turn it up, Ben.
Let me hear
Let's-
if he says anything of substance.
Ultimately, we got to score more points than the opponent. We want to strive to score every time we're down there. That's how it shakes down. I can get a lot more verbose, but don't want to lose everything or sound like I'm making excuses. That's the reality of it. So again, our intent, try to be very balanced. We've used everybody. He has scored a lot of points, some of it, whether he's gotten the ball or not.
Okay.
And then other times, ball, our players, we got to find other ways.
What's he doing
Okay,
here?
good. We're good, Ben.
What's
yeah.
he doing? So it's kind of like basketball. Like, what are you doing away from the ball? when
Yeah,
you're running back.
I guess.
You know, like what are you doing with the things with the?
I just like that he eventually, it seems like he got around to addressing Bijan specifically, which was what the question was about.
He's doing basically, we watched the Texans film last year. And we thought,
Dude.
this Rex Burkhead was doing a lot of good things away from the ball.
Oh, my
and we thought, like, okay, how can we take Bijan Robinson and basically turn him into Rex Burkhead?
pretty
that's what we're going to try to do. Okay, I mean, it's pretty. You have to contextualize these things.
Dude,
Okay.
if I were Arthur Blank, I would have walked in the middle of that answer and fired him on the spot. Like, okay, you're done. let's go.
I wonder, but with both those guys, okay, obviously one's an offensive-minded head coach, one's a defensive-minded head coach. It does, like an Eberflus is a defensive-minded head coach. It did get me thinking about just the fact that as much as people talk about wanting that offensive coordinator, I mean, ultimately, it still boils down to your quarterback much more so than anything else.
Yeah.
You can find some really good offensive coordinators that make lots of quarterbacks look better than they are, but is that your best shot at winning a Super Bowl? I think if you got to really versus, okay, if you got a Bill Cowher, a Mike Tomlin, a Bill Belichick, obviously, but they have really good quarterbacks, that goes a long, long way.
C.J. Stroud, he was at the Rockets game last night. Vanessa Richardson of the Rockets broadcast crew, sideline reporter, sat down with C.J. before the game. What's he thinking of Houston so far? What's he thinking of the Rockets? And what's he looking to bring to Houston? Good interview with C.J. Stroud. We got clips from next.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
What does C.J. Stroud think of Houston so far? He was at the Rockets game last night, sitting courtside, shot the first shot of the game for charity. Missed it, but as we outlined earlier, it was in and out, so I view it as a drop by the rim. It's not so much a miss by C.J. Stroud. He sat down with Vanessa Richardson, sideline reporter for the Rockets. Good conversation. And sat down with her before the game. What are C.J. Stroud's impressions of Houston so far?
You had an amazing week. Really, you've had an amazing rookie season so far. What have your impressions of Houston been?
It's been a blessing. It's been really hot, so I've been trying to get used to that. But, man, I've had a great time. Such a welcoming place, such a welcoming city. A lot of great people, a lot of great welcoming people, great food. So I've enjoyed my time so far.
There you go. Great food. I'd love to know where his spots are. We know he was at Carrabba's a couple weeks ago. That we know. But yeah, food good, very hot. You got to get used to that, CJ. It's going to be hot in training camp.
Yeah, we don't have a dry heat necessarily like Southern California,
yeah.
CJ. I don't know if you noticed that this summer or not.
It'll take some getting used to.
We do have air-conditioned tents, though. For the media,
yeah.
Is the only not for anybody else. JJ was complaining about. Well, JJ asked people in England, JJ Watt, if they'd never heard of air conditioned tents over there. And I'm like, oh boy, this is
him and McLean.
Because he was in England, and it was hot or something, and people were basically like, JJ, it's hot like four days a year over here. Like, no, we don't have air conditioning in general, much less air conditioned tents. Yeah.
That surprises me. JJ Watt with a first world problem complaint, huh?
Yeah, he was joking, but yeah, it is like it comes like it does. Honestly, if you live in a part of the world where you don't have a whole lot of air conditioning and you understand how energy intensive air conditioning is, the thought of like air conditioning a space that's like insulated by a thin plastic layer of wall probably sounds pretty exorbitant.
Yep. Yeah. CJ, obviously a big basketball fan, played basketball in high school. He told Vanessa basketball was his first love. What are his impressions of the Rockets so far?
I think Jalen Green, definitely young talent, super fiery, really athletic, can shoot the three. And then, of course, the rookie Thompson. I think he's a great addition to this team, bringing in Fred VanVleet. I think we're doing the right things with the right coach to go to the playoffs, hopefully. And a lot of expectations, but I know just like we had expectations, they do, and they're going to answer them just like we try.
I would say that's a pretty solid 30-second breakdown of the Rockets. You got to be concise in your answers in an interview like that. But, CJ, obviously a fan of the Rockets, obviously keeping in tune with what they did this offseason. I was impressed.
He's keeping in tune. He is a Lakers fan. But I think over time he'll get to know some of the Rockets players, and then it gets dicier. Oh, hopefully, maybe this just will coincide for no other reason that I don't want there to be a conflict here. Hopefully it will coincide with like Lakers' insignificance over the next few years. Maybe, if the Lakers handle LeBron the way they handled Kobe, it'll be like, okay, well, we're going to give him a new contract and let him be continually injured but play until he's really, really old, and the team will suffer for it. But now, LeBron hasn't done it as much for the Lakers as Kobe did for the Lakers, but it might play out that way.
Yeah, hopefully. It's trending that direction for the Lakers. That's not a good basketball team. They're banged up. Anthony Davis is – stop me if you've heard this before. Anthony Davis is injured right now. Last one from CJ, sitting down with Vanessa Richardson before the game. What does he hope to bring? This is a great answer. I love this because he acknowledges the overall Houston sports landscape, which was really, really cool to hear for a guy who's only been here a few months. What does he hope to bring to Houston?
A great quarterback can change the way that an entire city views NFL Sunday. You've made Houston excited for NFL Sundays again. What do you hope to bring to Houston?
Just hope and inspiration. So I'm very blessed to be able to kind of start that off early in my career. But all the stuff I did in the past, I'm looking on to the next week, and it's going to be a really good week for Splay the Blues. It's going to be a tough game, really good team. So I'm excited, but it's great the things that we're trying to do already, and I really think we can only go up from here.
Do you see a future where the Texans and the Rockets are in the playoffs doing big things? How cool would that be?
I think it'll be amazing. I think the city of Houston deserves it because the Astros have been holding us up for a while. Shout out to my guy, Alex Bregman. But for real, I really think that if all three teams can be on the right path, like, man, the city of Houston will be live.
We're going to start seeing you at some Rockets games then?
Yeah, for sure. I'll be here a lot.
Bregman, by the way, Bregman low-key is become one of those guys that is friends with multiple different athletes across sports in and out of Houston. I can't remember. There was one notable guy this year from a football player who's friends with Bregman.
I was going to say Mark Wahlberg.
Well, no, okay, there is that too. Yeah, I think I could see Bregman. I think Bregman is one of these guys that, even though he's an athlete himself, he almost strikes me as one of these low-key guys that you always see in the background at in celebrity pictures. You find out that he's a super manager or something, but you don't know who he is. I think he's just low-key enough but probably super interesting, in lounge settings and what have you. That he's got a lot of casual friends across a lot of different disciplines.
A lot has been made about how Dana Brown needs to get extensions done here with Jose Altuve and Alex Bregman. Jose Altuve and Alex Bregman are both heading into the last year of their deals. It's no secret. Dana Brown has openly talked about it. In fact, I saw a tweet yesterday from somebody. It was a prominent reporter that said that Scott Boras said that the Astros definitely want to get extensions done with Altuve and Bregman. Both of them are Boras clients, but that the Astros have not really reached out to them to do that yet. So that's the update on that. But as far as Bregman goes, as it pertains to C.J. Stroud, Dana Brown, the pressure is on you now. I want C.J. Stroud to be here long term. So if Bregman is his dude, we need to get Bregman locked up. I don't want to be here 4 years from now and C.J. Stroud is demanding a trade, and we ask why, and his answer is because the Astros let Alex Bregman walk in free agency. I don't need that.
Bregman, yeah, and Jose Altuve is another whole deal. I grew nervous, Sean, over the evening after we got off air yesterday, and I was trying to give Dana Brown the benefit of the doubt when it came to Espada's contract having expired, and Dana Brown seemingly didn't know about it. I was like, all right, well, maybe there was a non-compete or something. So I was kind of waiting yesterday for there to be clarification or a retraction or something, some new information to be shed on it. And there was none.
No.
So I woke up this morning. I was like, let me check my alerts and everything, be sure they didn't nobody clarified this, huh? Okay, so Dana Brown just flat out didn't know that they don't have any kind of control over Espada right this moment.
Yeah.
That concerns me. That seems like a not insignificant detail.
Yes. I listened to a lot of the reaction after we got off the air yesterday. I'm like, boy, we might have got soft on Dana Brown on this show. There's a lot of other people that seemed way more concerned than we were.
I know.
About it. Inappropriately so. They might be right.
Chandler Rome had revised his original article. He wrote the article, and then he revised it because he's got the note at the top when he found out about the information that Dana Brown should have known about it. So I like Chandler, I'm guessing, vetted it pretty carefully or asked all the right questions before he printed that. It does, things are a little bit more casual in baseball when it comes to both free agency and manager signings. Like in baseball, it's not standard that guys are considered lame ducks if they're on the last year of their contract as a manager or as a GM. Happens all the time. Guys will go without contracts, and that's what I wonder if there's a little bit more going on here, in that maybe the Astros are further along with Espada than they want to publicly disclose. Remember, Cashman. Cashman was working without a contract for the Yankees a couple years ago, and it was no big deal. They redid the deal, and by the end of the owners' meetings or what have you, it was announced that he was still the GM. So that's what I've got my fingers crossed that the reason that Dana spoke as loosely and inaccurately about that is that they feel pretty good about it, but who knows?
Well, it feels like there's been very little activity. Yeah, and let's shift gears here and talk about the Astros for a second. It feels like there's been very little activity around their managerial search, and I do wonder if part of that is because guys may think it's Joe Espada's to lose here, like he's the heavy chalk. Like Ron Washington was just hired by the Angels yesterday. He was rumored to be a guy that could have been in the mix for the Astros job. That he's maybe moving on before even talking to the Astros. Maybe the Astros didn't want to talk to Ron Washington. Who knows? But this we know, they've been very deliberate or had to have been deliberate because maybe candidates are are pumping the brakes. I can't imagine guys not wanting to talk to the Astros, just given the constitution of the roster. It's a really, really good baseball team.
I guess the only thing that maybe, if you're a manager looking at the Astros, I wonder if the perception would be, all right, they've been on a hell of a run, but now they've got adult problems that they're a fully mature baseball team in many respects, both just physiologically. They've got a lot of their best players are starting to get up there in years. Also, some of those best players are on expiring contracts. Also, you have a pipeline that's not nearly what it had been for a long, long time. Yeah. So I wonder if you're a manager, if it doesn't look more appetizing and appealing in a place that doesn't have that hasn't set the bar so high. That a lot of these other teams have those same issues, except that there's no place to go but up. With the Astros, you can only stay where you've been the past 7 years or plummet to earth, and that's not necessarily a great. It's not necessarily the best proving ground for like an enterprising young coach.
No, there's a very good chance you're coming in on the back end of something that was really, really good. You know,
the latest Steinbrenner, who's in charge of the Yankees, I don't know if he's a grandchild or what of George. He's 50. Is he the grandchild, or is he still one of the children of George?
Good question. I'm not sure. Yeah.
He apparently. How would you feel about this if you were Aaron Boone? Apparently, Steinbrenner talked to a bunch of like former and current players about Aaron Boone and whether he should remain the manager of the Yankees, and he feels awesome about it. He's saying Steinbrenner feels awesome about it. He's keeping Boone as the manager.
Oh, okay. So how would I feel if I were Aaron Boone, knowing what? That he's talking to a bunch of guys about me, that kind of thing? I would, if I'm Aaron Boone, I'm happy I didn't get fired already. Like if I'm Aaron Boone, I'm like, okay. I would. They underperformed last year. If I'm Aaron Boone, I'm expecting my bosses to do a 360-degree view of me. You know.
By the way, it's still Hal Steinbrenner. For some reason, when I read this article at 4 o'clock this morning, I saw it saying that the Steinbrenner was 50 years old. They're talking about Aaron Boone, who's 50.
Okay, I was going to say, I'm like, man, I've looked at
I know. I thought I'd missed some big news or something. I was just going to roll with it.
They're younger than me?
Okay. So Hal Steinbrenner gave a quiz to, just be sure Aaron Judge gives the old go-ahead to Aaron Boone as the manager.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's if I'm Aaron Boone, I'm dealing from a position of weakness. I have no reaction to it.
One of our listeners earlier said, okay, look, it's been obvious that with the Texans and the Rockets both, a change of coach made a big difference in a lot of ways. Does it make it that much more urgent for the Astros? I think baseball's a bit different. The managers don't have as immediate and large an effect necessarily. I mean, you talk to some people and they feel like the manager is almost an afterthought. It's somewhere in between, like there's like the managerial decisions sometimes get overblown because sometimes it's a coin flip decision one way or the other. But I think when it comes to setting a tone and a culture and overall expectations and then working with players individually, I think it matters a whole lot. Remember that stat? La Russa has that crazy stat of basically how his team has outperformed. And I know you hate it, Sean, because it's La Russa. But his teams have exceeded expectations year after year in a lot of respects. Mm-hmm. And it's hard not to credit that to anything other than the manager. Objectively exceeded certain expectations. So it's urgent. And yet, it's also baseball where the timelines are just a little bit different and more laid back in general.
Yeah, I think the Astros just don't do something where people are looking at you after you hire them like, what? Wait, hold on. What are you doing hiring this guy? Like, you're still...
Don't get funky and have, a committee of three coaches or something.
Yeah, just don't do something stupid. Just don't mess it up. You still got a good thing going here with the Astros. I don't know how much longer it is because there's more work to do with the roster than there is with the managerial hire. As far as, coaching searches go, Seth... I said this the other day. Of all the coaching searches we've gone through in the last 5 years, there's been 3 with the Texans. There's been a couple with the Rockets. There's been one with the Astros when they fired A.J. Hinch. This is the one that is the furthest down for me in terms of how much anxiety I'm feeling over it. It's just this team's ready-made, and as long as you don't hire somebody who's going to come in and try to impose their will on this team and who just takes a good thing and maybe sprinkles some stuff on it, makes it a little bit better, then I think you're going to be fine. All right, you're listening to...
I kind of want somebody fun and interesting like Joe Madden or something.
Okay.
What? He wears fun glasses.
He does wear fun.
We've had Dusty. Look, we've had a whole lot of flair.
Brisket gloves, yeah.
Yeah, we've had a whole lot the brisket gloves.
Right.
We've had a whole lot of flair in the dugout.
Yeah.
I don't want to go to some boring jamoke that just sits there wearing the warm-up jacket and what have you.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, you're listening to KLT and KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station. We do it at 8 o'clock every day. The 8 at 8, the Ocho, let's do it. 8 stories you need. Thank you, Ben. 1. Rockets win last night, 128-94. This is on the heels of they beat the Lakers, on the heels of beating the Sacramento Kings on Monday, like 25. So you can say what you want. It's the Kings without De'Aaron Fox. They beat the Kings twice, really, over the weekend. Once on Saturday and again on Monday. No De'Aaron Fox. Hey, it's the Lakers. LeBron didn't have anybody out there with him. Anthony Davis is hurt, blah, blah, blah. I don't care, man. They're taking these teams to the woodshed. They're playing defense. They're fun to watch. They have an offense that's fun to watch now. They're letting Alperen Şengün do a lot of things, which is great. It seemed like Steven Silas had something glitchy about Alperen Şengün. It is fun to watch Şengün go to work like he did last night. And this is a young team that, a lot like the Texans, we're feeling good about right now.
And honestly, I'll tell you, just if I take like a 35,000-foot view of things and try to assess the Rockets fan base in general, the best thing about it so far has been that you've been able to have discussions about Şengün or Jalen or any Jalen at all, and not have to get into arguments about whether it's the coach's fault or the player's fault or anything else. Like, there's so many times last year where you're like, okay, wait, was Şengün actually being really smart or really stupid there? Like, who was this pass to nobody? Was that Şengün's fault, or was that because somebody was supposed to be there? Okay, how come certain players are going wholesale unguarded on defense? Like, there's just what the hell is going on? Now you've actually been able to see the very best of a lot of these young guys, and credit it to Ime Udoka. And I don't want to pile on Paul Silas because
Steven Silas, yeah,
any Silas at all, Sean.
I
don't want to pile on Steve Silas because he was hired to coach a different type of basketball
100%.
team than he ended up coaching, So he wasn't the right guy for that group. Ime Udoka is the right guy for this group.
Absolutely.
So it's really cool to see.
Yep. 2. Texans injury report. It is long. We'll see if we can capture the high points of it here, or low points in this segment. But it's rough. They've got, by my count, they had 11 guys that did not practice yesterday, several limited. A few interesting names back at practice that we'll get to in a second. Here are the most important. I'm going to rapid fire the names. Will Anderson. These are guys that didn't practice yesterday for various ailments. Will Anderson, Andrew Beck, Blake Cashman, Kaimi Fairbairn, Jake Hansen, Brevin Jordan, Steven Nelson, Damian Pierce, Laramie Tunsil, Jimmy Ward, Robert Woods. The three biggest ones to me, Seth, on this list, because we haven't really processed them. The other ones have all either been on there or we knew about. Will Anderson with the knee, Blake Cashman with the knee, Steven Nelson with a back and a neck injury. Those are the jarring ones for me right now.
Yeah, and obviously we already knew about Fairbairn. Steven Nelson being out would be a hefty blow to this team. And I know, Steven Nelson hasn't probably gotten the credit that he deserves for playing at a pretty good level these last couple of years, because there are other weak spots in the secondary. In the pass defense hasn't been that great in general. But, Steven Nelson has made it a lot better than it could have been. So if you now end up having, nothing but backups at cornerback, because I don't expect Derek Stingley to be back this week, even though he's out there practicing. That's tough versus Joe Burrow. So Steven Nelson's the one, honestly. And Will Anderson, part of me I can't see Will Anderson not playing. Yep. He's just that kind of guy, and he's a rookie still trying to prove himself. Unless something really bad. So Steven Nelson's the one I'm most concerned about.
Steven Nelson, yep. And Seth mentioned it. Derek Stingley Jr. and Charlie Heck both activated yesterday. They're back at practice yesterday. I don't know if they're necessarily activated to the 53-man roster yet. When they bring you back, you've got a window of time where you can practice before they put you on the roster.
I would be really surprised if Charlie Heck is somebody they really think about playing at guard, just because he looks so much like a tackle. He's just long and lanky, and I know they've worked him in at guard before, but I don't think that's going to necessarily change the current offensive line situation at all.
3.
All right, more Texans news. As predicted, C.J. Stroud, probably the easiest prediction of the year. Offensive Player of the Week for Week 9. in the AFC on the heels of his 470-yard, 5-touchdown, no interception passing performance against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And most importantly, the final drive that put the Texans over the top in a comeback win. His first fourth-quarter comeback win in his career. Of course, he brought the Texans back against Atlanta, but the defense couldn't hold the lead. So they closed it out this time around. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday on his rookie quarterback winning AFC Offensive Player of the Week.
Huge honor for CJ getting the Offensive Player of the Week, well-deserved. And when you throw for that many yards, break records, is well-deserved, and it's a credit to him and the work that he's put in. Also a credit just to our entire offense. Right? He doesn't get that done without the other men around him. So just happy for CJ and all the accolades that he's receiving. And he has a lot more to come. Right? If he continues to do what he's been doing, you expect those accolades to continue.
So CJ Stroud.
The biggest thing, if you want to keep it as surface level as possible, is that the Texans so far this season have 3 games in which they've scored 30 points or more, compared to in the last 2 seasons they have a total of 4 games in which they scored 30 points or more. Last year, the only time the Texans scored more than 30 points was when they won the game that ultimately brought them to C.J. Stroud, the Colts game, the very last game of the year, this calendar year. The last time they scored, it was so, and we've all talked about all that, obviously. So it's been a long time coming. It's been not a whole lot of offense for several years now, as we went through the whole Deshaun Watson scenario, and it's just nice to see. It's nice to have
good to be
offense
back
again in Houston.
It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Yeah, if you're wondering who is CJ chasing in Player of the Week history with the Texans, J.J. Watt, 7 has the most in team history. That feels a little light, actually, if you want to know the truth, for J.J. Just considering he won 3 Defensive Player of the Year awards in his career to just have 7 Player of the Week awards. At any rate, Deshaun Watson, the most Offensive Player of the Week awards in team history with 5.
4.
Thursday night football tonight, a game that you can hear at your own risk on Sports Radio 610 or watch on Amazon. I'll say this. It is a yuck matchup for most cities. I think for me, I'm going to watch this game tonight because it's Carolina at Chicago. So it's a chance to watch Bryce Young hopefully, fail a little bit. He's not really capitalizing on that win over the Texans a couple weeks ago. He followed it up with 2 pick sixes against the Colts last week. And then the Chicago Bears hosting this game. We know that they could have had C.J. Stroud if they wanted him. They traded out of the first pick last year. I say all that to say, Seth, that my guess is the Texans are probably going to get mentioned, and C.J. probably going to get mentioned more on this Thursday night football broadcast than people might think. The Texans will actually be a topic on this broadcast tonight.
I'm actually interested in watching it just to kind of watch the dynamic, because I didn't really pay attention to it last time when Thomas Brown is his name, right? The offensive coordinator. Yeah. Had been named the offensive coordinator. And we were paying attention to it because obviously that was the week that they were playing the Texans. And it's not like the Panthers all of a sudden went off on an offensive surge or anything. They beat the Texans by scoring 15 points. That was the most miserable part about the whole thing, was neither quarterback played better, but Bryce Young got bragging rights.
He got the win.
If he had the gonads to actually brag about anything his entire life. So I think that the Josh McCown dynamic, guy that was at one point considered one of the favorites to be the head coach for the Texans, so far he hasn't been so brilliant and so amazing that he's turned Bryce Young into some outstanding or even competent NFL quarterback. They are throwing short of the sticks more than anybody else in the NFL. Bryce Young is throwing into tight windows the fewest number of times as anybody in the NFL. That can be a good thing if it means you've got a lot of open receivers. But it can also be something that indicates that your quarterback just doesn't have the cojones to try to throw into tight windows. So right now, basically, we've got a eunuch playing quarterback for the Carolina Panthers with a quarterback coach, a near Texans head coach candidate who now is failing his quarterback mightily. Josh McCown is. Yeah.
Big time.
5.
It's disgusting, Josh McCown.
Josh McCown. We'll get a Josh McCown sighting tonight, too. I forgot.
Wait, where am I? Who is this guy?
Exactly, yeah. You've been doing that all year.
Bryce, look, I know it's rough out there, but I just want to be sure you haven't been watching any pornography lately, have you? Because that could be the issue.
Yes.
Okay? Gosh, I wonder, hey, do you have Do you have CJ's number? I just never got to. I never got to. Oh, okay. You got to go back out and play football. Okay. I don't know if you heard. Yeah.
Michigan has sent its response to the Big Ten's notice of disciplinary action regarding the sign stealing scandal, leaving Conference Commissioner Tony Petitti to make his decision on a potential punishment for the Wolverines. There's an ongoing NCAA investigation regarding the sign stealing with Michigan. But Petitti and the Big Ten sent Michigan its notice as required by its sportsmanship policy earlier this week. There's no expected discipline maybe until today, so something may come down today regarding the punishment for Michigan. It's unknown, obviously, what it's going to be. Michigan's spokesperson told ESPN Wednesday night that we remain steadfast in our conviction that due process matters. Like all members of the Big Ten Conference, we are entitled to a fair, deliberate process to determine the full set of facts. This letter, this 10-page response apparently included some language to the effect of, be careful what you wish for, Big Ten.
Yes. They had. I tried to take it. ESPN won't let you take a copy and paste on their app. Basically, the word he used is levers. The commission has authority, but that we have multiple levers of influence. Like, that's a pretty, honestly, like, that's about as close to an outright threat as it gets. Like, lever, what would you use levers for? To force things places they might not want to go. That's what you might use a lever for. So, I think it's going to get really, really nasty. And, like, when it's done in a Big Ten environment where, like, geographically everybody's close, guys know each other and are calling each other and threatening each other, this could get really, really ugly. Like, more so than Major League Baseball, I think, when it was with the Astros.
The contents of the letter, first reported by Yahoo Sports, later confirmed by ESPN, suggested that the Big Ten should be cautious about the precedent it sets in this case because Michigan believes in-person scouting and other collusion to steal signals is more prevalent than previously known. In other words, you might be cannibalizing. If you punish us viciously and then more happens that comes out that literally like every team in the Big Ten is doing some form of this, you might completely debilitate your entire conference by having to suspend a bunch of people.
So, do you know David Schuster?
I don't. Is he a writer?
He's a writer. I think he covers college football, but he's a University of Michigan alum. Okay. And this is what he says. So he's in the media. Yeah. So this is what he says. He sends this out. He tweets this. Dear Disney Chairman Bob Iger, my family and I were planning a week-long trip to Disney World in 2024, but we have now paused the reservations given ESPN's College Game Day, which Disney oversees. If Feinbaum isn't fired, our family will go to Six Flags. Michigan is using human shields, Sean. They're using children as human shields.
The greatest threat ever. Human shields. Dude.
That's what Michigan has resorted to.
Can I just tell you, and Ben, I know we got 3 more bullet points. As long as we're talking about this, if you want to find a funny video yesterday, there is a video of First Take, and the 4 faces across the screen, left to right, are Stephen A. Smith, poor Molly Karam, who's got to mediate all this stuff, Paul Feinbaum, and then the far right is Mad Dog, and the topic is the Michigan punishment. And you can imagine Feinbaum has a billion times more informed perspective on the Michigan punishment than either Stephen A. Smith or Mad Dog. But Stephen A. Smith and Mad Dog are screaming at each other for 3 minutes on end. And the look on Feinbaum's face the whole time is just one of the funniest things. He's just sitting there watching he's sitting there staring straight ahead the whole time. Like, okay. Like,
who was sticking up for whom between Mad Dog and Stephen A. Smith?
God, I wish I could remember. They were just screaming at each other. I got to go back and look. I'll find out.
What is Skip Bayless's show? Has it turned into Skip Bayless contributing more? Remember the first week we were playing some
Skip's
clips of
more.
that?
I watch it sometimes. Skip contributes more now. Yep.
Remember at first it was like almost everybody was trying super hard to be super polite.
Yeah.
And like just please, he didn't want to recreate any kind of Shannon Sharp dynamic.
Yeah. Now I got to go back and watch this Mad Dog. I think Mad Dog was taking up for Michigan, and Stephen A. Smith wanted them to throw the book at Michigan. I think. Feinbaum was the star of that video by saying nothing.
I would say as far as, hey, good luck threatening, good luck getting your children to go along with your little ploy there of boycotting Disney in
no
favor
kidding.
of Six Flags.
Great point. Great point. Great point. All right, 6. This is quick. We'll do these 3 very, very quickly. The Senior Bowl now open to underclassmen who declare for the NFL draft. It used to be if you were an underclassman going into the draft, you could only play in the Senior Bowl if you had actually graduated in 3 years. Now, because the NFL wants to get a better look at some of the premier prospects in a game-setting situation, underclassmen juniors are allowed to play in the Senior Bowl. I wonder if they're going to get tippy-top guys to play in the Senior Bowl. You know,
well, I wonder if they're going to change the name. It's kind of dumb to call it the Senior Bowl now.
That's fair enough. That's true. That's a good point. It's dumb to call the Big Ten the Big Ten. It's
as dumb as some of the women at those schools calling themselves virgins.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, oh, you got to change the terminology here a little bit.
Probably so. But so that's one bullet point here. Next one.
7.
Travis Kelce. He's traveling to Argentina for a Taylor Swift concert during the bye week here, Seth. I wish the Chiefs were losing more.
I love that this is news. I love it so much. People are getting so angry about any kind of Taylor Swift coverage. We haven't done much of it at all.
We haven't.
I do. But people. I just love that people get so out of the ones like Mad Dog Russo who are complaining that like she's at these games, but she's not a knowledgeable enough fan of the game. Where meanwhile, who was it? There were a couple of football players mic'd up at a baseball game, and they'd never been to a game before.
It was at the Phillies game. It was 2 Eagles. I can't remember. I think
that's right. It was
two young Eagles players.
It was a really good, and like it was obviously neither of them knew anything about baseball, you know. And it was just like, and it was a really, really good video. It was really endearing, like because they were like blown away by some of the stuff that happens.
They were into it.
How hard a sport it is and everything.
Yeah.
It's just they're applying a level. People are applying a level of scrutiny to Taylor Swift that just boggles my mind.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And yet, I also feel like Travis Kelce needs to be taken to task, just like they did with old Tony Romo back when he went down to Cancun with his
Jessica Simpson.
With Jessica Simpson during the bye week before the playoffs. Yeah.
8.
Last one. Last one.
That's all I had to say.
This headline grabbed me big time yesterday because it started off with boyfriend of Earl Thomas, and then it's boyfriend of Earl Thomas' ex-wife.
They didn't put an apostrophe in there?
I don't know if they did or not, but when you're just glancing at a headline and you see the words boyfriend of Earl Thomas, you're like, wait, whoa, I didn't know.
This is a big announcement.
Yeah. But it's boyfriend of Earl Thomas, former safety, his ex-wife, arrested for stealing Thomas's identity in a $1.9 million scam. This happened in Louisiana. Apparently, he's got into Earl Thomas's checking accounts, moved some cars over to his name.
Remember, like the last time we heard about Earl Thomas and his wife, it was when there was a bit of drama because she broke up an orgy that
Earl Thomas and his
brother were having with
girls,
and she was chasing him around.
There were girls there.
She was chasing him around a car with a gun.
That's right.
And Earl Thomas, to his credit, was trying his best to de-escalate the situation.
Dude,
which is hard to do when like your wife bursts in on your orgy. You're gonna be angry, you know. Yeah. She's got a gun.
Right.
Your orgy is disrupted, and like all of a sudden you just like it's most people wouldn't be prepared to be the de-escalator in that
sure.
situation.
And look, anybody who's involved in that situation before knows exactly how that goes. Okay. Yeah.
Right. My first thought is like, okay, she definitely felt justified in trying to steal the $1.9 million, given that she did once have to bust up an orgy.
That's true. What is I need a judge to tell us what is the punitive damages for conducting an orgy while you're still married that doesn't involve your wife. All right, Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Mystery solved. Big mystery with the Texans this past week against the Bucs. Solved yesterday by C.J. Stroud. That is next. West Point Lincoln of
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. There was a play in Sunday's game. Devin Singletary kind of stopped at the line of scrimmage running left. He happened to have his quarterback, C.J. Stroud, running perfect distance for an option play. I did not think it was a designed option play, but they certainly executed it like an option play. Here's how it sounded on the broadcast.
Handoff, Singletary hops to his left after starting right. The ball goes to CJ, left side 40, and runs out of bounds at the 35-yard line for a first down.
What? Sick good. A reverse option.
Okay, it's what it turned into. It's not what was drawn up, evidently. C.J. Stroud, he pulled the shroud back here. The mystery solved. It was indeed an improvisation play.
It was a pin pull play, and he made a cut, and I just kind of open and was telling him. I didn't tell him to I was telling him, come on. Either pitch it to me or I'm gonna block for you. And the corner was either gonna take me or him. So he took him and he just threw it. So it was just a football play. That's me and football players. So it was a cool play.
Bobby, say anything about it?
He just said be careful. Make sure you take care of the ball. If I didn't catch it, then there'll probably be a problem. But I catch the ball probably every other play. So trying to do my best just to get my hands on it and get as many yards as I can and get out of bounds. So he wasn't upset or anything, but just told us to be careful.
Be careful. Yeah, I guess that's one of those no, yes types of moments. Where, except that in that situation, because the play was designed to go to the right on that pin and pull, it was pretty clean. I wonder if Bobby Slowick watches that play and thinks, okay, we can do something with this. You end up, sometimes the best misdirection is the misdirection you don't plan because there's nothing to give it away when nobody knows. That's why those RPOs are so good in a lot of ways, because the offensive line doesn't know whether it's going to be a run or a pass. So they're going to do the same thing every time because they genuinely don't know whether it's run or pass. So likewise in this situation, when all 22 people didn't know what was going to happen on the play, you end up getting a 10-yard run out of it.
Well, literally everybody on both, not literally everybody, obviously not literally, but the Texans, the majority of the Texans players are flowing right. The play ended up going to the left. So were a majority of the defensive players flowing to the right also.
Well, because it is one of the few run plays that I've enjoyed watching this year, is at times in games that pin and pull, where just you think about the left guard pulls, and Titus Howard has had some good moments off of it, so it kind of looks like a power or something like that. But they've had some success with it, so I think likewise the defenses are tuned into that, and now they've got a nice little counter to it. They probably should have. Slowick probably didn't feel like if they wanted to play this game, they could have just said, "Oh yeah, we drew that up or something." Yeah. And now people have the game.
They got to prepare for it. Yeah. I'll say this. When it was still a mystery as to whether or not it was designed or not, my feeling was I would much rather that be improv than designed, because if they're designing plays where C.J. Stroud is the pitch man on an option, then I got bigger questions for Bobby Slowick.
Well, I can't remember if it was that same series or it was close to it, adjacent to that series when C.J. ran for the 2 points too, on a zone read. And you're at this point now where they have so little faith in their conventional running game that your best runs tend to be Xavier Hutchinson on an end around, where, by the way, even in that, Xavier Hutchinson earned the last 4 yards of that carry,
breaking tackles
by bulldozing people. Yeah. As a bunch of Texans would-be blockers stood around watching.
Yep.
So and then CJ being a runner, we don't. Especially in last week's game, there were a couple times CJ got up a little bit gingerly after some hard hits.
Dude.
So I don't need CJ taking any more abuse than he needs to. And to his credit, he ran out of bounds on that improv play that we're talking about.
He did. Yep. He sure did. There's an article on ESPN.com. Listener just brought it to our attention. I love seeing this excitement. 4455 on the text page. New article on ESPN about our QB, CJ! Exclamation point. So during the break, I went and found it. And it's a long-form article about the ascension of CJ Stroud by a writer named Elizabeth Merrill. She's an ESPN senior writer. The title of the article is Houston Texans rookie QB CJ Stroud's NFL star is born. And I get to thinking sometimes, this is not to diminish where CJ Stroud has been this week and where he is amongst the galaxy of stars in the NFL. I am super bullish on C.J. Stroud. I'm so happy he's the quarterback here. I hope he's our quarterback for the next 15 years, and I think you can win at a really, really high level with C.J. Stroud as your quarterback. It is crazy, though, like articles like this, like, what if they run out of time on Sunday? What if the pass sails over Tank Dell's head instead of Tank Dell catching it? None of these articles are happening today.
No, and that's where I think, honestly, I'm actually so far kind of glad that the season has worked out the way it has in terms of wins and losses, because in so many respects, they are a 500 football team.
Absolutely.
So what happens with 500 football teams? Last year with the Vikings were a 500 football team, but they won all of these one-score football games, these coin flip football games. They won all of them, and then you're stuck in this position of like, well, I guess they're really good, but what do we do with our quarterback and this, that, the other thing? Like, I like actually having a pretty accurate portrayal. I like the record to be an accurate portrayal of what your team is. So when we look at the games that haven't gone their way and that you have lost in the last moment, the Falcons, the Panthers, but this is how things tend to balance out. You're going to have some good ones. You're going to have some bad ones. The defense was atrocious in the game versus the Buccaneers. Atrocious. We would have been whining and complaining all week long. So, like, that part, I would say embrace the randomness of it. Yeah, if they had lost that game, it would have been 2 losses in a row where, in the Panthers game, the defense let you down in the fourth quarter. In the Bucs game, they let you down by allowing 37 points. But that's the way the cookie crumbles in sports.
Yeah.
If they beat the Bengals on the now the Bengals are a little bit different. I think if they lose to the Bengals, there's not going to be an oversized depression that follows it, depending on how the loss goes.
There you go.
If you lose by 1 score to the Bengals, people are like, oh, okay, you put up a good fight. Let's just now don't embarrass us versus Kyler Murray. It's just a whole different story when it's a whole different story, especially when it's the Panthers.
Yeah, that's you hit it with the caveat at the end right there. Like, depending on how it looks. Like, I would say with 95% certainty, if they lose to the Bengals, people are going to be like, all right, well, I mean, it's the Bengals and we're the Texans and we'll live to fight another day. I think if they don't show up, people will be disappointed. If it's a 37-10 kind of game, I think people will be really disappointed. Similarly, maybe not similarly, I think if the Texans actually move the ball quite a bit, but they turn the ball over 4 times, I think people will be disappointed about that. Although they're due for a few turnovers. They've been really good at protecting the football this year, not just the picks. They've only got 5 turnovers all year.
If I were going to jump to conclusions based on just 2 games, I would say I think if they can stay healthy over the second half of the season, I think the 2 biggest things that have flummoxed the Texans offensively, and in CJ's 2 worst performances, CJ's worst performance was the Baltimore Ravens until he ended up playing the Carolina Panthers. Both of those games came after a bye week of sorts. It was the first game of the season, basically like coming off a bye week, and after a bye week in which, remember, they had the delay of game penalty in the Panthers game. I think that they thought things out a little too much before both those games and game planning it. I think there's just a little too much with a rookie offensive coordinator. You end up like wanting to do so much, and that's where I think it's on D'Amico as a head coach to monitor that. D'Amico might feel like he and Bobby Slowick are contemporaries when you're not anymore. You're the boss. You've got experience as a coordinator. Bobby Slowick does not, and at times both in those 2 games that I'm talking about and then in the run game in general. I think right now, man, okay, it's nice that these trick plays work out every now and then, but it's certainly not elevating your running game to anything that teams care about at all. So I would much rather prefer, if you're going to average 3.5 yards per carry, I would rather have you do it while simultaneously getting better at the bread and butter plays.
Yeah.
And move on from there. But man, the constant end arounds or anything else that's a little bit exotic, I feel like it's time taken away from like actually getting good at football.
Yeah, I mean that's easily fixable for Bobby Slowick, right? Just be simpler. You know what I mean? That's easier to fix that than it is to try to get C.J. Stroud to play better, which fortunately he doesn't really have to do.
Well, in theory it's simpler, but then the whole problem is always that, okay, when you get simpler, you become more predictable.
Yeah.
And teams can tee off on you. And like as it happened last week where they were just more pass heavy, I think if you're running the ball less, you can keep it simple and run less. And because you're running less, you're not as predictable because you just don't have as many instances for defenses to figure things out.
Yeah, I guess what I meant was it's easier for Bobby, I think, if he goes, okay, I got to look at myself and look at some of my decisions I'm making, as opposed to going, okay, the problem is still this rookie quarterback, and I don't know when he's going to get good. Like it's. I think if the problem is looking in the mirror and changing some of the things you do, that's easier than having to count on CJ. Fortunately, CJ's really, really good right now. Nobody's talking about that play. CJ got his leg rolled up. It looked scary, but I guess he was fine. Someone had told me that CJ had a wrap on his knee at some point during the game. I had not seen that. Did you?
Like on the sideline?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Might have been heat. I mean, if it was on, if it was probably heat.
Okay.
I obviously went back in the game,
Okay.
so I wouldn't worry too much about it.
No, I'm sure we'd know about it. He wouldn't have practiced yesterday if he was dealing with a knee, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's one thing we've seen so far. Like, he's passed that test in terms of physical toughness. He's it's different at quarterback. You got to play. You got to be you can make excuses for other guys when they get injured. If you have an ACL or something and you're out for the year, that's one thing. But the guys like Jimmy Garoppolo that go down all the time, and teammates question their toughness, all of that. That's the last thing you want, and CJ's obviously not that guy.
Yep. Numbers on the Manningcast. They are down. Why are they down? We don't know, but we'll speculate about that next. First.
We will.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ben was.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. So, I tell you what, we know that Mike Florio has these kind of cause celebras, we like to call it, like these specific things he seems to have vendettas with. The funniest one to me is the possibility that Jonathan Gannon may have been tampered with before, or that he was tampered with.
Oh, yeah.
By the
HOA Florio.
Yeah, that Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, when he was the DC for the Eagles, was we know he was tampered with by the Cardinals because the Cardinals had to pay a price for that in the draft to the Eagles. But Florio's cause celebra there is that cost the Eagles the Super Bowl. Hell, he was having gamblers suing the Eagles and Gannon and the Cardinals and everybody else. Maybe not suing the Eagles, but suing Gannon because the Eagles lost that game. So if you bet on the Eagles, it's Gannon's fault. Sue him. I'm kind of excited if the Manningcast is one of these things that Florio is going after now. I had not seen this anywhere until I saw it on Mike Florio's website. The Manningcast arrived in 2021 with plenty of buzz, but not a huge piece of the Monday night ratings. The inaugural season, the Manning brothers accounted for 13% of the total audience. It did have a lot of buzz. This is me talking now. It did have a lot of buzz, though. Like, people were, on social media, people were, because it was very unique at the time. We'd seen alternate broadcasts before, but it was Peyton and Eli, and, they have these guests, and, people like that, I guess. And Florio says the buzz for Peyton and Eli has subsided, as have the numbers. For the most recent 3 Manningcasts, the total audience has been flirting with the possibility of dipping below 1 million. On Monday night, 1.028 million chose the telecast, in parentheses, featuring a visit from Arnold Schwarzenegger and his donkey. Literally, Schwarzenegger brought a donkey on the air. Yes.
It was. I thought that was symbolic or something, Republican and symbol of the Democratic Party or something. But he's actually got pet donkeys.
He does. He does. Yeah. Yep. He wanted to show him off. The Week 7 game had 1.068 million, so slightly higher. Week 5, 1.036. So it's hovering around slightly above 1 million in terms of overall viewers right now. The percentages are not trending well either, Florio says. Each of this year's 5 Manningcasts have fallen well under 10% of the total audience. Keep in mind, year 1, it was at 13%. For Week 1, 6.7%. Week 4, which is a Giants game, increased to 7.4%. I think he points that out because Eli was a Giant. Maybe that's the reason for the increase. Bigger audience, too, probably. Week 5, 5.98. Anyways, the bottom line is this week it bumped back up to 7.07. It's been hovered around 6 or 7% all year long. He quotes a marketing firm, Daniel Cohen, who's part of Octagon, a sports marketing firm. If you can break a 10% number, then this is valuable. Florio then says the Mannings are not breaking 10%. Part of that likely comes from the fact that ESPN has shared all the games with ABC due to the multiple strikes that have kept Hollywood at a standstill. I did not know that.
Honestly, by the way, that 10% figure, that sounds like completely made up.
Arbitrary.
I don't like, okay, wait a second. This is there's no standard for this.
Like double-digit sacks. 10.
Yeah, like 10%, okay, all right, of this specific show or other show, because a lot of other shows that don't average nearly as many viewers as Monday Night Football, like 1 million viewers is still a lot of viewers.
That's what I was going to say.
It's significant if they're making more money than they're paying the Mannings.
That's right.
There you go, because they already own Monday Night Football, and they're using real estate on one of their other networks to broadcast this show that's bringing in 1 million viewers during the regular season. I'm guessing, you look at like Major League Baseball playoffs, and the playoffs average about 2 to 2.5 million per game, which that's where you've got, you've bought the rights to that. You've obviously got a huge production going on around it and everything. So I would imagine that I got to think that $1 million or 1 million viewers a game is still pretty good for like the production costs of that show and everything, and what they might otherwise put on the network. And then it just comes down to, okay, how much is Peyton Manning making off of this?
Yeah,
it's like if you really like the Manningcast, I don't think it's probably in risks just because they're only getting 1 million viewers.
I'm not a huge fan of it. I liked it at first. I think it's at its best when it's just Peyton and Eli just opining about what's happening in the game. Like that's what I watch Monday Night Football for football. I don't watch it for the ancillary conversation. So I almost don't view the Manningcast as something that's for me. You know, like I'm not mad about it. It's just not for me. You know.
Yeah, it's kind of like, and that's where I think it has the appeal and why it'll work is just it's a niche.
Yeah.
Like everything, it's just so much easier because of how many different outlets you have right now to be able to make money on niche things.
Yeah.
So does it make money or not? And then I guess the only other part is whether the Mannings themselves think it's worth it, or like if they're not getting enough of a hit, if they don't feel like it's a relevant enough thing to go on. A couple of our listeners, one listener says the games have been horrible. Mannings make it tolerable for a bit. As far as, I mean, this is, percentage of viewers and everything that's gone down. So it's not just the games themselves. You can't blame it when you're talking about it relative to the normal broadcast.
Audience. Yeah, the other thing Florio does not point out here either, if we're going to compare it to season 1 of the Manningcast 2021, is that, let's face it, in some ways they're competing with the main broadcasts. If we're talking about their viewership, their percentage of the viewership, they're competing with the main feed. The main feed in 2021 did not have a good broadcast team. It was Steve Levy.
Right.
It was Louis Riddick, and it was Brian Greasy. That was not a good broadcast. Just flat out, that was not an enjoyable trio.
They didn't interact well with each other. Like I feel like each one of those guys is fine enough individually, but it just wasn't a good. It wasn't like when I hear Louis Riddick do games now, it's a whole different dynamic. Like he's way better with other people.
Yeah, like Steve Levy's a hockey guy. Louis Riddick, you're right, Seth. In a like all three individually are good broadcasters. They just got thrown together. They got kind of thrown together, and it wasn't good. Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. You say what you will. I know a lot of people in Houston don't like Joe Buck. Joe Buck and Troy Aikman are on a game. It feels like a big game.
Yeah,
flat out.
Well, and you know what? It feels like a big game. I guess that's the other part about just the alternate broadcast with Peyton and Eli. Whenever I've gone over to watch them, like as soon as something interesting starts happening or it feels like a good game, I go immediately back to the broadcast.
Yeah,
because they do too much stuff that's not about the game itself, and like they skate over important parts, especially when they have a guest on, and which is fine when it's a game I don't care about. When it's a game I care about or a game that's really interesting, then I want to dial back into the people who are actually paying attention to the football game.
Yeah, it was an eventful day on First Take yesterday. We talked earlier about how Mad Dog and Stephen A. Smith got into a shouting match about the Michigan sign-stealing situation, which led Paul Feinbaum, who was the actual guest at the time on First Take, to basically just sit there watching the fireworks go back and forth, watching the salvos. This was interesting, too. This was a segment on First Take where they were talking basketball, and I forget, obviously Stephen A. is there. I forget who else was to the right. Brian Windhorst is in the middle because he is the guest here. He's the one that's bringing the expertise. But this is what it sounded like towards the end of the conversation.
In the GOAT, because he was awful in the fourth quarter of Game 6 against San Antonio, and Allen made the shot.
In Game 7. That game's forgotten.
No, it's not
Game
my eyes.
7, he was one of his brilliant games of his career.
Wendy, we have an audio issue.
Oh, okay.
Seth was even confused by that.
I was like, what's going on? I thought my headphones were messed up.
No. It was just, I probably should have set that up better. Like, literally, it's a clear video feed of Stephen A. on one side, Mad Dog on the other, Brian Windhorst in the middle, clear as bell video, and that was the audio it was playing. It looked like Brian Windhorst got possessed by demons or something like that.
They're probably trying to monitor his thoughts.
That was the voice that was coming out of his mouth. It was pretty funny.
Did you happen to see when Jimmy Kimmel was on the Manningcast?
No, I don't. I literally don't watch the Manningcast.
My knee-jerk reaction to this is that I feel like this is a bit of a hypersensitive political take, but I might be wrong. He says the Mannings bringing on raging leftists like Jimmy Kimmel wrecked that show. As if the NFL is a bastion of liberal viewership. Why not bring AOC on? Woke goes broke. Were they discussing like social political issues or what have you? Or was it just like, I would imagine Jimmy Kimmel was on there like chopping it up. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was on something else or something. I feel like you're letting look, Hollywood's going to be Hollywood and what have you or whatever. You gotta try to divide it in your brain.
Yeah.
Unless they were specifically talking about divisive issues or something. I just try to enjoy the comedians for the comedians. I've got many comedians that I actually despise their personal thoughts and beliefs, but you just roll with it because they make you laugh, okay?
Is Arnold Schwarzenegger not a Republican?
Well, okay, that's people get pretty heated about that too. You want?
I'm just trying to bring a counterpoint about Democrats versus Republicans.
Yeah, I know. But now there's people debating about who's a real Republican and all that other stuff.
Okay.
So it's,
right.
but yeah, exactly. No, you're exactly right. That's. I can imagine they weren't discussing, the teachers' union or something.
Yeah.
When Schwarzenegger came on,
They were discussing his donkey last or 2 nights ago on there. What are we doing? All right, Payne and Pendergast.
It is. I would like to. It does feel like I feel like there was a long time where people understood that celebrities definitely didn't share their same politics, but they didn't care. But I guess maybe it's because celebrities have gotten more vocal about their politics, or I'm not sure. I don't know. I'd like to. You got to put up barriers in this life. I think the internet allows. What the internet does is it creates situations where you can kind of pretend that you're only going to associate people with who share all of your exact same beliefs, and like you forget about what it's like living in a town where, hey, that butcher is a whack job politically, but he's got really good meat. Or he just treats me well as a customer or whatever.
No. We know too much about each other these days. That flat out. We just know too much about each other, period.
That's true. That's true.
That's it.
If it weren't for, that's true. That's why I don't, good luck catching me on Facebook.
There you go. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. It is a Thursday. J.J. Watt. J.J. Watt on the Pat McAfee Show has been a great gift for Texan fans. Texans relevance, J.J. with a national platform, equals some really exciting thoughts about the future of the football team. We will hear from J.J. Watt next. I want to get you excited right now if you're someone who's
Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Want to get excited, Texan fans? Here's what J.J. Watt, franchise legend, Ring of Honor inductee, said on the Pat McAfee show. He used the W word, window.
People do enjoy old H-Top.
No. Not that, Ben.
I think between those two guys and the rest of the roster they're building in the next, 2 or 3 years, if they do these off seasons right, a lot of free agents are going to want to come to Houston because of what they're building. They truly are about to open up a Super Bowl window here, and it's an exciting time.
I didn't even think about Houston being a destination. Texas, and also Houston, land of Vegas.
Yeah. Sweet.
You know what I mean? People do enjoy old H-Top.
What do you say, land of what?
Well, he was talking about Texas and taxes. I know.
He said Texas and Ben, can you get the last part there? Texas and taxes. Land.
I didn't even think about Houston being a destination. Texas, and also Houston, land of Vegas.
Yeah. Sweet.
You know what I mean? People.
Houston. He's something about Vegas. I don't think there's state income tax in Nevada either. I think it was a state income tax take.
I said land of Vegas. Which I've never heard us described as such.
Not even close.
Land of Vegas.
As a gambler, I can tell you we ain't even close to Vegas.
With many, where personal freedom is paramount, except for many, many things that we don't allow.
Right.
And compared to other states.
Do you agree with JJ that A, this will be a destination for free agents this offseason, and B, we are on the cusp of a Super Bowl window here in Houston?
Yeah, I think Super Bowl. You know how I love window talk. But I think first and foremost, we talked about this earlier. As much as people get wrapped up in whether or not you have an offensive-minded coach or not, I think by far the bigger and more important variable is whether you have a good quarterback. Yeah, sure. Hey, Andy Reid can take various quarterbacks and make them into this or that. And if you're looking for genuine magic, maybe you really need to have an Andy Reid matched up with Pat Mahomes. Then you remember, oh, yeah, Peyton Manning was a pretty damn good quarterback. Did just fine with a defensive-minded coach. And then also, Tom Brady obviously is the paramount example. It's like having the quarterback means everything. It overcomes whether you have a defensive or offensive-minded coach. It overcomes having a bad defense. It overcomes a lot of things to keep you relevant and in that window. So, yeah, as long as C.J. Stroud ends up being what it looks like he really could become, and as long as I think they have a genuinely solid coach in DeMeco Ryans. I think he's going to instill a lot of things culture-wise that still haven't had time to take root. Ime Udoka has done a phenomenal job switching the culture of the Rockets. But it's like in basketball, I don't want to make it sound like I'm discounting what he's done. I think in basketball, the changes show up a little quicker because it's a smaller group of guys. Your younger guys can be impact players. I think football, it takes at least a couple seasons for it to really kick in. I think those guys have done a lot of the same things in terms of establishing an identity and setting standards more than anything. It's just going to take at least another cycle through with the Texans.
I guess to go through this exercise, because I do think they're on the cusp of something really, really good.
Yeah.
Just to really quickly go through this exercise here, I've got the power rankings from CBSSports.com in front of me here. And I don't think I'm stretching it to say if you're in the top 10 in the power rankings, you're in a Super Bowl window right now. You're among the top third of teams in the league. And I'm not going to do a deep dive on all these teams. I think when you look at least half the teams, if not more, in the top 10, first of all, they've all got quarterback situations that are at worst average. Like probably the worst quarterback situation of a team in the top 10 is the 49ers at 9 with Brock Purdy because he's a 7th-round rookie from the draft a couple of years ago. You look at about half of these teams, and they mirror what the Texans are we're starting to see the seedlings of coming up here. The Eagles, they're number 1 on here. They were at the dregs just a few years ago, post-Super Bowl. They draft Jalen Hurts, they get a quarterback, and now here they are. They flipped it quickly. They flipped it in 2 years. And from 2 years after drafting Jalen Hurts, they got to a Super Bowl. The Jaguars are 3. 2 years after Trevor Lawrence, here they are at 3. And they beef up the roster. They spend their cap money while they can with Trevor Lawrence. The Bengals are 5. Same thing. They draft Burrow in 2020. They made it even quicker. They were in the Super Bowl by year 2. The Lions, it's Jared Goff. They didn't draft a quarterback, but they rejuvenated one. Jared Goff was on the trash heap. They rejuvenated him. Hell, they were picking second in the draft 2 years ago, just like the Texans were this year. They're sixth in the power rankings right now. The Dolphins are eighth. They were tanking for Tua a few years ago, right? Yeah. And Tua sucked for the first couple of years, but they find a coach. They get the quarterback right. They make a big trade. Here they are. Last one. This one's been a little more longer term, but I would say that Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills, they've been in their Super Bowl window for a while. They haven't been to one yet, but they're one of the prominent teams in the league year in and year out for the last 3 years. What did they do? They've been horrible. You pointed it out, Seth, earlier. They've been terrible for 20 years. They got Josh Allen, and it took a couple of years. Allen's growth was probably a little more painful for them, but here they are. Like the Texans, in a lot of ways, look like those teams.
The only thing about the one thing about bringing up the Bills that hurts my argument from earlier is, okay, they got a defensive-minded coach and their offense just can't seem to figure it out.
Yeah,
that's the cautionary
tale. Yep,
having a defensive-minded coach is sure you can end up with a Bill Belichick or a Mike Tomlin or somebody like that, but you could also end up being like whatever the Bills are right now, where it just seems like they can't quite figure out how to be a complete and total offense that doesn't completely rely on the quarterback.
Yeah.
So you got, and that's where having that pipeline matters. Just Bobby Slowick likely is going to get a shot if they keep this up. Bobby Slowick, whether you think it's valid or not, or whether you think he should or not, he will likely get some looks as a head coach candidate because people are so thirsty to go out and hire a coordinator, especially out of this coaching tree. So there's a really good chance that they're going to lose Bobby Slowick in the next couple of years if they keep this up. So you've got to have a pipeline. You've got to have your Gerard Johnson. You've got to have Bill Lazor, who's in the building. You got to have various other guys that could potentially be your next. Case Keenum, as you brought up yesterday. By the way, these what they said was Houston, Atlanta, Vegas, which is a Drake song. From 2009,
gotcha.
About how fun Houston, Atlanta, Vegas are.
Okay,
yeah.
All right.
Houston, Atlanta, Vegas. So
Gotcha. No,
that was us being middle-aged, Sean.
Big time.
Various people trying to make it a racial thing, but I guarantee you, no, it's more of a middle-aged thing.
Oh, for sure.
There's plenty of super white things that have happened in the past 10 or 15 years in pop culture that I'm completely unaware of. Like that whole Jimmy Kimmel thing people were just talking about. I'm like, I don't know, what? And he told himself.
Yeah. I agree with the one guy. I agree with the one guy's like, well, I don't watch Jimmy Kimmel anymore because he's not funny anymore. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of me too. One more from J.J. Watt. He had this to say about C.J. Stroud.
Oh, man, it is so much fun to watch. And the most exciting thing for me is to watch how he's got this city rallying again, how he's got this fan base excited and invigorated, because it is a great fan base. And I love to see that they have something to cheer for and something to be excited about. And like I've said every time I come on here, not only is it the way he's playing, not only is it the way he's spreading the ball around, putting up unbelievable stats, doing it all as a rookie, but he's also leading the right way. He's saying the right things. He's doing the right things. He FaceTimed me from the Children's Hospital last week because there was a kid there that was a fan and wanted to say hi. Guy is doing it the right way. Yeah, he is doing it the right way, and it's really cool to see. And it's a guy you can be proud of. It's a guy you want to root for. So we're very excited to have him, and we're very lucky to have him.
Okay, and the part I'm most intrigued by there, the FaceTiming of JJ when CJ was at his local event, but they visited the Children's Hospital here. It was pretty prominently featured on the Texans social media, as it should be. CJ was there, and they were meeting with some of the kids. The FaceTiming of JJ, do you think CJ kind of walked, this kid was talking about how JJ Watt is his favorite Texan, and then CJ kind of either texted JJ first or walked over somewhere to FaceTime him and say, hey, I got this kid over here? Or do you think CJ just pulled out the phone and said, hey, let's FaceTime JJ then. Let's get him on right here.
Oh, did he do it kind of discreetly, or did he
check with JJ first, or did he did he
I don't know.
I'm not saying JJ would have said no. I'm saying it would, that would be tough if the kid got all hyped up thinking he was going to talk to JJ Watt, and then JJ just didn't pick up.
I think it's more likely that CJ probably brought it up himself. He was just name dropping. The kid was like, I don't know, man. You haven't really proven anything yet. You got 8 games and not even halfway done your rookie year. And CJ's like, well, I know JJ Watt. Do you? Yeah. And the kid's like, prove it. So he did.
Here we go.
That's how it went in my mind. Yeah.
And CJ's like, thank God he picked up. That's funny.
That's pretty cool, honestly. I do like that Oh, what the hell? My phone's going off like an idiot. Okay, so this happened with. You remember when we were talking to JJ, and JJ mentioned that he'd texted back and forth with Will Anderson a little bit?
I do.
And he's talked about it elsewhere, too. There are a couple things about Will Anderson's game right now that, just a couple little things he needs to tweak that JJ actually has a lot of experience with. And it has a lot to do with just, turning the corner at the top of your pass rush, on your outside pass rush. That's where I honestly get really excited about JJ. He can say nice things publicly all he wants about CJ Stroud or anybody else. If he helps Will unlock a couple of these little things in his pass rush that could really turn him into being a genuine force. That's the awesome part about JJ keeping a relationship with the team.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of times that's overblown. I think sometimes people expect Andre Johnson to sprinkle fairy dust on all these receivers and turn them into awesome receivers. There's a lot that he can help them with and everything, but it's, it takes, first and foremost, you got to have the talent for those guys. But I think Andre has helped a lot of these young guys because he is around the team. JJ likewise, I think, can have maybe just with a little bit of time spent here and there, could have an outsized influence on some of these guys.
To what you're saying, I think it's just cool for a lot of Texan fans to hear J.J. Watt do interviews like this and refer to the Texans as we again.
Oh yeah.
Refer to them in the first person. That's the last couple of years have had a lot of painful things going on, and JJ being completely disassociated with the team. He was playing for Arizona, so it's not like he could make trips here and go on the McAfee show and talk about the Texans. But I think it's cool to see that he's there's a connection again with the team for the guy who was the most popular player maybe in franchise history.
You know what JJ's done a good job of? For somebody that's kind of just dipping his toe in the water, or at least he said he just wanted to kind of get a feel for and feel it out, what he might want to do in media. He's done a good he's jumped into some pretty high-profile stuff where it's obvious that he does his homework and everything, but he doesn't have to have his schedule restricted. He's doing his Pat McAfee hit every week, which is now a huge thing. It was already a huge thing, but now that McAfee's on ESPN, it's one of those things. McAfee himself said, now that they're on ESPN, they're in every airport, in every gym. Yeah. You just see their faces a lot. So JJ's doing that once a week, and then he's doing the Sunday show, which isn't as in-depth as probably he'd be able to be a lot, but it's getting as much FaceTime as possible. So he's as you would expect from JJ. I think he's been very strategic and very smart about the opportunities he did pursue without having to be. It didn't turn into something where it's going to feel like a grind for him.
Absolutely. Tank Dell, he's getting some love. He was on Good Morning Football yesterday. Here's Tank Dell on Good Morning Football with the crew talking about his connection with CJ Stroud.
Off the field, that's like my brother, man, one of my best friends now, man. Just how he go about things, he work hard on the field for sure. That's all he think about. And he's just a special guy, man. He's a God-fearing guy. Always talking about God, as y'all see in the interviews, but man, he's just special, dog. And on the field, we both work hard, so I feel like that kind of brings us closer together. But he want to win. He's a true competitor, and so am I. So that brings us so close on the field, and we go out there and try to handle business best way we can.
He was at the Rocket. He's at the Rocket game with CJ last night.
I'll give you my cynical take on that, too. From now on, I'm going to take nothing but, uplifting quotes and turn to the most cynical version.
You're bringing the cynicism heat today.
No, I'm doing it tongue-in-cheek. But how come he's always got to talk about God around Tank? Is he trying to talk Tank out of stuff? Is he trying to guilt Tank into something? What's going on? Why is he constantly preaching to Tank Dell? Tank's CJ's always talking about God, where he'll be like, hey, Tank, God would disapprove of that. Hey, Tank, what are you doing?
Do you think CJ ran up to Tank after the second touchdown and said, See? I told you God was going to bless us with this touchdown at the end of the game. See? Here's one more from Tank Dell. This was pretty cool. They put up a graphic on the broadcast. I had seen this tweet as well over the weekend. Tank Dell has had an amazing first 7 games of his career. So amazing that he is, for the first 7 games of a Texans receiver's career, he is right there in between Andre Johnson at 1 and DeAndre Hopkins at 3.
Texans receivers through their first 7 games with the organization, and you're sandwiched between Andre Johnson and D-Hop. That's how you're killing it. And then D-Hop himself even shouted you out last night. You went on social and said, young bull going to be special. So are you pinching yourself, or is this really what you expected? Like, this is how you thought it would go, and this is how you were going to take the league?
That's definitely great company to be with. I felt like I had that confidence in myself that I could do this when I got here, but, you know, I have to give all the glory to God, man. Without him, I wouldn't be in this position, but for sure, I feel like I could have been there for sure.
Tank Dell's he's a different type of receiver, obviously, just physically than those guys.
Did you hear the fear in his voice that what would happen if he didn't mention God, like CJ?
I missed
like
that.
CJ had bullied him into being sure that he did that. Yeah.
Andre Johnson obviously went on to become a potential Hall of Famer. DeAndre Hopkins, potential Hall of Famer. These are 7 games, so it's a small sample size. So I'm not here to say Tank Dell's a future Hall of Famer, but like when you look at Tank Dell, especially considering he's only 5'8", he's a smaller receiver, but he is super productive early on. Like, what do you see? Like, what do you see as the ceiling for him? Like, is he a perennial Pro Bowler? Is he a guy who's going to have big games every now and then? Like, what do you see?
He just creates so much separation, and he can do it like in multiple areas of the field. He's not just specifically a deep threat. I would say like the sky is the limit. As much as you can predict anything about any young player. He's like Antonio Brown was Antonio Brown was coming out of a smaller school, but also was a guy that was like obviously physically freakishly talented, but was not a number one not a first round pick. I think I see that same type of upside from a guy that was relatively unheralded. He was a darling prospect for a lot of people that were intrigued by him. And the size is like even less of an obstacle than it ever was before. It's always a consideration, but now teams are just so adept at working around it, and like the rules have changed enough too that you don't worry as much about some of the more physical parts of it. I don't know. Like, I don't know if you ever predict anybody's going to be as good as, one of the greatest or anything. So what is his ceiling? I don't know. He could be a Hall of Fame wide receiver. What do you expect from him? I expect him to be one of the better receivers in the league every year.
Yeah.
Like, I think he's just that good at getting open.
Yeah, I guess my and I like what you said there at the end. Like, I think 10 years ago, no one even would have said like he could be he would have been pigeonholed 10 years ago with that frame. 5'8", the game's just evolved, I think, a lot over the last 10 years or so. Join the drive.
How big is Deshaun Jackson?
I don't know. I'll let you look it up.
He's 5'10", but I think he's a little bit heavier, but not that much heavier. So, anyway. Yeah.
Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley and our friends at Bud Light this afternoon. Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy on Park Road Drive in Katy, Thirsty Thursday. Grab some wings, a cold Bud Light, enter to win some awesome prizes on site. Stick around after the show to watch the game. It's a Thirsty Thursday with the drive and our friends at Bud Light this afternoon at Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy. Clear evidence. I had clear evidence yesterday on the MLB Network on the biggest glitch between Dana Brown and Dusty Baker. You'll hear it next. Bayway.
Certainly will. Bayway Chevrolet is going to tell you the exact same thing they told you last month, which is you can get a free lift on a brand new Silverado when you come in and purchase a 2024 Silverado, and you don't have to do anything for it. It was so successful. So many people came in and got new Silverados and got a free lift with it, a 4-inch lift with 33-inch tires, that they are running the exact same special this month. So Trice Ham is going to give you that free lift on your brand new 2024 Silverado. And they always have the Bayway.
we're about to play some audio from Dana Brown from the GM meetings from the MLB Network from yesterday. But this will be the last of any audio you're getting from the GM meetings from Major League Baseball. The remainder of the annual general managers meetings canceled, according to Sports Illustrated's Stephanie Apstein. As of Wednesday, more than 30 of the roughly 300 executives in attendance. 300 people there for the GM meetings? My God. For the unofficial launch of the offseason, they've come down with a stomach ailment, which was initially believed to stem from food poisoning. The league requested the staff at the Montelucia Resort wear masks and gloves when serving food, and for executives to report any illnesses so they could track the outbreak with the assistant of the Arizona Diamondbacks team doctors. This meeting is being held in Scottsdale. When more people developed symptoms later in the day, it was determined that the cause of the sickness sweeping through Scottsdale, Arizona was a virus. So
I don't buy that it was a virus.
Bunch of executives with the trots. Yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of people get that sick that fast. There's something that's some kind of food poisoning or something, isn't it? I don't know. No, medical professionals text in, and nobody on our anonymous text line would dare pretend to be a medical professional while texting
That's a bit of a phobia of mine, is like one rogue kitchen worker at a restaurant just like sprinkling something in meals and stuff like that. Doesn't stop me from eating out almost every night, so it's not that big a phobia.
I just know whenever they say it was initially believed to stem from food poisoning, I feel like there's always a big PR. There's a big PR push.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, of course it's not our food. God, no. God, we've gotten people have printed the name of our hotel so many times already.
Right. The most stressed out executive, the most stressed out GM at these GM meetings is the GM of the Montelucia Resort right now.
Yeah, like for that many people to get sick all at once that suddenly, that doesn't sound like, I mean, that's like the stuff you see in movies. If it's a virus, that's like the most lethal virus that's ever hit or anything. I don't know. Somebody got a hold of that, or they're all probably, you know what? They probably got a big old a bag of ganja that was a bad batch or something. Somebody slipped some fentanyl in there. How these GM types are.
Looks like a real ganja crew. Brian Cashman, ganja. All right, here was Dana Brown. This is the MLB Network yesterday. A little evidence in here, I think, that we've already wrapped our brain around it. This is probably just further confirmation, maybe not evidence, but confirmation of what the main rifts were between Dana Brown and Dusty Baker. Here was the MLB Network with some cuts from Dana Brown talking about young players in the system.
How about the Houston Astros? You mentioned them, always in the mix as far as a perennial champion. What's Dana Brown saying right now, JP, about trying to inject some youth into this veteran-laden lineup?
Yes, Adnan, that was one of the most interesting things that I heard yesterday from all the GMs of the American League who spoke with us was the Astros. We think about them and all the veteran talent they've got. Bregman and Altuve, and Dana did talk about the importance of perhaps trying to get Kyle Tucker signed, which is 2 years left for him before free agency. But listen to what Dana Brown said about the importance of bringing some younger players into the position player group for the Astros in 2024.
Yeah, I like young players. I mean, that's what we did in Atlanta. We signed them. We got them to the big leagues quick. And, having a guy like Diaz this year, he's, coming up in 24, he's going to be our everyday catcher. I think he's earned it. He had a good year in 2023. And so I like having young players come up. I think the young players keep the energy for the older players. And it's a reminder that, hey, we have young players coming up, so we better be on top of our game. So I'm big on young players. And, in fact, I told our guys, look, we have to do a really good job of getting – identifying what these guys need to do to get better, because we need to get them to the big leagues.
Okay, so Yiner getting more shine again out of nowhere from Dana Brown, like big-time shine.
Yeah.
So there's that. Loves young players. Love bringing young players up through the system. They shipped their two of their biggest prospects out for Justin Verlander mere days after Dana Brown said we probably don't need any starting pitching. I don't think the Verlander trade being more of a Jim Crane thing than a Dana Brown thing would surprise anybody. I know Jim Crane has painted a picture where Dana came into his office and said, hey, we could get Verlander and this and that. Dana Brown was brought in to rebuild this farm system, I think, more than anything else.
That's exactly where I was going to go with that. I think you're right. It's that, Dana Brown has a lot of respect as a scout and is a personnel guy. And I do wonder, how much it's going to be more Crane on a lot of the big stuff, and a lot of those moves are how much more influence he's going to have maybe than he did before. And it's going to be Dana Brown's responsibility to build up the farm system. And who knows? Like I get nervous whenever anybody starts to describe some kind of a committee effect, because that's what Bill O'Brien was pushing so hard on us for a couple of years there, where, the committee just did a brilliant job now, didn't it, of really putting out a whizzer of a bang-up job. I think that if you look at the Astros now versus teams that are perennially strong, despite having to, draft at the bottom of the, towards the bottom or the back of the first round every year. Like, at some point, you got to figure out a way to develop players, but also bolster your farm system or get the farm system up from where it is right now. If Dana Brown does a really good job with all of that, with the draft most notably, that's going to take a few years. Like these next, but I can't. Are we going to sit here for like the next 2 or 3 years and be like, well, you just got to wait for everything to play out with the draft with Dana Brown? I don't know.
There's so many different ways. There's so many different elements to building a baseball organization. The draft is just, whereas in the NBA and the NFL, it's the draft and that's pretty much it. Major League Baseball, you got the draft, but you got the international market. You got guys coming over from Japan, things like that. That's what Jeff Luna was so good at. He was great at the draft. I mean, he was really good at the top of the draft. Correa, Bregman, Kyle Tucker, Lance McCullers, to a degree. I know Lance has been banged up the last few years, but, so guys like that. But he was so good. He was so good at the Latin America market.
I know.
Good
and that's hard. Like, okay, how do you replicate whatever understanding that he had? Kind of like where, man, like so many times in life, it's like when you can bridge two cultures or bridge two areas of expertise in business or something. And like Jeff Luno was an analytics dude, steeped in American business, but who also grew up in Mexico City. So obviously has a different understanding of Latin American culture than your average MLB exec, and what have you. So it's just like you can't replicate what you already had. That's just not going to happen. It's got to be something. The Astros moving forward will be obviously a much different organization in a lot of ways, and it's a weird spot to be in right now because it's been so stable and so good for so long that now this is like we've known that this was going to come, and yet I don't know. They kept kicking the can down the road really effectively for a couple more years than everybody thought. And like so, but now we find ourselves again at a precipice where, all right, with Altuve and Bregman and everybody else that might be a free agent in the next coming years, and a pipeline that is probably more legitimately not as good. Like people were rating it lower than it should have been for a long time, but now the pipeline is legitimately not as good as it used to be. This is a crucial year or two for the Astros.
Well, it's legitimately not as good, and Dana Brown's talking about using some of these guys on the roster. Like, I want to get them moved up. Like, okay, which ones?
We're getting conflicting information on whether or not the GMs just had the runs from food poisoning or if it was potentially a virus. I guess the norovirus acts just like food poisoning.
Okay.
So it could be virus. It could be norovirus or it could be food poisoning.
Okay.
Everybody's saying.
Good to know,
If
Dr.
I'm a hotel executive, I'm claiming it's the norovirus.
For sure. If you're the
That's not
GM
my
of that
fault.
hotel? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, if you could pick one of the guys that they just named in that clip of the MLB Network just named that Dana Brown's looking to get contracts done this offseason, Altuve, Brent Tucker. You can pick one to get done before spring training. We go into spring training, and this guy is locked up for the next however many years. Who would you pick?
Wait, you said Tucker, Bregman, Altuve?
Yep, those three.
Just those three?
Yep.
I think the popular choice, if strictly baseball-wise, would be Tucker.
Yes.
Oh, boy, Tucker. I've got to sit down and actually reflect on Tucker for a while. There's a little bit of me that just like I get upset with Tucker just because I just don't like the feeling I get about Tucker. I'm going to say Altuve.
Me too.
I'm going to say Altuve for the culture.
Yep.
It's just not you can't mess around with that. This is something that if you mess it up with Altuve, if Altuve goes off and is like a four-time All-Star with the Yankees or something, then it will haunt this franchise for the rest of its existence. It'll be a curse. It'll be a damn curse.
No.
It'll be one of those things that your grandkids in 2063 will be like, it's the curse of the Altuve. Bambino/Altuve. However you got it. Like, it's just we damned ourselves back in 2024.
It's not even his individual performance, although that would hurt. It would be watching the postseason and him playing for a team other than the Astros. Like, I can deal with Springer on the Blue Jays in the postseason. I dealt fine with Correa on the Twins in the postseason. Garrett Cole pitching for the Yankees in the postseason has been a whole lot of fun to watch because they've stunk. Altuve on another team, I can't deal with that. I'm sorry.
Counterpoint.
Yeah.
What if the best thing Altuve could do to have his legacy reported accurately would be to go to play for the Dodgers for a few years and rake and be awesome?
Nope.
And no, I'm gone.
It's an interesting proposal. Nope. I kind of like that everybody hates Altuve still. He's our guy. All right.
It bothers me. I can't I like that part of it that he hits home runs when they're booing him and everything, but it's such an injustice.
It is, but I don't know that it bothers him.
I know. No, you know why, though? Because I think, honestly, it's probably driven him out of America, ultimately.
Yeah.
Like, I think he probably, if I'm Altuve, this is what I'll say. I don't know what Altuve thinks. If I'm Altuve, I'm probably thinking, like, look, there's people in this city that love me. The rest of America hates me. When I'm done, I'm going to go back to Venezuela permanently. Where, like, I just, like, that's a part of it. Like, it hurts me. It hurts me that he gets treated the way he does.
Is tonight's game on Thursday Night Football the Dead Man Walking Bowl? We've got an odds board that seemed to indicate as such. We will get to that, and we'll do a final recap on what we're hoping to hear out of the Texans today at practice. We'll do that next. First, I'll tell you one thing.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, tonight's Thursday night game. This is going to put Al Michaels to the test tonight. Al Michaels, who seems largely disinterested in Thursday night football games, even when they're between good teams, he is getting possibly the two worst teams in football tonight, the 1-7 Carolina Panthers versus the 2-7 Chicago Bears.
The only thing that could be worse is if Tony Dungy is filling in as color commentator.
Oh.
Remember, that was when the Jaguars had that dramatic finish, and those two were acting like they were like in the greeting line at a funeral. Yeah.
They were completely inconvenienced to be at one of the greatest comebacks in playoff history.
Yeah, it was way past their bedtime.
Yeah. Thankfully, I think it's Herb Street on the call tonight, but Al Michaels will be there. And Al Michaels, according to an article I'm looking at, he's planning on coming back next year. So you ain't getting rid of him, Thursday Night Football viewer. It's Chicago hosting the Carolina Panthers. Seth, according to the odds board sent to us by our friend Jimmy Shapiro, betonline.ag, this is the Dead Man Walking Bowl. The two favorites on the odds board for next head coach fired. You know, McDaniels was the first head coach fired. The odds for the next head coach fired, the favorite, Matt Eberflus at 9-4, so plus 225, little over 2-1. Frank Reich, 5-2, plus 250, so 2.5-1. These are the two favorites to be the next head coach fired. I think they should add a stipulation to this game tonight that the loser gets fired at midfield after the game. Make it WWE style.
I'm a fan of the old Lane Kiffin getting fired on the tarmac.
Tarmac would be a good one, too. Even though the game's in Chicago, they should go to the airport and fire Eberflus on the tarmac, even though it's a home game, if he loses.
There's something about the tarmac that's interesting because then the coach has to make a decision about, like, do I just go inside and like get a commercial flight, or do I go back to a hotel? Like, what do I do? You fire a guy in his home city, and then it's just kind of like, okay, he's going to go back home and figure out where to go from here. You fire a guy on the tarmac, and he's got decisions to make immediately.
Okay, wait.
And it's hard to get a flight. Well, you can't get a flight because after a night game, it's not like you're going to walk in and buy I don't think there's red eyes from Chicago to Carolina at 1 in the morning.
You're talking about Lane Kiffin, obviously, because that's the most famous tarmac firing. I think they fired him when he got back, right, on the tarmac, not before he got on the plane.
I thought they fired him on the tarmac before they left.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm
not sure. Maybe that's how I had always visualized it, but I could completely be wrong.
Way better. That's way better than firing him when he got home because of what you just pointed out, that he'd have to possibly find another way home or sit there with a bunch of coworkers.
Wow. Okay. At 3:14 a.m., shortly after the team plane landed at Los Angeles International Airport, Kiffin was fired on the tarmac. Kiffin referred to the tarmac in capital T, the tarmac, as the lowest point in his career during a recent interview.
The tarmac. It's got proper noun status. I love that.
Here are the top 10 most cringeworthy college football departures. We'll have to do that tomorrow. That's a fun one.
An actual list?
Including Tom Herman's on the list. Leaving the booster's car at the airport.
Oh, dude, save that.
And just the way he talked about how he never lied or anything. Where meanwhile his ex-players are like, that dude lied up and down all over the place. That guy would not stop lying about how committed he was to us.
Okay, put that in the rundown. Like, save that. Okay. We got to hit that. That's hilarious. So Eberflus and Reich, the top two names on the next head coach fired board. And Eberflus, Matt Eberflus, who I would like to point out that 63% of a voting constituency that may have included you, the listener, said back in 2022, January of 2022, that you would approve of the Texans hiring Matt Eberflus. The Bears have been a disaster on Eberflus's watch. I'm not going to say he's been a disaster because there's a lot going on. He inherited a bad team. I think his GM is overrated. I think his quarterback is overrated. His quarterback is hurt now. It's not a good roster. But they've only won 5 games since he got there, so it's on him too. This was Matt Eberflus yesterday talking about his quarterback, Justin Fields. Now, let's just lay this out. Justin Fields has been banged up. They've had this Tyson Bagent kid playing a couple games, kid who's an FCS kid, who's an undrafted guy, done an okay job for what he is. But Fields has been dealing with an injury, and so he's listed on the injury report yesterday as doubtful. Keep that in mind as you hear Matt Eberflus try and field questions from the Chicago media about this injury.
Like I said, he's not medically cleared to go right now, and he's getting better though. I mean, he's accuracy's improving. He's throwing it better, and he's starting to do more and more and more. So we'll see where it goes. And right now we're listing him as doubtful, and we'll see where it goes from there.
If he's not medically cleared, well, how come doubtful versus out?
Yeah, just to see. We got to give him one more day. But he's working hard, and it's getting better every day. So we'll see where it goes.
He's not playing tomorrow.
Yeah, he's not playing.
What? He's doubtful. He's doing some things. We're going to give it another day. So he's not playing. Oh, no. Oh, God, no.
No.
Oh, God, no. He's not playing.
Now, was that okay? So, was that edited differently or something?
No, it's a video. It is a consecutive.
That's how that went.
Yes.
He answered a couple questions about how they weren't sure, and then somebody, I guess I'm intrigued by the one reporter who said he's not playing tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then he said no. So, I don't know. Why did that guy know to ask that question?
I don't know.
After he had twice said that it was iffy and up in the air.
I don't know.
Boy, that suggests that there's even more, it's already been reported, at least locally or elsewhere. People knew that he wasn't playing.
Maybe. Maybe. You want more? Here, you want some more Eberflus?
It sounds like Eberflus sounds like he went into that press conference with, a kind of plan about how he's going to handle it, and it just, it got flipped upside down.
He's being too accommodating, probably, which I hate to criticize a guy for because we're always critical of coaches when they're not accommodating like that. Here's Eberflus. He gets asked some more specifics about the nature of the injury, and boy, it unravels on him here.
Yeah, he's not playing.
Why hasn't the medical staff seen given the clearance yet? What are they telling you?
What's that?
What is the medical staff telling you in terms of why they haven't given him the clearance?
Yeah, it's really just the clearance is obviously he's got to be cleared to play with the medical staff, and so it's really about him feeling good about it and the medical staff saying that he can go in there and function, and he's just not there at this time.
Is it an issue of grip strength or?
It's everything. It's all improving. The grip strength, the accuracy, the ability to function as a quarterback. It's all right there. It's getting close.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, for those who don't know, it's a thumb injury. For those who don't know about Justin Fields.
So Eberflus, it seems like a guy who's about to get fired. And I wonder if he feels like it's just maybe the decision's out of his control. Maybe the GM has won the power battle. Whatever it might be, it sure seems like he's a guy who's on the cusp of being fired. Frank Reich, his counterpart, who, as you pointed out, is one of the guys most favored to be fired next in the NFL. He's only been there for less than a year, less than a full season. They played 8 games. The interesting part about this is that the Panthers and the Bears are at two different ends of the spectrum when it comes to ownership. The Bears are owned by Virginia McCaskey, technically, who is a 98-year-old granddaughter of George Halas. She can't be the daughter. She might be the daughter of George Halas. I don't know. She's very, very old, and the McCaskey as a family has been thought to be out to lunch for way too long. The Panthers are owned by Dave Trestman, who is a new owner and who is hyperactive.
Dave Tepper.
Dave Tepper. Yeah. What did I say?
Trestman.
Oh, Jesus. Jim, I was thinking of Mark Trestman somehow. Dave Tepper, Mark Trestman, a whole nother whatever.
Thing. Yeah.
So, jeez. So Tepper's he's Dan Snyder. I think he's hyper reactive. Yeah. I think he expects there to be changes immediately, and when they don't happen, he blames somebody else. The fact that Frank Reich supposedly voluntarily relinquished his play calling duties 6 games into the season, that is a red flag right there. Because I don't know if, I have a hard time thinking that Frank Reich thought the solution 6 games into it was okay, it's time for me to turn over the reins to a guy that's never been an NFL coordinator before. But I feel like he maybe made that decision at the end of one of his really difficult meetings that he says. He described them as unpleasant meetings that he has every week with Dave Tepper. There's got to be some part of you as an owner that when you make a decision and you hire a coach, you got to let it play out a little bit. I wouldn't classify Reich and his experience at Carolina so far as a complete disaster the way Urban Meyer was. You know, there's some that are just complete disasters. Denver last year was a complete disaster. This has not been that type of complete disaster, and yet Tepper, the guy who was traded aggressively for Sam Darnold and made all kinds of other aggressive decisions, I just don't think he has the patience for it.
I would even say that Josh McDaniels, who had won 3 games when he got fired, definitely deserved to be fired more than Frank Reich would right now.
Yeah,
like just based on all the stories of the culture out of the locker room and the reliance on Jimmy Garoppolo as his quarterback. Like he's the one that wanted Jimmy Garoppolo. Dave Ziegler, the former GM, is trying to distance himself from that right now. At least in Carolina, like the GM, head coach, and quarterback seem to be simpatico with all this. It's just chances are there's a good chance the quarterback might not be very good.
I know. So Scott Fitterer is the GM, and before the draft, They seemingly were very transparent, especially after the draft and talking about it. But even before the draft, Scott Fitterer said that while he and Frank Reich hadn't even disclosed to each other who their pick at quarterback was yet, and it was something they were going to do like a week or two before the draft. And they've got no reason to lie about something like that. I believe that. I think that's just part of the process sometimes. A lot of GMs don't want to know what anybody else's final opinion is because they don't want to be biased for or against it. But the people in Carolina, what they really wonder is, or like in Charlotte, they wonder, okay, how heavy-handed was Tepper with letting those guys know what their opinion needed to be? Because if this was ultimately really like ownership that wanted Bryce Young more so than those two guys, then in Frank Reich, if he ends up getting fired for that, that's the nail in the coffin for whether Tepper's going to be a good NFL owner.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, that's a height of non-accountability.
Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. I mean, this game tonight, I have to say 2 things about this game tonight. 3 things. 1, you can hear it on Sports Radio 610 if you so choose. Chicago hosting the Carolina Panthers. 2, this game has a chance to be a real bleep show. Like it's 2 bad teams. It's 2 bad teams with just stories swirling around them. You know, the Montez Sweat trade and how Poles got taken in that deal. The GM of the Bears. When I say got taken, like he got hoodwinked in that deal. The Panthers and all that Seth just outlined going on around them. The other thing I would say, 3rd thing, if you're a Texan fan, the mere fact that these 2 teams are playing in this primetime Thursday night game. Disrespect.
Disrespect.
The NFL schedule maker thought these 2 teams were better than the Houston Texans before the season.
You know what? Also, too, it's that. Could this one have been flexed? Is there flexing for Thursday?
I don't know when the Thursday flexation starts. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't. If it were, let's say, the Bears versus the Giants or something. Like 2 teams that are bad, but they're old NFL. They've got huge fan bases, all of that. They pull viewers. Then I would get it. But you're right. There's just so little juice between the Panthers and the Bears. For this to be somehow thought worthy of a primetime game because the chosen one, Bryce Young, was going to be in this game, I feel disrespected.
Now, did the Texans just lose to one of these 2 teams a week and a half ago? Sure. They did, absolutely. But this is about bigger
like
picture.
You're nitpicking.
Yeah, this is. Well, I just want to head off the texts that I know that In the Loop is going to get about the take that I just had.
I've completely forgotten about the fact that they lost to the Panthers. Wasn't as much that they lost to the Panthers, Sean, as that they lost to themselves.
Join the club. I think America's forgotten they lost to the Panthers. C.J. Stroud's been feted like an MVP all week.
Honestly, what I would say is, like, okay, the Texans are not nearly in the same category as those very best teams in the league yet, but every year in the NFL, over and over, I get so disgusted at people after a team loses to a bad team because it's like they've never watched the NFL before. Right. You know, like they've never seen the Eagles lose to the Jets or what have you. Like they've never seen, and that's not even the best example. Like every year, one of the 0-16 or 1-15 or whatever teams ends up beating a really good team in the NFL. That's why the old saying on any given Sunday is in existence.
Yeah, the Cardinals' 1 win this year is over the Cowboys, who are a good football team. It's just that's how it goes. John Lopez is here. So, John, was 4 hours enough to go through the injury report yesterday for you guys?
My goodness, 23 out of 53?
23 out of 53. So I asked Seth this earlier. The 3 most jarring ones on the DNPs from yesterday that did not practices are Will Anderson, Blake Cashman, because that was a surprise, and Steven Nelson, because that was a surprise. Of those 3, you can get health for one of the three for Sunday's game against Cincinnati, who would yours be?
I'm thinking Will Anderson.
Okay.
I'm thinking Will Anderson just because at some point he's going to have to – well, he did have a sack, but at some point he's going to really have to break out, and that's Joe Burrow on the other side of the line.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I know, and I don't know if I positioned it the same way to you, Seth, as I just did to John, but I know Steven Nelson is a big concern for yours.
Yeah, I think Steven Nelson, just because the cornerback room was thin to begin with, and I don't expect Derek Stingley to play this first week that he's out there at practice. That would going up against Joe Burrow especially, that makes me nervous.
Yep. Fingers crossed that this Jamar. Fingers crossed on human beings being hurt that Jamar Chase and T. Higgins are hurt worse than maybe we think. All right, Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you and those poor general managers and their staff who had to be sent home from the GM meeting early.
Thoughts, prayers, and antibodies.
MLB.
Literal antibodies, yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KLT and KLT HD2, an Odyssey station in the loop. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig starts now.
I feel like we got a motivated C.J. Stroud on Sunday, Lopez.
I feel like you're right.
I feel like that performance he put on yesterday where he could not do what Laramie Tunsil and D'Amico Ryans did effortlessly.
Oh, I owe you $10, don't I?
I think that is going to be the chip on the shoulder for C.J. Stroud on Sunday. He is going to take the disappointment of missing the free throw yesterday against at the Toyota Center, and he is going to carry that with him Sunday to Ohio. Book it. I am leaning Texans right now because I feel like C.J. Stroud finally a humbling moment for C.J. Stroud with all this praise and everything. He can't do it all. Can't shoot free throws.
Okay, Stretch
Armstrong. Although he was hitting them in warm-ups. He just kind of went in and out.
You are Stretch Armstrong right now. But I'll take it. Whatever it takes to get this thing done on Sunday, I will take it. And you're right, man. He made, 5 in a row during the warm-ups? And
I wasn't counting his stats in warm-ups. I kind of had a little bit more important things to do. But congrats on your stats.
I was because I knew I would mention that here during the show. By the way, I just sent you $10 on Zelle.
Okay, thanks, John.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. It should have been 15 because you said he was going to swish it.
Well, if you made it, it was going to be a swish.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was a parlay kind of.
Yeah, it's kind of a parlay.
Parlay kind of joint.
Yeah. You know, I had a revelation. This is going to be a confession.
Okay,
later.
what kind of revelation?
About tonight's game. And I think it has to do with the Texans. This was a primetime game before the season. I mean, they scheduled Panthers and Bears, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they made the trade on draft day, so maybe there was that kind of element, that kind of
I think they thought Bryce Young was going to be C.J. Stroud. Because that would have been...
Well, no doubt.
No
doubt. And they thought the Panthers were going to be better than the Texans.
That would have been...
I will promise you something, and I'm not going to... I'm not going to be a... Why aren't the Texans on primetime guy?
No, I get it, but I was just thinking about it.
That's up there with, acting like Russell Westbrook and Steph Curry suck, so I protect James Harden.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not... You're never going to hear me say, "Well, why aren't the Texans on primetime?" I don't care.
Yeah,
I'm fine with the noon games. I'm fine with the routine. It's going to happen next year. We're going to see it. Don't care.
Neither do I. For
don't
the record.
Care.
But I'm driving in and I'm like, I don't know if I can get excited for this game.
I can.
I mean, I'm going to watch it. I'm going to see how they mention C.J. Stroud because they will. Versus Bryce Young's start, etc.
I'm pumped.
But I realized, they thought that let's do this. Let's say the Texans were playing the Bears tonight. A lot of people would be watching that game across the country. Like just casual NFL fans would be like, all right, I heard about this C.J. Stroud guy. Watched a couple of highlights. I'm in. I think they thought Bryce Young was going to be C.J. Stroud. Boy, were they wrong.
Is that like a revelation?
Well, yeah, it was.
I mean, isn't that pretty common?
It just hit me. It just hit me as I'm driving in.
QB1.
I don't mind you dumping on everything I say.
We might have thought that as well. No, you presented this like it was like something. Yeah, I mean, that's true.
Did you have that revelation?
No, I mean, I didn't need to because he went number one, and I mean, a lot of people, including I think the 3 people in here, thought Bryce was going to be the best quarterback in the draft. That was your revelation?
Well,
I had a revelation that it's hot in the summer.
Not just the
Houston.
best, but one that is reaching an altogether different level early in his career. That's what I'm saying. And boy, did they miscalculated that. That's for damn sure. Go ahead, say something. Go say something like a smart ass.
Oh, I like revelation. I thought something like I was.
Go ahead.
They thought They thought Bryce Young was going to be better than C.J. Stroud. Yes, they did.
No, I said they thought he was going to be C.J. Stroud. This good, this fast.
They thought he was going to be the man.
Someone that could turn some heads.
They thought he was going to be the man.
And he would. He absolutely would.
It'll be interesting. I wonder how much C.J. comes up today.
A lot. I bet you it comes up a lot.
I think I'm putting the over-under probably 2.5.
I'll go over.
Because the trade was made. They're going to talk a lot about the draft day trade.
Yep.
They're going to talk a lot about,
he did beat C.J. Stroud head-to-head.
I don't even know if that's – I don't even know if they're going to – I think that's forgotten.
Well, it's forgotten around here because
not from the Panthers' point of view.
Yeah.
Because that's his only win.
Did you watch the last game?
That's his only win.
Did you watch the last game?
Yeah.
The headline literally in the Charlotte Observer from Joe Person was the Panthers might have taken the wrong QB. That was 3 days ago.
Yeah.
That was after the game. I think they've even forgotten about it.
Well, I don't know if they've forgotten, but that's the story.
Yeah, but
now.
when you look at their win total, it's one win.
Yeah.
And they're gonna point at the one win.
I think they're pointing.
CJ.
I think they're pointing at all the losses more so than the win.
Well,
I don't think. I think it is like. I don't think they're hanging their hat on that anymore. I think it's a given that both of these teams, if you gave them the time machine that we always talk about, they probably take CJ.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's the Bears initially, whether it's the Panthers when they make the trade.
Yeah.
I think that's what happens. It's a short time.
I think they're going to mention him an awful lot, and that's going to be one of the ways they're going to do it. But I also think just the fact that C.J. Stroud is having such an unbelievable year, he will be mentioned almost independent of Bryce Young. You know.
Yeah, I think there's gonna be a lot of mention. By the way, boy, did you get called out yesterday?
I did.
Whew. It might have
Why?
well been 2 middle fingers up in your direction, sir.
What did I do? I'm just sitting here minding
Al
my own
Michaels
business.
had a message for you.
Oh,
Al Michaels had a damn message for you.
I got a message
and
for Al
all
Michaels.
you haters. This is what Al Michaels had to say. And Andrew Marchand, the go-to when it comes to sports media. He had a back and forth with Al Michaels. You can read it in New York Post. Al Michaels asked Marchand if he thought that he was falling off a little bit, and Marchand compared it to a pitcher who used to throw 97-mile-an-hour fastballs and said, now you're throwing 85 at times.
Yeah.
Al Michaels, while he kind of agreed with it, he said the assessment was fair. He said, as far as I'm concerned, I'm coming back next year. There's no question about that in my mind. He then brought Keith Jackson into it.
Yeah.
He said Keith Jackson had one of those things, those farewell tours, and he came back and did it another 7 years. When I'm done, it's the way John Madden was done. 2 words and a contraction. It's time. I don't need any parade or that nonsense. I don't think I'm a lot different than I have been through the years. And if you people want to say that Al doesn't get excited, hold on a second, folks. I'm doing the same game I've always done.
That's not true. That's not true. And by the way, you might remember this better than me. When Keith Jackson left, he was just doing a couple of Pac-12 games up in Washington where he lived. Like he did Washington State, Washington, maybe in a USC game here and there.
And let's also make something very clear. Nobody said Keith Jackson was washed. When
Exactly.
He left.
Like he didn't he do a national championship game?
It was Texas USC was his last game in 05, and he was great.
Yeah.
So I don't think anyone. I think that was his last game, right?
Yeah, and
Texas
then he did
USC.
then he did some Washington and Washington State occasionally, and not even every week.
He very often.
He was
but
just
nobody,
like a retirement
nobody
job.
sat there and said, "Hey, Keith Jackson needs to go."
Yeah, it was just a retirement job. That's all it was. No, Al Michaels. I actually put this on Internet Going Nuts later, but here's my thought that I think is going to happen. My prediction. I'll bet you he's going to put so much juice on his calls tonight just to spite
I don't think
everybody.
he will.
I don't know if he can. First of all, I don't know if he can, but I bet you he's going to try to put all kinds of juice, like make it like the 1980 Olympic team or something, Panthers and Bears. Boy, how boring is he? How bored is he going to be though with that game? Like I was like, man, I'm gonna watch this game, but man, getting excited for Panthers and Bears. Whew.
Oh, he's going to try.
He's going to try.
He's going to try his best, or he might not. I don't know. I can't figure the guy out. I don't know what the hell an Al Michaels is anymore. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610 on the Lopez revelation, brilliant revelation, John, and the Panthers are better than the Texans. They beat them. LOL.
That's your number.
I'm damn sure not 97.9. I can
your
promise you
number.
I'm not the 979.
Yeah.
By the way, we have a streak right now. Like there is a huge streak in Houston. I want to give a shout out to the streak, man.
And?
For real.
What is it?
I mean, we've seen it. I mean, we've witnessed it the last few days. Not talking about the Rockets' 4-game win streak.
How about that?
Congratulations to them on that, by the way.
Yeah, played 7 players.
This is the second time in Crosstalk Seth and Sean have brought up text, as if we're worried about texts.
Oh yeah, no, we like to read them occasionally, and
by the way, texters have
help
updated us
the
yet again.
conversation if we can.
If they say, hey, if you want to dog cuss us, 713-572-4610. It is all good. It's not gonna throw me off my game, sir.
You know how I feel about that.
You can't take my shot. Yeah, I damn sure know how you feel about it. My dad was talking to me yesterday on the way home when we started the show, and I guess there was like a random ass text that Seth brought up at the start of the show.
Yeah,
and my dad was like, "What the hell was that?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Dude, I read your YouTube comments. If you worried about what people would say about you on a text, then you would like. I don't know that you would be able to do this.
Can't function. You wouldn't be able to function. I like them. I read them. I read most of them. But yeah, if you let that stuff get in the middle of everything, that's a problem.
713-572-4610. We got to address this injury issue. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud in the 10 o'clock hour. Also going to hear from Brandon Scott. So tomorrow, we're going to interview him today, but we want you to have the largest amount of content possible. So we're going to talk to Dare today. Practice is ending close to 2, so you'll hear the interview tomorrow. Dare Agumbawale going to join In the Loop straight off the practice field, another exclusive here on Sports Radio 610. We'll talk to him tomorrow. You'll hear it on the show. It's actually going to be today, but we'll talk to him. We'll bring that to you because John Lopez is very disappointed that my man did not win Special Teams Player of the Week. Very disappointed.
Disappointed. I was digging in on him this morning. He is
were what?
Digging in on Gumbawale, like his story.
Hey, yo.
Pause.
That was crazy.
That's the term that people use.
Okay, you were digging in on him.
I was digging in on him.
You were digging in. Go ahead.
Anyhow, he might be the most interesting man on the team.
Come on.
He might be the most interesting.
Because his sister plays basketball?
No. His sister plays basketball, yes. He's played all these sports at a very high level. He is proficient. Like, I was listening to some of his stuff. He's proficient at the piano. Like
you play piano?
Like really well.
Man, I wish I could play an instrument.
I've always wanted to play
If you could
piano.
play any instrument,
Piano.
what would you want to play?
Piano.
Of course.
Yeah. No, because you can play anything on the piano. You can play there's rock and roll songs with piano. There's classical and
I just think
everything
it's rare.
in between.
I think it's a rare skill.
Piano?
Yeah.
Yeah, the old 88.
It's a rare skill. I hate novice guitar players. They're
Novice.
the worst. Novice.
Yeah.
Whatever. Tomato.
Sean
whatever.
said something today that I didn't
I don't like these guys who bring the guitar to the party and try to play.
Oh, my God.
Vandermeer was
Welcome
pushing
into
it.
the show. Whether you're here for the first time, whether you're here every time, it is great to be with you.
Vandermeer was pushing it, but he's pretty good and funny. Like, he has like an Adam Sandler vibe, so he's funny. Like, I enjoy when Vandy did it. But remember when the old boss was just trying to kiss the Texans' butt, and he had us go watch a Vandermeer concert for 25 minutes?
Oh, yeah.
And he couldn't stand that Vandermeer was getting the attention, so he went on the stage and was, like, banging the drums. And
Yeah.
I was like, what are we doing here?
Vandermeer's like,
I got to pretend like I like this.
Vandermeer's excellent. Like,
Yeah, he's good.
Excellent.
Nah, and he's pretty creative, too.
Yeah, he's really
got a real
good.
Adam Sandler
But
vibe to
Dare,
him.
man, like his sister was 5-star from 7th grade. Got offered a scholarship out of Marquette out of 7th grade.
See, this is interesting.
And he was a walk-on. So your sister is
a lot of
overshadowing you.
walk-ons.
So pretty much everything I'm going to say today, you're going to dump.
No,
on.
I just don't, like most interesting. Like that just doesn't sound interesting. He was a good athlete. He plays piano. Yeah, I kind of.
His sister's a WNBA star.
Good for her.
He never got a scholarship.
Who
His
cares?
sister was recruited in 7th grade.
Plays WNBA. That's cool.
Is that interesting? 713-572-4610.
That's all right. That's okay.
No, look, I think it's going to be fun. So you can look forward to that tomorrow. But definitely should have been Special Teams Player of the Week. At least CJ was.
Yeah, that was interesting that he did not get that. CJ got Offensive Player of the Week in the AFC. No surprise there. He spoke yesterday. We'll hear him in the 10 o'clock hour. Talked about his relationship with Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow, man, if he's without Jamar Chase and Higgins, it might cancel out these injuries.
Yeah, I think.
Although I want to see this injury report today and see how bad this is.
Well, this is maybe a hot take, but it is mine. If I'm neutral here, I think the Bengals have more to worry about with their injuries than the Texans.
100%.
Yeah.
100,000%. Like, Jamar Chase is one of the 3 best receivers in the NFL. Joe Burrow relies on him.
Yeah.
Even if Higgins is out there, we're talking soft tissue.
Higgins won't be out there. He won't be out there.
Well, breaking news
Hit
right
it.
here on In the
Hit
Loop
it.
on Sports Radio 610.
I'll explain it to you.
Hit it.
I will.
If they
explain
don't
it to
have
you.
Higgins and Chase, then hey.
This is why I believe that. Did you know they said he was a limited participant in practice?
Yeah, with the soft tissue.
He hurt it yesterday. Okay. There's a report in Cincinnati that he was limited because he hurt his hamstring yesterday. He ain't going to play Sunday.
Okay, then I think the Texans can win this game.
Yes.
I think the Texans can absolutely win this game. And I don't know if that means they lean on Mixon. They have Boyd. That's a lot to ask right there.
You're hurting your hamstring on a Wednesday?
Well, and you got Baltimore the next week. Like, say what you want about the Texans. Like, if the Bengals are looking at their schedule and they're saying, all right, we got the division leader in 2 weeks, you're erring on the side of caution. Other thing is this: Higgins is in the last year of his deal. I'm not saying he's Laramie Tunsil, but I mean, let's be serious.
It is what it is, as they say.
He missed 3 months with a thumb. But I mean, let's just call it what it is.
Yeah.
But I mean, you're not going to push on week.
Because I was looking, I was like, when did this happen? Because nobody was, as I said, was surprised that he was on the injury list. And then a beat writer in Cincinnati said, yeah, he hurt it yesterday or aggravated it or whatever. Nevertheless, you hurt your hamstring on a Wednesday, you're not playing Sunday.
Look at this hardo John Phillips on the YouTube. Shout out to all the people on the YouTube. Shout out to John Phillips. Shout out to everyone, man. All you people, and I do mean you people, loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. He says it's not rare to be able to play the piano. I taught myself to play piano when I was 4. That's rare.
Piano.
Don't minimize. If you taught yourself to play the piano when you were 4, that's rare. Don't minimize your skill.
No.
Yeah,
Piano.
Don't minimize your skill. But how many people do you know that play piano?
Not many.
You?
Probably like 2 people.
If that?
If that.
Okay. How many do you know? You probably know a lot.
Not really.
You're cultured.
Not really. I tried to learn myself, couldn't, and I just gave up. I mean,
I had a keyboard, but not. I wasn't playing at a high level.
Yeah.
I was just making beats.
If you taught yourself to play the piano, you have a gift. Like it is hard. It is hard to play the piano.
Now, you think Daria's good?
I
the
heard
other thing
some.
is, you wouldn't. How do you know? How can you tell? Can you tell like a bad piano player?
I think anybody can, pretty much.
What's the most awkward thing to watch? A bad guitar player, a bad piano player, or a bad singer?
Bad singer. Bad singer.
I think watching bad singers can be entertaining. Like if you told me I was going to a dive bar, sometimes I would rather it be a crappy cover band than a good cover band. I like good cover bands, but a bad cover band is hilarious sometimes when they're up there just trying to groove, trying to do their thing.
Yeah. I'm fascinated by the piano. That's one of my misgivings, regrets. Like when I was in college, I actually took a piano class for like an entire semester.
And what's up, blow off
and
semester?
I learned. No, it was a club.
Like basket weaving too?
No, it wasn't a class. It was a club, and I joined the club and tried to learn it. Dude, I learned like 2 songs, and they were bad. They were really, really bad. It's tough. It's very tough to play the piano.
It definitely is.
Listen to this.
What is this for? What is this? You're just playing a piano thing?
Tell me who it is.
Ray Charles.
Why you see me? Why you see me?
All right. That's Daria Gumbawale.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. He's good.
Playing Rihanna and Drake. Okay.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Oh, so he's doing like piano bar type stuff.
He did a bunch of.
It was like it looked like a duet.
That was like piano bar.
Yeah.
Like play the very first 5-10 seconds.
Hey, we're okay.
Play the very first 5 or 10 seconds because he actually played like some.
Yeah, he's doing piano bar stuff.
No. This is like classical.
Piano bars go in, man.
Yeah, they
piano
do.
bars are the best.
Listen to this. This is Daria.
Awesome.
Listen.
Piano bars are the best.
Listen to this.
Yeah, I'm bored.
Well, okay.
I'm bored.
He's good.
Yeah, I'm bored by that.
I'll be sure to tell him that today.
Tell him. Damn, what you tell him?
Why you dumping over the old tree?
Yo,
Let Lopez talk.
Okay, Dari, damn. Got a little voice, too.
Most interesting man in the Texans.
All right, are we getting ahead of ourselves? I know we're excited about the Texans, but are we kind of getting a little bit ahead of ourselves? One of the best to ever do it said something yesterday, and I think we need to acknowledge that maybe we need to tap the brakes a little bit. Or do we? That's
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
All right. Am I being a buzzkill? 713-572-4610. Shut your mouth.
You're going to have
to
be more specific.
Shut your mouth and let me explain.
You're going to have to be a little more specific.
I'm as excited as anyone about what this squad's doing right now. I would say in my life, the last however long, especially the last year and a half since I started the stream, 33% of my dialogue when I'm awake has to do with the Houston Texans and this team. There's no days off. It is 33% of the stuff that comes out of my mouth is about this Texans squad. Okay? Now, with that said, as excited as I am right now, as much as I'm talking playoffs, as much as I think that the Texans may have found a franchise quarterback, I feel like J.J. Watt might have gotten a little bit crazy yesterday, and I'm intrigued to hear what you have to say about this. Here was J.J. Watt yesterday on the Pat McAfee show, and here was what J.J. had to say about where the Texans currently are, and most importantly, where he thinks the Texans can be.
Oh, man, it is so much fun to watch. And the most exciting thing for me is to watch how he's got this city rallying again, how he's got this fan base excited and invigorated, because it is a great fan base. And I love to see that they have something to cheer for and something to be excited about. And like I've said every time, I mean, putting up unbelievable stats, doing it all as a rookie, but he's also leading the right way. He's saying the right things. He's doing the right things. He FaceTimed me from the Children's Hospital last week because there was a kid there that was a fan and wanted to say hi. Like, the guy is doing it the right way. He is doing it the right way. It's a guy you can be proud of. It's a guy you want to root for. I think in the next, 2 or 3 years, if they do these off seasons right, a lot of free agents are going to want to come to Houston because of what they're building. They truly are about to open up a Super Bowl window here, and it's an exciting time.
Okay.
Huh.
Super Bowl?
I've heard that before.
Super Bowl?
2025, huh?
Super Bowl?
Where have I heard that before? Help me out, Figgy.
Super Bowl? Well, you said you didn't want him to make trades.
Yes, I did.
You said you didn't want him to make trades.
I did.
But he basically just said they need to be aggressive. He said he's not waiting till 2025. He's saying it's open right now.
He said the next 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, he's saying it's open. You're saying wait.
Did I say it wasn't open?
Well, you said you wanted to wait to be aggressive till 2025. It was a bad take.
It was an awesome take.
It was a bad take.
And what do John Lopez and J.J. Watt have in common?
J.J. Watt J.J. Watt said get aggressive now.
Did he?
Yeah, he said get aggressive now. The next 2 off.
He said exactly what I said yesterday about the free agents, like almost word for word.
No, the free agents, you did say it was a destination, but you kind of made it seem like they were in a rebuild. I think they're in a get aggressive this offseason mode.
I think you're twisting things. I said I didn't want to trade because I didn't want to sacrifice some things that they might be able to do in the next 2 years, because I said 2025 is the year that I'm circling as a chance for them to get to an AFC Championship or a Super Bowl. J.J. Watt said
why could they not do that next year?
Well, maybe they can. Maybe
I'm the one getting ahead of myself, but like, why would they not? If they have a good offseason, like if they have a good offseason and these players continue to develop, why could they not do it next year?
No.
Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself.
Maybe they can fast track it.
We're talking this out here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
Absolutely. Maybe they can fast track it, and it can be a real good run next year. No, but what I said was like, let's start building this thing the way it's supposed to be built, not just pick a guy in that may or may not be here in 2025, because I think we were talking about Saquon Barkley, or may not be the same player.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so JJ's pretty much saying the same thing. JJ and I
think JJ's saying it's open. I think JJ's saying
I didn't say it wasn't.
The switch is open. I think he's saying it's open right now.
Well,
I don't think this is like, I don't know that they're in the keep the powder dry mode. I think this could be a very aggressive offseason.
I believe, everything you do is pointing toward 2025 as the goal. But if we're talking 2024, I'm here for it. You know what I mean? In fact, I was looking at some top free agents as that quote destination point next year. There's some players, man. I mean, there's some players that are going to
always have to overpay in free agency, though. That's the scary thing.
I know.
That's the very scary
no,
thing
you're right. You're 100% right. But like, DeAndre Swift, T. Higgins. These guys are all in their 20s.
No thanks on T. Higgins.
I only found free agents that were in their 20s. Because my thing is, don't bring someone in that's just cashing a check, or don't make a trade for someone who may not be the same player, in 2025. That's going to be your apex, or at least the start of your apex. Austin Eckler?
Yeah, I want a running back next year.
Yeah.
I want multiple.
These guys
backs,
are all in their
for
20s.
Sure. But do you think the Super Bowl window started now? Like, are we there?
I think it's building
Is that
toward
where we're
that.
going?
Yeah. Don't you?
I'm always scared to do this.
I know. But
I mean,
every move you make has to be with that in mind now. And that is altogether new for the Texans.
Yeah, I'm scared. I'm scared to say this. I'm scared to
say it,
to buy into it.
I said it.
I'm not there yet. Like, do the Jags have a Super Bowl window yet?
I think they're kind of in the same position as the Texans.
So?
I think they're probably a little ahead of the Texans.
Because that's how I look at it. Like, the Jags, they're the best team in the division, but does anyone, like, would you put a value bet on the Jags winning the Super Bowl?
This year? No.
Yeah.
But maybe in the next 2 years.
Would you?
Depends on what they do and how they get there. Look, and the other problem the Jaguars have is the same problem the Texans have. The best teams for the next 2 years are almost all in the AFC. Like, if you look at the standings and, like, teams that are going to be here for a while, so I think the vast majority are AFC teams.
For me, the thing that I think the Texans need, and this kind of goes back to something that Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley have talked about a lot, we're big Will Anderson guys.
Yes.
And I think that what prevents the Jags from, to me, winning, like, being in the Super Bowl conversation right now is they don't have the guy on the other side of the rock that I think can single-handedly win you a game.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like Aiden Hutchinson. Like, if they would take Aiden Hutchinson instead of Trevon Walker, they would be sitting here saying, holy crap.
Yeah.
I think they have Trevor Lawrence who can win you a game. We've also seen him lose you games, but they have that. The Texans obviously have right now the quarterback that can win you the game on that side of the rock. And we can talk about how Will Anderson's a good player and all that. But for the Texans, for me to be able to talk Super Bowl, I'm going to need the Texans to have a guy, and maybe Will Anderson turns into that can win you a game on any given Sunday. Not someone who I can look at the advanced stats and say, oh, well, he beat his man 29% of the time, and he was 2 feet close to the quarterback and all that. I don't give a rat's ass about that.
Yeah.
When you look at the Chiefs, even they had Chris Jones. Like, Chris Jones could have easily been a Super Bowl MVP at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, like, the one thing that I need the Texans to have, and it's great to have Will Anderson, but I'm going to need to see, like, when we start talking Super Bowl, I'm going to need to see them having one guy or just developing a well-rounded defense, but that one guy who can win you a game on the other side of the rock.
I totally agree. I think that's one of the hesitations.
And I don't know how you find it. Unless it turns into Will Anderson, I don't know how you find it.
Yeah, and that's one of the, I guess, misgivings, shortcomings I think they have as a Jaguars team. But I think they're on the same path and have the same strategy as the Texans. I think they think, okay, next year, 2024, this year, maybe if we're lucky, 2025, they're on the same thing, but they don't have that.
The best thing that happened to the Texans is that the receivers look good, because that's one of those things that you would have to overpay for. So if CJ makes the receivers better, then you can focus on other areas to make your squad better.
Yeah.
But I mean, maybe JJ's not getting ahead of himself. Sometimes you ask a question heading into a segment, you talk it out, and you say, okay, well, maybe he's right.
Yeah.
And maybe Lopez was right, depending on how you look at it.
You just can't say, you know what? You were right. 2025.
I feel like you said it a little bit different than JJ.
We can go back and listen.
I feel like you said it.
We can go back. You know what? The main reason is the quarterback, obviously.
No, it's all about the quarterback.
And I'm going to equate it to Andrew Luck. Okay? Work with me here.
No, I'm with you because I know what you're about to say. Like,
the window opened his rookie year.
Yeah.
They
screwed it up.
He threw for more yards than any rookie in history.
Yeah.
You know who's going to break that record this year?
CJ.
Yes.
But the difference, like why Andrew Luck ended up retiring at 29 is because they screwed it up.
Yes, that's exactly where I was going with it.
Why Deshaun Watson won 4 games.
Thank you.
In 2020, the last time we saw him play here was because they screwed it up. Like, when you have like, quarterbacks are going to take up 25, 30%, maybe even more of your salary cap. And if you don't take advantage of that, then you're going to end up looking back in a lot of disappointment. And that's where the window and the talk and all that really intensifies.
You beat me to the punch on that, because that's what I was going to say. I think Jim Irsay and the Colts wanted too much too soon. They had Andrew Luck.
I think they took it for granted too.
No, but what I'm saying is they had Andrew Luck, and I can't quote, all the free agents they got in his second and third year, but I know they were adding a bunch of pieces, spending a bunch of money, thinking we can win a Super Bowl with Andrew Luck. They went about it the wrong way because those pieces were decrepit. They are fading or whatever. So what I'm saying is with C.J. Stroud, let's do this diligently,
Speaking of C.J. Stroud, let's hear from him. He had some interesting things to say. We'll hear that. Also, I want to tell you, get your butt out to Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy today. 19910 Park Road Drive for a Thirsty Thursday. It's a Thirsty Thursday with the drive presented by Bud Light. Get out there to Katy. Landry Larker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Coming up, C.J. Stroud speaks. He had some interesting things to say, including some things about the opposing quarterback on Sunday. That's next.
The Accolade. We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, CJ Stroud, by the way, a member of the Sports Radio 610 team, he's earned a slime-off appearance, and he might be the favorite. He is messing with the best thing that we got going. I'll tell you who that is coming up in about 8 minutes. First, though, let's hear from CJ Stroud. John McClain got the first question. He asked him about the play with CJ and Singletary. Spoiler alert, he did not draw it up, he being Bobby Slowick. It was just kind of on their own. But we'll start with CJ Stroud talking about Joe Burrow, the opposing quarterback, on Sunday. Ohio, by the way. Not sure he's a Buckeye. That depends who you ask. But here is C.J. Stroud talking about Joe Burrow.
Joe, somebody I respect a lot. Was a big fan of his, especially when he was at LSU. And then, of course, he was at Ohio State, so we got that kind of similarity. And we met each other over the summer, and we got to talk about like some things that we kind of had some similarities with, being Buckeyes and stuff like that. And he had a lot of great advice for me, and that I'm still using to this day. So somebody I look up to, and really happy that he's getting it rolling, and he's having a great season so far. Definitely think that he's an MVP of this league. Like, he's a top 5 player every year. Has shown that ever since his second year. Really had a really good rookie year as well, but sadly got hurt. But a lot of things to learn from that guy. He's a hell of a leader, and a really good person, and somebody that only isn't looking out for himself. But I mean, he's shot me a text over the year and congratulated me on some success and things like that, and gave me some advice and things like that. So shout out to Joe, man. I'm excited to line up against him and compete against those guys, and I have a lot of respect for him.
CJ, earlier this season, after you guys beat the Steelers, you said that you wanted Texan fans, they deserve to feel special. You wanted to walk around with the pride wearing Texan gear. After getting that win like you guys did in that fashion last Sunday, how much do you think a win like that means to the fan base, and how do you perceive that? Yeah,
I think it's huge. I think for so long, I mean, they've been like just fiending for a good Texan season or a good Texan team, just something to be excited for other than the Astros, you know. So, and the Rockets playing good. So for us, I mean, I think like for Nico especially, like he played for the Texans. He's been in Houston for a long time. And that was one of his main goals, is just to make people want to be around again. And I think we're doing that. So it's an honor, man, to have people kind of tune back in, and seeing every week. I feel like we get more people in the crowd. Honestly, when we played the Colts, it's my first time in a long time not playing in front of like a full stadium. So I just wanted to be back to that, you know, because even like Case tells me when he first got here, like, man, the games used to be like cracking, you know, like just everybody used to come out, from fans to celebrities to, you know, and I feel like we have a good buzz now, and now it's time to take it to the next level. On the field, it starts, and then off the field, just with the support from fans. So we appreciate it, man. Like even y'all getting there early for warm-ups, like that, it brings the team energy. It might not seem like it, but like it makes us want to play harder, you know. So it's definitely something that I feel like we got to keep rolling, but it has to be earned. It's not just given, you know. So we got to go on the field and make plays and make people want to come.
CJ, I'm sure you've heard from a million people since your big game on Sunday. I was wondering, were there any messages that stood out, or anyone that surprised you that reached out to you?
I'm not really on social media during the season. I went on just to tell people thank you, and I really didn't look at anything new. So I don't really know. I just told family and friends, thank you, appreciate watching the game, and just stuff like that. But maybe after the year, I'll see. I'm not sure. But I don't know. I feel like maybe it goes both ways. I get a lot of love, and then I get the other side. So I don't try to ride the wave. I just try to stay even keel and not even look at certain things. But for those who have reached out, I appreciate it. I know Warren Moon did. Somebody told me that, and I really appreciate that. I watched him growing up my whole life. So just his highlights and things like that. And it's a blessing to have a legend like tune in and give you your flowers for a pretty cool day. But just like I know he would probably tell me, man, I'm on to the next, and I want to go do it again. So it's going to be hard. This Bengals team is really solid, so got to bring my A game, but it's been cool.
You got time for two more guys.
CJ, Nico mentioned your ability to stay Dalton, the route you talked about against the Falcons, and then you talked about Noah adjusting that route. Where did you feel like that came from? Where does that, have you always been instinctive that way in your ability? And then, can you just talk about it?
Yeah, I don't know. I can go all the way back to like being like really, really young. And you guys, my youth coach is around, and you guys have seen a couple of my coaches come to the games. He'll probably be here soon, but man, he'll tell y'all, like, since I've been young, I've always had like a little like nuance and idea, just trying to be the coach on the field. And I don't try to step on anybody's toes. Like, I know Bobby does a great job with that, but he actually it seems like he appreciates it when I have some feedback, helps him out. And I always kind of can feel the sense of the game, and I don't ever try to do too much with it. But I know I've been playing football for a pretty long time. Even though I'm a rookie and I'm still young in this league, like I can kind of feel the game out a little bit, and try to get a little twist to something or do something to make a play. But at the same time, I remember I think I was talking to a veteran quarterback in the off season, and he was like, "Man, don't get bored with the boring stuff," and that stuck out to me. So just like I love making cool plays on the sideline, I love taking the check down and just moving it and going 1st and 10 to 2nd and 6. That's huge for Bobby and play calling and stuff like that. So I try to play both ways, but at the same time, man, I love playing on my instincts as well, and it's been a blessing to have that God-given gift to kind of fill the game out.
You're going to be playing in front of a lot of Ohio State fans Sunday. Is going back to Ohio special for you?
Yeah, man, I'm excited. I know it'll be a couple Ohio State fans there maybe, but I know they'll probably be booing me that day. So it is what it is. And I'm excited to go back to Ohio and play. Wish it was a little colder. But nah, I'm happy it's not cold. But nah, yeah, for sure, I'm excited. All right, man, y'all be blessed.
All right, there you go. That's C.J. Stroud. John McClain getting the first and the last, doing his thing. Shout out to him. He joins us every Tuesday at 11. So there's C.J. Stroud, Joe Burrow. The improvise versus taking the boring stuff, all that. You got to feel good about him heading into Sunday, especially if Burrow doesn't have his top weapons, which John Lopez doesn't believe T. Higgins plays, which I hope you're right.
Yeah, I don't think he is.
I hope you're correct. Now,
just to reset, in case anybody wasn't listening earlier, he was limited in practice yesterday, and a lot of people thought it was a surprise, and I did too. And I was like, well, wonder what happened. When did this happen? It happened yesterday at practice, and it's a hamstring.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to play.
Yeah, well, I hope not.
Yeah.
Honestly, I hope he's okay. I hope he's 100% the next week against Baltimore, but I don't.
How's it feel to go back to Ohio State?
Yeah. I mean, is that Ohio State?
It's not Ohio State. It's like 3 hours away.
Cincinnati, man.
3 hours. There's nothing here.
So, C.J. Stroud was at the Rockets game yesterday. He shot the first free throw. Great form, but he missed. Who could have seen that coming? Me. But as he was doing this, and he was getting interviewed by Vanessa Richardson, shout out to Vanessa doing her thing, Tyler Milner decided to go on Twitter.
Yeah.
And Tyler Milner decided that he was going to tag the NBA and C.J. Stroud in a tweet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Here's what he said. Quote, yo, so at NBA, gonna need at CJ7 Stroud in a celebrity all-star game. Close quote.
Are you insane?
What the hell is wrong with you, dude? With how competitive CJ Stroud is, the last thing I want is him playing basketball with people who don't know how to play basketball.
Yes.
Okay? It's very dangerous. And Tyler doesn't know anything. He's never hooped in his life, and if he has, he's on the side court.
God.
If he has, he's on the side court, playoff court.
A little uncalled for.
He's on the side court. Let's be honest. He's on the side.
You never played the game.
Wait, I got next, right?
Yeah, he's on the side court.
Just sit there.
Playing basketball with people who don't know how to play basketball is one of the dangerous things possible. And I don't want my franchise quarterback risking injury to play celebrity basketball. The last thing I want is to come in here on a Monday and have to start the show off by saying that C.J. Stroud tore his ACL.
Don't say that. Don't even.
Because he tripped over MGK. Because he tripped over MGK as Selena Gomez was trying to steal the ball.
Selena Gomez didn't get the steal.
What are you doing, Tyler?
Are you insane?
What are you doing? And you're tagging the NBA in it. Hit the damn slime off. We have a front runner in Tyler Milner. Goodness gracious.
Oh, no. This sounds like a slime ball nomination.
Slime me.
Come on. At NBA. Let's get him in.
Here's the
Thanks
scary.
a lot, dude.
Just the thought of it is scary. Here's the scarier part. The freaking NBA just might do it.
Yeah.
They
need some clout, man.
Yes.
Hopefully it's in the contract that he can't do that. Like, pickup basketball is one of the number
Nick
one
Casario
injuries.
better be like, hell no.
Number one sources of injuries.
Yeah.
The hell is wrong with you, Tyler? Goodness gracious. Good God.
I don't know about that one.
God. C.J. Stroud gets bellied up by Jelly Roll. He's not going to be ready for training camp.
I got a great Jelly Roll confession.
Oh, and I got some things to say about him. I got some things to say about his ass. That's for damn sure. Oh, yeah. I know everyone's probably got
one of the most inspiring people in entertainment.
I got a lot of things to say about him at 1220. I got a lot of things to say about his ass. Yeah.
All right. That's the old double
country
whammy.
singer, right?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I guess.
He came through here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pissed off at him.
I can't wait.
Coming up, Brandon Scott. Brandon Scott's coming through. We're going to look at the big 23. 23 was in town yesterday. His name was LeBron James, and 23 Texans were on the injury reports. Brandon has an interesting question to pose about that. We'll get into that with him coming up next. But first, I want to talk about winning. read the injury list. DNP means they did not participate in practice. Limited means they were out there, but they have something wrong with them. Today will be the day of clarity. Yesterday was the day of looking at potential.
Gosh.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Okay. Will Anderson, DNP. Andrew Beck, DNP. Blake Cashman, DNP. Kaimi Fairbairn, DNP. Jake Hansen, DNP. Brevin Jordan, DNP. Steven Nelson, DNP. Damian Pierce, DNP. Laramie Tunsil, DNP. Jimmy Ward, DNP. Robert Woods, DNP. Nico Collins, DNP.
He limited. Nico's limited.
Yeah, okay.
Limited.
Okay.
Yeah, limited.
I have it wrong on this list.
The last DNP was Robert Woods.
All right, so then you have, and I'm just going to read their names. These were limited. Jonathan Grenard, Henry Toto, George Fant, Titus Howard, Derek Stingley, Charlie Heck, Christian Harris, Josh Jones, John Mechie, and Sheldon Rankin.
Yeah, and Harris, Heck,
some of those were
Jones, Mechie, and Rankins were full.
Yeah.
So the DNPs that really stand out, you got Will Anderson.
Did they even have a practice?
I'm telling you,
You got
23 out of 53.
Blake Cashman, Steven Nelson, Damian Pierce, Laramie Tunsil. He hadn't been practicing on Wednesdays. Jimmy Ward, and Robert Woods. You brought up an interesting question because yesterday started out with good news. Brandon Scott in the building. The Derek Stingley return, the 21-day window activated for Derek Stingley.
Yeah.
You posed an interesting question about Derek Stingley's potential return and Steven Nelson missing practice with a sore back or neck.
Yeah, so for me, like, and by the way, Derek Stingley's the dude that who do we hear about, especially from like the psycho Texans fan. It's like, man, where's my Derek Stingley update? Where's my Derek Stingley news? And they finally get it. He's back at practice, cleared to come back, and now we're not really sure if he's gonna play. But then also Steven Nelson pops up on the injury report. Right now, I don't have any recollection. Maybe y'all do from the game. They lost a lot of guys in that game against the Bucs.
Yeah.
I don't have any recollection of Steven Nelson going down. Then he shows up. First of all, we don't see him at practice earlier, and then he shows up on the injury report.
Yeah, he was out there against Evans and all that.
Yeah, no, but then on the same day as Derek Stingley coming back, and so I'm like, how am I supposed to feel here? Do I feel better about Derek Stingley coming back as much as I feel uneasy about Steven Nelson being out, which is a weird place to be in because ideally, the backdrop story, aside from the quarterback, C.J. Stroud and versus Joe Burrow, the A topic, I'd love for a side story, let's call it a sidebar, to be Jamar Chase versus Derek Stingley, the LSU
No, I wouldn't.
team. Why not?
No.
You wouldn't. No, you would want ideally for Derek Stingley to be a CB1.
No.
Who could go up against Jamar Chase and challenge him. You don't want that. So what do you want out of Derek Stingley?
I want Jamar Chase not to play.
Well,
that's what I want. No, I don't want.
But that's the other part of the injury report that he might not play.
I will not hype up Stingley versus Chase at this point.
No, obviously not at this. But that's the larger point that I'm making. I'm saying ideally, if we didn't have all the injury stuff, if we thought of Derek Stingley right now the way, let's say, Jets fans feel of Sauce Gardner right now, you would feel good about it. You would feel good about that. And that's what I'm saying.
It's not even a fifth.
So it makes me think about
handle.
So to bring it all back though, Steven Nelson has emerged as the number one corner. So
one-ish
on this team. I'm not saying
I'm just kidding.
You know what I'm saying? But help me decide. Should I be more excited about Derek Stingley potentially coming back, or concerned about Steven Nelson potentially being out, which is not a place I expected to be in?
I think it's a great question, but for me, it's an easy answer. Like, Steven Nelson's better. Like, if you take away draft status,
he's more reliable.
If you take away,
weird to be in that.
But
like, he was the best corner in camp.
No, I'm not disputing it. That's why I'm in this place.
We're thinking Derek Stingley, number 3 overall pick. Derek Stingley, All-American. Derek Stingley, perfect build for a shutdown corner. That's not how you should think about it. You should think about it like, who's the best cornerback right now? Steven Nelson.
Yeah,
Steven Nelson.
Top corner on
it's
this
sad.
team.
It's too bad and it's sad. But yeah, I would be more concerned about Steven Nelson missing.
Yeah, I mean, you got all of these interesting elements to the injury report. Both of your top edge rushers are on the injury report. Your tackles, almost in perpetuity, are on the injury report, right? And then you look up and you think about all of the guys that they lost. Your kick, you don't have a kicker to speak of.
He ain't playing.
But then I look up and I'm like,
he's
out. No, he's not.
Fairbairn?
He's out.
Oh no,
he's out.
He's not playing. No, he's not. He's definitely. So
who can we say for sure is not playing? Fairbairn.
Fairbairn's probably one I would go with.
I would say probably Jimmy and To'oTo'o for sure.
Yeah.
Jimmy Ward, yeah.
Yeah, I think Jimmy with the soft tissue, and I think they activated Littleton and To'oTo'o's concussion. So
Tell you what, how we feeling about Damian Pierce though? Not that we know he hasn't been great, but
I mean,
sorry,
you might need to run the game. You might need to run the ball against Cincy. I guess.
You're going to need him. You're going to probably need him in this game.
Keep doing it.
As to the point that Landry's been making, one of the Bengals' weaknesses, and their numbers are not impressive across the board.
Yeah,
they're just a successful team at this point. But yeah, I mean, you look at it, that's one of their weaknesses. But unfortunately for you, it's not one of your strengths. But no, this would be good to get Damian Pierce back out there, but not practicing obviously with the ankle. Yeah, not ideal.
I think the Bengals should be more worried about their injury report than the Texans, to be honest. Jamar Chase and T. Higgins got hurt yesterday.
Yeah, and Chase has got the back. Which is going to be complicated. Higgins got hurt yesterday. Chase has got the back, which is maybe the hardest thing to predict.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can just wait. If you got back problems.
I do.
Dude, you can just wake up one day. You don't got to be an athlete.
Tuesday.
Yeah, no, and it's over. You're not doing. You're not playing football. You're doing anything.
Like driving.
Yeah.
Look, if they both don't play, let me give you some numbers. The other three receivers on the depth chart have 45 total catches, 33 of them by Tyler Boyd. The other two cats are Trenton Irwin and Andre Yosevis.
How confident are you in that pronunciation?
Not really. I'm generally more confident than I am in that one, but I'm going to say Yosevis. So they don't have like if I'm a Bengals fan, I'm a lot more worried about my squad than the Texans.
Yeah, for sure. But also the thing that they got in common, and the reason why this game is a lot bigger of a deal than I think people thought it was going to be going into the season.
Mm-hmm.
Burrow's back. Like, Burrow doesn't
the real Burrow,
not the imposter that we saw earlier in the year that was hurt. But the real actual
He's
Joe
back
Burrow.
with Chase, though. Chase is ball.
Yeah, no, I get a Jamar Chase is going to make any quarterback better, especially one that's of Joe Burrow's caliber. But if I'm a Bengals fan, I feel similar to the way Texans fans do, no matter who the weapons are out there. Even when a Robert Woods does go out, you're like, okay, well, Noah Brown's going to make it happen.
Yeah.
So whoever the hell their Noah Brown is going to have to do something this weekend if those guys can't go.
Yeah,
which would be good for the Texans, obviously.
The Chase Higgins thing is crazy. Even if just Chase is out, I like. If I proposed a trade to you, like let's say that everyone was healthy and everyone was good.
All right.
If I proposed a trade to y'all and I was Nick Caserio and I called the Bengals GM, whoever the hell that is, and I said, "Hey, Bengals GM, I will sit out Steven Nelson, Henry To'oTo'o, my kicker Ka'imi Fairbairn, and Blake Cashman in exchange for you sitting out Jamar Chase and T. Higgins."
Yes.
Do you think that the Texans win the deal?
Click.
Oh,
I would hang up.
Oh, no, there's no chance. There's no chance.
If you were the Bengals, you would hang up?
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you were Caserio and he said yes, you win the trade, right?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's just no way the Bengals, with any sound mind, if they're sober or anything like that, would do that.
It's wild.
What if you could do that?
Because you know what the Bengals do?
What if you could call and trade sitting out players?
Let me tell you how that's going to go down. The same way that Landry doesn't know the GM of the Bengals name, whoever the Bengals GM is going to come back and be like, who's Henry To'oTo'o? Who's Steven Nelson? Who's Blake Cashman? I know that these guys have had some success over the last.
He got picked on last week. No,
don't know those guys. Sorry. Click.
Yeah.
What if you could make trades like that? You
I
just
would
pick
love
up
that.
and be like,
That'd be dope.
Hey, I want you to sit out.
Yeah, instead of trading actual players and contracts, you just trade circumstances.
No, here's what the Bengals GM would
in
say.
situations.
Here's what the Bengals GM
Duke
would say with
Tobin.
that. Okay, Duke. Shout out to Duke Tobin. Very nice.
I don't believe
I
you.
would have never got that.
I would have never done that. But
I won't believe you till I Google it myself.
Here's what he would have said. Here's what he would have said if you called him on that. He would be like, "All right, I'll do that, but you got to sit out George Fant and start Charlie Heck, and you also have to keep Titus Howard at guard."
Then you go back and forth.
Yeah, and then Nick Caserio clicks.
Yeah.
Or no, he's glad to keep Titus at guard, I guess. But yeah. You'd hope he clicks. Texans fans are saying click.
So John McClain, he made a comparison. We got to touch on this. Yes, I am.
Were y'all here for this? Did he do this with y'all?
No, but
Okay.
we are going to touch on this. We need a full segment for this,
Man.
in 6 minutes. I can't believe he.
Yeah.
Did you hear this, Figgy? Did you hear this, Lopez?
Dude, And I tried, because y'all know I love McClain.
Of course.
Love him. Adore the guy. And I'm just like, huh?
What are we doing?
What's going on here? What exactly is happening?
It was this morning, right?
It was yesterday. It was
yesterday?
Yesterday at the media avails, right between CJ talking and D'Amico talking.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm just like, and apparently the conversation had been had before me. He's like, hey, don't you think this? I'm like, wait, no, I don't. I don't. And I really sat there for a while, like, let me give the ultimate OG the benefit of the doubt here and give this some thought. And I'm like,
nah, man.
I can't believe he did it. I can't believe he took it there. We'll tell you what he did. Coming up in 5 minutes. Really, really disappointed in John McClain that he took it to this level, took it to these depths.
And I don't think I'm snitching on McClain because I think this is out there on their podcast that he does with Pendergast.
Yeah, with
on,
Sean.
on the Utopia Football podcast.
Yeah.
So this is not me speaking out of turn here. You can go find his actual take if you subscribe to the Utopia Football podcast. We're gonna get to it, man. It's not it.
It's really bad.
I feel like Landry's gonna kill him for it.
It's really bad.
Y'all know I'm gonna treat McClain with some grace, and then Landry is just gonna dunk on him. He's just gonna.
I'm just surprised.
He's gonna go Vince Carter in the Olympics on him.
Even for McClain, I'm just really surprised by this. 100%. What did y'all watch on TV yesterday? Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. What did you watch? Did you watch anything?
Oh man, this pops up. It's so weird you asked that. This has popped up on my screen like a week, 2 weeks in a row, and I've just refused to click on it. And I finally did yesterday, and it's awesome.
Okay.
Get Gotti.
Like trying to catch John Gotti?
Yeah.
I feel like I know everything about
I
him.
know, but it's really, really good. A little bit of Rockets, a little bit of Spurs and Knicks. 13-0 to start the game. Rockets, man.
Yeah, that's what I didn't watch TV. I was at the Toyota Center. I was taking it in.
I peeped the Rockets too.
Yeah.
I was taking it in.
I think the Rockets.
I've turned on Dylan Brooks. Like yesterday, I said I have a very conflicted, relationship with him. I like that guy.
Yeah, I like him too.
I like that guy.
And I'm starting to admit that I was wrong.
Yeah,
I was wrong about it.
I think the Rockets are in good position to take advantage of the flaws of the NBA.
Watch Get Gotti though. It's not blood and gore. It's just about how they were chasing him. And
what's it on though?
Netflix.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's really good.
I'll put it in the queue.
Yeah.
But yeah, shout out to the Rockets, 4 straight. First time since 2021 they've been above 500. Shout out to Udoka.
Man.
You're a badass. I mean, with NBA teams, like we can sit here and I think it's factual. The games that they've won the last few, there have been very key pieces out. But
Doesn't matter right now.
But in a league in which a lot of the teams don't play hard,
right.
and quite frankly, when they want to play hard, they don't know how to play hard and effectively. There's no shame in taking advantage of that. And the one thing you know about the Rockets so far, they're playing hard every night.
Well, my thing
that is a huge start. That's not to minimize anything. That is a huge thing.
My thing with the Rockets, it's two very simple things. At this point, you're not in a place to worry about who's not playing. You just want to get yours.
Yeah.
You know, you just want to get yours.
playing.
And the second thing is, Landry knows this. You know this because I would go off on them occasionally last year. They had the worst defense I've ever seen in my life.
Right.
They had the worst defense I've ever seen in my life in the NBA. They're playing pretty good defense.
And the offense wasn't that much better.
Yes.
No, see, the thing about the Rockets is that it hasn't just been the losing and some of the embarrassing headlines that have come along the way. It's been also like for like the hardcore fan and like the basketball nerds, it's been the brand of basketball.
Yes.
Like people talked about and criticized the brand of basketball that they played when James Harden was running the show, but it at least like resulted in wins and they were relevant. This brand of basketball that they've been playing over the last few years has been
awful,
unwatchable for so many people, and now they are at the very least, even though they still don't feel like they had that star power that
But they know
need,
what they're doing.
They're playing a brand of basketball that's watchable and digestible, and you can only respect it.
All right, tomorrow we'll get into this Young Jeezy thing. Don't think I haven't noticed the clownishness that he pulled yesterday.
You seen that?
That was some garbage, by the way. I've never had love for that clown, but we'll talk about that tomorrow.
By her story?
No, I don't like guys that try to have my favorite rapper of all time killed. So we'll get into that tomorrow. I can promise you that. That is for dang sure. We'll set some time aside for that.
A little personal to you.
Yeah, it is. But coming up next, He had some things to say about your basketball coach as well.
It's not like it worked.
Yeah, it didn't work, but
Not
it was
at all.
pathetic. It was pathetic.
At all, actually.
Disgraceful. But coming up, John McClain compared C.J. Stroud, not to Joe Burrow, compared him to Deshaun Watson. The hell are we doing, General? It's next.
The Drive with Stoerner and
All right, so John McClain compared C.J. Stroud to Deshaun Watson. I mean, okay, we'll get into that. Here was Dan Orlovsky. I don't listen to Dan Orlovsky during the draft. I just can't. But here was Dan Orlovsky comparison of C.J. Stroud to someone on ESPN.
We've seen that out route a couple times to his left. I think it's to Robert Woods. If you watch the ball and don't know who it came from, it looks like Joe Burrow. Just the pace of the football, how catchable it is. Also, the ball that he goes to his right and like this is a really good slant. He reads it inside out. This is kind of that grouping of pass plays. This is a beautiful throw. Like if you didn't know this came from C.J. Stroud, you'd say like, oh, that looked like Joe Burrow throwing that. Just how catchable and easy it is for guys. It's effortless for him, and it's effortless for the other guys. I think the two things that I liked the most were he got pressured once, knew the hot and got it out, completed.
All right, so there you go. So he's comparing him to Joe Burrow. I actually think that's, it
might be the best.
Yeah. It was Jared Goff, and then it's Burrow, and CJ has said that he models his game after Burrow. I think they're very smart when knowing when to run the ball and when not to run the ball. They both extend plays. They both have intangibles. I think it's a good comparison.
Yeah. I like the comparison. I'm gonna let Dan Orlovsky's words speak. I think he did a good enough job of describing it. But
when he's breaking down games, it's perfect. But leading up to the draft, it's
right. Yeah. No, I agree with that. But I guess to oversimplify it, the way I look at it is like this. Patrick Mahomes is in his own stratosphere quarterback. So I look at all quarterbacks right now in this NFL as all the non-Patrick Mahomes quarterbacks.
Right.
And when it comes to that, Joe Burrow is the top of the list for me, and C.J. Stroud has, to me, some Joe Burrow in him. I thought it was a perfect cross-racial comparison, and we don't do enough of them.
Yeah.
Like, hey, look, it's like, hey, these guys may not look alike, but they can play alike. And to me, it's all the way there. The best way to describe both of them for me is like, they're great within a system, but also great outside of it. They can do either one and are equally adept at both.
I think Burrow's the best comparison. And not just that, but what is his strength is accuracy. What is CJ's strength? Accuracy. And then the thing that really got me with the Deshaun Watson comparison, like when Deshaun Watson escapes trouble in a pocket, he's like a magician. Like he's in a pile of defenders and somehow wiggles his way out. C.J. Stroud just knows where to go in the pocket or up in the pocket or outside of the pocket. He's not like trying to create this magic, you know?
Yeah, I mean, we saw him play a little backyard football the other day, the pitch back, but like as far as like just extending plays and playing that, I don't think that's C.J. Stroud's first instinct.
Well, and I feel like part of the comparison for McClain was prisoner of the moment because that was the big thing we were talking about.
That was the part?
I think that was part of it. That was a part of it. But like a lot of us,
what else was a part of
media types are in there talking about, man, that pitch play was that a call play? Was that a design play? Was that a design run?
I'm trying to think.
And it's like,
I don't know.
Nah, well, man, he's so good at backyard football. It reminds me of Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I don't know.
Nah, man. I'm
I don't
like,
know how that. Yeah.
I can't place my finger on it. But I do think your take there reminds me of one that Ron the Show Hughley had.
Oh, man. I wonder what's going on there. What could the two of us have in common?
Man.
Race car! I was like, yeah, McClain, black and good at football.
The one thing that Joe Burrow, though, like if you were someone who was evaluating Burrow and maybe trying to talk your way out of Joe Burrow coming into the NFL and you're trying to talk your way out of C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Having the elite receivers in college because CJ's going to throw, I think, 4 or 5 first round picks.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow had Chase and Jefferson and Marshall on his squad, so I guess that would be similar. But yeah, I think they play a lot alike. I can't even like think of very many similarities between the way that Deshaun played, and we like Deshaun as a quarterback. We had a lot of hope when Deshaun was here, so we're not minimizing it, but I know that this might make John McClain even more horny than this. I think he's more Warren Moon than he is Deshaun Watson.
Oh, CJ?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Like, I think he's like if we're gonna do that, play that game. I think he's a little bit more Warren Moon than
To
Deshaun.
McClain's credit, he did eventually work his way to Warren Moon.
Oh my God! Of course he did.
He did. He eventually worked.
Of course he did.
He worked his way to so
I
he
wonder
just
why.
So maybe he just needed to get down the assembly line, so to speak. But he did work his way. He's like, you know what? It really reminds me of Warren Moon. I was like, yeah, I could see that one.
Yeah,
I could see like this.
Jamarcus Russell reminded him of Warren Moon.
and C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
And Deshaun Watson.
So we got to Warren Moon, huh? So
Yeah.
we went from Deshaun to Warren Moon.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
'Cause I remember he said Deshaun reminded him of Warren Moon.
But
that was ridiculous.
Oh, come on.
He did.
So what?
I don't remember, but I'll believe you.
What moment would he have been a prisoner of on that one? Because I can't
wonder.
see that.
I wonder.
Like, I do think it was the fact that we were so fixated on this play and trying to figure out if it was called or it was designed or if it wasn't, if it was improvised, all of that. And then he's like, man, he does such a good job of reading plays and when the play break down. We're over there talking about how he redirects Noah Brown's route, tells him to run a shorter route.
Yeah.
Does the same thing with Dalton Schultz, all of these other different things. So we're like, okay, yeah, he's a good backyard football player.
Yeah.
But it's not Deshaun Watson.
All right.
It's actually a better brand of football.
April 27th, 2017, at McLean _on NFL. The more I watch, listen, and read about Deshaun Watson, the more he reminds me of Warren Moon. What a deal if the Texans could get him. May 13th, 2017. He said he said it in a different way. This was literally right after. The more I listen to Deshaun Watson, the more impressed I am with him. He reminds me of a young Warren Moon when he came in 1984.
Warren Moon escaped pressure a lot more like a Burrow or a CJ than Deshaun. I mean, that's the thing.
Is this just a symptom? Here's how I'll explain McLean here. Maybe this is just a symptom of how rare it's been for him to
hadn't been a lot of them
to cover a quarterback of this caliber.
Yes, there hadn't been a lot.
He's like, what does this remind me of? Good quarterback play. Well, I've seen it in Warren Moon and Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, that's pretty much the list. Maybe
Yeah.
Steve McNair a little bit. Oh wait, does he compare him to Steve McNair?
Oh, that's another good one. Hey, shout out to Houston and his legacy of black quarterbacks.
We can't claim Steve McNair.
Underrated
He was
story.
here.
Come on.
He was here. A year as a starter, 2 years, I think, as an Oiler here. I believe that's right.
I saw him when he played against when he was at Alcorn State and played against Sam Houston State in Huntsville. Man,
he was magic.
He was crazy.
He was magic.
Wait, come on.
Legendary.
We can't claim that.
Legendary moment.
Okay, if we can claim Warren Moon here, or not Warren Moon, if we can claim Steve McNair here, Ohio State can claim Joe Burrow.
I think that's fine.
Even more so.
I actually think that's fine.
Even more so, they can claim Joe Burrow.
He went to school there.
He graduated.
Yeah, I mean,
2 years in Houston. 1 year.
Yeah,
as a
come
starter.
on. Yeah, how good were those 2 years?
Not good.
Yeah, come on. We can't claim Steve McNair.
He was here.
That's okay, come on. And that is worse. Like us claiming Steve McNair is worse than them claiming the Oilers. Seriously.
Hey, as a dude that went to 3 high schools and claims every single one of them, if you spent some time there and got some memories, you claim it.
You can talk about it. That's for dang sure.
That's for sure.
The other thing about C.J. Stroud that I was going to mention earlier that I think is more Joe Burrow than anything, like even more the way he avoids pressure, the way he's cool, the way that just his demeanor on the field, is the ability to get air under the ball when air needs to be under the ball.
Yeah.
Zip it like he did to Tank Dell. That was a rocket in the back of the end zone. The ability to take more and less off the ball, that's Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
100%.
Like who are the ball placement specialists as C.J. Stroud describes himself as he did at the Combine?
Yeah.
Who are those in the NFL? To me, they are Joe Burrow. People don't like – they're Tua Tagovailoa. People don't like to give Kirk Cousins a lot of credit. He gets dunked on a lot, but for the most part,
That's him.
He's that too. Yeah. Jared Goff is kind of in that conversation as well when everything's right for him. But at the highest level, again, the non-Patrick Mahomes quarterbacks, that's Joe Burrow for me right now.
Perhaps the most random C.J. Stroud love fest could be hours away. A leader, a strong leader speaks. We listen, and plus, let's make some money. Michael Jenkins, hits are lit next.
A lot of people are obese, but you are, and you don't want to be.
kickoff.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, we're going to make some money with Michael Jenkins coming up. Brandon Scott with us, though, and you know what time it is. You know why we're here. The hits are lit.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Vanessa Richardson caught up with C.J. Stroud yesterday at the Rockets game, and she asked him a question about bringing hope to the city. This is what C.J. said on Space Network. Is that what they call it now? Space
City Network.
Space City Network. I'm getting used to it.
Yeah.
But this is what Vanessa said when she talked to CJ, and this is what CJ said.
A great quarterback can change the way that an entire city views NFL Sunday. You've made Houston excited for NFL Sundays again. What do you hope to bring to Houston?
Just hope and inspiration. So I'm very blessed to be able to kind of start that off early in my career, but all the stuff I did in the past, I'm looking on to the next week, and it's going to be a really good week for us to play the Bengals. It's going to be a tough game, really good team, so I'm excited, but it's great the things that we're trying to do already, and I really think we can only go up from here.
Well, he's not wrong on that, and boy, he was the star of the show. You know, I was just watching it on Twitter because I wasn't at the game like you were, but it had to be pretty buzzing.
Man, I was like shocked on how many people were there, and then I thought about, okay, it's the Lakers. That's what a lot of it is.
Were there a lot of were there a lot of chicks trying to get pregnant there yesterday?
Well, to be fair, that's
blunt.
To be fair, that's what an NBA.
A lot of holes being punched in condoms yesterday.
That's what an NBA game is.
Yeah.
Well,
so it was
some more than others, though.
Well, yeah, right. You're right. But I'm just saying it wasn't unique in that way. But yeah, the volume was just turned up a little bit.
But it was a C.J. Stroud production too.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like you could see. Like I watched those first shots, and obviously, C.J. Stroud's going to be more famous.
Talking about basketball shots, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah. The first shot at the basketball game.
Shoot your shot, man.
They're normally not like that. You know, they're normally not like that. And then, of course, CJ rims it out. But, I mean, the energy, the buzz, man. And then, of course, on top of that, like you've got LeBron, the whole LeBron dynamic. A lot of people are actually there for LeBron.
Yeah.
But
LeBron, you should be.
But then LeBron is giving respect to CJ. I know there's the Ohio connection.
Yeah, he interrupted Tillman's conversation.
Yeah, well, how important was that?
Well, I'm just saying, I don't know how Tillman feels about that. I don't know how he feels about LeBron interrupting his conversation with CJ.
Yeah, I don't think he said anything.
Yeah, I think it'll be okay.
CJ made 5 in a row when he was warming up.
Yeah. He could hoop.
What's crazy about it is that, and CJ said it, and he was kind of like laughing yesterday in his media availability. He was like, yeah, and I've been watching. I don't want to make him feel old. Brother, LeBron debuted when CJ was 2.
2 years old.
He was 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jalen Green, who balled out last night, was born in 2000, so it was 1 year old. Yeah, Jalen Green's born in 2002. So yeah, like the dudes that are out there are Jabari Smith.
Like that was their first.
Jabari Smith
with his dad
might not have been born, and Jabari Smith's dad played in that game.
Yeah, I remember
that was that first game.
Yeah. How much did he play?
He
suited up.
He was
right?
on the roster in that game.
I remember Jabari Smith. I watched that Kings team quite a lot. He wasn't playing very much.
Yeah, no,
he's getting his sweat in warm-ups.
I remember more Doug Christie and Blade and
Bobby Jackson.
Bobby Jackson and those guys. No, I don't.
Getting in warm-ups with Derek Martin or something like that. A man wasn't playing. I can promise you that. He get in?
He did not play.
Yeah.
He did not play.
He played.
I'm looking at the box score.
Scott Pollard.
I'm sure he did something in the layup line.
Pollard played, though.
Yeah, Pollard did play.
Pollard played.
He was one of my favorite players.
Pollard go in there. He would just take the abuse of Shaq. He would just take the brunt of Shaq, the elbows and everything. And he's a Kansas guy, too. Shout out to Scotty Pollard. 23 guys on the Texans injury report. We'll give you updates on that throughout the day. We should get some clarity. Jamar Chase and T. Higgins didn't practice yesterday for the Bengals. We should get some clarity on that as well. Thursday night football tonight. The Panthers and Chicago Bears, the two teams that made the trade for the number 1 pick overall. Both of them struggling this year, two of the worst teams in the NFL. I anticipate that C.J. Stroud will be mentioned in this game a couple of times.
Yeah, and he should be. He should be. Like the fascinating part about this for me is more so even the Bears than the Panthers. Like everybody's gonna make the comparison to C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young for as long as they play, or just until the end of time, basically. Yeah. But for me, it's the Bears. Like especially if like they still have a chance to get Caleb Williams. I think if the Panthers are the worst team, they'll have the Panthers pick, I'm pretty sure, and maybe their own too, and they're pretty bad themselves. So they can still get out of this, and I'm pretty sure that's what Bears fans are hoping for. But the Panthers at least did take their swing and at least did take a quarterback who still has a chance to be good.
Oh, the Bears are kicking themselves.
The Bears looked at their current situation and were like, you know what? Yeah. We're good over all of those quarterbacks.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud, Bryce Young, Anthony Richardson, Will Levis. We're good on all of those dudes for Justin Fields. And at the very least, all four of the quarterbacks that I've mentioned have shown something, a glimpse of something this year, and like potentially to be better than Justin Fields. And for sure, C.J. Stroud.
Did you see Eberflus?
Dude.
By the way, that press conference?
So,
what the hell was that?
And what a clinic,
That is honestly a type of press conference that gets you fired.
Oh, but a clinic in press conferences and press conferencing.
That is a press conference where even if you're not trying to win, like that is like a Lovie Smith being a jerk all last year. And they were going to move on from Lovie anyways. David Coley, the football is the football. He said at one point, Justin Fields is doubtful.
And
he said Justin Fields is not playing. And then he said he had a 51% chance of playing, all in an 8-minute radius.
Which 51% would make him probable.
Yes,
exactly.
Like is that math work?
That math works.
I'm not good at math, but 51%
is
more likely than not.
It's more, yeah.
This is true.
Yeah. All right, so I don't know what the hell was going on with Matt Eberflus, but it was a clinic to me. I thought, I was like, salute and kudos to that Chicago press corps for following up, like, so wait a minute, what you're saying is not making sense. So let me give you another chance to clarify. So just to clarify, because nothing was clear because he was bouncing all over.
Remember when speaking of the math? Remember when Stanford Routt had like a big argument where he tried to say that there were 35% was just as good as 65%, and
we were like,
I was just like, man, I feel bad for you. Just stop.
Yeah, we were floored.
Just stop, please. This is bad. This is awful.
Yeah, it's one thing to be like, I feel just as comfortable with less probable odds. You can say that, but you can't be like disputing math.
Hey, I'm happy for somebody, and I know that it's an Astros opponent and division rival, but I'm very happy that Ron Washington got hired. He's going to be the manager of the Angels. Salute to Ron Washington, baseball lifer. A's Moneyball days, Rangers, OG with the Braves now. I love me some Ron Washington, so shout out to him. I'm glad he's in the division. One OG leaves. Shout out to Dusty Baker. Ron Washington gets another chance. I'm very happy for him.
Yeah, and the Angels and organization, the only thing I'm not happy for him about is that he's going to the Angels. Now he's going to get paid well, and it's a great opportunity. I'm sure he's happy. So I'm happy for him in that way. But the Angels are just so poorly run. They're just such a cluster, such a disaster.
He might be able to help the vibe.
Art Moreno's kind of a joke, the owner there. But to your point, he might be able to help. That might be exactly what they needed. Yeah, bring in Ron Washington to talk some sense in.
He's making all these hires affect the Astros too, at least in terms of names that were out there.
Well, Eric Young's going to be on his staff, so Eric Young was believed to be a candidate. He's going to be gone. And guess who his hitting coach is? If you want to make me feel old.
Ron Washington's hitting coach?
Yeah, making me feel old. Good God. Chili Davis, man.
Oh, Chili.
Wow.
Chili Davis is his hitting coach. He's just bringing it.
I kind of love that.
He's got all the players, man. He's got like the staff. He's got Eric Young. Like he basically has like a team. He has like Eric Young. You can put him at second base. Put Chili Davis at first or DH, whatever you want. He's just got like the whole staff.
Run an old man team out there. Be like, hey man, we got it. We got extra depth.
So Ime Udoka said this yesterday. We're going to talk to Michael Jenkins in a second. Of the Daily Tip. Powered by BetMGM. Ime Udoka said this about Dylan Brooks, and I just got to tell you, Ime Udoka, what a leader he is.
It's really feeling pretty good around there right now.
Yeah, it's a balance, and we knew that coming in. We knew what we needed and what he would bring. You embrace that as a defensive-minded guy. You have to have a certain mentality, and so he embraces that. It's just when it goes overboard and that becomes a story, like in the playoff series last year, he understands he has to reel it back in and focus on the court more so than, playing to that persona. And he mentioned it, I think, and we know it. Off the court, a lot of guys just flip the switch on the court, and they're very laid back and chill off the court, and he falls in that category.
All right, there you go.
Yeah,
Shout out to him.
I did not give enough credit to the possibility that Dylan Brooks could reel it in.
Yeah.
Did not give enough credit to the impact that Ime Udoka might have on that. And so my whole Dylan Brooks pushback when they signed him was like, I don't want this guy to come here and feel like he's LeBron shooting it 20, 30 times a game and just kind of coming here with that persona. But he's been everything but that. He has been everything but that, and a pleasant surprise.
Stare down he had with
Dude,
LeBron?
that was hilarious. Hilarious. And that's another thing. The personality, too, adds a little bit of fun. Even if you want to, play the whole villain thing. It's just funny.
Yeah.
Villain, funny, all of it is entertaining. It's good for the league.
B. Scott, you're entertaining. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
It's B. Scott, the great Brandon Scott, SportsRadio610.com. Let's make some money.
Let's do it.
Let's make some money. Michael Jenkins joins us, the Odyssey Sports Betting Insider, our guy. Insider Calls presented by BetMGM and the BetMGM app. Also, be sure to check out the Daily Tip podcast. Michael, did you get in on Texas TCU before the big news that Quinn Ewers is going to play? Because the line has already jumped up 3 points.
Yes, I did. I got it at 9.5, Texas minus 9.5. So I had an inkling he might play since he went to school close by there near Fort Worth. And I'm connected with enough people where I thought he might go. So excited to hear this, man. That's some good closing line value right there.
Yeah, that's my halftime bet. I got it at 7. Could have got it at 5 had I done it before 10 seconds ago, but yeah, so we'll see. Charge it to the game. We'll see how that goes. So you're feeling good about Tech. Do you still bet Texas with the 12, or is that too much?
I feel really comfortable under 10 just because you're below a key number there. But when it gets to 12, that's just a little wonky. It's kind of a number that's in the middle of nowhere. So I guess if you think Texas can win by 2 touchdowns, and I think they could, but also 12 is just kind of an odd number. I don't feel comfortable with it at 12, but I like it anything below 10, but now that's going to be hard to get.
College football before we get to some other things here, but Michigan, Penn State, probably one of the featured games. Well, it is one of the featured games.
I'm in on it.
I'm telling you,
I'm heavy in
neither
on
Landry nor
I'm heavy.
believe for a second anything about Penn State.
Maybe I'm biased. Maybe it's because I watched the Ohio State game and I was just disgusted watching them play. But I am not buying this crap that they can that Michigan cannot cover 4.5. I'm might be famous last words, but I'm heavy on this one.
I could not agree more. And James Franklin is that guy because coaching matters, right? Like coaching matters in games like this. And he feels like a guy to me. He's a very good recruiter. He's a very good head coach, but he sort of hits his ceiling in games like this. He just does. He's just never able to get over the hump. I don't care that they're playing in Happy Valley. Michigan is a top 5 offense. They're a top 5 defense. I know they haven't played the toughest schedule, but if you look at what they do, what'll happen is Penn State, Michigan will come out. It'll be a dogfight early, and then after halftime, Michigan will adjust. They outscore everyone in the third quarter. They've lost 1 game against the spread this season, so I think they pull away and just out-physical Penn State at the end. I'm with you guys in the Wolverines.
Yeah, sometimes I just feel like we overthink these things, and I mean, sometimes I'm just willing to lose the bet.
Absolutely.
There's something that's catching my eye, Michael.
Okay.
All right. So Oklahoma State right now, they're coming off a big win against OU. And I think they got one of the most underrated players in college football at the running back position. I think he's phenomenal. I think he's great. They control their own destiny to the Big 12 championship game, but they're going to UCF. Mm-hmm. UCF is getting 2.5 points. Oklahoma State's only a 2.5-point favorite. We've seen UCF push Oklahoma. Is this one of those trap games that you just stay away from, or are you going in either direction?
I feel like this is a trap game, but I still kind of like Oklahoma State here. And I feel like, a lot of people are going to do what I'm doing, which is you look at this and you think, yeah, it's on the road. Yeah, it's a trap game, but it's only 2.5 points, below 3. This is when I keep going back to coaching, but I don't know if there's anybody over the past 10, 15 years, if not longer, who's done a better job than Mike Gundy. You know how hard it is at Stillwater to keep your team inconsistent year after year. They had a bad loss early, but look, their path to the Big 12 championship game is right there. They cannot afford a letdown. So I think if this were a team that had 3 or 4 losses, okay, maybe, but for a team that knows it has to win out, I think they can take care of business down in Florida.
Miami, Florida State is interesting again, but Miami's a 14.5-point dog. What are your thoughts there?
I think there's too many points. I take the Canes here. I'm not a big believer in Miami, but if you look at Florida State's schedule, their biggest win was what? Against Clemson, and Clemson is very mediocre this year. So they're going to win this game, but you're getting more than 2 touchdowns. It is a rivalry game, and this will be, believe it or not, one of the tougher games that Florida State has had in the ACC. So I think they win, but in a game like this where Miami will be hyped up to maybe try and pull an upset, this is just way too many points. I'm on the Canes.
All right, so we got a couple of NFL games I want to touch on real quick. 49ers versus the Jags. The Jags, they've been on fire. They've won 5 straight games. San Francisco, they've lost 3 straight. San Francisco's a 3-point favorite in Jacksonville. What the hell am I to make of this?
God, this is the one game that I personally would stay away from because I want to bet Niners, but I think the Jags might be a live dog here at home, just on the money line if you want some plus money. San Francisco's too good not to put it together at some point, but this game doesn't feel right because you know it's going to happen when the Niners start playing again. Purdy maybe gets back into form. Deebo Samuel will play this weekend. And the Jags have won 5 straight, but also haven't played the toughest schedule. I think the home dog is probably the right side here, but I don't know if I want to get in front of San Francisco knowing that if they put it together, they could run away with it. So it's no play for me, but I kind of like the Jags at home.
All right, well, here locally, Landry and I have been talking about this. Texans, 23 guys on the injury report, which is ridiculous. Yeah. And you're thinking, okay, well, that's tough. But T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, I mean, I would be more worried if I was a Bengals fan than a Texans fan about injuries. How do you see it?
This is one of those games where it really depends on where you got a number. Like it opened with the Texans getting 8 points, and I love that bet. But now all that money came in on Houston, and now you're sitting with the Texans only getting 6.5. So the Bengals can cover with a touchdown. And now that it's below 7, now I think Cincinnati is the right side just because Joe Burrow is back playing like a tier 1 quarterback. The Bengals have covered 4 straight games. They're probably playing as good as anyone in the NFL. They're at home. And I feel like maybe one of those guys tries to go for Cincinnati. So as much as I love C.J. Stroud, he's been a revelation. He's always in danger of maybe having an off game. That happens when you're a rookie. Joe Burrow is just playing out of his mind. So I would lay 6.5 for the Bengals.
All right, Michael, we appreciate you. Thank you very much. I'm gonna watch that Michigan game and just say, hey, I'll lose, whatever. Congratulations.
Let's go, Wolverines. Let's make some money.
Yeah. Let's get some bread. There you go. Michael Jenkins, the Daily Tip and Odyssey Sports Betting Insider. Insider calls presented by BetMGM and the BetMGM app. Coming up, 2-3. 23 people on the Texans injury report and 2 things that need to happen in the next 3 weeks, according to the OG John Lopez. Next.
All right, look, let's talk about Texas Star Grill Shop. First of all, thank you very much.
Insider access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, things are looking good for Judgment Day tomorrow. Little Texans breaking news to start off your lunch here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
Friday is Judgment Day because that's when you really know who's is and isn't going to play. So there were 23 guys listed on the injury report yesterday. Not awesome, but you do kind of take it with a grain of salt because Thursday is really the day where it matters more. A lot of guys getting days off. So the Texans have welcomed some guys back to practice today. Laramie Tunsil.
Good.
He back. Robert Woods.
Better.
He back. Will Anderson Jr.
Even better.
He back. Blake Cashman. He back.
Also even better.
I'm not even worried anymore.
Well,
I'm not even worried anymore.
I don't know about not even worried anymore, but that's a big break in the right direction. That's for darn sure.
Yeah, that is really, really good. Sure.
Still want to see Jimmy Ward.
He ain't playing.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're right.
He ain't playing.
I'm afraid you're right.
Steven Nelson is not on the field. Derek Stingley is practicing though.
Yeah.
But if they don't have T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, it's all good.
Well, that's the thing. And
yeah, we're fine.
You know, and
Shaq can hold it down.
And Michael Jenkins just said he expects one of them to try to go. I mean, I understand that, but I think the reality is neither one of those guys is going to play, whether it's Jamar Chase or T.
You know something nobody's talking about?
Yeah, no, hit me.
You ready?
I'm ready.
You sure?
I'm ready.
You ready for nobody's talking about?
Well, no, I don't know.
Nobody's talking about Guy.
Ravens versus Bengals after the Texans face them.
Mm-hmm.
You know when that is?
It's Thursday.
Thursday night, baby.
Yeah, it's a Thursday.
Thursday night.
That's what I'm saying.
So
yeah,
they might err on the side of caution there.
Yeah, I think the Texans have a distinct advantage here, man. If in terms of like the injuries, and who's going to play, who's not going to play.
No Nico Collins though.
No Nico Collins. No.
But you get Woods back.
No Jimmy Ward. Woods back. The receivers, you almost don't even worry about anymore, which is so bizarre, considering how we felt about the receiving corps coming in. But it actually ties in with one thing that you teased coming into this segment about the next 3 weeks. Like I think there are certain things that have to happen in the next 3 weeks for the Texans to be like legit be a contender, like legit contend for the division, contend for the playoffs, take the next step.
Okay.
I really do.
Lay it out.
Okay, because I'll say this: the two most important games of the season are in the next 3 weeks. Bengals this week, and you're thinking, well, how is that important? Well, I think it just kind of elevates the Texans if they can pull off a win, against the Bengals, and we've talked about that. Then they have the Cardinals. Who cares? But then they have
easy now, there, easy now, Turbo. What are we doing here?
Who cares?
Come on.
They're going to beat the Cardinals.
Come on.
Who cares? Yeah, who cares?
Okay, John.
But then
Who cares?
Jaguars here. So you got the Bengals, Cardinals, then Jaguars. The Jaguars and the Bengals, I think, are the two most important games remaining on the schedule. This one to get you into like, oh my gosh, they're for real. And then the Jaguars.
So you're making this a crucial game now.
I don't know I think the Jaguars is probably would fit into the crucial category.
I think if you win one of the next two, you're fine in a playoff mix.
But I think the Jaguars is crucial no matter what.
Well, yeah,
right.
Not if you lose and then they win. I'm looking at the wild card right now.
Well, all I'm saying is like to take that next level to be legit, whether it's wild card or division. 2 of the next 3 games are going to go a long way.
Denzel Perriman back too, by the way.
Put it that way. Well, that's good.
This news is just getting better and better.
3 things have to happen in the next 3 weeks. Are you ready?
I guess.
Figure, you ready?
Yep.
These 3 things have to happen for the Texans to get better and reach another level.
Okay.
Number 1 is somewhat obvious, but Will Anderson has to like start racking up some sacks and big plays and tackles for losses, maybe a fumble forced, a fumble, and just something that changes the game. We all understand how good he is. We all understand, the advanced statistics and data and all that. But if you're going to make that leap, you just said it. Like, what do the Jaguars not have? They don't have that defensive guy that, whether he's on the line or whatever, that can just change a game. Will Anderson is really, really good. I'm not downplaying how good he's playing, but it's got to translate into plays, man. It's got to translate into big plays. That's number 1. Number 2, and this is a big ask, Derek Stingley has to start playing like a number 3 overall pick.
All right, well, been a good season if that's your wish list. I mean, how about just start playing?
He's got to play, man.
All right,
especially with the secondary.
Say what you said again.
Derek Stingley has to start playing like a number 3 overall.
All right, I'm going to ask you to say it again. Figgy, shut his mic off after he says playing. Okay, now say it, but say it like you just said it.
Derek Stingley has to start playing.
See? There you go. Good job, Piggy. He has to start playing. There you go. Good job, Piggy. Thank you for the assistance.
Dude, but like, what are your goals? You want to take another leap. You got to have that guy play.
He's not going to play like a number 3. I mean,
he got to play.
Just play. What are you asking him to do? What are you asking him to do?
Define play.
Be a serviceable corner. Be a serviceable starting corner.
No.
That's what I want from Derek Stingley. I want a serviceable starting corner.
I want more than that. Especially with Steven Nelson.
I want him to play as good as Steven Nelson.
At least.
Because if you're hoping Derek Stingley is going to play like that, even if he does, how long is it going to be?
Well, okay, that's another topic. But, I mean, if you're going to reach another level, Will Anderson has got to start translating into big plays. Derek Stingley, earn your draft status. And then the third thing.
It's a lot to ask.
And this is another guy kind of like a mini-me of Will Anderson. Jalen Petrie, everybody, he's another one of those guys. I'm telling you.
I tried to say, like, I like Jalen Petrie as a player. Like, I really do. Like, I think
underrated.
Jalen Petrie, everybody in the world was saying he was underrated
He's not.
Where I was like, man, he's overrated now.
Yeah.
Look out for him. He could be a Pro Bowler. I like Petrie.
Player nobody's talking about. Jalen Petrie.
What is he doing?
But I'll tell you what's going on.
What is he doing?
He's Will Anderson. Oh, he's doing some good stuff.
And there have been times where D'Amico's dialed it up perfectly for him. And you want to talk about finishing plays?
Yes.
He had kill shots on quarterbacks.
That's what you need to get to another level. You need Petrie to start playing like what we expected. Right now, 0 sacks, 0 interceptions, 2 tackles for losses, which is supposed to be one of his strengths, and 3 passes defensed. Come on, man. Like they're talking about Petrie the same way they talk about Will Anderson. He's doing a lot of great things. D'Amico Ryans just last week, he's all over the ball and all that. Okay, let's translate that.
Yeah, that whole, like, everyone in the world saying he was underrated terrified me.
Yeah.
Like, I need to see something big. Mm-hmm. I need to see a big play from him. By the way, Joe Burrow will throw it to you.
Occasionally.
He'll throw it to you every once in a while. Yeah. There's been some times where he starts off, he'll throw some interceptions. Be nice to see Petrie get one.
I feel like those 3 guys, it's just got to, let's see it. Let's see it.
All right. Power rank your confidence.
In Will Anderson on a 1 to 5 scale?
No. Just go 1 to 3. 1 to 3.
Will Anderson 1.
Okay.
Jalen Petrie 2. And Derek Stingley 3.
Okay.
But Derek Stingley's got to play, man. They drafted him there for a reason.
See, you've changed it. You're good.
No, I'm saying he's got
to play. There you go. I'm with you.
Oh, that. I'm saying he's got to play like a number 3 overall pick. Make some plays. Get a pick. Break up a pass. Make him throw to the other side of the field. Because you got your guy covered. Something.
What if Steven Nelson's like, you know what? I'm just going to sit out and let them see what it's like without me with just Stingley out there.
Get more money.
You're going to have to overpay me now to come back.
Yeah,
I'm going to sit here and watch y'all's number 3 overall pick that y'all believe in.
Nah, man.
Is this y'all king?
This is the guy you drafted?
Is this y'all king?
This is y'all's guy.
There's a formula that, like, a lot of successful teams that burst onto the scene that they have. You always have guys that you who you expect to be great or good reach that level, but you always have guys that have, like, never before type seasons, like they have career years, and that's how a good team gets into the mix. Well, Jalen Petrie fits that. He's got to be better than you expected. Derek Stingley fits that. He's got to be better than you expected if you're going to make and be like a legitimate threat.
Yeah, I'm not counting on that.
I just
want
telling you
solid
what has
starters.
to happen, man.
I think Will Anderson's the one that we need to.
Yeah.
Will there be a Will Anderson game? That's all I'm at. Like, will there be just one?
Yeah.
Pick up a fumble. Give me one Will Anderson game.
Score or take it down into the red zone, something.
Just give me one. I want the Will Anderson game this weekend.
Strip sack. What strip sack?
2.5 sacks.
Strip sack.
Give me 2.5. Give me 2.5 and a forced fumble. I need one of those. Just give me one of those. And eventually I want it right now. Yeah. I'm greedy. Get greedy.
2 of the next 3 games are your biggest ones.
But I want to be realistically greedy. I don't want to be, hey, Derek Stingley.
Is it really greedy?
Yes.
I mean, his big issue is he hasn't been on the field.
Has he been phenomenal out there?
No, I'm saying that's why I'm saying he's got to start playing to number 3 overall. But he hasn't been bad when he's played.
Oh, okay.
He has been.
No, he hadn't been bad, but awesome. That's great.
I've never seen you drink a Diet Coke in my life.
It's effing fantastic.
I've never seen
there.
you drink a Diet Coke in my life.
Yeah, I don't know. It was just kind of sitting in there. Here's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
I walked to the elevator. I was going to go down and get a coffee.
Okay.
But as the elevator opened, I realized, damn, I forgot my phone for my Apple Pay.
Oh, yeah.
So by the time that happened,
Yeah,
I was
too
like,
much time.
I can't go down there and get this, so I don't have time for it. So I was looking for some caffeine. I don't know. There was a whole box of them, so I took someone's Diet Coke. I don't know who it was. I wouldn't have taken the last one, but there were 12.
Damn, slime ball.
I'm just being honest.
We have a coffee machine right there.
Yeah, I don't like using that because y'all don't take very good care of it.
Y'all?
Yeah, y'all don't like rinse it, wash it off, and all that. So
How do you know that?
Because I see it. I see the coffee stains and stuff like that. Like I don't want to touch y'all's coffee machine because y'all don't take good care of it. All the people who drink coffee here, y'all don't take good care of the resource.
Well, that's pretty.
It's true.
It's not true.
It's true.
I drink coffee out of there every day.
Well, maybe you're part of the problem. I didn't even know you did. I knew you drink coffee. I didn't know that was it. Maybe you're part of the problem. They don't respect the equipment around here, Fig.
Like, give me an example.
I mean, it's just not. It's the bottom's not washed. Like it's just y'all just expect people to clean up after you. It happens.
I think you're a coffee snob.
Y'all just expect.
I didn't even know you like coffee.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't. I just wanted some.
It was kind of shocking you wanted some coffee.
Yeah, I don't. Just kind of wanted some. In this instance, just wanted to get it going. Coffee people are crazy though.
Like the hardcore ones?
Yeah,
they
hardcore
are.
ones are crazy.
To me, coffee is just like utilitarian. I mean, I just need
Just
coffee.
a need.
Somebody tried to fight me when I was working at Starbucks.
I don't blame them.
Because I was behind the counter training, and they thought I wasn't doing nothing. and she came from the drive-through window, pretty much, went all the way inside.
What?
And went off on me because I was just standing there and not making her coffee.
Do your job?
I'm like, lady, you don't want me to make it because I don't know how to make it.
My oldest son is a coffee snob. Like he has to find like some coffee little, place. It's
like a hipster type.
Yeah, very hipster.
Freshly brewed, all that.
Very hipster.
Your total's $9.
Can you grind that?
Oh, you wanted a large? It's
Yeah.
15.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Coffee folks are crazy. Diet Coke folks can be crazy too, though.
I was one.
Yeah.
Man,
Back in the day.
soda folks is crazy in general.
Mm-hmm.
You think CJ drinks sodas at all?
I would doubt it.
I think he does.
You do?
I bet he likes sodas, yeah.
I don't know, man. He's all about.
He's not really like a health dude, though.
I don't know.
Yeah, he ain't Tom Brady.
I don't know if he's like. Yeah,
He like the mocktails.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's doing his thing.
He likes them oxtails.
He said he did.
I know.
He said he did. Coming up, lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. There's something that we see on the reg that I was kind of over. Get into it next.
Let we go. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sin to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some I can assure you have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
These are my confessions.
Shout out to Jelly Roll. Just an absolute Figgy, we have the audio. Look, and you got to wait till the end. An absolute clinic on perseverance, on stick-to-itiveness, on Landry's walking around the room disgusted, on just being, transforming yourself. Like, wait till the end of this. Like, he literally preached.
There is something poetic about a 39-year-old man winning New Artist of the Year. I don't know where you're at in your life or what you're going through, but I want to tell you to keep going, baby. I want to tell you success is on the other side of it. I want to tell you it's going to be okay. I want to tell you that the windshield is bigger than the rearview mirror for a reason, because what's in front of you is so much more important than what's behind you. Let's party, Nashville!
How can anyone absolutely not love that? Thank you, Figgy. It was literally preaching. Incredible story. CMAs last night. You said you were going to watch. I'm guessing you did.
I watched all 3 hours. The best way to watch is like fast forward when you want.
Yeah. So it's just inspiring. It's awesome.
I feel like it's important to watch the award shows and just whether it's the BET, whether it's the MTV and stuff, and just kind of educate yourself a little bit.
So you were inspired.
I gotta confess, that guy, he made me sick yesterday.
How?
I'm serious. I know he was in the studio.
Yeah.
A couple months ago. I can't.
Why,
dude? Parker McCollum deserved Artist of the Year.
Oh, you're going in the weeds?
Oh, your buddy.
I'm
going in the weeds.
That's your buddy.
I'm not just saying this because he's a local guy. I'm not just saying this because he's a friend of the show. I'm not just saying this because we go back and forth a little bit.
Yeah.
Not just saying this because he jumped on my stream. He put together, first of all, he toured, and he had a very successful tour. He had like 5 hits. If Parker McCollum weren't a guy who worked out twice a day and looked like a traditional country singer that was actually in shape, then he would have easily won Artist of the Year. I guess Parker McCollum needs to, instead of working out,
should have gone to prison.
So it's the fat card.
Eat 20 pizzas a day and get
Using
some
the
face
weight
tattoos.
card.
Yeah, he needs to get some face tattoos and get up to 400 pounds and gain 200 pounds, and he would win Artist of the Year.
Should have been a
great
drug
job. Great song by Jelly Roll, all that. That's cool. You seem like a nice guy. But Parker McCollum, to quote Kanye West,
I was about to say, you
Parker
real Kanye.
McCollum had one of the best albums of the year. He did not deserve it. Jelly Roll only got that award because of how fat he is and how he had the face tattoos. That's my story, and I'm freaking sticking to it. Parker McCollum was a better artist.
Man, you're a truther.
Man.
You are a truther. You're going inside baseball. You had 5 hits. You had a successful tour. Come on, man. That was awesome last night.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Hold on just a sec, too. No. This is a confession.
All right, Kanye.
No. Hold on. Why is it, and all award shows do this, and I don't understand it at all. Why is it that these artists, they're up there because of certain hits, okay?
Right.
And there was have the artist, when they perform, play the song that people actually know.
Absolutely.
There was one point, I forgot who won Song of the Year. This dude wins Song of the Year, and then 25 minutes later, they introduce him to sing, and he's singing some song you've never heard.
It's going to be my new album.
Here's the winner of Song of the Year, and he's singing some new song that makes no sense.
Hadn't been released yet.
Yeah. What are we doing here? Why do they do that?
I agree with
you. They weren't having any of these guys play their hits. They were like playing new stuff. It's like, dude, you're up there for a reason.
Nobody wants to hear that.
Why, you won Song of the Year, and you're over there singing something else.
Who did win Song of the Year? I don't know.
I think it was like it was something about fast car. Whoever sings that fast car.
But he didn't sing it.
Yeah. Shout out to Jelly Roll. Good for him.
You were inside baseball, man.
I know, man.
You're like Adam Spillane. Not my money.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I am 100% convinced that LeBron James had no idea who Martin Maldonado was last night. Did you see the video clip? So he went over LeBron and was, hugging CJ Stroud and all that before the game. Martin Maldonado was in the front row with someone.
And then the Rockets had him record a video as a buzzkill.
Yeah, but LeBron walked by and he shook the other dude's hand. I don't know who that was. Maybe it was, I don't know who it was. And Martin Maldonado gets up and shakes it. LeBron walked away like,
who was that?
Who the hell was that? It was like, watch the video if you get a chance. It's on there. He's like, congratulations on all your endeavors. I mean, he didn't know who the hell he was.
Shout out to all the Jelly Roll truthers and the Parker McCollum
there's a
truthers.
bunch of them on the text line,
There's
man.
Parker McCollum truthers and there's Jelly Roll truthers.
About to lose some listeners, man.
Hey, I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying Parker had a better album. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, Adam.
Jelly Roll had a hit, though.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Jelly Roll sold out every show that he had, but okay. Yeah, at House of Blues.
Oh, man. Switching the music.
That dude was not selling out nothing.
Switching the music.
Andrew, you completely crossed the line. Parker doesn't even sound the same in person as he does on radio. Parker sucks, bro. I saw him in Galveston.
That ain't real country music.
That was. Yeah. Come on, man.
Ain't no real country music.
That's Nashville. Brevin Jordan, it's not Martin Maldonado territory where it kind of frustrates me when I see his name. But man, he's a great dude. I like Brevin Jordan.
He's been great.
But damn, like, how much longer are we going to do this?
Well,
they gave him the benefit of the doubt at training camp because he wasn't healthy, and they were ready for him in the start of the season. And now here we are. He scores a big touchdown, and he's been on the injury report, and he's been out ever since. This is, I got to confess, it's harder. It's getting more and more difficult for me to look at this Brevin Jordan thing.
Yeah, speaking of building this squad, tight end's going to be high on the list. That's no doubt about it.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So this goes against...
I'm boycotting jelly. From now on,
fraud.
Peanut butter sandwich. No more jelly.
This goes against everything that I stand for, when it comes to like going out and shopping and stuff like that. I would normally, I hate doing the whole, hey, let's go antiquing, all that stuff. I kind of want to go to the Nutcracker Market.
They have tickets up front.
Yeah. They had a tailgate for it yesterday.
Yeah, a lot of the people here were out there, and the reason
what is the Nutcracker Market?
I've been.
I've heard that it's a place where cougars and MILFs get really drunk.
You heard correctly.
Yeah. I actually went last year for the first time. I didn't know what it was.
They just get smashed. They just go around buying a bunch of crap.
You also heard correctly.
I seen some get off of a tour bus. It was 50 of them.
They get party buses.
The same little cricket shirts.
As hell, drinking bottles of wine.
You were correct.
Champagne and rosé, and they just go in there and they're all in their Christmas gear and they're in the spirit. Yeah. They're just like falling over themselves buying stuff.
Everything you said is true. But I want to go see the Christmas stuff. Like, we get some new stuff, all that. I'm like, oh, but I dread going like, hey, let's go to all these and let's go to the Heights and walk around and I dread that. I kind of want to go to the Nutcracker Market.
Let me ask you a serious question.
Okay.
Serious question.
I'm here.
We'll get back to this Nutcracker thing in a second.
Yeah.
Do you think if Jelly Roll weighed 160 pounds and didn't have a face tattoo, he would have gotten the award?
Yes.
So if that guy were 160 pounds and didn't have a face tattoo, he would have won the award.
The guy, Landry, you got to be real, man.
I'm asking.
Is Jelly Roll a little more popular right now?
Than Parker McCollum.
Yeah, right now. Popularity.
My question is why?
Well, it's music for one. A lot of people don't.
But see,
is his music?
You got to realize.
I only talk to God when I need a favor. Okay, that's a huge hit. I get.
But
it.
see, you got to realize these award shows are all about popularity.
Okay.
And
they give it to the most popular person.
The music.
No,
my bad.
I agree with you,
Parker
man.
writes his own songs and all that.
Hey, I agree with you, but they always give it to the flavor of the month.
But what I'm saying is, most listeners, if they're just casually listening to country music or whatever, and they really love a song, they're not. Oh, that's the guy that was in prison and had a drug addiction. They just like the song.
Okay.
Right?
And
I don't know.
I think it's more of a popularity contest, man.
Let me say this real quick, okay? Parker McCollum got signed by someone, their record label. Who was it? Who signed Parker McCollum? Who was it? Oh, George Strait. I think he's pretty good. I think that's pretty good.
Anything?
I'm just saying, he might have seen a little something. He might know a little something
These
about
award
talent.
shows don't look at all that, though.
Come on, man.
They look at who's more popular.
How's the campaign going?
Which one?
To become Parker McCollum's president of the fan club.
No, I'm not that. I'm not all that.
You got T-shirts?
No, I'm not all that.
You got T-shirts?
He about to write a letter.
Yeah.
It ain't like that.
Let me write a letter to the CMA.
I was a little disappointed in Parker yesterday. I got to confess this. So I'll go ahead and confess this too.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
In the spirit of fairness, because I am an objective radio journalist. I am an objective radio journalist. I will say I was a little disappointed in Parker McCollum yesterday.
Over?
I think there's a little. I think Twitter fingers. The challenge flag's got to be thrown on my man.
How's that?
Man, he went up there and presented with Corey Seager, and Corey Seager was talking about winning the World Series, and Parker didn't even slide in a go Astros.
Oh, that's big.
Yeah. He's the most passionate sports fan, and Corey Seager's just up there pushing Rangers, and Parker just stayed on his best behavior. Didn't even drop in a go Astros.
So he's soft.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I was
Maybe he's
waiting
just
for it.
being professional.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, why do you have to be professional when a guy that has face tattoos and weighs 460 pounds is winning awards over you?
He's gaining weight during this segment.
I know.
He's gained 60 pounds since this segment started. I got one more.
People are taking this so serious.
Yeah, man, we losing a lot of listeners for real.
There it is.
These are my confessions.
It's okay. It happens to all of us. Everybody's done this.
You go listen to Jelly Roll's whole album.
This has happened to all of us in some realm or another. CJ Stroud choked. He choked.
Oh, no doubt. With the way that he was shooting, yeah.
He was knocking everything down.
Yeah, he choked.
In the warm-ups.
He choked.
All right.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah. It happens.
It's not his preferred sport, and he hadn't done it a lot lately, I'm guessing.
Yep.
Yeah.
No doubt.
He choked.
No doubt. That's Lunchtime Confession. Shout out to Jelly Roll for real.
Oh, really?
And Parker McCollum. Shout out to him. Shout out to all the fans on there too. Y'all.
That's big coming from you.
Yeah. Shout out to you.
Yeah. You know all his tour dates by heart.
No, I don't. I do not. Coming up, in the spirit of TBT, the most entertaining guy ever made a return. We'll hear him. I promise you will laugh. And on Sunday, are we looking at the standard when it comes to what we hope for CJ Stroud? That's next. First, I want to tell you about Texans Turf. It's the best.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Joe Burrow on Sunday. Is that the standard for CJ Stroud? Like, if I asked you, all right, let's look for an ideal comp, the dream scenario for CJ Stroud. Is Joe Burrow that dude? We're going to exclude Patrick Mahomes from the conversation. But as far as style of play, as far as what he brings to the table from a skill standpoint and an intangible standpoint, is that the standard? CJ has said himself he models his game after.
Man, Brandon Scott brought this up, and you and I have talked about it a little bit. In fact, I think we mentioned him with Joe Burrow yesterday. To be honest, I can't think of any other really good comp than Joe Burrow. Like let's go through it. Like, what's his strength? What's CJ Stroud's strength? Accuracy, being able to know when to put something on the ball, when not to. His awareness in the pocket. Like, he doesn't bounce off of players and become a contortionist like Deshaun Watson. He just knows how to play the pocket. Smarts, I mean, like in every his cool, in every category. I think Joe Burrow and CJ Stroud are like the best comp. I'm trying to think of anybody else.
Yeah, I think it's a good comp. They're both accurate. They both are mobile when they need to be. They both know how to extend plays. They both kind of have that hit the bell it factor type of vibe. We're both called upon to save really dog-butted franchises. Although I don't even know if the expectation, like when C.J. Stroud was drafted, we weren't expecting him to be the savior. That's the crazy thing for me. Like we were just like, okay, they finally got a quarterback. Maybe this works out. Joe Burrow was drafted. He's gonna have to be the savior. And C.J. in a short time has transitioned into kind of the savior thing. But I do think there are a lot of comparisons. They both had really good receivers in college. Burrow had freaking Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson with Marshall in the slot. Stroud had Marvin Harrison Jr., Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. There are a lot of comparisons. I do think that is perhaps the ideal result for the Texans with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of anyone, and I'm stretching here a little bit, but I would maybe throw Justin Herbert in there as a comp to C.J. Stroud. But it's Joe Burrow in terms of what he can do, you know?
All right, we got some breaking news. Now, we talked about the Texans that returned to practice. We had Laramie Tunsil, we had Robert Woods, we had Blake Cashman, we had Denzel Perryman return. A lot of returns to practice for the Texans. Let's go up to Ohio and eat some of that Skyline chili. Got a little update on what's going on with them.
Where'd that barbecue?
No thanks.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right. So Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, they just walked onto the Bengals practice field in street clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Joe Burrow might be without Jamar Chase and T. Higgins.
I don't care.
How about that?
I don't care who's not going to play. I mean, outside of something happening this week for the Texans, that's a win for the Texans. I mean, when does 23 equal 2?
Apparently, Higgins also is. This is according to Olivia Ray. Higgins is moving very gingerly on that hamstring.
Yeah,
you guaranteed he wasn't playing.
I guaranteed he wasn't playing.
He finally showed some balls.
Finally. Some people would argue that. No, because he did it yesterday. I'm so glad I looked this morning. I was still kind of sleepy, and I'm like, all right, what did I miss last night? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, why did T. Higgins miss practice? And they said he was limited. I'm saying, okay, limited, he'll probably play. But he was limited because he only went through the first part of practice and then got hurt, and a hamstring. I mean, this is 23 equals 2. The 23 on the injured list of the Texans, the 2 on the Bengals is probably more detrimental to them than anything the Texans might miss.
Tyler Milner. And I want the text line to let Tyler Milner have it. 713-572-4610. I want you to let Tyler Milner have it. Yesterday, as C.J. Stroud was getting honored at the Rockets game, I thought it was cool. Mm-hmm. It was cool to see him out there. Cool to see LeBron, go up to him and show him some love. Cool to see the vibe. There were a lot of women at the game looking to get pregnant. That usually happens when the Lakers are in town.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler Milner decided that as Vanessa Richardson, the great Vanessa Richardson, was putting together an interview with C.J. Stroud and showing some of his high school basketball highlights, Tyler Milner decided that he was going to tag the NBA and C.J. Stroud in a tweet, trying to make a case that C.J. Stroud should be in the Celebrity All-Star Game for the NBA. Why? You know how dangerous it is to play basketball with people who don't know how to play basketball, yes. Especially when you're C.J. Stroud and you probably are pretty competitive. Why in the hell does C.J. Stroud playing in a celebrity basketball game and going toe-to-toe with Machine Gun Kelly, Kevin Hart, Selena Gomez, Amy Schumer, and whoever the hell else they throw out there?
There's your low post.
Why does Tyler Milner want C.J. Stroud to risk injury with everything we got going on right now? What is his problem?
I'll say this again. Are you insane?
He tried to bring the NBA into it. Like he even tried, in Tyler's world, he's trying to get the NBA's attention to get them to ask him this.
Mm-hmm.
I thought this was a guy who had 14 Houston tattoos.
It is. It is.
Then why does he want to ruin the best thing that we got going here by having him go out there and play Malcolm in the Middle and Justin Bieber in
He
hoops?
plays.
Yeah, he's actually good.
He's
Now,
pretty good.
If Malcolm and Justin Bieber are out there, it might be safe. What is he doing? What the hell is that?
Maybe he's just used to not having nice things. Astros win the World Series. Deshaun gets hurt. C.J. Stroud is maybe an MVP candidate and goes and plays the All-Star game against Amy Schumer. I mean, come on. What's going on?
Just awful.
Yeah.
Just an awful display by Tyler, especially with his recent reputation of cursing the teams.
No.
Now he's pushing for CJ to go play a meaningless game. What an absolute slime ball that Tyler is. I'm not talking to him the rest of the week. Got nothing to say to him.
Yeah.
He just lost a listener.
You're switching to music?
I'm switching to music.
That's right.
So, in the spirit of TBT, I want to honor one of the funniest guys of all time. At one point, I'll admit I was getting a little bit tired of him, but he recently did an interview with Vlad TV. Who doesn't? Lavar Ball.
He's getting sued as of yesterday as well.
Yeah, and he called it a Rudy Poo lawsuit. He said a lot. But let's remember LeVar Ball. We just mentioned Vanessa Richardson. Let's remember LeVar Ball versus women reporters, starting with Christine Leahy at Fox Sports.
Well, what is your problem with me?
Hey, my problem is you are a hater.
Why?
I would never wear a big baller shirt. But
No, I didn't
don't
say
even
that.
talk to big baller. I heard you say it. I'm not even worried about
I
it.
said that I wouldn't wear something that
It
as
says
a woman.
big baller. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
With
and
all due respect, you're a great reporter, just not reporting on me.
I have a right to say what
You have
shirt
a
I
right-
would and wouldn't wear.
Uh-oh, welcome to Big Baller Zone.
Well, no, I think I
said
actually
baller
was
was
saying
offensive.
it as like a point.
To
No, I
her
didn't
it
say
is.
no. I
Oh,
didn't
you
say it was
telling on her now.
offensive.
Next.
Well, I think in order to have a successful company, you're going to have women.
And going back to Whitlock, I don't think he can comment on anything but snacks.
Now,
Wow.
that's a little harsh.
It's going to be harsh because he want to be harsh
So
on
you
me. Guess
disrespect
what?
women
I'm on-
and people for their
no,
weight?
that's what you say. I didn't say nothing about
No,
no weight.
you just said that to me.
Like I told her, I'm not even worried about you right now. Keep in your lane.
Can you look
like
me
I
in the
said,
eye?
Whitlock, I don't want to look you in the eye. You scare me to death.
She's after you today.
She's trying to put it. I never disrespect women.
Today.
If you act like that, guess what? Something's coming to you. And it's okay.
Do you think?
Are you threatening me?
Oh, see how she tried to turn the words? I would never threaten
You
you.
said something's coming to me.
That was on Fox Sports 1. Then he had his beef with ESPN, and this is Molly Querum, however you say it. He doesn't know how to say it either. This is where he got banned from ESPN.
Holla. Molly, go ahead. Go ahead
LeVar,
before I
have
get
a
back to him.
LeVar, can I switch gears with you because I have a question
You
here.
can switch gears with me anytime.
Let's stay
Oh,
focused
Lord.
here. All right.
So he said that.
That got him banned.
Yeah, it did.
Now, a lot of times when time passes, you kind of look back and say, maybe I shouldn't have said that.
Mm-hmm. Not him.
Let's hear how LeVar Ball addressed these two things. And this is why this is perhaps the funniest guy of all time.
Mm-hmm. Funny is one way to put it.
He is hilarious to me. I think he's hilarious. This is LeVar Ball on Vlad TV talking about his interactions with female reporters in the past.
Molly, I'm trying to say Molly Querum.
Who cares what her last name is?
Okay.
But anyway, the lady crazy. Her mind is in the gutter, thinking that every man want her. To me, she looked like witchy poo. That's not a good looking woman to me. Now to Jalen, she might look good to him. That's cool.
He was married. She was married to Jalen at the time, and I did an interview.
Wait, say that again.
She was married to Jalen.
She was married, so she ain't married to him.
She's
no
not
more?
married to him anymore.
I told him she got rid of that girl. You can tell, long time ago. Now it ended up breaking up anyway. You don't want to learn.
I interviewed Jalen right around this time, and I brought that up. He said he actually tried to reach out to you.
He tried to reach out to me, but I was like, for what? You try to reach out to me for what? To say you sorry, whatever? I don't need none of that. Your girl, the one who took it overboard with some crazy stuff, thinking I'm trying to hit on her. One time I hit on her, if she coming through my house and I think she the boogeyman, I swear to God. Just like that girl, Christine Leahy. She said, I told her she scared the hell out of me. She looked like Saul. You know that movie Saul with the cheekbones and stuff? Every time I look at her, man, scared the hell out of me. I said, you think I'm scaring you? You scaring me? That's why I don't want to look that way. Saul.
Saul.
He's insane, dude.
That's the better way to put it. That's a better way to put it right there.
He also took some shots at an NBA coach. We'll hear that when the internet goes nuts. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. No love for Tyler Milner, though. He's trying to get C.J. Stroud hurt.
Yeah.
You can join the 2/3 of the sane group of the drive at Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy on Park Road Drive for a Thirsty Thursday presented by Bud Light. It's Thirsty Thursday with the drive and our friends at Bud Light. Coming up next, the NFL Week 10 officially begins today, and CJ Stroud, he'll be on your TV, even though he's not going to be on your TV. Around the league next.
The Accolade.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Texans injury updates. Laramie Tunsil practicing. Robert Woods practicing. Denzel Perriman practicing. Blake Cashman practicing. So you got some guys back. Jimmy Ward not practicing.
Right.
He's still out. But it looks pretty good.
Looks very good.
Looks pretty good. The injury report is going to look a lot better today than it did yesterday.
I'd like to see Jimmy Ward and Steven Nelson, but I don't think that's going to happen.
So Olivia Ray, I usually take your word for it if you're in Cincinnati. I'm not going to take her word for it anymore, ma'am.
Why is that?
I can go LeVar Ball on her or anything like that, but she put out earlier that Jamar Chase and T. Higgins walked out to practice in street clothes. Then she followed up her tweet, and it said, edited Chase is stretching, and showed him in a practice jersey.
Yeah.
What was she looking at?
What is that?
Yeah, I don't know.
What did she think he was a football fan?
I think he was carrying his jersey.
Oh, did she think he was a football fan wearing a number 1 Jamar Chase jersey or something like that?
Exactly.
Is that the street clothes?
So
he's wearing sweats and cleats, ma'am.
Yeah.
What it is, she probably saw somebody else in street clothes and thought it was him.
Oh, man.
Could have been a race car.
Got to hit that.
Race car! Oh, that ain't Jamar. That's Jamar walking out in the jersey now.
I saw her original video, and he was carrying his jersey, which she should have noticed. But here's another update to your update. Charlie Goldsmith, who covers the Bengals for the Cincinnati Enquirer, said that they're going through special teams drills. Jamar Chase is going through his normal routine with the starting receivers on the agility ladder and catching passes.
Thanks, Olivia.
Womp, womp.
Thanks, Olivia.
I mean, hey. That's good. That escalated pretty quick there.
Yeah, thanks for nothing.
Yeah.
Well, that sucks.
It does suck because but it is his back. We'll see how he responds, but it looks like he's playing right now. T. Higgins will not play. So
okay.
There's that.
Some big news.
Yeah.
From Lopez. So just double team Chase, please. And make the other guys beat you.
Yeah.
D'Amico, you do whatever you got to do. Don't take advice from me. You got it on lock. Panthers at Bears tonight, Thursday Night Football. C.J. Stroud is going to be mentioned, I'm going to say 3 times tonight.
Yeah, you said 2.5 earlier, and I took the over. I'll take at least 3 times.
Now, Al Michaels said, in response to some of the criticism he's gotten, that he's the same guy he's always been. What's your response to Al Michaels saying that he's the same as he's always been?
It's clear he's not. His nose is growing. I mean, I do think he's going to put some extra jelly on his calls tonight. I think he's going to just kind of try to prove everybody wrong and try to make it sound like the 1980 hockey game or something. But just to kind of shut everybody up. But I don't think he has it in him. I don't know if he has it in him. I don't think he does.
Some bye week plans. Zach Wilson got some criticism from Sean Mraz for going to Utah during the bye week. Mm-hmm. Apparently, Travis Kelce is planning to travel to Argentina during the Chiefs bye week to be at Taylor Swift's Era Tour. He's going to return Sunday, not game, like a week before the Chiefs return to the field in order to be back in time for practices for Week 11. So he's going to Argentina to the Taylor Swift Tour.
I got no problem with that either. I really don't. With the money they have, she has. I mean, private jet over, hang a couple of days, come back. What's wrong with that? Nothing at all. Like, people going nuts on that stuff. They drive me nuts. I mean, I kind of understood back in the day the Tony Romo thing because it was a playoff and all that, but even that, I mean, it wasn't that big a deal as it was made out to be. You know, the other part of this that's interesting, I guess this is legit, huh? I guess the Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce thing is real.
What do you mean? Why?
I mean, you're not going to Argentina for show.
Why?
I mean, because there's other things you could be doing.
I mean, sure, it's real.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it's helping Travis out a lot. So why wouldn't he go?
Yeah, why wouldn't he? It's his thing.
It's a big commitment, man. Going to Argentina.
Keep faking the
That's a
commitment.
long flight. That is a long flight to Argentina.
Just go ahead and tell us about it, John.
I just said it's a long flight.
You emphasized it. Just let the people know you've been to Argentina.
Yeah, I've been to Argentina.
There you go. Good for you.
Yeah.
Is it a long
How long
flight?
is it? How long you was on the jet?
I don't recall. I just remember it was long. Flew into Buenos Aires and then took another plane to Mar del Plata. You asked. I just said it was. I just said it was a long. No. No.
You told.
No.
I followed up. Don't act like
you asked.
John, you told.
I could have said, I've never been to Guam.
No.
I could have said that's a long
you
flight
told
for Guam.
and I was being a good teammate and asked a follow-up, but I didn't just
That's a
randomly
good
say.
teammate? That's the good teammate.
Because you wanted me to ask.
I just said.
You wanted to get an Argentina story in.
I did not.
Figgy.
What did I say?
Figgy.
Tell me a story, OG.
Like quote me back to me. What did I say?
Man, that's a long flight to Argentina.
Yes, that's exactly what I said.
Okay. You
What's
could
wrong?
just said it normal, but you were making it clear. I've been there.
I was?
Yes.
When you asked, I said I've been there. I said that's a long flight.
Okay. There you go. Is Argentina cool, John?
I loved Argentina.
Why?
Tell me a story, OG.
What's cool about Argentina?
First of all, I was there for the 95 Pan American Games.
Look at you.
In Mar del Plata, which is a beach, a real rocky cliff beach like Northern California, but really warm water and awesome.
How
And
warm?
It's not as cold as the Pacific. Even it might still be the Pacific. I don't know.
You've been to the Pacific, huh?
Yes, but if I'm being really honest, it was incredible food and incredible sights, like including the people.
Okay,
if you know what I mean.
The women.
What is Argentina food?
They have these things called spetos, which are like Brazilian, the little spear thing with all the meat on it and all that.
Like a Brazilian steakhouse?
Yeah, but it's just so good.
Like everywhere or just where you went?
No, everywhere in Argentina.
So everywhere I go, they just have a stick of meat.
Well, I don't know if you're going to McDonald's, but yeah, a lot of restaurants have that. It's like a big, long, it's like the size of a sword. And they just...
Everywhere. So if I went to the Argentina Chili's, they'd have that.
Well, not Chili's.
But I mean like the equivalent of Chili's, they'd have that.
They're everywhere.
Or just the restaurants you went to.
Let me fix this. They're everywhere. They're all over Argentina.
I feel like this is like saying you went to America. Oh, yeah, and every restaurant has 4 different forks, and there's candles in the middle, and there's like a white tablecloth. It's crazy. And they got a big wine thing.
Man, I'm on a budget.
Y'all were thieves back then. Y'all are the biggest thieves in the world. Y'all got away with.
We were.
Y'all stole just as much as Enron did. Y'all just didn't get caught.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
From the Chronicle, back when y'all used to travel.
That's why they're struggling now.
Yeah, that's why they're struggling now. That's why Brooks Cabina left us.
Because of me and McClain?
You and McClain and Dale Robertson and all y'all are the reason that Brooks Cabina left us. Because the Chronicle has no money anymore. from y'all's
Sucks
theft.
for him, doesn't it? Sucks for him. No, Argentina's a beautiful country.
That's why Chandler Rahm's writing for The Athletic now.
Yeah, well, good luck.
We gave all the money to Lopez.
I had a hell of a good time. Good luck.
Justin Jefferson of the Vikings, he's missed 4 games due to a hammy. Said he can't quite put a date on when he might return. Said he wants to be, quote, 100% before he returns. Also calls himself day-to-day. Let me say this. This guy hasn't gotten his new contract yet.
Yeah.
I don't think he's like foaming at the mouth to get out there and play with Josh Dobbs. As much as people like the way, and they might not be foaming at the mouth to get him out there, but he's taking his time. I know there's a lot of fantasy owners that are like, okay. Stand by.
And he should. He absolutely should.
So the NFL sent a memo to all 32 teams yesterday informing them that all college juniors who declare for the NFL draft will now be eligible to play in the Shrine Bowl, Senior Bowl, or HBCU Legacy Bowl per Adam Schefter. Last year, 69, how about that, juniors entered the draft but couldn't play in the All-Star game. This year they can. I have a couple of things about this.
Hit me.
Okay. First of all, if this is going to be the case, you can't call it the Senior Bowl anymore. You got to change the name.
Okay.
Okay. If we're going to have juniors playing it, it's not the Senior Bowl anymore. Okay.
Okay.
So let's change the name there.
Mm-hmm.
Second of all, why is it that when because some people are saying this is a good thing. I actually think it could be a bad thing because let's say you have a really, really good scouting department and you're confident that your scouting and your tape study and all that can evaluate a junior where you know what to expect. Now, if he's in front of people and people get to see him with their own eyes, it's almost like a disadvantage. So I think I don't know, like it can be a good or a bad thing depending on how you look at it.
I like it just because.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good for the kids. They get more opportunity to showcase their skills. So for them, that's cool.
I like it because you're literally on the field with seniors.
But why is it that every time something like this comes out, people just feel like they have to have like some sort of take on it?
My take is I like it. Why not? You get better.
It's great for the kids.
Well, it is, but that's not my big deal. My thing is you're going to be able to scout players next to other players.
Yeah, but what if you're really good at scouting and watching tape? Now all of a sudden everybody else gets to do it.
That just sucks for you.
Because
everybody scouts juniors. Everyone scouts juniors.
Everyone scouts everyone.
Yeah.
They scout sophomores. They scout
on the
freshmen.
Senior Bowl thing, is it just a brand, though? I get your point, and it's probably true. They're not seniors, but it's like the Senior Bowl. You know, like you know, it.
No, I know. It's been around for a while, but if you're going to let juniors play, you got to change the name.
But do you want to? Because it already has that brand established. It's called the Senior Bowl.
How strong of a brand is the Senior Bowl?
Pretty damn strong. I mean, that's one of the go-tos. That's probably the go-to. It's better than the Shrine. It's better than any of those. In terms of the number of players that go there?
You think John McClain misses going to the Senior Bowl? I think Senior Bowl is kind of like right up his alley.
Yeah, Senior Bowl, draft. Those are the things that owners' meetings. Those are the things he because he just hangs out in the lobby and chats, which is one of his strengths.
He likes Radio Row too.
Radio Row's another
one.
Yeah, Radio Row's another one.
McClain, you see him walk around to Radio Row?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
He's waiting to be asked to be a guest. Like Dan Deerdorf walking around.
Deerdorf used to want to be a guest?
Always. Y'all guys need anything? No, we're good, Dan. We're good, Dan. He's limping.
I want to go back to Radio Row this year.
We should.
Yeah.
Las Vegas, baby.
Yeah. Get out there. See what's up.
I got to try this restaurant you're talking about.
Oh, come on. Best restaurant in Vegas.
That's a bold statement.
Okay. You can say whatever you want. The locals love it. All they play is 90s hip hop. It would be one of the 3 best steakhouses in Houston.
What's it called?
I'm not going to tell the people that.
Why not?
I'll keep it to myself. I'm just kidding. Herbs and Rye.
We're a service organization.
Herbs and Rye, okay? And then what makes it even better is it's half off steaks. It's half off pastas. It's half off everything. And they got the best drink menu you will ever see. That's not an oversell. It is like the drink menu is 12 pages. and it's all crafted stuff. Herbs and rye.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, trust me on this.
I'm looking at the menu.
Get the mussels, get the tomato mussels, get the whatever you need to get. Steak, ribeye, off the hook.
Oh, they take reservations even, man.
You have to.
Really?
No, you have to.
Yeah?
Yeah, you have to take reservations. And then happy hour, it says it's later, but it's actually earlier. It's the best. It's the best. It's like a local. It's the best.
Flatbreads, pasta.
Yes, it's the best. Steak.
$56 for a New York strip.
Nope. Divide that in half, buddy.
Really?
Yeah, it's half off. See the star? Yeah.
What does that mean?
That means it's half off. That means it's happy hour price. The mussels are half off too.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what's even better. Half price.
All right, I'll give this a shot.
And it's elite.
Mm-hmm. I'm in.
Secret's out.
Yeah.
Listen to Tupac eating my steak and my mussels. The cocktails.
Mm-hmm.
Creative, man. Creative spot. Very nice. Very nice scene. Very nice scene. For sure. Have to check that out. Strong recommendation. Very, 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 very strong recommendation. Okay. We'll have to set it up. If we get to go to Radio Row, we'll have to go there.
Or even if we don't.
My thing is this, though. Like, do you think that when we go, should we just make it like we're going, or should we like try to make it like a whole team thing?
Nah, it's got to be a team thing.
Come on.
It's got to be.
Come on.
Come on, it's got to be.
Come on, man.
You don't want to invite everybody else.
Slime ball.
What are y'all doing tonight? Nothing. Just kind of hanging in the room. Why are you wearing a suit? Why are you wearing a jacket?
Someone says Herbs and Rye was on their TikTok the other day as one of the must-eat places in Vegas. 100%. No doubt.
Well, your cover really blown in.
Yeah.
If it's on TikTok.
Yeah, I know. I'm acting like I discovered it.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, where are you going? I'm just going to go for a walk. Come back with all that tomato sauce and the mussels on my shirt.
Where are you and Lopez going?
Oh, we're just going for a walk, man. Go get some. We'll go check the blackjack table.
What y'all about to go get to eat?
We're going to check out the.
Probably just pick up a pizza.
I'm gonna hang out with y'all then. I'm gonna roll around.
Oh no! It's not. You don't. It's not a good pizza. Trust me.
We're just trying to get some food, man. We're not doing anything fancy. Herbs and Rye.
On the text line, 713-572-4610-901. Can I get some Hardo music for this, Figgy?
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. 901. What area code is the 901 again?
Isn't that one of the new ones around here?
This is like a new area code, 901?
Yeah.
Okay. This is what 901.
Oh, no. I'm wrong on that. It's in Tennessee.
Memphis 10.
It's in Tennessee.
All right, so we talked about potentially Joe Burrow and C.J. Stroud. 901 says, stop comparing C.J. to others. C.J. is his own thing. That is why he is setting records.
That's why?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's why.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
281 says, nobody listens to your culinary advice, Landry. You put ranch on steak and watch wrestling. I don't watch wrestling anymore. I watch the old stuff and make the references. And I didn't put any ranch on this steak. That's you don't have to
people
listen.
would not let that go, man.
What?
The ranch on steak
That's
bit.
fine. I don't care.
Yeah.
It's been like 5 years, man.
I mean, I'll do it. I mean, if it's there sometimes, I'll do it, but it's not like a must. But no, at Herbs and Rye, I don't really do that.
Yeah.
Not really worried about it. They have it where you can dip your steak in. They can dip. They have different sauces. They have like a whole sauce thing. That's bring out like 4 different ones, homemade.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, don't take this culinary advice. They don't want your ass there anyway. That's way too cool for you, 281. Yeah, take your ass to Steak and Ale or something like that. I think they got a $14.99 steak dinner downtown for you. Take your ass to Tony Roma's.
I used to like Steak and Ale.
Take your ass to Tony Roma's downtown. I'll be at Herbs and Rye. Okay, don't take my advice. Coming up, the internet is going nuts. J.J. Watt, goodness gracious, he said it. Tell you what it is.
got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. J.J. Watt said it yesterday on the McAfee show. What is it? Glad you asked.
Oh, man, it is so much fun to watch. And the most exciting thing for me is to watch how he's got this city rallying again, how he's got this fan base excited and invigorated, because it is a great fan base. And I love to see that they have something to cheer for and something to be excited about. And like I've said every time, I mean, putting up unbelievable stats, doing it all as a rookie, but he's also leading the right way. He's saying the right things. He's doing the right things. He FaceTimed me from the Children's Hospital last week because there was a kid there that was a fan and wanted to say hi. Like,
that's
the guy is doing it the right way. He is doing it the right way. It's a guy you can be proud of. It's a guy you want to root for. I think in the next, 2 or 3 years, if they do these off seasons right, a lot of free agents are going to want to come to Houston because of what they're building. They truly are about to open up a Super Bowl window here, and it's an exciting time.
Super Bowl window, huh? All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
It's a lot,
you
man.
You know that already.
It's a lot. It's a lot, but okay.
It is a lot. It's a big ask, and it's tough in this division because the best teams in the NFL right now that look sustainable, most of them are in the AFC. But I mean, look, this is where it starts. Pretty cool story there about the Children's Hospital too. Like,
yeah, FaceTime.
I got JJ right here.
Yeah, it's FaceTime.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
What if he didn't answer?
he gave him the bleep you swipe.
Yeah, like you're FaceTiming the kid.
Yeah.
Oh. And then he didn't answer.
JJ didn't answer. Yeah,
well,
sure.
Sorry, little man.
Sure, you know him.
He didn't answer.
Sorry, little man. He's not there.
Sure, you know him.
Be like if Babe Ruth struck out 3 times after he promised that kid a home run.
Yeah.
Or they said he promised him 2 home runs, right?
No, that was in that movie, wasn't it? In that show, it was in Seinfeld. It was in
Babe. I thought the Babe promised 2.
I thought the Seinfeld was the one where they asked what's his name, and he asked for 2. 2?
Keith Hernandez?
No, it was. Can't remember who it was, but it was pretty funny because he hit one and the other one was inside the park and they called it a triple.
I got the internet going nuts.
Jelly Roll, baby. This just warms Paul O'Neill, by the way. This just warms the heart. Jelly Roll. What
Music Awards?
Country Music Awards. Yeah. Stole the show.
Okay.
Literally preached after what, obviously,
one song of the year or whatever.
An incredible
new artist of the year, I think.
Yeah, incredible talent, 39 years old. Well, listen to it.
There is something poetic about a 39-year-old man winning New Artist of the Year. I don't know where you're at in your life or what you're going through, but I want to tell you to keep going, baby. I want to tell you success is on the other side of it. I want to tell you it's going to be okay. I want to tell you that the windshield is bigger than the rearview mirror for a reason, because what's in front of you is so much more important than what's behind you. Let's party, Nashville!
How do you not love that?
Kind of sound like a wrestler a little bit.
Sounds like a preacher.
It was a magical moment, man.
Yeah.
Congrats to him. That was not a dry eye in the stands. Well deserved.
No, very much.
Well deserved award by him. Good job.
So what's changed in the last?
What do you mean? Nah, I'm happy for him.
How
man.
do you feel about Parker?
You
McCollum?
ain't look at that sarcasm.
He did a great job, man. That was awesome, dude. If that dude weighed $140 and didn't have face tattoos, he wouldn't have won that award. Parker
Landry
McCollum,
trying to drip with sarcasm,
Parker
but not
McCollum
getting
would have
it
ran
done,
away
Landry.
with it. So Parker, hey, hell of a start. The best is yet to come. Friend of the stream, friend of the station, friend of the cluster. Let me just say this, man. Don't worry about the awards. George Strait has your back. He signed you. He saw something in you. You're selling out stadiums. You're going across the country,
Jelly
touring,
Roll's selling out stadiums.
You had a better album. It's okay.
Well, apparently not.
If you want to win awards, Parker, go get some face tattoos. Quit working out twice a day.
Nothing against Parker McCollum, but apparently he did not have a better album.
Okay.
Because,
according to who? Someone on the text line?
The Academy of Country Music.
Not.
It's true.
All right.
You're a Parker McCollum fanboy.
No,
He part of the Parker Hive.
Yeah, the Hive.
I watched the CMAs yesterday. There were a couple crazy things that happened. I don't know what was wrong with Winona at the beginning. I'm worried about her.
Didn't Jelly Roll sing with her? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But not Parker McCollum.
No, Parker.
Ooh, man.
No, Parker didn't get up there. He went up there and presented an award.
Yeah.
He's in too good a shape.
He wasn't good enough to sing it?
Too good a shape, not enough tattoos.
I got the internet going nuts.
Drake Stoops, man. Bob Stoops' son. He's a receiver at Oklahoma. I love this quote. I think it's awesome to hear a college athlete talk like this. But listen to this gutless media type. This media type, not Drake Stoops. I'm giving him his flowers. Listen to this media type playing the straw man argument, and then not only does he do that, he throws fans under the bus.
Oh wow!
Listen to this.
A lot to play for this season, right? Of course. People want to act like there isn't. You know, you see it a lot.
Who's people?
The fans. Overreactionary.
All right, well, that's natural, but I come in here day in, day out, 10 hours up here every day.
He said the fans overreactionary.
Yeah.
Why don't you just speak for yourself, man? If you think there's not as much to play for or whatever, why don't you just say it? Don't sit there and generalize and act like fans are saying it. And by the way, Oklahoma is like a game behind Oklahoma State, and Oklahoma State has 3 to play. They didn't get in the Big 12 title game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like USC where you have 3 and you're in the Pac-12, you're chasing good squads. The fan, overreact, stupid fans. That's basically what that media type said. But you know what? After that, some good stuff from Drake Stoops. Let's listen to this. Listen to this Jamoke media type, and let's hear
a lot
Drake
to play
Stoops.
for this season, right?
Of course.
People want to act like there isn't. You know, you see it a lot.
Who's people?
The fans. Overreactionary.
All right, well, that's natural, but I come in here day in, day out, 10 hours up here every day, and for me, there's a lot left to play for, and bust my tail year-round for this. I'm not really listening to what people say. I don't care if we're 0-8 right now. I'm playing ball because I love to play football. I love my teammates. I love my coaches. I love the University of Oklahoma. It's really that simple. I got a lot of pride for this place. I'm going to go hard every single day and do everything I possibly can to see us win, and that's the end of it.
There you go.
Good job.
Well said.
Good job by him.
What about that media type?
People say.
People say.
Yeah,
People saying.
Anytime you do that.
Who said it? Fans,
Yeah.
morons, basically, is what he said.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
Jared Leto has got the internet going nuts. And he is nuts. Did you see what he did this morning? Jared Leto?
What'd he do?
He climbed the Empire State Building.
Why?
Because he's an idiot. I mean, what are we doing here? He's trying to promote, I guess, the new movie tour or whatever. Like, that's him.
Why is he allowed to do this?
I have no idea. Like, this is... I don't care who you are. I don't care what connections you have, because he was actually allowed to do it. A lot of times when people climb those buildings, they just kind of go and then they get arrested or whatever. Like, look at this video. I mean, there is nothing worth that.
Nah, I just can't with
There
him.
is nothing worth that.
I can't with him.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
So, at Babs on the mic put out a video of potentially Bill Belichick doing a walk of shame out of someone's house. He's walking down the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
He's got his shirt off. He's trying to not slam the door. I don't know if Belichick's just going crazy or what, but
that's not real, is it?
I don't know. At Babs on the mic, BABZ on the mic.
It can't be real.
It looks like it's Bill Belichick, man. But I'm sure there's a lot of people that look like Bill Belichick. Look at this. But, I mean, this could be a lot of things.
Yeah. I see it. Nah, that's not real, is it? No.
It's got 4.5 million views. I don't know.
Oh, wow.
People are running with it.
Oh, wow.
So.
Well, good for him.
Who knows?
Why not?
I got the internet going nuts.
Scott Boras had his annual, I guess, media get-together. By the way, all the owners got sick, had to come home, or executives. I don't know what that was all about. But he was talking about something that the Major League Baseball needs to push, and he wholeheartedly endorses.
Okay.
Maybe the dumbest thing out there.
What's he want?
Neutral site World Series.
Why?
Why?
What's the payoff?
There is no payoff. Here's my point on it. Why do baseball and the NBA try to do things that only the NFL can get away with?
Yeah, I don't know what the thought is. And the other, I mean, this is on the aftermath that Adam Silver's apparently thinking about making the NBA draft multiple days.
But that's what I'm talking about. Like that?
What?
Only one sport can do that. That's the NFL.
Like, he acts like the NFL draft is popular. You know why? You know what? The NFL draft is popular. That must be because they have multiple days. No, it's because they have well-run league where they don't have some idiot running it and people are actually interested in it. You idiot.
I mean, this is like they're fooling themselves.
God, Adam Silver drives me nuts. He has done such bad things for this league. Manfred's done a good job, though.
Manfred's done a good job, but if you're thinking about a neutral site World Series...
Man, why are you bringing Manfred into what Scott Boras said?
Because Boras was talking about that. Those are the discussions.
Manfred ain't doing it.
How do you know?
Manfred changed the rules for the better.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
It's ridiculous.
Yes.
Neutral site for what?
Yeah.
It's unfair to the fans, too.
The internet going nuts.
LeVar Ball, Vlad TV, Steve Kerr. I think Steve Kerr's an overrated coach. So I think this is just kind of fitting my agenda. So I'm playing this sound clip to fit my agenda. I'll be honest with you. I'll be transparent with you. LeVar Ball got insulted by Steve Kerr. And this was his response. And keep in mind, while he's doing this, he's acting like he's Stevie Wonder or Ray Charles and acting blind.
What was it about you and Steve Kerr?
You call me Kardashian of basketball. So don't get mad at me when I call you the Milli Vanilli of coaching.
You called him the Milli Vanilli of coaching.
Remember Milli Vanilli that came out singing that song?
I interviewed
but they wasn't singing?
They were lip syncing. I actually interviewed one of the guys. Why'd you call him the Milli Vanilli of coaching?
What's it? Milli Vanilli got all them awards for singing and they can't sing a lick.
Okay, so you say
now
you
you
can't
standing up coaching. How do you coach them? Look what Luke Walton did after you hurt your back. And they thought that was coaching. I can coach that team blind. Steph, you here? Clay, you here? Draymond, okay, good. And then by the sound of the crowd, that means we're doing good. Every time they 3-pointer, we must be winning, bro. Yes.
Almighty.
Good job. Keep it up.
That's cold.
And he's acting blind, too. He's going, Steph, you here? Clay, you here? Draymond, good.
Where are you?
Dude can talk some smack. Man.
Oh, my God.
I got the internet going nuts.
Al Michaels.
Your guy.
Yeah.
Your guy.
I don't know about that. Al Michaels apparently has heard all the criticism from yours truly and thousands of other people about not caring, being bored, not having the same fastball he used to have. And apparently, kind of said, you're all wrong, I'm right. Well, actually said one of the comments was
He
fair.
said he's the exact same he's always been. He's as
not.
good as he's ever been.
He's not. He absolutely is not. But I might be looking forward to Al Michaels tonight as much as the game, because the game didn't really do a whole lot for me. It'll be kind of cool to watch.
Oh, you're not pumped?
I said kind of cool to watch, but I want to see Al Michaels, because he's going to either say something about that or act, and it would be an act, like excited during some calls. Like, it's coming. I can't wait.
I don't think it's coming. I think he's just.
He might not have it in him.
I think he's just in the I can do whatever I want thing.
And he said he's coming back another year.
Yeah.
Why?
What do you mean why? Because he can.
Well, of course, but he's not good anymore. He was maybe one of the best ever, if not the best ever.
I can't believe he called out Keith Jackson for retiring and coming back.
That was talk about like
it's messed up,
twisting facts. Because Keith Jackson retired.
Yeah, he didn't retire and and then come on.
He retired from full-time being the guy.
Yeah.
In 2005.
Yeah.
And then
go ahead, pick it back up. I'm cool with it.
And then he's got a house in Washington, and I know this for some unknown reason. So he would call the occasion
stalker.
I don't know why. So he would call the occasional Washington State game, Washington game, Oregon game, etc.
Like Musburger did with the Raiders.
Yes. That's not like still in the game. That's just keeping your.
Why are you bringing Keith Jackson into this?
Yeah, exactly.
What's
That's
that
a
about?
great point, Landry.
What's that about, Al Michaels?
Who still had his fastball when he left.
Yeah, he called Texas USC. He was great.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
The hell is wrong with you, Al? Don't bring Keith Jackson into this.
Yeah.
He didn't do anything. You didn't deserve this.
He did not.
Whoa, Nelly. It's internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Let's get you to a college football game here in the H. The atmosphere was incredible 2 weeks ago. Let's continue that. Cougs coming off a win. Could be 2 had they not been screwed against Texas. This week they got Cincinnati. They're favored to win that game. If they win that game, they'll be looking for their 3rd win in a row. It'll be against Oklahoma State, who has Big 12 aspirations. Pokes Welcome them to the Big 12. Welcome them to TDECU Stadium. Caller number 9, 713-572-4610. You're going to the game. 713-572-4610. Caller number 9, you're going to the game. If you don't win the tickets, go to www.uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. If you win, congratulations. Caller number 9.
All right, guys, let's talk about the Loken Group, thelokengroup.com. You're looking at a new house.
So, thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Pleasant surprise, baby. Dare Ogunbowale going to join the show right now. Straight off the practice field. How about that?
How about that?
Talk to him. We'll kick it to Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley out there at Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy. Joining us right now, Dare Ogunbowale, one of the heroes from Sunday. Dare, Landry Locker, John Lopez. How you doing, my friend?
I'm good. How you doing?
We're doing good. Well, my co-host here is actually kind of ticked off because he's really disappointed that we didn't get to introduce you as the special teams player of the week. He was actually very livid about the possibility before, and he was even more ticked off after.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with him. I feel like I kind of got snubbed on that, but it's all good, man.
Dare, here's what my point was. Like, and not to downplay a big punt return that ended up being the guy that won the thing
in a 3-touchdown game.
Yeah, but nobody has done what you've done at least since 2004, and you came in cold. I mean, what they ought to just shut down the award, man.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised. I will say I'm surprised by it, but yeah, like I said, man, it's all good, man. The memory will live on forever.
Well,
people forget the special teams player of the week. So
yeah, well, you are here. I do have a question though on the build up to it. How close in the past, whether it's college or pro, have you come in the past to actually kicking in a game?
Oh well, I've never kicked the field goal.
You've never come close to it, like being the emergency kicker?
No, I mean in training camp we did a little emergency kicker drill just to just in case, just to get through the operation, put work on the procedure, just in case it ever came up. But yeah, I've never kicked in a game before, whether that's preseason or college or anything. So yeah, that was pretty crazy.
So I heard that story. I heard you talking about that. Dare Ogunbowale with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I heard the story about Frank Ross asking who had kicking backgrounds in case of an emergency situation, and you stuck out. Did you have any comp? Like, was there any competition? Was there anyone else that had a kicking background that maybe would have pushed you as the emergency kicker?
No. I don't actually. That's a good question. I don't think so. If there is anybody that had experience, they wouldn't have beat me out for sure. But no, I don't even think there was anybody that was in the conversation besides me.
Did anybody else raise their hand? I'm curious because everyone thinks they can kick and they can punt, but very few people actually can. So, like when he asked the question, were there other people that raised their hands?
Not that I remember. No, I don't think so. I think I was the only one that was forthcoming with my skills on that.
So what was that process like? Because we were at the game, and I was in the press box, and then I walked over to the station suite, and all of a sudden I see you kicking off, and I'm like, what in the hell did I miss? What is going on here? And then we just anticipated, okay, they're going to go for it on fourth down. They're going to go for it. Like, did you have to talk them into it? Did they come over to you? Like, what was the conversation like? Like, does D'Amico come over and say, do you think you can make it from here? How did that go?
So when we found out down at halftime, I'm out there doing kickoffs, and I did a couple field goals with Cam and John. And then I started doing kickoffs because I was kind of like you. I was kind of assuming I was just going to be doing kickoffs. And then Frank comes over to me during halftime warm-ups and asked, did I get any field goals? And I was like, yeah, I got a couple. And he was like, no, get a couple more. And so I went out there and did a couple more with him, and Frank was watching. And that was it. That was the last of it. I went out, the second half started. I started doing the kickoffs, and that was that. And there was never another conversation about, saying the field goals. And then, then we didn't convert on the third down. And I knew the situation, but I'm kind of just on the sideline looking at Frank. Me and Cam were standing next to each other. We're looking at Frank. And he turned around and was talking to Coach Ryans, and he turned around and gave us the field goal signal. So, and that was that.
Did you even kick in the net? Because I was looking over there, like, did you even kick in the net before?
No, I wasn't. I was kind of
that right there makes it even crazier, because I was looking over, because all the people that I were around were like, how can Cam Johnston not kick the ball? Why is Dare having to kick the ball? And I look over there, I'm looking at the net, and you weren't even kicking in the net. And all of a sudden, if you would have been kicking in the net, I'd have been like, okay, maybe they're going to try something. But you literally didn't even warm up. You just went out there and kicked it.
Yeah, I was afraid to miss the net and kick the ball on the field. So I was trying to stay away from the net. I ain't really know. I didn't want that would have been a whole other thing.
That's hilarious. So Frank Ross, you mentioned him.
He's our buddy. He's our buddy.
A good friend of the show. He went nuts, like absolutely squatting down, shaking his fist. I'm sure you've seen that a lot, but that was a lot even for him, wasn't it? He had to have been like just beaming.
Yeah, he was kind of out of his body on that. I haven't seen him like that before. I've seen him, he's an emotional guy, amazing guy, but I haven't seen him act like that. So that reaction was enough to make it a special moment for me for sure. It was awesome.
We talked to Blake Cashman last week, and I told him, like, I know Frank's emotional. I know we've seen him kind of yell. Frank has the personality, though, to where if he's yelling at me, I wouldn't be able to not laugh just because he's Frank. Like, what's it like when Frank Ross gets really, really mad?
Thankfully, he hasn't gotten super mad at me, but no, you feel it. You definitely feel it. And even if he's not mad at you, you kind of start tightening up and making sure you on top of your game because he can get after it for sure. So I'm happy I was able to get him riled up, but in a good way.
Everybody was talking about your soccer background and multi-sports, but, when was the last time you actually, kicked? I mentioned in a game, like actually outside of that drill, what was the soccer? Was that what you were leaning on, the soccer background?
Yeah, for sure. I was always a soccer player growing up. My dad had me and my siblings playing soccer, so that's kind of, I would say that's really the first exposure to sport that I had. So, that's just always been in me. So that was definitely what made it a lot more comfortable than usual. But it was still crazy. It was still definitely a little nerve-wracking experience. Just walking out there and knowing that I gotta kick this field goal for the boys.
Did you feel like extra responsibility just because of the effort CJ was putting out there that you wanted to do your part?
Absolutely. The team was playing great. The offense and the defense, guys, the second half was just, it was a roller coaster. It was a ride. So I knew that would definitely propel the team a little bit, if I was able to knock it through. So I wouldn't say it added more pressure to it, but I definitely, like I said, wanted to come through for the guys because they were doing their thing out there.
One of the other interesting things about the whole day was it's not out of the realm of possibility that you may not have even been active for that game if not for Dameon Pierce being down. Have you thought about that?
Yeah, a little bit. Me and we were both active against the Panthers, so I'm not sure if that would have been the case. Yeah. But you never know. You never know, especially with the way this league works. So it's just a blessing to be able to be out there in the first place with my teammates and obviously able to make the kick.
So what other athletic skills do you have besides being able to kick? Like if in an emergency situation, so we know you play football, we know you played some running back special teams. What other athletic skills do you think, like in an emergency situation, you feel confident? And by the way, did you see CJ miss that free throw yesterday? He choked yesterday. Yeah. He choked. I feel like he's going to use this as motivation Sunday. But of all the people, Laramie Tunsil went up there and just swished it. D'Amico swished it. And then the guy who talks the most about his hoop game. And now he's downplaying it. You notice that? Now all of a sudden he's not a basketball player anymore. But he was pretty confident before. What would be your emergency skill?
I'm definitely knocking down the free throw, but I don't know. I feel like I got a lot up my sleeve, man. Like a lot of you guys didn't know I was knocking down the field goals, so I got a bunch up my sleeve, man. But like I said, my dad had us playing a lot of sports growing up, so I'm pretty comfortable in a lot of different sports, a lot of different situations.
Yeah, I know your background a little bit. I was telling Landry earlier, I feel like you're one of the most interesting men among the Texans. I was listening to some of your piano, man, from back in your Wisconsin days. Are you still playing the piano? That's my real question is, of all these other things that you did, how the hell did you have time to learn the piano man. Like that?
Yeah, like I said, man, my parents were on it. They kept us out of trouble, kept us competing in art. Piano is one thing that they let us choose. Or no, I'm saying
art.
They let us pick an instrument, and we all picked piano. And I still play piano now. It's kind of a way for me to wind down and kind of ease my mind. So, man, a lot of interest, man, a lot of hobbies I got for sure.
The piano, man, that's a hell of a skill.
Yeah, it really is.
That is.
What's your favorite style of music on the piano?
I try to learn modern songs. So I play a lot of, anytime John Legend comes with a song, I try to learn it. Besides that, when I learned, my piano teacher when I was growing up, he was big into the blues. So that's kind of the first type of music that I learned to play. But ever since, that was when I was 8 years old. So since then, I've just been trying to learn as many songs as I can,
So how you feeling now? Obviously, you're 4-4. You are heading to Cincinnati. What's the vibe like? Because I went in the locker room after the game, and I'll be honest, there was excitement, but there was also like a quiet confidence. Like it wasn't like hey, we just won the Super Bowl type of vibe. It was more like okay, we won. Now let's stay focused. D'Amico was saying on to Cincinnati right after that. What's the mood like in there?
Yeah, I think you hit it. We feel like we got a good group of guys in the locker room, man. We know we got good players, and if we take care of what we got to take care of, we know that we can win games. So since he's a tough opponent, and we're all excited for the challenge, excited for the task, and it's going to be, like I said, it's going to be tough. But if we take care of our business, I think we good things will happen for this weekend, for the rest of the season. So that's why I think that's where that confidence comes from.
I know you're always asked about your sister, so I'm not going to ask specifically about her, but I did find it interesting.
Please do. I love talking about her.
Okay, I know you. I was reading. Y'all are extremely tight. Like she's your best friend. I did read that. But one thing that struck me is she was offered a scholarship to Marquette when she was in 7th grade, dude. I know you know that, and you were a walk-on. Like that had to be like you're.
And he's trying to start a sibling rivalry here. I apologize.
As close as you were, it had to be like, wow, this is incredible what my sister's doing. At the same time, kind of helping yourself, get motivated at Wisconsin and beyond.
Definitely, man. It's people always ask about how that was growing up. Just have 2 siblings that are both professional athletes, been in the league for a while. But I always say we had completely different journeys. I walk on, kind of had to make my way in there. But Arike, she been the best since she was out there. You know what I'm saying? Whether it was soccer, track, basketball, she was always just the best athlete. And then she goes on to win 3 Gatorade Players of the Year in high school. So she's always just been the best, but she still worked hard. That was what we both had in common. Like I wasn't always the fastest, the strongest, but I always worked hard. And she was the fastest and the strongest, but she still worked hard. So that's kind of where our bond came from. And then but now we both were able to look back on those times and just talk about how much of a blessing it is because of where we are now.
How old were you and how old was she the first time she beat you one-on-one?
The first time she beat me really was kind of recent. I think it was her senior year of high school. Senior year of college. Sorry, senior year of college. She didn't miss. And at that point, I knew I was like, these one-on-ones are going to have to be real scarce. I can't do it. Can't do it as often as we used to. Because I'm not about to go on a loser streak.
We'll get you out of here on this. We appreciate you, Dare. We talked to Blake Cashman. He's from Minnesota. You're from Wisconsin. Which is worse, a really ultimate cold day in Wisconsin or a really hot day in Texas?
Worse in terms of if you're playing football or you just out and about.
Just you got to go. You got to go out and you got to do your thing. Which one is worse?
I'm taking the hot days worse.
Okay.
I'm taking hot days worse. I'll put on some layers. I'll shovel some snow. I'll do what I got to do. But when you just out here in the heat, and I'm talking extreme heat. I'm not just the regular. I'm talking extreme cold and extreme heat. I'm taking the cold, man. This heat is still getting used to. But if we're talking about playing football, that cold is tough. Once your toes go numb, you're kind of useless out there. So, but on a regular day, you just out here running errands. I'll take the cold any day.
Man, we appreciate you. Congratulations again. Probably should have won Special Teams Player of the Week. They kind of snubbed you there. But keep it going. Keep doing what y'all are doing. It seems like there's going to be some excitement. I anticipate more butts in seats and really good vibes. And that was a hell of a thing to watch, and it's even crazier. The legend kind of grows with this interview with you saying, I didn't see you kicking on the net. You didn't even warm up. That's crazy.
Yeah, man, it was special. I appreciate you for having me.
Yeah, and tell CJ he needs to step his game up in the clutch after yesterday, too. Appreciate you,
Will
man.
do. Yeah, take care.
All right, there you go. That's Dari Goombawale here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Let's go out to Buffalo Wild Wings. I'm thirsty. I like those beer cups. Let's go to Clint Stoerner, Ron the Show, Hughley. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
Hey, what's good, fellas? And that was fun listening to Dare. This has been a big week on the station. As Dare, who is one of the heroes of the game on Sunday, kicking field goals and kicking extra points or not extra points, but field goals and kickoffs. And then we had Nico on earlier this week, and then Nick Casario was on last night. Texans All Access, a big week here for the Texans and on the station. As we are live here on a Thirsty Thursday, we made our way out here to Katy. It's a little rain, but don't let that rain stop you, baby. Don't let that rain stop you. It's right off Fry Road here in Katy. Come on out. It's going to be a good time. The staff here is fantastic. They got great drinks, great food, thanks to the people and our friends with Bud Light as well, as they are helping put this together as well. But it is a Thirsty Thursday out here, and it's going to be a good time. Clint, you good?
I'm great, man. I couldn't be any better.
After hearing Dare, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Tyler, you're out here. Tyler's in the building wearing a Dennis Rodman shirt.
Yeah, I'm in the house.
There you go. I hear you. Listen, it's good to hear.
Oh, they're gone.
What?
Hell, I thought Landry and Lopez were still in there. I was going to say, damn, you just ain't going to talk to them, huh?
Oh, the drive is live, bro.
The drive is live. It's over. Yeah.
Hell, I mean.
Yeah, that's all the time. I figured they were getting out after he did the station ID. I thought he pieced us out.
Oh, hell.
So, it's over, man. I know you want to talk to John. I know you want to talk to Landry, but you had to do it tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I thought they I listened to them all the way in. I thought they had a good show. Included a little Country Music Awards last night. And, I mean, it was interesting.
Oh, was that on last night?
Yeah.
That's good to know.
I missed it.
Laney Wilson cleaned up, man.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, Laney.
Laney Wilson cleaned up.
Did he? She figured, just step it out there,
Yep.
Laney Wilson.
She did.
She cleaned up. There she goes.
Did. Locke was a little bothered because Parker McCollum didn't win the Newcomer of the Year, and Jelly Roll did.
Jelly Roll?
Who?
I heard Jelly Roll gave. I saw he gave some sort of a serious.
He got pretty hyped up. He's got an interesting story, man. He's got an interesting story.
Now, what's his name again?
Jelly Roll.
Okay, I thought that's what you said.
Yeah, but he won Newcomer of the Year, and Landry thought that Parker should have won Newcomer of the Year.
I feel like I've been hearing about Parker since I've been here.
Not on that grand stage, though.
I didn't know. I mean, I don't understand.
Right.
I was like,
Yeah.
Parker. I feel like I've been hearing you talk about him for 3 years.
Well, it's kind of like baseball. Right, I don't know what constitutes a rookie year. I don't know exactly what constitutes being the newcomer. But I'll be honest with you, Zach Bryan should have won. If we're just talking nuts and bolts here of the best music and the biggest following and the most passionate fans, and Zach Bryan is the one that I believe should have probably won that Newcomer of the Year.
I missed it. Oh, shit.
But Laney cleaned up. Big Laney fan. She cleaned up. And deservedly so.
Yeah, so, good. It sounded like a good show last night. Hey, if you're in here, if you're on your way through the rain, come on out. You got a chance to win prizes throughout the day, as we always do, as we got 4 different opportunities to win, including $25 Visa gift cards. If you're in the building, all you got to do is write your name down and then sign it, throw it in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win $25. Anybody in the building, as we'll be doing that throughout the show. All right, Clint, let's kind of get down to it here. There's a lot to get to, but the most recent and pressing news is we're looking at the Texans, and we saw yesterday how many people were on that injury report, and we'll get the one that's official here in a bit, Clint, but it's looking a little bit better, but now there is some real concern for certain guys because now we got guys missing day 2 of the padded practices. And as I've said repeatedly, there have been injury issues throughout the year for the Texans, and anybody who have missed Wednesday and Thursday practices, only one player has played, and that's Malik Collins after missing a Wednesday, Thursday practice. Will Anderson back on the practice field today. Robert Woods, he returns to the practice field. He hadn't practiced in a couple of weeks and missed the last 2 games. Blake Cashman, a big one, he returns, and Laramie Tunzel returns as well. But, Clint, listen to these names. Damian Pierce, Nico Collins, Steven Nelson, Andrew Beck, Fairbairn, not a surprise there, and then Henry Toa not practicing today. All of those not practicing today. Nico, Steven Nelson, Beck, Pierce, they missed yesterday too, so they fall into that category of missing the last 2 days of practice, Clint. Those guys are in real danger, real serious danger of not playing in the game on Sunday, and that is a problem with a few of those guys.
Great news, the defense getting some guys back. Will Anderson and Blake Cashman alone are when you're missing as many guys as they were, those 2 alone, getting them back is really, really good. But there's only one name that I'm concerned about it, to be honest with you, at this point in time. There's one guy on this list that I'm concerned about that is going to be a problem if he doesn't play this week against the Bengals, and that's Steven Nelson. Is he the
number one? Is he the one?
Ain't nobody else I'm even worried about. I'd like to have. Don't get me wrong. I'd like to have the full stable guys, but I'm not even concerned about the rest of these guys. Steven Nelson is the one with Derek Stingley and that tender hamstring that hadn't played in 7 weeks.
Yeah.
And Shaquille Griffin. While I like Shaquille Griffin, I don't want him to be my top corner, my top cover guy out there. Not against this squad. And so, look, they've got to. You got to cross your fingers and pray like all get out that Steven Nelson plays and that Derek Stingley can go and he's 100%. Steven Nelson not practicing today is a concern.
That's 2 days in a row with the neck and the back issue, Clint, because the potential is Joe Burrow as the quarterback, Clint, and Kadar Holman, Shaq Griffin as your corners with Jalen Petrie, and then the likes of DeAndre Houston Carson and Graylin Arnold back there as your secondary. That against – and look, there is some potential news here. The Bengals may not be completely whole either, especially with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. When we get an actual report, there's been some up-in-the-air reports on that. But there could be an issue where those guys don't play, which would be big for the Texans. But that secondary with the potential of the guys that the Bengals can put out there, yes, Clint, that is frightening for the Texans.
Well, here's the deal. It goes beyond just the personnel issues. We've heard D'Amico a million times talking about the ability to pressure and how your pressure, if you do decide to blitz, bring extra bodies, pressure the quarterback, your coverage on the back end has to cover down. Those guys have to cover down tight. They have to be able to undercut routes. They have to make it difficult for receivers to get off the line of scrimmage clean, so they got to be able to press. All that stuff's got to marry up. And so, besides the fact of just not having enough cover guys, high-quality cover guys versus one of the best receiving groups in the league, forget about that. Just think about schematically with D'Amico Ryans. If you don't have anybody, like if you're missing 2 of your top 3 cover defenders, it's going to impact D'Amico Ryans' ability to be one of the top play callers on the defensive side of the football. So
because what you probably got to play more conservative. You can't just go, hey man, I'm just going to blitz.
Look,
and blitz.
It makes me think about Atlanta in the fourth quarter now. There's only so much you can do when you don't have your cover defenders. Only a fool would line up and show pressure, and show Joe Burrow, hey, we're going to put these cover guys who are our 4th and 5th best cover guys, we're going to put them on an island out here, and we're going to try to you, Joe Burrow, eat that alive. So they've got to get, first and foremost, they have got to make sure that Steven Nelson plays, and they've got to hope that Stingley is healthy.
Well, Clint, if he doesn't, what's the likelihood in your mind if Steven Nelson's missing these 2 days?
Yeah, look, it obviously doesn't look good.
Yeah,
but this is a situation where I believe I don't care if he has to miss Friday's practice. If he is healthy and can go on Sunday, I believe he's got to go. He's a veteran. He's been in the system. He's played a lot of football this year. If he's healthy, he's got to go. This is a big game for the Texans.
Yeah, it is. And so if you're missing again, they did get some good news. Again, as you said, Derek Stingley, he did practice again today. We'll see what the what the role was. I would imagine they have him listed as a limited participant, but he did practice again today on the field. Will Anderson back, Robert Woods back, Blake Cashman back, Laramie Tunsil back, but the guys who didn't practice, Damian Pierce a starter, Nico Collins a starter, Steven Nelson obviously a starter. We just talked about Beck, who's a starter, and Henry Toa as well, not practicing today. Listen, Clint, I think Steven Nelson is the clear one. I do think I have some concern with the Nico Collins one, too. If Nico Collins doesn't play in this game, he has been your leading receiver on this team, and I think you have some weapons, right? And we saw it in the last game where, it was Tank and it was Noah Brown. But it feels like you're going to have to score in this game. It feels like you're going to need your offense to put up points and put up numbers in this game, and to have arguably this year your best offensive weapon not available in this game, and a guy that, hey, man, you get the ball in his hands, as he's shown time and time again. He is tough to bring down and get yards, and probably the guy that can get tough plays. I think that maybe the Bucs may have been keying in on him too. Maybe that was a reason why some other guys were open. I think the Nico Collins one, because it feels like you're going to have to score in this game. He's one that could be problematic, too, in my eyes, if he isn't able to go, because he hadn't practiced the last 2 days either.
Anytime you're missing that kind of production at the wide receiver position, and you're a team that has to throw the football to score points, it's gonna hurt to miss Nico Collins. The only reason that I am probably more comfortable than I should be about
is because Robert Woods is coming back.
Well, no, it's just like when you look at what Nico, like I think you can get a poor man's version, if that makes sense. I think you can get a boundary receiver, put him over there, and replace what Nico does. Now, it's not going to be Nico Collins. You're not going to, as you said, run physically. After the catch thing, you're going to lose that. But that guy, you're not going to ask him to do a ton of moving around. You're not going to ask him to do some of the things that Robert Woods, in terms of seeing the game through the quarterback lens, or even Tank Dell with all the different movement stuff that they're doing with him lately. Those guys would be harder to replace. Now, all of them's production is going to be hard to replace. You lose any of those guys, their production is going to be difficult to replace. But Xavier Hutchinson can fill in for Nico Collins, or Noah Brown can fill in for Nico Collins, and I don't think it's a situation where the offense has to hope and pray that somebody can figure out, where to go, where to line up, what route to run. I think they can fill that void.
Yeah, from the text line, there's no difference in the talent in Cincinnati and in Tampa. We did 39 against Tampa. What's the problem? There is a difference in talent, and
which
there's a
was he
difference
looking from?
in coaching too, and especially defensively. This is going to be a tougher test than the last one. Tampa's not bad, but the Bengals have been in the AFC Championship game the last 2 years. The Bengals, when they are right, and that's a potential big help that Chase and T. Higgins may not be right. When they are right, they are one of the most difficult offenses to stop in football. And we saw what happened with a team that had receivers last week. The Texans were able to struggle, or the Texans struggled at times with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. And that's with Steven Nelson on the field, right? And then you're coming in with a Chase and a Higgins and a Boyd and a quarterback that's not Baker, a quarterback who I think is the second best quarterback in football in Joe Burrow. Yes, I don't think that Tampa is on the same level of the Cincinnati Bengals. So I think this is the tough game on schedule. I think, and it's pretty easy the rest of the way. So I completely disagree with the talent being the same between Tampa and Cincy. That I can't get with that at all.
Well, I think you're talking about a just overall big picture. You're talking about a team that's got Super Bowl expectations versus a team that's in some level of transition after Brady. They're not tearing it down, I don't think, like everybody thought they were, but I'm not sure what the hell's going on in Tampa. So just overall health of the organization, Cincinnati is significantly better than what you beat up on last week.
Yeah, so this is a big game, and you want to have your horses, and it looks like the Texans could could be without very significant pieces. All right, we are live here on a Thirsty Thursday. Come on out. Good friends at Bud Light are here, as well as they help put this thing together. We are in Katy, right off Fry Road, Park Road Drive location here in Katy, Buffalo Wild Wings. So come on out. Hang out with us. As I said, if you're in the building, you got a chance to win a $25 Visa gift card. All you got to do, if you're in the building or on your way in, sign your name, fill it out, put it in the raffle box, and we will do a drawing each hour because we got four prizes to hook people up with out here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Coming up, man, we've got to address it, boy. The Houston Rockets. They had a little statement game last night as they put it on the Lakers, and I'm wondering, 7 games in, after 3 blowouts against 2 Western Conference playoff teams from last year, are your expectations changing with the Houston Rockets? We'll discuss that next.
All right, speaking of them Rockets, you know you can get that Rockets gear.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, a little Thirsty Thursday. I might have to get thirsty. I might have to just buy a round of shots for all four of us right here, baby. You drinking today, ain't you? Just buy a round of shots. How about that? I'm just playing.
Buttery nipple?
No, I don't know if I go buttery nipple, but
What do you think you go with, man?
I'm going hardcore, man. Just
what is that?
Just give me a little Crown action.
Yeah.
Give me something like that. A little whiskey right there. My man pointed you out. There you go. Is that a Razorback fan? Looked like he had a Razorback hat on. There you go. Got them hogs
ain't but one of them, baby. A lot of lions. Come on, a lot of lions, tigers, and bears out there, but they ain't but one Razorback, baby.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really about over it here. If someone texts in, y'all crack me up. Doesn't matter who we beat or how well you play, you always have some S to say. We could be 8-1 and y'all want to talk smack. I just what the hell are you listening to? I'm serious.
What you think of the Panthers game, jackass?
No. I don't even go there. It's Tyler. I love Tyler. He just gets himself frustrated.
I'm in no mood today.
I'm really kind of over it this week. I really am. I'm really over people just hearing what the hell that they all want to hear from their own ears. I'm really over it because I don't know what the hell you listened to in that first segment that had us talking smack. All right, there's a concern level if your secondary is Kadole Hallman, it's Shaq Griffin as your corners with some guy. I know that we live here in Houston, but it doesn't necessarily mean you want DeAndre Houston Carson in the secondary playing safety for you. It's an issue. What do you want us to say? Hey, yeah, that's it, man. Hey, no problems here. They'll do what they did last week. This is the Cincinnati Bengals. They've been in the AFC Championship game the last 2 years. They won the Super Bowl 2 years ago. They got Joe Burrow. They got the guy you're looking across for that you're saying, man, I think CJ can be that dude. That dude's already there. I just don't what are you talking about? I mean, listen, we have done exactly what the Texans have deserved, and we have given the Texans love all week because they deserve it. And I don't know what the hell you're listening to or what you want to hear, but damn, man, I'm just about over it this week.
Hold on, show.
I've had it. I really have. I'm just over it. Just can't take it anymore.
I mean, you let somebody on the text line get you that stirred up?
Yeah, I'm not fighting anybody like you would.
I mean, damn.
I'm not fighting anybody like you would. I'm not walking somebody. I did. Yeah, they did get me stirred up. All right, this is about a week's worth. All right, this is about all week. This is 3 days worth. I'm just over it.
Well, we do have listeners, though. I want to point out we have listeners that text in that are enjoyed to text with.
Good God, man. What do you hear?
Some a-holes.
I need a drink. All right, listen here.
Get you one.
I might have to. Can we get into some more positive? Because listen, the Houston Rockets, and I pose this question on the other side: Has your expectations changed with the Rockets 7 games in? And I'm seeing some people text in, hell yeah, they've changed. I see some people going in talking about, yes, my expectations definitely changed. I expect them to beat bad teams now. They put it on the Lakers last night. And yesterday I told you, I said, at the very least, I expect them to compete. And if AD doesn't play, I expect them to win. Clint, I didn't know they was going to win by 34. Clint, I didn't know they was never going to trail in the game. I didn't know it was never close. It was never a game. They got their asses kicked. LeBron barely played 27 minutes. He's out of the game. At the fourth quarter, everybody sat down. That was an impressive performance to go along with the last 2 performances against the Kings, where those games weren't close. And they just had 3 games in a row against teams that people believe are going to be in the playoffs and teams that were in the playoffs last year, Clint, and hammered them, all 3. I don't care that De'Aaron Fox and Anthony Davis did play. I'm not going to say that doesn't mean anything. But the Rockets, in terms of taking steps, what they did against those 2 teams and last night, that was impressive as hell, and you can clearly see they're moving forward.
Yeah, look, I think they're moving forward. Hell, you couldn't go no further backwards. They're definitely moving forward.
I love what I see from an identity perspective. Last night from jump, Dylan Brooks and his, which I liked the Dylan Brooks sign from jump. What he did last year with LeBron didn't really bother me much. Now, I don't want to be him, but it didn't bother me much in terms of him playing for my squad. But it is blatantly obvious that the identity that he brings on the defensive end of the floor, and it is blatantly obvious that
he brings the toughness,
that it is contagious, and the rest of the squad sees it, feels it, buys in. And it's a joy to watch. So along with all the stuff that we've talked about, this year with the Rockets in terms of just it appears that Van Vliet is running things and it looks like they're well coached. Man, the defensive end of the floor, starting with Dylan Brooks, for me is a joy to watch.
Yeah, that was the big part, right? They shot the ball really well yesterday. They made 14 threes. And making them when the game mattered and was anywhere close in the first 2.5 quarters. They shot the ball well, but the big thing, as you said, was defensively the Lakers couldn't do it. I mean, it was clear they were the far superior defensive team out there, and the Lakers couldn't get anything, right? I mean, at all. LeBron, anybody couldn't get anything consistently at all, and you could say they were all over the place. They were, like you've talked about it, well, I want to stop seeing AAU stuff, and a lot of that is on that end of the floor, and there is a real effort that they are playing with. Dylan is leading this. Fred is leading this. And you see it from Jalen Green, and you see it from the young guys. Like, that's the part that jumped out. Yes, you're going to make shots. But defensively, hell, even if they didn't make shots, they were still going to blow out the Lakers.
Yeah, look, it's fun. You mentioned Jalen Green. For me, it's fun to watch I guess I'd categorize it like a calculated Jalen Green, where it's not just, hey, my whole life I've been able to blow by folks and get to the rim, and I can jack up wild shots, and don't worry about it, I'll make enough of them. To now, it appears to be a guy that he'll still do some of those things, and look, that's why you like him, is because of what he can do above the rim, what he can do with his quickness and his explosion and that jumper. But it seems like it's more calculated. Look, it's a very, very small sample size, but it seems like he's more calculated with his decision making. It seems like he's trying to play within a system. It seems like he's fallen in line, for a lack of better terms, with somebody else dominating the ball the majority of the time. I like what I see from the young fella as well.
Yeah, from the text line, Ron, I need more time. Hit me with that same question, 20 games or so. That's fair. That's fair. Clint, listen, 7 games in, you're watching this. For me, if your expectations haven't come to a point where, hey, the Rockets, I have the expectation that they just compete for the play-in. Compete, not saying that the expectation is they get in, but compete for one of the top 10 seeds in the West. I think that should at least be the expectation right now. Like, you can see this team is growing and looking like
I can't
you can't get there yet.
No,
I'm there. I'm there. I'm just to compete.
No, I can't get there with. No, I can't. Not yet. I hope you're right.
I'm there.
And you watch closer than I do. I ain't ready to go. I ain't ready for him to make that leap yet. I hope you're spot on.
Yeah, I am there. That's where I am. I've reached the point that compete for one of the top 10 seeds. Like, you may finish 11th or 12th, but I'm to the point where through the year that this is hey, they could get into the play-in. Not that they're sitting back 9 games off the pace of the 10 seed, right? Like 22 wins or whatever they were. I think that's, to me, where I am with this team, because you could tell they're more talented than they were. Like you said about Jalen Green last night, efficient, 28. And how many minutes did he play last night? 28 minutes, 11 for 15. And some of this stuff going away, and you know this group's just going to get better when they're with this coach, with this veterans mixing together. That's where I am right now. Compete with this thing, because they just absolutely hammered both of these teams. All right, coming up here, the Texans lost the game to the Panthers, and it feels like there's somewhere they're going to have to make this thing up somewhere. Is this Bengals game one of the games you feel like the Texans can make up for that Panthers loss. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back out here as we are live on this Thirsty Thursday here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Right off Fry here in Katy. Come on out, have a Fry Road right out here in Katy. Come on out and have a good time with us. So we've had some people come out. My man just punished that Coors Light, didn't he? I'm pretty certain that's what he got.
Hey, it happens, man.
You old Razorbacks, boy. Y'all go ahead and put them away, don't you?
Hey, man, look here.
Hogs are winners.
You get you one of them crackling cold Coors Lights now. It's hard to not. It's hard to not drink it a little faster than you probably should. You know what I mean?
He found that thing out. But come on out. Yes, as we said, your chance if you're in the building.
Look at them joints.
Did you wing?
Yeah.
You got some wings.
Hope you enjoy them, man. They look mighty fine.
She looks like she's gonna have herself a good time with them. Good for her. How about that? But come on out. You can have some wings. You can have some good wings. They've got the special on the boneless wings, Tyler's favorite.
You can win $25.
No,
that's right.
I don't eat boneless wings.
$25 gift card.
Tyler, stop it.
I don't. We've had this discussion. I eat tenders, but if I'm eating wings, I get bone in.
It's just like nuggies, as you would call them.
Yeah, yes, I do call boneless wings nuggies.
Tyler, you're saying if there was a plate of boneless wings here, you wouldn't put them down?
No, I'm not saying I've never eaten a boneless wing and I'm like turning my nose up to it if I'm starving. But if I want wings, tenders or bone-in wing.
It's the same thing.
I mean,
it's hard to understand. I know.
It's the same thing. It's just cut smaller.
But they're called tenders, and those are called boneless wings.
If Tyler didn't already have 14 nicknames, I think Young Tender would be a good one.
Ooh,
T-Tender in the building. Yeah.
What up, Young Tender?
Yeah, you would smash those. But they got Tyler's favorite, the tenders. Those are, the
you
boneless
nailed it.
Wings, the boneless wings. They can get those. Buy one, get one free. Get 6 for $12, baby, out here and have yourself a good time. So come on out here, have with us on this Thirsty Thursday as we get you right here on the drive. As he said, $25 gift card, Visa gift card. Your chance to win. Anybody in the building, all you got to do is sign your name in, put it in the raffle box, and you can have a chance to win $25. Or if you're too cool for that, you can continue to sit down and just go about your business and just be like, nah, $25 on the house, that ain't nothing for me. That's just only probably pay for your meal that you have right now. All right, Clint, I was looking at the schedule, and I'm looking at the AFC, and it is getting crowded. There are a lot of teams there at 4-4. The Jets are 4-4. The Chargers are 4-4. The Texans obviously are 4-4. Then you got teams like the Steelers who are up a game up on the Texans, and it's just crowded down there. Buffalo 5-4 as well. But then you look at this and then you see how many teams there, and the Texans currently are right on the outside looking in. The thought is, to me, it's like you got to get to 10 games, 10 wins. It feels like to feel comfortable in the AFC, to be in the game, it feels like you got to get to 10 wins, which I think the Texans are capable of doing. My only issue is they dropped that game against the Panthers that you felt like had to be in your win column, right? You had to be. You know what you would be sitting at right now if you'd won that game. And the sense is, to me, is you got to make up for that win. And I think there are a lot of winnable games, Clint. Like, if I look at right now, I think they beat the Cardinals at home, right? That's an added one right there. I think that gets you to 5 at the very least. I think they beat the Broncos at home. All right, and the Broncos are coming along. They're getting a little frisky here, but still at this point, I would think they would beat the Broncos at home, and that gets you to 6. I like them beating the Titans at home. I like them probably winning at the Jets, although that could be a toss-up, but I like them. I'd favor them there. There are some W's there. It feels like because of the Panthers' loss, they've got to pick up a W against either Cincy, Jacksonville, Cleveland, maybe the road game at the Colts or the Titans. It feels like games that they may not be favored in. They've got to pick up a W to make up for that Panthers loss. Do you feel like Sunday is a game that's one of the ones they can actually pick up and make up for that Panthers loss?
Well, if you pick it up, it'll definitely make up for the Panthers loss. I think this game is more so about the national narrative, if you will, the hype around the Houston Texans. You win this ball game right here in Cincinnati versus Joe Burrow and company, then I think the noise around the Texans in a positive way gets ratcheted up significantly. And so, this win would mean a lot to the organization. It would damn sure replace what should have been a win in Carolina, I think, because I had this as a loss on this schedule, and it was the first loss. I mean, it's one of those where I was like, yep, Cincinnati, okay, there's one loss, chalk that up. Yeah, you find a way to go out and get a W here, whether they're their receivers or not. You find a way to get this W right here, it'll definitely replace that Carolina win, and you'll be on pace to win some games. Getting to 10 may be difficult with this schedule, but it definitely is doable if you get this weekend.
Yeah, one of them, right? Maybe hitting this one. You could see yourself getting to 10 if you can pick off this one, the Jags, or the Browns. Because I feel like, I feel good about them against Tennessee. And I know they got to play them there, too. I feel good about them against the Colts, too, which they may not be favored in, and the Colts are just a half a game behind them. But that Panthers loss is the one that feels like the killer right now, the one that you put in, and it feels like it's harder to see yourself get to 10 if you don't make up for one of those games. So this one could be one of the ones that you try to get and make up for. All right, as people are texting in, boy, people are really giving us a lesson on the tender.
Oh, what's it giving you a lesson?
The chicken
tender.
Different
part of the chicken, dude.
The chicken tender is located.
So it's not the same at all.
Under the breast. I mean, if you put a chicken,
you lost this one. Just take the L.
If you put a chicken tender and the boneless wing on there, I mean, it looks the same. It tastes the same.
Might look the same, but it's not.
It tastes the same.
Just take this L like LeBron did last night. Just hold the L.
Listen. I can take L's. I have no problem taking L's. I'm just saying it looks the same. It looks the same to me, and it tastes the same. The chicken tender is located under the breast and is literally all tender. I'm not at a watch part of the chicken in the boneless wing or the nugget.
I learned that in poultry science, son.
Poultry science?
Yeah, Texas A&M.
You had a class of poultry science?
Sure as heck did.
We had that at Arkansas as well.
Really? I missed that.
We had a poultry building.
Did you?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't take any.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't take any classes. I couldn't have told you that the tender was under the breast. I guess. Never mind. I'll stop there.
I really want to know what you're going to say. I really want to know what you're going to say.
I mean, I didn't have it. Tyler, did you know that the tender was under the breast?
Tyler, of course, did. And what did you say, poultry science? Yeah, didn't have that at Middle Tennessee. Well, maybe they had it. I just didn't.
I feel like if Tyler really knew that, he would have called you out.
He would have come on out with it.
He wouldn't have let the text line have that one.
I was telling you they weren't the same.
Well, you were saying they weren't the same, but you weren't saying that they were a different piece of meat from a whole different piece, different body part of the chicken.
That poultry science, those notes in those classes, they were just far back in the depths of my mind. Texter helped me bring them back to the surface. I appreciate it.
Was that your major or something?
No, I took it as an elective.
You took it as an elective.
I heard it was easy.
Go in here and learn about these chickens.
All right, I was going to say, I'm sitting here trying to figure out, Tyler, what the hell made you go take that class?
I also took honeybee biology. So I can tell you all about honeybees, chickens, their body parts. It's pretty cool.
Did you play football?
Nope. Mom wouldn't let me.
Yeah.
Sound like some football team courses that you took. I did take a dance class.
That's a smart move, though. That's probably loaded with babes.
I did take a dance class. Learn
what kind of dance was it?
Learn the foxtrot. Learn the tango.
Did you use it on Courtney?
No.
You don't know any of them? You don't have any of them down now?
I can't remember. I know the tango a little bit, where I can twist and turn. I got the tango a little bit.
Right.
But no, I didn't. I think I got a C- in that class.
Damn, how do you get a C in dancing?
Boy, I tell you what.
Especially with your sweet feet.
She was really hardcore on those creative process. I mean, I didn't think I deserved the C-, but she gave me one.
I got an A+ in poultry science, so.
Poultry science and honeybee. What?
Honeybee biology.
How'd you get a C in dance?
That's what I'm saying.
C minus.
C minus? You almost got a D in dance?
Minus. Yeah, I mean, you got to be like, I'm more of a.
There might have been distractions.
I'm more. No, what distractions? I'm more of a kind of paint my own picture dancer.
No, not you.
Like interpretive dance.
But if I gotta really hone in and follow all these steps and rules. Like, let me color outside the box a little bit. Don't try.
Does that surprise you, Tyler?
Not at all. My man's the Nico of dance.
Basically, what he's saying, he got a C minus because he was uncoachable in dance class.
I wasn't uncoachable.
That's ultimately what he's saying.
Uncoachable.
It surprises absolutely nobody.
It's a lot of stuff. Don't just say that to me. I'm not uncoachable.
Trying to teach, and Ron's in the corner.
Sounds like you were.
I'm just saying. I
mean, those dances you mentioned have been around forever, and you want to change them.
I didn't want to change.
You want to color outside your box.
I didn't want to change.
Ron's doing the stanky leg in the corner while they're trying to teach the polka.
When I gotta have these, when I gotta hit
polka week.
Ron,
what are you doing?
These steps every time. Sometimes I might miss a step.
Sir, we are learning two-stepping. Please stop doing the electric slide.
Did I add a spin in? Why you put me on the electric slide? How come? Maybe I was doing the polka.
I think you were like twerking. I think you were twerking during polka week, and they failed you. They flunked you.
Hey, man,
how y'all feel about a man?
You gonna stop putting me in places where I'm twerking? All right, I don't twerk.
Man,
you gotta get.
I just don't believe it. I don't believe that Ron has twerked. Has never twerked and probably done it pretty consistently. I don't believe it.
Gotta let that long crack twerk it out, bro.
I just don't believe it.
I wasn't twerking in the tango. All right, it's just some steps, man. I may have missed, maybe hit some feet or something.
Twerking in the tango, man. You may be onto something there.
No, I did. I hate the both of you. All right, coming up, Big 3 at 3. The injury report is out, and there is some good news, but there is some concerning news as well, and we'll get into it. The Rockets, they made a big statement last night as they absolutely hammer the L.A. Lakers. We'll get into that coming up next.
All right, Coshada Casino Resort, y'all. This is another big month at Coshada Casino Resort. Here's what's going on.
Presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, number one, welcome in as it is a Thirsty Thursday. The number one thing is we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Thanks for the help of the great people here at Buffalo Wild Wings and the great people at Bud Light as they have helped put this together as we are at a Buffalo Wild Wings each and every week. And this week we are in Katy, right off Fry Road, as you can make your way on out here and hang out with this Park Road Drive location off Fry Road as we're having a good time out here. And we got it all for you. You got a chance to win prizes. We got 4 giveaways we're going to give away. And I've tried to be nice. I just don't understand it. If you're in the building, you got a chance to win a $25 gift card, Visa gift card, where you can pay it to anywhere. All you got to do is write your name down and put it in that box, and we will do a drawing of your name to win $25 Visa gift card. That's all you got to do is write your name down right there. My man, you done heard me say, I've said this 5 times, that you too cool with that cool-ass Adidas outfit. You too cool to have a chance to get 25. You could pay for your meal. Wow, that's all right. My man right here is taking full advantage. Anybody on the other side of the wall, you too. All you got to do is sign, put your name in, and you can win $25 as we'll do a drawing. We've got 4 different prizes we're going to hook people up with. That's all you got to do, your chance. People don't believe it until we start pulling out prizes and handing them out, and then we just get a rush of people signing it. So come on in if you're on your way in. I've seen some people already on Twitter say, I'm driving, I'm 30 minutes away, I'm coming in to say hello. I see people coming in. Well, we'll be right here waiting on you until 6 o'clock, Clint. And also, TVs everywhere here in Buffalo Wild Wings. There's a game on tonight, Panthers-Bears. You can watch that right here with all these TVs out here.
How in the hell did that one not get flexed?
Ain't no flexing, baby. They did this for Al.
Panthers-Bears?
They trying to get Al's ass up out of here is what they're trying to do, and they're going to make him do bad games every week.
Good gosh.
All right, a game that I think has a chance to be one of the best games of the weekend. It's a bit of a rough weekend. One of the best games of the weekend is the Texans-Bengals. Right? I think the Texans-Bengals would be far better than any of the other primetime games that they have loaded up right now, which is, I think, Panthers, Bears, Raiders, Jets Sunday night, and Bills, Broncos. Well, that one's kind of interesting. So, but this will be a big game, and the injury situation for the Texans are some good and some bad, Clint. The good is Will Anderson, who did not practice, who limped off the field at the end of the game on Sunday. He was back at practice today. Robert Woods, who has not played the last 2 weeks and missed practice the last 2 weeks and yesterday, he was back on the practice field. Blake Cashman, a big one there, and then Laramie Tunsil returns. But guys who did not practice today, Damian Pierce, who missed last week's game. Nico Collins, just 2 days in a row. Steven Nelson, this is 2 days in a row. Andrew Beck, 2 days in a row. Kaimi Fairbairn didn't practice, not a surprise. We're hearing he may be out multiple weeks. And then Henry To'oTo'o also did not practice with the concussion situation, Clint. There's some good and some bad there for the Texans. What jumps out to you the most, Clint?
Well, I think overall with the guys that are coming back, Will Anderson and Blake Cashman, the defense gets a little shot in the arm there, because if you had to go into this game against the Cincinnati Bengals without a starting defensive end, edge rusher, whatever you want to couch him as, and hell, he's been your best linebacker all year long in Blake Cashman. You lose 2 pretty important pieces of your defense if those guys don't play. So good news first, those 2 guys being back is big time for the Texans. On the flip side of it, the list of players that you read off that did not practice today, and for the second day in a row is Steven Nelson. That one's a big concern for me. That Steven Nelson has been your best corner.
It should be.
Derek Stingley, don't know if he's 100%. We don't even know if he's going to play this week.
What's your gut feeling say about
I think he
Stingley?
plays. I think he's going to play this week.
I hope he does.
Yeah, I think he's going to play this week. Heck, I think that Steven Nelson plays as well. But sticking to the report here, if Steven Nelson isn't available Sunday and Stingley's back for his first action in 7 weeks, that leaves your best cover corner right now that you can rely on is Shaq Griffin, and then beyond him, you got big-time problems. And you're staring down the barrel of one of the best passing offenses in the game of football right now. When you talk about the quarterback and the weapons that he has.
That's playing well.
Wow. And I don't know who all is going to play in Cincinnati. We're trying to keep up with all the reports of who is or isn't going to play. Jamar Chase and Higgins, T. Higgins. We don't know if they're going to play or not. But either way it goes, boy, if you're down to your only starting corner, your only starting cover defender that you have available is Shaq Griffin, you're in a bad spot. Yep. So Steven Nelson needs to and Stingley, those two there need to come on now.
Yeah, to the point you're making, if Stingley does return, which would mean be interesting. He's been sitting down. This is week 7, so he's been sitting down 6 weeks. And then comes back and practices and immediately gets on the field the same time he practices. That will be interesting if he jumps right on. But if he is unable to go, and Nelson isn't either, understanding and remember issues at the safety position, your secondary could look like Kadar Holman, Shaq Griffin, Jalen Petrie, and then DeAndre Houston Carson and Graylin Arnold, who they just signed back from the practice squad. And that going up against Joe Burrow and the potential of Jamar Chase. Now, as you said, we'll see if they actually are able to go in a game themselves. But Jamar Chase, Tyler Boyd, and T. Higgins, that is clearly going to handcuff D'Amico Ryans and Matt Burke in some way in what they want to do with their safeties and their. You think about it. If you look in that group, hell. Jimmy Ward would be one of the more trusted cover corners in that group, and he's probably not going to be available either. So that's why that is so impactful and important, because that's a scary lineup, and it handcuffs, as I said, what D'Amico can do in terms of pressure and aggressiveness.
That's the big thing is that it doesn't. It's not like, let's say, Lovie Smith's defense where you're going to keep two. You're going to bend, don't break. You're going to keep two safeties on the roof, and boy, if you just get a cornerback that can tackle and is physical and plug him in, you can somewhat hide him. D'Amico Ryans has talked at length about liking to bring pressure, and when you do bring pressure, the coverage has to marry up. Boy, you bring pressure and you don't have corners, you don't have cover defenders that you can trust, you're playing with fire, man. You're playing with fire against anybody in the NFL if that's the case, much less Joe Burrow and this Bengals wide receiver group.
Yeah. The other part to me on this is you talked about it, and I would sense, especially if Dameon Pierce isn't able to go in this game Sunday, what we watched was, as you talked about, this should be thought of as a pass-first, not a run-first team. And what we've seen right now offensively, they appear to be at their best when they're more in the passing game, when they're throwing it more than they run it. And I think it's a real issue if your number one receiver isn't available. And Nico Collins this year has been the team's number one receiver. Now, they were able to survive in the last game without him going off. He still caught a tough touchdown on a slant where he was able to get his body in front of, and another catch where he broke tackles. And I think he probably is somebody that they're gearing coverage towards if they are with anybody. I think that is a miss, and to me it's not a fair trade if you say, hey, I'm giving you Robert Woods, but I'm taking Nico Collins away. I think for a team that wants to throw the ball often, and that's going to be what it looks like their identity might be, having your number one receiver out in a game where it feels like you may have to score a lot of points, I think that's an important one too behind Steven Nelson.
Yeah, look, any game where Nico's not there is a it is a step down in a big way for whoever fills in for him. Xavier Hutchinson Noah Brown, whoever it is that feels that position is not going to produce, or at least not going to be expected to produce the way that Nico Collins has in any way, shape, form. Whether you're talking about the way in which he's done it, the run after catch, physical run after catch, breaking tackles, or if you're just talking about generally producing to the rate at which he's done this year, you're not going to get that kind of production. So you would obviously rather have your full stable of wide receivers. So hopefully Nico can come off this list as well.
Yeah.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, last night, and they're doing the replay of this right now, and it's an ass kicking the third time around when you watch it for the Rockets over the Lakers. They beat the brakes off of them, 128-94. They'd never trailed in the game. It was never really close at all, except for the first couple minutes of the game when it was, I think 12-6 or something. It was an ass kicking, and I think to me was a little bit of a coming out for the Rockets, and I think a bit of a statement, even if it's just to themselves, right? You look at a team, even if here in the past, the last couple of years, even if Anthony Davis didn't play and Anthony Davis has missed some games, the Lakers have won games. The Lakers have won games. They've beaten the Rockets in that manner. They came out and hammered them. I mean, hammered them. I said I expected that the Rockets were to win this game if AD didn't play the way they were playing, but they beat the hell out of them, and I think that's a big statement, if not only to themselves, but to other people around the league. That was a big win, and Clint, it's the way that I think they were able to win that game. It was as much of a reason of anything, and not just the 128 they put up. The 94 was a big deal the whole way, all 4 quarters, the way they defended.
It's definitely a big change from what we've seen.
Yes.
I think whether you look at that just on the defensive end of the floor with Dylan Brooks kind of setting the tone there, you look at Fred VanVleet doing it again, and then to me, Jalen Green is the X factor here of what is he going to look like a year from now? How is he going to fit into what it is they're trying to do? How is he going to accept how's he going to handle the leadership of the new players, new coach, all those kind of things? He appears to be doing so in like impressive fashion at this point in time.
Well, Clint, you can see him. It can be so easy for him scoring the basketball.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's just easier than anybody else, where he could just, when he's got it going, that talent can come out and he can get to the rim.
Yeah.
I mean, he had some explosive, just athletic layups that he made, Clint, that looked easy to him.
For me, some of the funnest things to watch with this entire team and Green is like when he cuts, when he doesn't have the ball and he's on the other side of the floor and he cuts. To me, that's when like his elite athletic ability really shines. I mean, obviously, getting to the rack and there's several times throughout a game where the explosiveness, the elite athletic ability is blatantly obvious. But man, when he cuts without the ball, I mean, there's nobody cutting him off. I mean, he's getting to the rack quick, man. So it's fun to watch, man. Right now, it's fun to watch. How good you think that Lakers team is? That good?
Yeah,
like they looked awful.
They were awful yesterday. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. And then I mean, the AD thing, obviously, they missed him. Vanderbilt, another starter for there, was out. Gabe Vincent, another guy that plays big minutes for them, was out. And, I mean, Austin Reed isn't that bad. I mean, Austin Reeves looked awful last night. I mean, he couldn't dribble. They'll be fine. They're struggling. Their biggest issue is what happened last night. They just get behind in almost every one of their games like that. Yeah. And they got to have excuse me. They got to have these huge comebacks, but
oh my goodness, you all right, bro?
A little help.
Yeah, he's having a hard. Look, he's having a real hard time mustering up this bull jive. He's talking about them sorry Lakers.
He can't get over that Lakers loss. It's choking him up.
Man, I'm over it. They'll be fine.
That was. I'm over here going, man. Is he really that high on the Rockets, or is it just because it was the Lakers that they thumped on like that?
No,
that team was terrible.
They were terrible last night.
They didn't even look like they were interested in being in Houston.
They'll be fine. No, they were interested in being in Houston. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. But it was a big win for the Rockets. That was good for them. That was good even without AD. They'll be fine.
That's my deal is how big of a win was it when it was the Lakers 4 through 9 player? Dude, that's a play. You just beat other than that logo being on that jersey, I'm like, how big? I mean, really?
LeBron was out there. Reeves was out there. D'Lo was out there.
LeBron just wanted to dap up Stroud. That's the only reason he came. It's the only reason he got on the plane. He wanted to show a little love to Stroud. He wanted to invite Stroud on the shop,
It was a big win for him. CJ's going to be on the shop.
I bet he already has.
I bet CJ. Well, no, he said it's the first time he met him. CJ said that was the first time he met LeBron. But no, he'll be out there. That'll be fine. But it was a big win. Coming off what they did to the Kings, I think those three, because the Kings didn't have De'Aaron Fox, their best player out there, and they thumped them. Right, but that's what you should do, right? Like you was hoping the Rockets would win. They thumped those teams.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. It is definitely a different basketball team, and there is definitely, as a fan, there's hope. Like it's like I look forward. I was talking to somebody a little earlier. It makes our job significantly easier when the Rockets are worth talking about. And I'm excited about going home and watching the Rockets and talking about the Rockets. There's definitely, they're trending in the right direction. But, damn, you give them a lot of credit for beating the 4 through 9 Lakers. I don't know, man.
Okay.
It took me an hour and a half to put this together now.
Is that what it is? It took you a little bit of time.
Who was it, Hachimura?
Yeah, Hachimura. He had a nice game. It was his first game back.
I bet he was excited.
He had been out for a couple of weeks. All right, we got to figure this out. What did we miss? What did we miss? Because, Clint, there may not have been two more people who were more skeptical of this wide receiver core for the Houston Texans. What did we miss? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Coshada Casino Resort.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings on this Thirsty Thursday. This is it, your last opportunity. Coming up in the next segment, not even next segment, as soon as this segment ends, you will have a chance to win a $25 Visa gift card. All you have to do is sign your name, put it in the raffle box, and if you don't get your name in before this segment ends, you will not have a chance to win. So if you two are sitting over there, all you got to do is sign your name, put it in the raffle box. You got a chance to win a $25 Visa gift card that we will be hooking people up with as soon as this segment ends. All right, Clint, as we are enjoying it here on this Thirsty Thursday here in Katy, Buffalo Wild Wings, right off Fry Road. What did we miss? What did we miss with this receiving core, Clint? Because I know we were concerned about it. We talked to Nico about it. Nico said he was fine with it. We looked at it. What did we miss? Because, yes, C.J. Stroud has been amazing this year, especially in the last game, especially for a rookie. He's been really good. But, Clint, it's not like he is every Sunday, every throw, having to throw guys open.
Yeah.
There is separation, and it didn't just Tank. And it's all of them. Like Noah Brown, I didn't know. Like, he was creating separation. You go back and watch it.
Yep.
Like, he's creating separation. Tank, we saw clearly had that ability, but even more so now. And then, obviously, Nico Collins. I mean, even me, I believed I wasn't ready to jump completely off the Nico Collins bandwagon, but I didn't think, he would be this, right? What do you think it is that we miss now? Do you think is it more than just, hey, new quarterback, new offensive coordinator?
No, I don't. I mean, that's where I was going to start. I'm going to start with Bobby Slowick. I mean, Bobby Slowick is doing a tremendous job of getting everybody opportunities when they're against that particular defense. When their opportunity comes up, he's finding a way to get them the ball. I think C.J. Stroud obviously is significantly better, significantly sooner than I ever thought was going to be the case. I think Tank Dell is. I mean, I think once we saw him at practice, we knew who he was. I think that's coming to fruition. I think when you look at Robert Woods, I think Robert Woods is exactly who we thought he was in terms of being a possession guy.
He's been impacted more than I thought he was going to. But, yeah, he's not creating as much separation as the others.
Yeah.
That guy, like Noah Brown, Noah Brown was – and you're right, maybe it is some of the scheming of it. But Noah's coming around on these deep overs, and he's creating separation in a way that I didn't think would be the case.
Yeah, no. I mean, they've all been better sooner than I thought. That's for damn sure. But I think the one difference, where I completely missed was Nico Collins, because here's the interesting thing. I don't know that we were wrong about Nico Collins because Nico's still not the deep threat 50-50 ball guy that Lovey was telling us he was, and his size and his tangibles will tell you, all that kind of jive. Where I missed the boat with Nico is I had no idea. I had no idea that Nico Collins – and look, I think Nico's numbers have probably been a little bit inflated. I don't know that Nico's the guy that's going to go out there and give you the numbers that he's giving you up to date consistently. But I had no idea that Nico Collins was a guy that could go out there versus NFL defensive backs and run the route tree effectively and get open.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know Nico Collins would be a guy that embraced contact the way that he has. Because, look, we saw the offense go to Nico Collins in fourth down situations and in critical moments, and he'd slip or he'd get pushed down. The ball was incomplete because there was some contact, right? That's, to me, the biggest story with Nico is I had no idea that he was going to be as physical of a route runner that he is. I mean, he's playing the game. Sure, the physical and the run after catch thing is a bigger bodied receiver.
Is that the biggest thing of the receivers for you?
Absolutely.
That caught you off guard is Nico's ability to run after catch.
Absolutely.
Because like when I see him, I'm like they run screens to everybody but him, and I'm like, hell, I just want to get the ball in his hands to in open space because he's quicker, not fast, but quicker than you think, and it is hard to get him down. Those slants, he's carrying at the very least an extra 10 yards. Yeah. I think for me it's just that part of just the separation over, like the ability outside a tank for guys to get that much separation. That's what's caught me off.
Well, they've done a good job. Again, it's multiple things that are in play here with the offensive coordinator, the quarterback, but I think we, to be honest with you, I think we pegged the receivers other than Nico, and Nico is the guy that, again, I would have bet a large amount of money. Not on. I mean, look, he may be because his size and his tangibles tell you he's going to be a decent 50-50 ball guy. Decent,
I haven't even really shown that part of his game.
You got to believe like he's going to be tough to tackle with just his size. The thing that's impressed me the most, because we did not see it early on, is catching the ball through contact. The ease in which he is catching the football, running through the football, strong hands, like. The first couple of years, man, he didn't. Those things were never showcased with him, and now all of a sudden, this dude is doing it all except what Lovey was telling us they hoped he would do: catch a 50-50 ball. So I think for me, it's Nico. Nico's the one that I just completely missed the boat, and I'll be honest with you, I had no idea that he was as complete a wide receiver as he is.
From the text line, all the receivers are a perfect complement to each other. They have been used that way. And listen, I don't want to – C.J. Stroud has helped this too. Obviously, improved quarterback play has helped this, improved a play caller as well. But I do want to also acknowledge, like, it's not like C.J.'s having to throw through tight-ass coverage all the time. Like, these guys they are getting themselves open. And especially when you look at how they've wanted to run offense, Clint, is – they're going to that time, let's get the ball out real quick. And these guys are getting open really, really quick, which was something that kind of surprised me as well. So this group here, and I think the other part is all of them, the ones that have played a lot, with maybe the exception of Robert Woods, they've all showed the ability to make chunk plays at a consistent like a close to consistent level, and that's especially Noah Brown, something that I didn't expect.
And I don't want to take anything away from any of the wide receivers, but I've got to go back to Bobby. I mean, Bobby's the one, and being a guy, a former player on this station that's constantly beat the drum of, man, it ain't that hard. Like creative quicks, and use motions to your advantage, and play guys to their strengths, not their weaknesses. Coach these guys up. I mean, Bobby and this offensive staff is doing a tremendous job. Now, it shows through most of the time through CJ, right? But, I mean, man, it's just they they've all had their opportunities. They've all taken advantage of their opportunities and had big days. And it's almost effortless for Bobby to do that. That to me, that's one thing that's so convincing about this football team and their success is like it's not just Jamar Chase is out there just shredding folks, or DeAndre Hopkins is shredding folks, or Will Fuller just runs by anybody. It's not. I mean, it's 5-6 guys deep of making things happen, starting with Bobby and CJ. It's impressive.
Yeah. All right, some enormous news to pass along to you coming up here in the next segment. Enormous news for this game on Sunday. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, and I think the Texans potentially had some good luck. Good luck at least for their chances to win this game. We'll tell you exactly what that is coming up next.
All right, it's that time of year, y'all. Live sports are rocking and rolling dang near every night, and there's no better place to watch live sports than your neighborhood lodge. That's Twin Peaks, y'all. Twin Peaks, they got TVs everywhere, top shelf bourbons and tequilas, and they've always got that 29-degree
All right, what do we have, Tyler? We got some breaking news. Let us and the people know.
Indeed. This is from Ian Rappaport. That's how you were calling him lately, right? Ian Rappaport. He says that this Sunday's game between the Texans and Bengals, it most likely will not be featuring Bengals wide receiver T. Higgins. He hurt his hamstring in practice yesterday for the Bengals, and he is now expected to miss Sunday's game for Cincinnati.
So he is expected to be. Listen, that is helpful, and especially Clint, if Steven Nelson and Derek Stingley aren't going to be able to go in this game. T. Higgins is probably. I think T. Higgins has the potential and probably could be a number one receiver, but I think he is maybe definitely the best number two receiver in all of football and changes the game if you try to push coverage towards Jamar Chase, and you got to go with him. And not to mention, Jamar Chase is the one that they really were concerned about, and it seems like he got hurt, T. Higgins that is, hamstring in practice yesterday. So it is not a for sure thing that Chase plays either with this injury. He didn't practice yesterday, and I'm not certain that he did today. We'll find out when the injury report officially comes out. But this is huge in this game, and clearly enhances the chances for the Texans to win this game without T. Higgins.
Yeah, one of their big three. I mean, the problem still is how deep they were at the wide receiver position, right? I mean, that's the biggest problem. But with their number two guy, their bigger bodied wide receiver being out, that's a huge win for the Houston Texans, especially with what they've got going on in the secondary right now. So yeah, big news. And again, I don't know that Jamar Chase is cleared yet. I don't know that he's out of the clear yet.
He was the back issue. He was the one that they really thought wasn't going to play.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, this is big for the Texans in a situation. As I said before, I don't care if they've got their wide receivers or not. This win right here is definitely the win that makes up the Carolina loss.
Absolutely,
if they can get it taken care of.
Absolutely, yeah. That's one you penciled in as a win, and you penciled this one as probably. I mean, John McClain wouldn't even hear it. You remember? John McClain. We've had him on Friday. No. Remember, I tried to correct him. Oh, John, actually, no, they'd be four. No.
Cockamamie idea.
They're going to lose in Cincinnati. Like, I was just like, oh, well, we'll see what happens. Now, obviously, the Texans are dealing with their own injury issues, but T. Higgins out of the game, that's a big one. You'd imagine now they're going to really try to ramp up Jamar Chase. They're going to really try to do whatever they can to keep him in the game. So, who was that? That was from who, Tyler?
Ian Rappaport.
There's the deal of how I piss people off that is more of a narrative than real.
Jim Nance wouldn't say so.
Ian Rappaport is somebody I've actually pissed off.
Oh, really? Have you ever shared this?
I don't know. It was in more of my early days where I really didn't.
Lord, I can only imagine.
Where I really didn't know kind of
how to ride a bike.
Yeah. Basically, I didn't really know. I didn't know the business as well. And trade deadline day, I hit him up. I got his phone number. Hit him up.
Oh, you did tell me this.
And tried to get him to come on with us. And it's during the time like trade deadline right before they're gonna all they're doing is answering calls from teams.
He's
and
a little busy.
And stuff. Like he's busy. And I hit him up and he answered and he goes, "Hello." I was like, "Hey, Ian, how's it going, man? I do middays in Kansas City. I was wondering if you might want to come." He goes, "What the hell, man?" And he hangs up in my face.
Click.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, but you can admit that, looking back, he didn't really do anything wrong. You did.
I mean, at the time, I said, "Damn, I really pissed him off."
He probably thought Andy Reid was calling him with that Kansas City number, and it's Ron Hughley.
He said, "Who is this? What?" He said, "Man," and he hung up right in my face.
That's hilarious, dude.
You laughing a little too damn hard at this bar, man. Just calm down. A minute I was hot, then the United people talked to me like, "Hey, man, this is a really important day where he doesn't need his phone tied up. Like he's not going on with anybody right now."
Yeah, but I mean, he could have very easily said, "Nah, man, I ain't got time. It's a pretty important day, man. I hit me back some other time," and hung up. I mean, come on, man.
I was green. I didn't realize it. I didn't think I got his number. I'm like, "Oh man, I got it." And then he answers. You know this, Tyler. When you call people like that and they answer, when you're trying to book people. Oh, I was like, hey, how's it? And I went. I did my my code switching voice and everything. Hey, Ian, how's it going, man? It's Ron in Kansas.
Code switching. What is that?
This is Ronald Hughley over here in Kansas City.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
A lot of black folks out there know a little code switching, change up your voice a little bit, tone in. Get
it's like when my grandma would make business calls.
Your professional voice.
Yeah, she'd be like, thanks a million.
You change it up. Hey, how's it going? Hey, Ron Hughley, I do middays, and he didn't even let me get it out.
It's your customer service voice.
He let me get out. Sure, code switching is what we call it. But he let me get out. Hey, do middays in Kansas City. Was wondering if, man, he's probably thinking middays. You're right, man. He probably thought it was Brett Beach.
Oh, he thought he was getting some scoop.
He thought he was getting a scoop right there, boy. Jeez.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
I did. I certainly did piss off Ian Rappaport. All right. You know what I was hoping when you said, when you hit that breaking news, what I'm waiting for, Clint, today is supposed to be the day that we find out potentially what they do to Michigan. Today is the day we find out the disciplinary actions potentially that the Big Ten is going to take on Michigan. And we'll see what happens. I wonder if it'll be Jim. That's why I asked you earlier this week if you think Jim will be coaching on Saturday at Penn State. I'm going to tell you this right now. I don't think this is going to happen at all, Clint. And you may think I'm too far on this. People out there in the Drive family listening may think I'm too far on this. If they come out and say, we're going to give Michigan a postseason ban, I would not think that's over the top. I would not think that's over the top because they cheated. So they went so over the edge on their cheating, like that we know of the evidence that's coming out, that I do think they benefited in such a major way. And if you want to send a message to, hey man, we're not going to tolerate this, I would be fine with it, because if Jim just gets suspended for a few games like that, I mean, to me, that's not that big of a slap on the wrist to stop me from getting that type of competitive advantage. Like you said, man, they got guys out here potentially making up names and dressing up in disguise to go on to get things. So I don't think that's going to happen, but I personally would not think. I know people say, oh, man, the kids didn't have nothing to do with it. No, they benefited greatly, and sometimes there's got to be casualties. And if you're saying, man, we got to put it into this, like we don't want this competitive thing to happen, I wouldn't have an issue with it. At all.
I got to see some concrete evidence, man, before they, to me, you can even suspend the coach and not tell me anything, to be completely honest with you, and I'll just trust the investigation. But if you impact the players, I think you got to come clean of what you found. There's got to be. It can't be other coaches talking or hearsay and pictures. No, I mean it's got to be cut and dry. Here's what happened. And if that were bad enough, if the investigation produced the evidence to say, hey man, it's a bowl ban, postseason ban for the Wolverines, I'd be cool with it.
So you don't think what we've learned has come up? Obviously, we don't know everything they found, but what we do know of this guy going and guys dressing up like he's a Central Michigan guy and on the sideline to get and obviously there's potentially more, but from what we've heard, you don't think that's gone up enough to potentially punish the entire football program?
Well, I mean, there's just got to be more. They can't just assume, as much as I know he knew, they can't just assume that Harbaugh knew. They got to have concrete evidence if they're going to drop the hammer on the entire team, on the entire organization, the entire program like that.
What do you think happens?
I think they probably suspend Harbaugh for 2 games.
Oh, so you not even the full season? Like you think Harbaugh coaches in the Big Ten championship game if they make it?
Yeah.
See, to me, like that's what I mean. Like to me, that's not a deterrent.
Yeah.
Like that's not a deterrent, and I think like this dude, this all coincided when he was about to get fired 2 years ago. Like when they were talking about him being on the hot seat, he was Jimbo 2 years ago. Sorry, Tyler. He was Jimbo Fisher 2 years ago, and then this stuff is around the time frame when Michigan all of a sudden spun around and they've been in the college football playoff and won the Big Ten the last 2 years. And it's just like, all right, suspend Jim for 2 games. Is that really gonna be a deterrent for this? Like,
I don't know that
there's anything that could be done.
I just don't know that their deal is to get beyond it. I mean, the Big Ten, the NCAA, Michigan, all the parties involved, they just need to get beyond this, get it swept under the rug, get it out of the headlines, and move on. And I just don't think in that coaching fraternity, because I do think sign stealing is something that they've always done. But when you go into the length of sending a guy to multiple games and dressing him up on the sideline and all that kind of job, I think you've overstepped the boundary. I think it's not going to be as severe as you would like.
I'm sure it won't be. Tyler, you think postseason ban for Michigan this year is too much?
Yeah.
They're not going to punish the entire program. They're not going to punish them kids like that.
Well, then we're going to still keep seeing stuff like this happen. You're telling me two games? 2 games?
I think it's 2 games. I think
I think a lot of people are saying that. I've heard people say that. 2 games?
The 2 games means that it's going to be either Penn State or Ohio State or the Big Ten championship game. So it's going to be a monster game for them. And look, it may be. I could see him on the high end. I could see him suspending him for the rest of the season. Like just him for the rest of the season.
To be at the very least. But then he can come back and he can still recruit. I don't know how much it's going to hurt his recruiting. I don't know how much it's going to hurt any of that. Like, it's just, I mean.
But again, they're not trying. They're nobody involved. None of the parties involved are trying to hurt anything.
Because I'm not like a lot. This happened in my program, Kansas basketball. To me, if we were to get a postseason ban,
y'all cheat
which I think, we cheated repeatedly. Yeah, it was caught, man. They've made a couple of movies about the cheating we've been in. And if we were going to get a postseason ban, we deserved it. Now, they didn't. But if we were going to be a postseason ban, then Arkansas.
Coach is still coaching, too.
Yeah, he's still coaching. Then Arkansas took us out. Well, I guess they said when you had that heart issue and you took yourself out, maybe that's enough. What you got coming up at the 4?
Well, look, the injury report for the Texans is a mile long. But and there's a lot of players on there, obviously. So which player right now, it's either limited or did not practice, which player can the Texans simply not afford to miss Sunday's game? We'll tell you. We'll pick a player. We'll tell you about it. We'll cuss and discuss. We'll do that next. But before we get there, I got to tell you about Advanced Hair.
and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, Ron, it's kind of been a running joke here, man, with this injury report and the length of it. Really the entire season for the Texans. But I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious with this. It's the list just continues to grow.
This font.
The font keeps getting smaller. You got to zoom in on it just so we can focus. But Tyler, before we get into it, the unofficial injury report it dropped, and Tyler, you mentioned there is one thing of note there that's pretty important.
Yes,
I sure did, and that is that one Derek Stingley Jr. has been upgraded to a full participant. How beautiful is that?
Hell yes.
Yeah,
I mean, it's beautiful, and it's absolutely 100% more needed today than it was 2 days ago. And what I mean by that is I get why everybody is borderline frustrated, concerned with Derek Stingley since he was drafted number 3 overall, having not played a hell of a lot of football and hadn't made many plays at all. But it's more important this week than it's ever been because Steven Nelson is on the did not practice list for the second day in a row. So good news is Derek Stingley is a full participant in practice. I don't know that I've ever seen a hamstring full participant in practice. You can go all out every drill, not just individual, not just testing it out. I don't know that I've ever seen that, and then a guy with a hamstring go, can't go on Sunday. So I expect Derek Stingley to be there.
Him being a full participant is kind of a game changer.
Yes.
In that, like, why would they? That means he hit. If they did any hitting, he was involved in that. Like I would. Now I think it's more than likely that he'll play.
Yeah, he opened up and ultimately went full speed. He changed direction. He reacted to a receiver in a standpoint of whether he's pedaling and driving or if he's opening up and running with a wide receiver. I would imagine that he's pushed that hamstring pretty good. If he's a full participant, it'd be easy for them to have him limited right there and keep all the questions down. But he is a full participant. The other news is T. Higgins. Did you say they ruled him out, Ron, or did they?
That's what Ian Rappaport said, that he is expected to miss Sunday's game versus the Texans,
which would be big. Obviously, we're up at 1 DB and they're down 1 wide receiver. So hopefully Steven Nelson plays and we're all good. But Ron, with this depth chart, this injury report that we got going on here, Andrew Beck, fullback, Nico Collins, wide receiver, Kaimi Fairbairn, kicker, Jake Hansen, Brevin Jordan, Steven Nelson, cornerback, Damian Pierce, running back, Henry Toa, inside linebacker, and Jimmy Ward, safety. All of those guys did not practice. I'm not going to go into the limited guys because I think Will Anderson, Blake Cashman, Jonathan Grenard, all those guys are limited, but I think they'll be back. Robert Woods, they were limited, but I think they're on pace to play. But of the not practice guys, Ron, which player do you think that the Texans this week just simply cannot afford to have missed this ball game?
I think the correct answer is Steven Nelson. He's your best corner, and even if as it appears that Stingley may be returning, even if Stingley returns, he's been your best corner. He's been your best corner the last 2 years, and now the Higgins injury helps. The Higgins injury helps, and it means that if Jamar Chase does play, that's one we got to keep an eye on as well. If he does play, then it allows you to do a lot more. But Steven Nelson feels like the one. But I can't stop. I can't stop going back to Nico Collins.
Well, Robert Woods is one of the limited guys, so he's not completely out of the woods yet.
And if
no pun intended, by the way.
And if he does play, if Bob Woods does play, like he's still a different type of player. Like, listen, Tank was great last week and has had some big moments this year. Really, the Jacksonville game sticks out, and then this last game against the Bucs. And listen, I'm sorry, man. I was very impressed. I didn't think Noah Brown would ever have a ball game like that for the Texans. But I don't expect Noah Brown to break out and have games like that, especially with the defensive coordinator that the Bengals have and the defense that the Bengals have. This is a battle-tested group, a group that is that has shut down big-time offenses over the years, and this is an important game to them. I can't get off the thought of this team. We obviously know, probably the injury with Dameon Pierce doesn't help this, that they're going to be a team that throws the ball a lot. And if not a lot, it is going to be how they probably move the ball most successfully. And Nico Collins, of the receivers, the bigger body, the guy that's probably going to be an issue tackling, is probably going to be a little cold, which makes tackling him even more difficult. And he's been your big play guy. He's been the guy that has gotten a lot of those chunk plays. And I think you're going to have to score even without T. Higgins in this game. Nico Collins is one that really jumps out to me just because of how much they're going to probably throw the ball, if it's anything compared to what they did last week without Dameon Pierce.
Ron, I think it's Steven Nelson, and I don't even think it's close, man. I'm with you. But it's Steven Nelson, and I think it's even more so now that we know Derek Stingley was at least a full participant. We expect Derek Stingley to play this weekend. I mean, if you go into this ball game, regardless of what kind of shape Cincinnati's in at the wide receiver position, if you go into this ball game and you are fully loaded and you're covered with your cover defenders, with Derek Stingley and Shaq Griffin, and then somehow, some way, after not practicing Wednesday and Thursday with a back and a neck, Steven Nelson is able to play, I feel really good about the Texans' chances of being able to go in there and win this thing. Because now we're not just talking about, again, the better cover defenders. We're talking about DeMeco Ryans being able to open up that defense and do whatever the hell he wants to do because he's got all of his pieces. He's got all the guys that he can rely on. He can literally roll his best cover defender. I know he can't with the safeties because I don't think Jimmy Ward's going to be there.
That's the other part.
But he can roll his best cover defenders out there in critical situations and bring pressure. Really, to be completely honest with you, he can bring pressure. If those three guys are healthy, he can bring pressure. And for the first time this year, not feel or feel as comfortable as he's felt all year long bringing pressure with those three cover guys out there. So I'm going with Steven Nelson, man, and it's
no. As I said, it's probably right. Pass first team without your top passing threat. That's the part that jumps to me. And Lou is like Belichick, takes away the thing you do best.
Yeah.
I never can say his last name.
Inaruma?
It is. I don't know what it is. It's something like that.
I ain't got it. Lou?
It's an explosive A.
Coach Lou. Hey, real quick before we move on from this, Will Anderson he did not practice yesterday, limited today. We saw he left the game with a knee injury. I know you thought, I think yesterday, maybe it was Monday or Tuesday, but I know you thought this was a game that potentially Will Anderson could really have a breakout, thinking that Joe Burrow's a pocket guy, going to hold the football. There's going to be plenty of opportunities. How do you feel about Will Anderson right now, given that he is at the very least limited? He was moved from the DNP list.
I think they need all hands on deck, and I think for him, particularly in the run game, he is above average, maybe elite even, when it comes to as an edge defender off the run. And I do think. I thought last week, although I did have to buy Mad Dog I thought last week that he was going to be a potential breakout, and I do think he had arguably his best game when it comes to rushing a passer. Now he slid into a sack or a half sack. I'm not sure what it was.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I thought he pushed the pocket well. I thought his bull rush impacted Baker Mayfield at times. I thought he was really, really key on a Khalil Davis sack where they did a TE stunt where he slanted in and took out the center and was able to get a release for Khalil Davis. I thought it was his best. So hopefully, if the knee doesn't give him enough problems, that he can carry that into this week.
Well, we'll see. I mean, look, I know we get a lot of heat because we don't feel the need to preface every negative comment about Will Anderson with how great we think he is. All bull job aside,
I think it's just very honest.
Well, look, I mean, look, I'm going to have a conversation about a guy. I mean, I don't need to tell you how great he is before we get to the damn me conversation. At the end of the day, truth is, Will Anderson has been a integral part, a big part of this team's success, down in, down out, and just creating havoc at the line of scrimmage. He has been that, and I am interested to see. You got to think he's at least going to be limited. Comes out of the game with a bad knee, misses a day of practice. You got to think that at least that he's going to be limited to some degree. So I'm interested to see how they make up for that with the edge rushers that they do have on this team moving forward. So we'll see about that. That's I'm Clint Stoerner alongside Ryan Hughley. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. Before we get off of the Bengals and Joe Burrow, because we do got to keep an eye on what's going on with those receivers. Did you see your little code switching in that last segment? Got me to thinking on this.
Did it get you to thinking?
I meant to bring this up yesterday.
You never heard of that term before, have you?
No, I knew what you were saying, but I wanted you to explain it. I never heard it called that.
You never heard?
I knew what you were saying.
Switching?
But did you hear Joe Burrow and Josh Allen at midfield after the game last week? Because the Bengals played the Bills last week.
Yeah, I didn't hear him.
You guys ever use the terms, like when you're talking to your boys or your brother or anybody? Do you ever use the term like pal and buddy? And have you ever used the phrase "I love you" mixed in with pal and buddy?
I love you, buddy. I love you, pal. Nah, that's not in my vernacular.
I usually say friend.
Hey, buddy, you're playing good. You too, pal. Love you, man.
Hey, bro, you playing good.
Like,
hey, boss.
Don't like. I just can't. I can't.
Hey, brother.
Have you ever really like legitimately gone with buddy or pal? Like when you're.
No, it's not. Yeah, I don't use.
I feel like buddy's usually used like in a derogatory way. Like if you're calling
not
someone.
For everybody.
Not for everybody. I had a grandfather named Buddy. But,
hey, buddy.
But most of the time, I feel like people are saying it like, hey, listen here, buddy. You know? Hey, why don't you go do this, buddy? Yeah?
No, it was a very endearing embrace. Playing great, buddy. You too, pal. Love you, man.
Love you too. Yeah, I would say all the things except for buddy and pal.
Ron, if you buddy and palled me, it would bother me. Tyler, you on the other hand, I think I could take a buddy from you.
Well, that's good to hear, pal.
See that? See how easy that rolled off Tyler's tongue right
Maybe
there.
I do say that.
And I think you meant it. I think you meant it. Now if it came out of Ron, if Ron said you too, pal, I'd be like, hey man, I mean that was one of those underhanded jabs you take.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't know how I could see myself just saying pal without like reading it.
Yeah, I heard that exchange.
Hey, what's up, pal?
I just
said that didn't feel right when I said that.
It was awful.
It didn't
sound right.
What's
either.
up, boss? Yeah,
that sounds a little better.
And he turned and looked that time.
But even
when I said pal, he just kept on walking. He said, I know he ain't talking to me.
You can even hit the what's up, bud? But buddy?
I can't. What's up, bud? No, I ain't got that in.
No, I think the right person walks in. I think.
What's up, bud? Nah.
I think you're on the way to the restroom, and I'm gonna get about old 6'2", about 48-year-old white man with a beard, maybe a cowboy hat. What's up, bud? Yeah, you give it to him. You ain't no doubt.
I ain't got that.
But when I heard them two at midfield, I was like, y'all are cooler than that. I mean, y'all went buddy, pal, I love you.
Yeah, buddy, pal, I love you.
I mean, that was something else.
Well, where are those two from? I know Joe's from somewhere in Ohio. I know Josh went to Wyoming, but I don't know that's where he's from.
I don't know. I'm not real sure where Josh is from, but yeah,
Josh spent 4 years in Wyoming. I could see him saying "pal."
That's a bud right there.
That's a bud. Is that a bud?
Yeah, you definitely get a bud.
What's up, brother?
Hey, speaking of, did you? I tweeted this yesterday. There's something that I'm so thankful that we don't have to deal with. There's several things, but Tyler, I'm sure you saw this. There's one thing that I'm so glad we don't have to deal with anymore, man.
What's that?
Bill O'Brien was asked. I guess they're getting a little heat about this Tyquan Thornton kid, which actually came out of Baylor, second-year wide receiver up there, and how come he's not producing, and how come he's not, and it's Bill. It's just Bill making excuses why guys aren't producing. Just hadn't been available, hadn't played a whole lot of football. Just that whole, and he may be right. But when I read that, I was just so. I mean, I was so refreshed. It was so refreshing to go. We don't have to. We got Tank Dell, Xavier Hutchinson out here getting end arounds and catching footballs, and Tank Dell's out there doing his thing. And I mean, first and second year receivers. And
he's not ready, Clint.
He's not ready.
You don't see him every day.
He just hadn't played a lot, man. He's not ready. You don't see him. He's got injured. Yeah. It's so refreshing to think that we don't have to listen to that crap anymore.
You got that right, pal.
Hey, buddy, love you.
Love you too, pal.
Hey, well played, homie. All right,
well played, homie. Homie don't work for you.
Yeah, I don't say homie. I don't say homie either. What's up, boss? How
much, buddy?
Listen, I have a statement about the Rockets, and I've been impressed by the Rockets the last few games, and I'll say this, and we'll talk about this on the other side. Will you think I'm crazy? You think I'm crazy that my expectation with the Rockets, and I feel even more confident in this, is that they should be throughout the season competing for a play-in spot. That is top 10 in the West, just competing. I'm not saying they should get in, competing for a playoff, a play-in spot in the Western Conference. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, hey, Texans Nation, the fans, football fans, NFL fans all around, Crown Royal is giving
show every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in as we are live here on a Thirsty Thursday. And look, come on out here, man. We're at the Katy location. That's messed up, man. That's messed up, man. Don't move my drinks away from me, man. We're at the Katy location here.
Right off enough, Friar Road. He's trying to help you out a little bit, man.
No, he's not trying to help me out. He was going to move him and leave. And I know, you know I get thirsty. Now, don't you do that. Come on out here. As we're having ourselves a good time out here.
Damn, you got hungry too, huh, Ben?
Hey, man, why you put me out there? Everybody to be able to see me eat this. But calm down, man. Red, it ain't nothing, man. But, no, come on out here as we're having a good time. Thirsty Thursday. And after this segment, if you just walked in, after this segment, we will be hooking somebody up with our second $25 Visa gift card. All you got to do is sign your name and put it in the box. Don't need your address. Don't need your Social Security number. Many of you all get scared off and think that we're trying to grab something. I'm just trying to give you $25. That's it. $25 Visa gift card. 2 more opportunities to win after that as well. Nice little Yeti on the line that you can win. Any of the ladies out here want some Nutcracker tickets? What is it? The Nutcracker shopping? What is it?
Nutcracker Market.
Nutcracker Market. That.
What'd you call me?
I called you a Nutcracker Market. We got that for you as well. So come on out, sign your name, put it in after this segment. Your chance to win a $25 Visa gift card. There are no tricks or no ties to this, as many of you believe. If you sign your name for some reason.
You may tell you where there are a lot of tricks and ties too.
Where?
That damn Nutcracker Market. I'm gonna tell you. You better watch your credit cards. You send your old lady out there.
I think my wife was putting together a Friday lunch date. You're
gonna look down and see some more Beyonce tickets. You're gonna look down. You're gonna look down and see some.
Man, hey Tyler, has Lauren hit this?
Oh, has she hit it? I mean, it's an event for them. I mean, if she wasn't,
I saw these people with these shirts on yesterday.
If she wasn't miserable, like pregnant right now, she would have been there with a group of about 15 or 20, all the same T-shirt on. And I mean, I don't have to worry about the money too much. She makes her own money, so I don't have to necessarily worry about that. But woo, I tell you, they can spend it now.
Yeah, okay. Does Megan hit this thing up, Tyler? I just gave Cordy some tickets.
She walked out of the house this morning with about 7 ladies, and she was there getting drunk earlier today.
Oh, this is serious.
Yeah,
she's there getting drunk. I thought she was shopping.
No, you get it's the two. It's the two.
Yeah, Megan was there all.
The only thing more dangerous than a woman shopping is a drunk woman shopping.
Yeah, Courtney didn't say it. Courtney had a message for you. Tell Clint to shut up. He wishes he got to see Beyonce.
Fair. I just don't want to see them old ticket prices, Court.
Yeah, said out here. You said they went and got drunk. Yeah, because Tyler told me they had shirts made for this.
Yeah, they had their shirts when they were leaving at 6 a.m. this morning. They had their little tumblers to put their alcohol in while they're shopping.
That's a bit much.
I was talking to Buddy earlier. Said he just came here from there. He said he walked up on one booth, had a $40,000 mink coat. $40,000 coat for sale over there. I ain't never been, so I mean, my wife, luckily, she skipped that section. I mean, she typically gets off into arts and crafts, which to each their own. But I had no idea they had $40,000 coats at.
This is a serious thing. They got different sections in here. There we go. You got some tickets. Give her that ticket. Piss him off. Yeah, piss him smooth off.
There you go.
She clapped it up. Look at her. There you go. Good job. There you go. Yeah, you'll see it. She's out. She's got some friends she's ready to light this thing up with. All right. So
I've never been.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like anything that I want to be. I was caught off guard by the Tyler. This is an experiment. We're out here drinking. Like we're going drunk to hit it.
Tyler, you ever been?
I've never been. Nope. It's like a big event for Megan, her mom, and their friends and a bunch of other ladies, and they go do it each year.
Boy, they get real excited about it too, don't they?
I'm telling you.
Yeah, somebody attacked me on the text line during my Crown Royal read. By the way, my wife makes fun of me all the time about that read.
What happened?
She just wants me to do it. Oh, what dips? Talk about those dips. Talk about those dips. Well, I did talk about a dip. Somebody said, "Show who the F eats salmon dip." It's Houston. I love a good salmon dip. You don't eat salmon dip?
I've had salmon dip a time or two, but I don't know that if I was doing a read with Crown Royal that I would just go to salmon dip.
Yeah, it's a dip that comes in my head. You don't like salmon dip? You don't do salmon dip? Is that a non-Houston
dip? Hey, don't get mad at me. I'm not the text line, man.
I'm asking you.
I've never had it.
You never had
salmon dip is good, but
delicious.
it's just not what I mean. It wouldn't be I wouldn't just pull it out of thin air and be like, let me tell the people about this Crown Royal and salmon dip that I'm smoking.
Some spreads, man. People have different things in it. Salmon. So you get the text. Nobody eats salmon dip. I guess I'm alone. I like a good salmon dip. Some good crackers. That little salmon.
Randomly?
Dip. Sure. Hell, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna make something this weekend. Actually, that's what I'm gonna do.
Bring some in Monday so we can try it.
Nah, man, it's good. The way you just talked about it.
See, you're mad at me because of the text line, so I don't look at it.
I'm mad at you because of what
you're
you said.
taking it out on me, Courtney. I know how you feel.
No, it's the look. It's the look you just gave me upon talking about smoked salmon.
I just want to sit over here, talk a little ball, drink my cold beer, enjoy the people, man. And now I'm getting dog cussed over salmon.
You're not getting any of it. You're not getting any of it. Had a nice brine ready for that salmon. Yeah, you ain't getting none of it. None of it. Damn, I didn't know we didn't do smoked salmon here or salmon dip in Houston. Sorry about that. Casey, my man, is looking at me crazy as hell like, no, I don't do that. I don't do. Maybe you should try it. Maybe you should open up. All right, I'm going to get this off.
What all's in salmon dip?
A little cream cheese. Add a little horseradish in there a little bit too. And the smoked salmon, try to let that be the star around it. Some herbs in there.
Do you chop the salmon up real fine, I guess?
See, I don't.
Because I don't remember having chunks of salmon. I remember it being pretty fine.
I don't. Like some people use the food processor and make it real fine.
Yeah.
I want mine. I want chunks.
Of course, you're not coachable. See? He was trying to twerk into tango. Now he's putting chunks
of tango. I just wanted to step outside the box a little bit. I want mine to be a little different. I like a little meat. Salmon. Meat.
Well, that's
salmon.
A drop.
I hate you. Yeah, I do. I'm proud of it. I like meat. That's right. I said it. I like it. Take that.
Thank you for saying that a little more clearly the second time.
All right. We'll give you the latest news, big news for this game on Sunday. And again, I want to get into this conversation. Do you think I'm over the top about my thoughts with the Rockets being a team that should be competitive when it comes to competing this year for the play-in spot? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about
Sports 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. Congratulations to our latest winner, who was able to win a $25 gift card. Micah has won earlier, and our latest winner, Trevor, in the building, who won a $25 gift card. We've got two more. Somebody can win a Yeti Cup and more prizes in the last hour of the show. So if you are out and about, you ain't going to let this weather get you down, come on out and hang out with us. We're out here in Katy at the Buffalo Wild Wings off the right off Fry Road, Come on out and hang out with us and have a good time as there's TVs everywhere, drinks everywhere, good people everywhere.
Thursday night football tonight?
Thursday night football. There's a game.
You got to be real football horny to want to watch that one, but come on.
You could just be regular horny to watch it as well. So there's no
Pitch
stop
a tent and watch some football.
That's okay. All right.
There you go, T.
It's a great evening.
As Tyler does so well. Tapping in like dynamite drop in, Monty. So come on out.
He drops in the boner alert and pitching a 10 all in a matter of 10
Here
seconds.
to contribute, boys.
I just felt like there was somebody
Keep
out
bringing
there
the heat,
saying, somebody out there was just saying, well, God, I guess I'd only have to be football horny. You can just be regular.
There's nothing wrong with watching some football.
Really get into the Panthers and the Bears, but there are TVs all over the place in here, and not a bad spot to come and watch a little Thursday night football that's coming up after us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, so come hang out with us. Oh, tomorrow we in your part of town, ain't we?
30
Little
Bay.
Football Friday.
We'll head out east.
Yours too as well, Tyler. You just
We're going to head out east. O'Neill's on the water, right there
right.
at the I guess that would be the north side of the Fred Hartman Bridge, right there on the water. Yes, sir.
That's a good time there.
Little Football Friday at O'Neill's. I've been there a couple times. Always enjoy it.
We've done a couple of shows from out there, man. We've had some good times. Always a good turnout.
By the way, look out, folks. Linda will be in attendance. Linda Stoerner will be in attendance.
Yeah.
I'm certain she's probably going to grab the mic. And Tyler's going to have to be ready for that dump.
I'm going to come over there and whoop that ass.
Just have the dump button ready.
Yeah, just have it. Yeah, because you know what I like to do. I like to try to.
You like to
try to fire up Linda a little bit.
It ain't hard.
Hey,
ain't hard.
Just sneak in a little bit. Just sneak in a little bit, boy. Just I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's about once a week I'm heading home and I get a phone call from Linda. Who's like, that damn show did this or that. I said that damn, by the way, Tyler. Don't drop me right there.
Yeah. Good for her.
You can stir old Linda up now.
Good for her. Hey, a little news real quick before we get to the Rockets. A little news. T. Higgins, who did not practice today, and I'd say probably the best. I'd say number 2 receiver in the league, and I think he could, as a free agent, could leave Cincinnati and become a number 1 receiver for a team.
Oh, you that high on him?
Yeah, I do. I think he could. I think he could come. I think he could come. Oh, I don't know, to a place like Houston and be a clear number 1 receiver. I think he is. I think he is big time. T. Higgins. Especially big time when he's got a coverage dictator on the other side that takes coverage away. So, but he's expected to miss this game as he has a hamstring injury that happened yesterday in practice. He didn't practice today. Ian Rappaport is reporting that he is expected to miss this game. I think the thoughts are, all right, now you think about it, how much does this affect this game? Like, how big of a deal is this that the Bengals don't have T. Higgins? Like, is this a game-changing type move?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, and we don't even need to go into the Texans' injury issues right now at the corner position with Steven Nelson not practicing again today. That compounds the problem. If T. Higgins is there, right? But given the fact that T. Higgins doesn't look like he's going to play, at least according to Ian Rappaport's not going to play, that's an absolute game changer in the favor of the Texans, right? I mean, just whether they've got guys injured or not, it's a game changer for the Texans.
if you get Nelson back, it's even more obviously of a game changer for the Texans at that point in time. Yeah, no T. Higgins is big, man.
Yeah, it is. It's a game changer to me. It just changes.
Well,
it just changes everything that D'Amico and them had to. Because I think with the three of them, Tyler Boyd, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins on the field, even if you're completely healthy, like it kind of stops you from doing things that you want to do. Because even fully healthy, you got to think in your mind like, all right, if I want to mix things up and send pressure to Burrow. Like I gotta be careful because if I don't get there, now I got these dudes singled up and Joe will kill you.
Yep.
But that's fully healthy.
Sure.
You know that changes it. You know with those three, and if he's not going to play, and then as we said, Jamar Chase is up in the air too for this game. That really makes this a more winnable game.
Look, there's a big difference in. Putting a corner on an island versus one really good man-beating wide receiver than if they've got two or three of them spread across there. So that's no T. Higgins. That changes what D'Amico Ryans can feel really comfortable about calling in a big way.
Absolutely. So that is the latest there, as it looks like he is not expected to play, according to Ian Rappaport, NFL Network. I threw this out. And the people, you can text in 713-572-4610. Clint, Tyler, you can chime in on this. Listen, I had higher expectations than most about the Rockets with their new parts, the new coach. And I said it. I came clean. I was like, man, you know what? The Texans and what they're doing and the change of their culture with their new coach and everything, it's kind of even making me feel better about the thought that can happen with the Rockets. Maybe not to the extent of this because the West is so good, but I feel like we could see a real change. I'm to a place 7 games in, Clint, that I have the expectation that this group competes for a play-in spot. And a play-in spot is one of the top 10 teams in the West, right? The top 6 get in and they don't have to deal with the play-in, but 7, 8, 9, and 10 get in the play-in. And I'm just saying that they compete, that they are flirting with it all year long. Last year they were way up. They weren't even in competition for it. But that's my expectation with this group, that they compete for a play-in spot all year long. Do you agree with that? 713-572-4610. Is that where your expectations are for this team?
Well, I had to lay my eyes on the standings and kind of get familiar with what exactly that means. I shot you down before, but I got to agree with your expectation there. Now that I've looked at it, those aren't real lofty expectations. There's 10 teams in the entire league that don't make the playoffs, and the question is the play-in. I'm sorry, and the question is flirting with that. So let's say the Rockets not being in the bottom 6 or 8 teams in the league, I expect them to make that happen.
But not just being in it, but also.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm assuming there's going to be 1 or 2 teams on each side that's at least competing for a play-in that misses by a game and just is kind of a fringe play-in. And that's what you're saying. They got to be a fringe play-in team. I expect the Rockets to do that. Yes.
Yeah, last year they weren't.
In fact, I'll be pissed off if they don't.
Yeah, last year they weren't even. They weren't even close, right? And they haven't been even. They haven't even been close the last couple of years when it comes to that, and them being in anywhere close to being like last year. They're 22-60, right? The Thunder won 40 games to get to to get to the 10 seed.
Yeah.
Like I'm saying, to me, like the Mavericks were the 11 seed, the Jazz were the 12 seed. They won 37, 38 games, right? They're a couple games off the pace, right? But they were in it all year long. They were battling and having a chance. That's my expectation for the Rockets.
So how many teams? You're looking at last year's standings.
This is last year's.
So how many teams were just flat out of it? Just no.
Three,
right?
The Blazers, the Rockets, and the Spurs. Flat out of it.
So to your point, do I expect the Rockets to not be in the bottom 6 teams in the NBA? Yes. 100%.
That's where I am. When I watch this group, and I understand that, and I see some people text in, listen, calm down. There was no AD. They didn't have some of their starters. The Kings didn't have De'Aaron Fox. I understand that. But the Rockets did above and beyond what they're supposed to do. Like, those games weren't close. Those games were over, especially the last two games, were over in the third quarter. And you, I mean, come on, you've laid your eyes on them a bit. Like, you can see there is a difference in Jalen Green. There is a complete difference, and that there is a difference overall with Fred, with Dylan Brooks, with Jeff Green, the guys that have become the leaders. And just, if you like, you don't even need to watch offense. If you just watch them defensively, like hell, Shagun is trying. If you watch them defensively, you can see the difference. And I said it to you before the year. If they just play hard every night and minimize mistakes, they're going to give themselves a chance. And listen, they just overwhelmed those two teams the last three games, and that to me was a bit surprising.
Look, I don't know how much stock I'm going to put in them beating your Lakers. They beat the Lakers 4 through 9 players last night. I know you feel pretty good about that.
I don't think LeBron was on the court. He's not a forward.
But he was on the court for a bit. But the first time I watched them this year, it was blatantly obvious on the offensive end of the floor. They are coached. There's a plan. There's a leader. And it's fun to watch. You can watch it and say, okay, I can see the direction of this offensively. Last night, you're watching it. Dylan Brooks, whether you like the guy or not, he just sets the tone on the defensive end and asks everybody else to match his intensity on the defensive end of the floor.
You have to.
And you can see it. And look, I don't think Udoka is going to let anybody. He's not going to let you slack. He's not going to let you not match it. So I think it's on both ends of the floor. On any given night when you watch the Rockets, you as a fan, you can say, okay, I can watch this. I can see the direction we're going. This is something I can pull for.
Yeah. They to me, I believe the expectation should be raised for the Rockets. And I know it's 7 games in. I think it should be raised. All right, coming up, we told you about the injury issues and the break that it looks like the Texans may have caught with T. Higgins not playing in the game Sunday. But we have to give you the full report for the Texans because there is some good, but there is some really, really concerning pieces that may not be on the field. And the Texas Longhorns, they also got some really good news that we'll have to discuss as well moving forward. All of that coming up next right here on The Drive.
All right, before we get to all that good news, I got to tell you about some great news. I tell you about it.
Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old Dirty the Dilf. And the big Dilf. That's right, baby. And Psycho T have the latest. And the latest is one. We are live here on a Thirsty Thursday. Live. Let me hear the people. Let me hear the people out here. There we go. As we are live out here, Fry Road here in Katy. Come on out. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, but there's plenty of TVs. A little college basketball happening tonight. A little NFL happening tonight. The Panthers and the Bears, we'll get to that here in a bit, but there are TVs all over the place. The food, the drinks are great, so come on out and have a good time. By the way, if you're in the building and you have not signed your name, coming up after this segment, your chance to win a Yeti Cup prize pack. We will hook another person up and another big prize. What is this? Some sort of a football? Fousey?
Some kind of board game deal.
Some sort of board game. The good people of Bud Light.
Board game in a briefcase.
Yeah, I can't play Pictionary right now or charades right now. He's just flipping the finger. I guess some sort of board game with the football.
You know the old football.
The football. Yeah, there it is.
When you were young, did you fold the paper football up and thump it?
Very good.
Okay, I didn't know if you were too young for that.
Good. I used to get
young punks don't understand
I used to get accused of cheating sometimes for the push.
I think that's one thing that the phone ruined.
I'd linger on that push. I guide. I guide through.
I leave it up to you to cheat. That's one thing the phone ruined, though. Nowadays, man, them kids don't do that.
No, they don't do that. But,
they stare at a screen.
Just play. You remember when Snake came out on that? I forgot what kind of phone that was. That Snake, you could just play Snake on that bad boy. I used to play the hell out that thing, boy.
I didn't have Snake.
Is it a Razor?
No, I think a Nokia. Yeah, the Nokia. Yeah, they had that bad boy. I almost used to not make it to class taking dumps, just playing Snake.
Feet fall asleep?
I'm telling you, boy, I'm done, but I'm playing. I'm in the middle of the game.
Oh, no.
No, that's probably too much. You're right. But no, come on out here. Have a good time. We'll be hooking somebody up here in a bit. And enjoy yourself on this Thirsty Thursday as we all are doing here. And, Clint, let's get to it because we're starting to really hear some news on the injury front. As we talked about earlier, T. Higgins is going to be out as expected to miss the game, according to Rappaport, the big playmaker for the Cincinnati Bengals. But on the Texans side of things, Clint, just like yesterday, this damn injury report is as long as it can get. As the Texans, they have so many guys out, and guys that did not practice today include Dameon Pierce, Nico Collins, Steven Nelson, Andrew Beck, Kaimi Fairbairn, Henry To'oTo'o, that's one to watch with a concussion. Will Anderson, Robert Woods, Blake Cashman, Laramie Tunsil did return. And I think a big one here, and sometimes when you look at designations, that's a big thing too. A lot of guys that practiced today were limited that didn't practice yesterday. Derek Stingley Jr. was limited yesterday. Today he was a full participant. And I think it's very encouraging that he was a full participant, Clint, on Thursday and not Friday. Friday is more of a less physical day. Thursday, if he is a full participant, that would lead me to believe they are so comfortable with him running, hitting, potentially doing everything that you would do on a padded practice. I wasn't for sure when the week started. And yesterday when he returned to the practice field that he would actually play this week. I thought maybe the Cardinals game. When you see that, if he's a full participant today, Clint, I think that would make me believe he's trending towards playing.
Yeah, I think if he's a full participant at any point in time with a hamstring, because you're not going out there and testing it. You do all the testing on the hamstring with the trainer on the medical staff on the side for the last 7 weeks. Once you put pads on it, you go out there and you start going through drills. That means that they trust you to let it go when it's a hamstring. And so I felt good about him playing. Now that I've seen that he is a full participant in practice, I feel really good about him playing. And I'll be honest with you, it makes me feel really, really good about the Texans. With what D'Amico Ryans wants to do, you just got to have cover defenders that allow him to do it. I keep going back to the end of the Atlanta game. I think when you look at the Atlanta game, the secondary was depleted. And I don't believe that D'Amico Ryans had the ability to do what he wanted to do and heat up Desmond Ridder. And in turn, Desmond Ridder, say what you want about Desmond Ridder, but he's played a ton of football. He sits back there, boom, he has one good drive, he's surgical, and they go down there and they win the ball game. I go back to that game every time I hear of a corner that's hurt or a safety that's hurt or a nickel defender that's hurt. I'm like, damn, that it's not just missing that guy. This is a defense where if you don't have your guys, you lose the ability to do certain things. It's not like Lovie Smith where you keep them two safeties on the roof and, man, you just play bend, don't break, and as long as that guy can tackle and he can get physical, plug him in and you'll be okay. You can cover for him. Man, in D'Amico's defense, it just isn't that easy. I mean, it takes away your ability to pressure, which is ultimately what he wants to do deep down. So Derek Stingley being back and being a full participant, man, makes me as the Texan fan and me feel real good. Now, they didn't have to do that because you did see what there was 30-some-odd players on that damn injury report, and it got all the way down to the bottom.
They made him the dead last.
He was the last name on that list of full participants. They made us read through the whole thing before they gave us the good news.
The good news, yeah.
Nonetheless, man, it was good.
No, it is good with him coming back. And I think even more because on this injury list as well as Jimmy Ward, and he did not practice with that hamstring as he didn't return to the game on Sunday. So there is one of your starting safeties and your versatile players, your safeties that can cover, as well as he became a slot corner for them at times. He's potentially going to be out, and we understand other guys like you already are without MJ Stewart, who's going to miss a length of time. So that's another replacement safety as they're just depleted back in that area. So they're going to have young guys playing that haven't had a lot of time in the safety position. You need all of the starters, all of the frontline guys that you can get, and obviously Derek Stingley Jr. if he can return. And I'm with you, man. My biggest thing is, boy, you don't want to rush him back. The hamstring thing, you know how much that took him out for the full year.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you feel this confident and comfortable to put him in and let him cut loose, then hell. As you said, man, earlier in the week, they got to have him.
Well, bro, just think about it from a play caller's perspective. Like, hey, if I decide to pressure and I put Derek Stingley out here and Derek Stingley gets beat, as a play caller, I did my job.
Yeah.
Right? Again, go back to the Atlanta game. If you decide to pressure and you put Kadar Hallman out there and he gets – or even Shaq Griffin, if you put him out there – with a number one receiver and he gets beat, then you look back and you go, hey, man, what
I didn't put myself in the best position.
What are we doing here? Schematically, what are we up to here?
Yeah.
When you've got Derek Stingley, man, he should, again, in theory, we don't know because he hadn't played enough football, but in theory, he should be a guy that allows D'Amico to do some things regardless of who else is healthy around him.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on that. Tomorrow will be a big day. We'll probably learn more definitively of guys who will potentially just be out, and more on the Bengals too, because Jamar Chase is not out of the woods. I don't believe he practiced today either with the back issue. So if they don't have Chase and Higgins in this game, that changes it all in this thing. And Joe Burrow is still great, but he's got to have those dudes.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, a team yesterday. We went through the rankings yesterday in college football, and you flat out, and I agree with you, just did not have trust in the Texas Longhorns. And they're going to get their quarterback back, right? It seemed like there were struggles for the young kid there, had some good moments, but in particular the second half against K-State, they were just hanging on with their young quarterback. They get Quinn Ewers back, Clint. How much does that change things for you thinking about Texas when they get their quarterback back, moving on. They take on TCU this week and the rest of their Big 12 schedule.
Well, look, I obviously feel much better about them moving forward. I mean, the rest of the season in the Big 12 and the ability to even get into the college football playoffs. They weren't going to do it without Quinn Ewers. With or without him, though, getting in, Texas is still a school that they've just been too inconsistent at this point in time. And this is on both sides of the football. They've been too inconsistent at this point in time for me to like them in a 4-team tournament versus Michigan, Ohio State, Georgia, and or whoever,
Florida State,
Florida, Washington, Oregon, whoever else gets in there. They have just been too inconsistent. I think on any given Saturday, Texas can beat anybody. I think they got the dudes. I think Quinn Ewers is
that dude that played in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah,
if
that team shows up, yeah, absolutely. They can beat anybody. But if that one that showed up against U of H shows up, then you're gonna have problems. If that team that gets a good lead and looks like the dominant,
it's Oklahoma,
right? The dominant team in the first half, and then they go to sleep and give up a lead in the second half. That's just that. I mean, I know a lot of people say, "Well, Quinn got hurt." Okay, the defense has been inconsistent. I mean, I said it from jump. I think this defense is as good as any defense out there when they want to be, but they've just been inconsistent. And so I don't trust them yet when you're talking about in a 4-team tournament. But with this Quinn Ewers news, I believe that from a Big 12 perspective, from making this run to win the Big 12 and get in, I think they got a real shot.
Yeah, they got a shot here. Because they've got a shot here if they win out. You look at it. There's some things that could take care of itself. Like I don't know who's going to beat Florida State in the ACC. So that I think Florida State, they've got a spot.
Yeah.
But Ohio State and Michigan are going to play each other. The loser is probably going to come out of that because they're not going to be a Big Ten champ. Washington and Oregon are going to play again. And especially if Oregon wins that game, now you have one-loss teams. And then Alabama will play Georgia, which will be interesting there if Alabama could pull that off. And if Alabama and Texas are champions and all of those teams have one losses, Texas has a road win at Alabama, which if they win out, they put themselves in a really good shot to get in with their schedule and their win, especially if they get another big. I would say especially if they played Oklahoma again, but I don't know if Oklahoma's going to make it to the Big 12 championship game. But they'll beat another ranked team there. They actually have a realistic shot if they win out, depending on everything going around them, because these teams have to play each other up top. So if
Texas wins out, they're going to get in.
You think so?
Yes.
You think automatic? I think they put themselves in a really good shot because, to me, Clint, if let's say Michigan beats Ohio State, Georgia wins out like you think they will, Florida State wins out like you think they will, you think Texas gets in over the winner of Oregon-Washington?
Yes.
Unless Washington's undefeated. If Washington's undefeated, then they obviously
correct. Yeah. If Washington runs if anybody runs the table out of the teams we're talking about, if anybody runs the table, they're getting in over Texas. But if
it's Oregon, Washington, and Texas all have one loss, you think Texas gets in?
I sure do. Sure do.
Interesting. I think they put themselves in a great shot if they win out. But they got to do that, and Quinn helps them when they get him back, despite what Tyler believes.
5 o'clock fire.
I couldn't even look at him. I just know he was itching.
I don't like it, man. It makes me very uncomfortable.
This is what Thursday night football is for the people. We got Panthers-Bears tonight, and this is going to be betting. So, Tyler, or as the degenerate that you are, do you have money on this game?
Yeah, I got a few plays going, man. No, I've been on a heater, bro.
Okay. Come on, man.
On a heater, bro.
No, for real.
For real.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, if you don't sound like somebody who has a problem. You don't sound like I've been on a heater for real. No, seriously.
Well, I say that because we all know about this curse that came about during the Astros playoff run, and that was a pretty bad streak for me, betting-wise as well. But here the last couple weeks, man, I have been on fire with NFL plays. 73% success rate in November, baby.
Hey, well, tell me about these bets you got right here. I mean, there's probably a lot of folks looking to maybe wager a bit on this game tonight.
Hold on, as you would say, Ron, I don't really appreciate how hard you're laughing right now, bro. What's so damn funny?
Hey,
73% win rate.
Yeah, dude. If you're a bettor and you can just get around 60%, that's considered good. I am killing it.
I mean, I know he's just got these numbers like the Will Anderson report.
It's my Excel
he
sheet.
had this win rate.
Hey, Tyler, I mean, I'm not a big bettor, but I mean, talk to me about that.
Yeah.
The 60%, if you're paying juice, doesn't, I mean, and you're only winning 10% more than you're losing. I mean, ain't we pretty much breaking even damn near?
Yeah, that's what I should have said. If you can have
hell,
60%,
who wants to do that?
I mean, the people that are in the red, they'd probably get.
Yeah, I'd probably bet a little more if I could break even more often. You're right. I mean, I feel like you got to be 70 plus just to make some money.
Which I am, which means I got some maroon money.
Well, talk to me a little bit about these
what
four
you got. You got bets on this?
Yeah, real quick. The 4 plays I got for tonight, and remember, I am nailing these picks in the NFL in November, people. Panthers plus 3.5 is an absolute lock. Lock that one in. Don't bet your house, but bet a lot. Over 38, that is what I'm on for the total tonight. And Bryce Young over 9.5 rushing yards. Adam Thielen under 6.5 receptions. Book it.
You got Thielen under 6?
Under 6.5. Yep.
Hell, that's the only person.
I mean, is there any logic behind any of this, or did you just throw darts?
No, there was logic. I do my studying whenever I get to.
Isn't Adam Thielen on pace to have about 190 catches this year?
That's the only person he throws.
I mean, yeah.
They said the Bears going to lock him up. The Bears defense
Not necessarily
has been playing
him
better.
locked up. I think
they've been playing better.
Here's the good thing, Tyler. I don't like any of your bets.
Well, fade me, bro. Fade me.
No, I mean that is a huge plus. That means you're gonna go 4 for 4.
He's gonna crush it. I want to know how this goes. I really do tomorrow.
I'll let you know.
I want to know how this goes.
If there was somebody out there that was just oppo dirty,
I just hope
they'd be 70+%.
I just hope it goes better than the last time you made bets involving the Panthers. All right, coming up.
God,
now why'd you have to do that?
I'm saying I'm hoping it.
Wet blanket Ron.
I'm
just
hoping
not.
it.
You didn't.
I'm hoping it. I legitimately am hoping it is.
That was uncalled for, dude.
Such a heater just 2 weeks ago. All right, we gotta have a conversation about. It's 8 games in, 9 weeks in. We gotta have a conversation about the most surprising part of this entire football team with the Texans. Because, man, we missed it. We missed it bad. We'll discuss that next.
All right, right now you can save big on Chevy Silverados at Ron Kraft Chevrolet in Baytown. I'm talking about $9,000.
610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in on this Thirsty Thursday. Congratulations to our latest winners, Catherine and Brandon, as they take home a couple of prizes here as we hook people up. We hook folks up as we always have a good time each and every Thursday with the help of the good friends here at Buffalo Wild Wings, as well as the friends at Bud Light. Bud Light hooked up my man Brandon with a nice prize pack as well. So each and every Thursday we're at a different location each week, and you can come out and have a good time with us. Have a good time as we have fun each and every week, getting you ready on a Thirsty Thursday. Next week we'll be in Willowbrook Plaza. I think that's what that says. Yeah, Willowbrook Plaza. So come hang out with us, Tomball Parkway. And it'll be a good time. Buffalo Wild Wings each and every Thursday. We're out and having a blast in the city. Tomorrow we're going to be in Clint's neck of the woods. And
come on over to the east side. East side, stand up one time.
See, I'm a little concerned, Tyler, because every time I go to O'Neill's,
what happens?
I just know I got to. Yes,
yeah.
I got it. Like it's.
Well, I mean,
when I came out there last time with y'all, I was wasted.
I just know. I know. I know there are people who are geared up and ready to get me blitzed, and
that's a dirty bay, baby.
I was just saying, and I know it. I know it. Like there are 3 people I have in mind immediately, or as Clint would say, immediately, right now in my head that are lined up.
Cap.
I can't help but. Tyler says, last time I was out there, I was wasted.
Yes, he tried to.
I'm just trying to think of the last time.
Tyler was trying to steal my daughter's French fries the last time he was out there.
she gave me a look.
Yeah, I mean, I Lauren and her French fries.
I love. I mean, overdoing it.
It's all love. I just think I got to be ready. Like I got to.
Yeah,
wear...
no, there's no question you do. I'm just trying to. When was the last time you were somewhere and you were like, man, I was wasted?
Well, hell.
I mean, I overdid. I drank a little. I was drinking. I told Ron about this. I had a little all-dayer watching college football from 11 a.m. I think my Hogs played at 11, and I started on. I've got a reason. I went to vodka because I was having some issues, so I went straight to vodka, and. Anyway, it went from 11 until there were some pretty good games on.
Hold on real quick. I think you need to specify what you mean by you, because what you said was I was having some issues, so I just went straight to vodka.
Toilet problems.
It sounds like you.
No. I mean, I'm typically a tequila guy, but I was having some acid reflux and some issues.
What it sounded
that
like
tequila and lime, my typical mix and my sip it wasn't.
I know you pointed to your stomach, but what it could have come off was like I was really having some emotional problems, so I just went right to the bottle of vodka.
The marriage is fine, the mind, the mental health is good. We're all right on these parts over here, right? But I just I went to the hint water and vodka because it's easy on the old gut, So, but I didn't know I had intentions of going until. 11 o'clock at night, and I got to them long blinks at about 9 p.m. and I was like, "Good gosh, that's the last time and probably the only time in a long time that I was like I would talk to you guys and be like, man, that night I was wasted."
Did you at one point stand up and be like, "Oh"?
No, I don't. I'm a pretty good.
That's what I find it.
I'm a pretty good. In terms of drinking like that, like I don't typically get out of hand. Or even like, whoa, what am I doing here? My problem is the next day I woke up and I was like, we had probably 25 people at the house. I don't remember anybody leaving. And when I woke up, nobody was there, and so I was like, that old vibe. So anyway, that was the last.
That was the last time. Tyler, I got wasted.
he talks about like it's yesterday.
It was a good time, man.
That last time I was down there, it was my birthday, and that was really the plan.
Cinco de Mayo
was when they tried to sink me. That was a hey, let me call an Uber.
Well, she smelled good, didn't she?
Always and forever. All right, listen, this has been one of the I think real surprises to me, Clint. And listen, I do believe Bobby Slowick deserves a lot of credit. I do think C.J. Stroud deserves a lot of credit. But, Clint, I'm going to tell you the truth. At 713-572-4610, you can jump in if you agree or disagree. I think we clearly missed it with these receivers and clearly missed that this receiving core. Like, I think we had conversations like, Clint, I think before the first game of the season, if I said to you, I think there's an argument the Texans have the worst receiving core in the league, wide receiver core in the league, I think you could have been convinced of it.
Oh, I was convinced.
Them are the Patriots. I think you could have been.
There was three teams. Who was it? It was the Titans,
and then they got
the Patriots, and the Texans.
And then the Titans got DeAndre Hopkins.
So they were out of the mix. There was actually one more. There was four, if I remember correctly.
Somebody else was bad too, but like that could have been. You could have been convinced of that. And now,
I think Carolina was the other one.
Yeah, it might be with Thielen as their lead guy.
Mm-hmm.
But now when you look at this, these guys make chunk plays,
yeah.
And not just one of them, all of them. Like the only guy that we really saw consistently gaining separation during training camp was Tank Dell. They've all done it. They've all Noah Brown's just running away from people. And I'm not even just talking about the 75-yard pass play. I'm talking about in routes. He's creating high levels of separation. Nico Collins has played as a top 10 receiver throughout most of the year and running away from people and breaking tackles. That's one we missed, and I think a lot of people missed there, to think how productive and how good this group has been.
Well, look, I think you got to start with Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud. Those two guys are playing and coaching out of their mind right now. And so everybody around them is going to exceed expectations. I feel like after we saw Tank Dell, I think you were on this. I mean, I was other thought, this guy's got to start. This guy's got to be the focal point of the offense. So I feel good about Tank Dell. I feel like Robert Woods is a possession receiver, and that's who he's going to be. And that's exactly what we've seen. The one big miss for me in the receiving core was Nico Collins. And I don't know that anybody saw this one coming. For me, the Nico Collins 50-50 ball guy that was such an advantage because of his size was what I just had not seen when I'm watching practice, when I'm watching the games in the past. I just hadn't seen that. And so there was no way in hell that that Nico Collins was all of a sudden going to become DeAndre Hopkins and catch a bunch of 50-50 balls kind of deal. And I'll be honest with you, I was more convinced he wasn't going to be a complete wide receiver and all of a sudden run the route tree really well, and all of a sudden have the strongest hands on the team, and all of a sudden be the strongest wide receiver to take down after he catches the football. And so I personally completely missed the ball on Nico Collins in multiple ways. Not just I thought he was done, but I didn't think that. I'd have bet big money that even if he did have success, it wasn't going to look like what it's looking like right now.
No, and I was a believer that he could. I was a believer from, and I'm going to sit here and say that I believed Nico was going to do this. I was a believer that I wasn't ready to just move past him. I thought there was still something there, and he's exceeded anything that I've jumped at. I want to address something because we're talking about this. Where did we miss this? Because I see some people admitting, saying this as well. Ron, Clint, I'm right there with y'all. Outside of Tank Dell, I didn't want any of these guys. Where did we miss on this? And someone made a statement about C.J. Stroud that I think is worth discussing with this group. We'll discuss that coming up next right here on The Drive.
It's Texans game week. C.J. Stroud and company are headed to Cincinnati to battle the Bengals. Texans countdown gets going at 9. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame as soon as the clock hits zeros.
Yeah! Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. Welcome back to The Drive as we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Been a great time. The people are good. And come on out here. Thanks to our good friends at Buffalo Wild Wings, our good friends as well at Bud Light. Come on out. They're taking care of you. And as they do each and every week, it's been a great time. So come hang out with us as we are rolling here on The Drive. Clint, we were just talking about this. For me, we missed this. This is the surprise of the Texans right now to me is this wide receiver core. Like, it's not just like one of them. It's not like all of it. And this game Sunday was the clear show of it. We've seen Nico all year, and he comes up with the touchdown and makes plays and breaks tackles and gets yards after the catch. We see Tank Dell, his second big ball game, the Jacksonville game he was big in, and then in this one, they just couldn't cover him with Carlton Davis. And now we saw the emergence of Noah Brown just getting away from people. And I see people, and I see someone who texted in, Clint, this has a lot to do with the quarterback. And then we look at it, was Ohio State drowned in talent, or was CJ making them look better? I think it's both. I think they both had talent, and I think CJ, obviously, as we clearly see him at this level, was obviously ahead of that level. But, Clint, my thing is, yes, CJ and yes, Bobby Slowick, but it is not like I thought CJ and what major adjustment he was going to have from Ohio State to here was at Ohio State, boy, he's got Chris Olave. He's had Marvin Harrison Jr. He's had Garrett Wilson. He had a crew of receivers there. And I thought adjustment for him was, hey, you got to throw into much more tight windows. And, yes, he's had to throw in tighter windows at times, and we've seen him make some throws. But, Clint, it's not all the time. Like, these guys are creating a level of separation and getting open quickly for what they want to do that I just didn't see consistently happening.
None of this is happening if it's not for Bobby Slowick. None of this is happening if it's not for C.J. Stroud. And make no bones about it, I watched a lot of C.J. Stroud, really his last 2 years, but definitely his last year at Ohio State. He was not playing anywhere and throwing the football anywhere near what he's doing at the NFL level. That's what makes it so wild.
He's a different player in your
look. I mean, it's like, bro, you how many games do you watch where it was I mean, it was Illinois or Indiana, and it's a single-digit game until the fourth quarter, and they just rattle off 4 touchdowns late or something. He is playing his best football ever right now in the first 2 months of his NFL season. And I don't mean that to minimize anything that C.J. Stroud did, but look, we're not going to sit here right now because he's shredding the league and say, oh, well, it was all C.J. It wasn't the great receivers that he had that was making Ohio State who they are. At the end of the day, right now, C.J. Stroud is playing at a much higher level than he was at Ohio State. That's what makes it so crazy is you took a huge leap up in competition. I'll argue you took a step back in terms of your supporting cast versus who was on the other sideline. And you're somehow playing a better brand of quarterback, a significantly better brand of quarterback than we've ever seen you play. And so it's wild to think that we're watching what we're watching with C.J. Stroud. Now, to the point is these guys, they are – somebody said it earlier. I don't think any of these receivers are like number one receivers.
No, I don't think we go that far.
I think as a crew,
although Nico can make you start thinking crazy.
Yeah, see, I would go the opposite way. I would think if there is, it's Tank. Tank is the one that can be the guy you build around, to me. But nonetheless, the reality of the situation and what makes these guys work is how complementary they are. Somebody on the text line said it earlier, and I think that they're spot on with that. You've got big-bodied Nico, who ultimately is a boundary wide receiver that can run the route tree. And has exceeded expectations. You got a possession receiver in Robert Woods who is very, very reliable and sees the game through the quarterback lens. And then you've got a weapon in Tank Dell who can play any of the wide receiver positions. You can get creative with him in the run game, and he's an absolute freak when it comes to route running. And so, yeah, they all bring something different to the table. So it's easy not easy. It's less difficult for Bobby Slowick to use all of those guys to their strengths because they all have unique strengths. They're not stepping on each other's toes. And it's a beautiful thing when you've got the offensive coordinator that can make it all happen. Because it's
I think that's a big part. I mean, obviously that's a big part.
The fact, I love having the coverage dictating 50-50 ball catching wide receiver that is hard to stop. To me, when you've got 3 or 4 complementary guys with a play caller that can allow them all to play to their strengths, it's more full than anything in the league. It's in terms of there's no taking one guy out. There's no dedicating resources to one guy and stopping the offense. There's no it's just spread out among 3 to 4 guys right now, and it's going to be tough to derail. Now it happens because they're all young. It happens because it's the NFL and you got 17 games. But I think over a 17-game span, you're going to see where these complementary pieces with Bobby Slowick pulling the trigger, I think is really powerful.
That's the part for me is just, as I said earlier, the biggest thing for me is outside of Robert Woods, all of these guys have shown that they can make chunk plays.
They can get over the top. Yeah.
Or take a slant and turn it into 20.
Yep.
Or get over the top. Or like Noah Brown, I didn't think he had that. All right, now we'll see if he could. I didn't think Noah Brown's running away from people for 75 yards for a touchdown. That one did catch me off guard. But they are doing it, and I just want to acknowledge with what CJ has done and Bobby Slowick, those guys have also been able to improve their game in a way I didn't see coming. They've been able to get separation and do things I didn't see coming.
Look, there's no doubt we didn't see any of this coming because it's such nobody saw this coming. Not this quick. I don't give a damn what anybody says. In hindsight, people will tell you, oh, well, I saw this or I don't give a damn what nobody says. What from Bobby, from CJ, and the receiving core, and truth be told, from a pass protecting perspective, the offensive line is
nobody saw this coming.
Yeah.
Nobody saw it, not even remotely close. Did anybody see the first 2 months of this season going the way that it's going? Now that it's gone that way, I'll be honest with you, it is wild to think that this organization found their franchise guy in Deshaun Watson. He played like the franchise guy. We all know what happened, right? You got to move on from Deshaun Watson, all right? And then you look up, and the whole talk is, man, owners go an entire lifetime and they find one franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
It's what all of them are looking for. The Texans what are the odds of them finding their next guy? And within 2 years of DeAndre Hopkins, of Deshaun Watson bouncing, you find C.J. Stroud. Yeah. Absolutely unbelievable to think that this organization has found two dudes in a very short span of time. And when you look at how the first one left, as the fan base goes, boy, you feel damn near hopeless because finding the next guy is a needle in a haystack, and they somehow found him.
Yep. All right, coming up behind us as we sign off, Texans All Access, the Hall of Famer John McClain, who'll be with us tomorrow at 4 o'clock while we're out on Football Friday in Baytown at O'Neill's. If you're out on that side of town.
We bone pick with John? I like start McClain's time off with some kind of bone to pick.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll just check his timeline. You'll figure out something here. But John will be on with the fellas tonight on Texans All Access. And then following that, if you're not out here at Buffalo Wild Wings here in Katy watching Thursday Night Football, you can check that out if you're riding around on Sports Radio 610 following Texans All Access. You can hear Texans not Texans Bengals this evening as it's
Bears Bengals.
At this Bears Panthers. You can catch
there you go. Let's mix them all up. Hell with it.
Bears Panthers tonight. I just completely pulled a Ron Burgundy and just read what it's written there.
I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Thanks, pal. A little pass it along. Hey, CJ's not the only one winning awards. Kyle Tucker, despite how many of you may feel about Kyle Tucker, the last taste in your mouth you have about Kyle Tucker, he did win the Silver Slugger Award.
Not for October. Sorry.
As the best hitting right fielder in the American League, he is able to edge out Adolis Garcia. That right there kind of shows you.
I guess the playoffs didn't count.
No, the playoffs didn't count. It's the regular season. That kind of shows
I love Tuck. No disrespect, but damn, Garcia.
Not during the regular season. That's why, that's why the Tucker situation was so rough. He was so good. He was so good. He was better than that guy that just dominated.
What do you think the point is?
I don't even think he wants this award.
What do you think the point is in figuring things that way, though?
It's the same thing with football. Like, you don't decide the MVP,
but you should.
With the playoffs involved in it. It's a regular season award.
Well, no, look. I mean, I understand it's a regular. Obviously, it's a regular season award. But what's the thinking? Clearly, a guy is more valuable or better if he peaks and performs at the biggest moments.
Yeah, and then that's why they have the award for that, like ALCS MVP or World Series.
Like
MVP.
right now, it just counting the whole season and the playoffs. Who's the best hitting right fielder in baseball? Come on, man.
I guess you count the playoffs, Garcia, but you're counting the playoffs, and then there's 100. But there was 162 games in which Kyle Tucker was.
I get it. There's regular season guys hit well in the regular season, but man, if a guy does well and enough in the regular season to be in consideration, then he shreds in the playoffs. He should win it. I don't like regular season awards, Ron.
You're just changing the rules of the award.
Yes, I want to change the rules of the awards.
So you don't think,
damn it.
You don't think. You don't think that Ohtani should be the MVP because he didn't participate?
No, well, it's a great point. I mean, you're talking about the only athlete that's ever done, other than Babe Ruth, what he's doing, so it's a difficult conversation. But, yeah, if a guy is a no-brainer, most valuable to his
team, but his team worth damn and doesn't do anything. Yeah, I think a guy that is MVP on a playoff team or a World Series team is more important to his team. Yeah,
I think you deserve it, Kyle. Congratulations to you, Kyle.
Well, no, don't pit me against Kyle.
That sounds like you are.